Is today just another day where we are uncertain of our present and future?
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases in the recent weeks. The world is undergoing immense change, economically and fundamentally.
Just like you, I'm one of the million souls striving to survive in this trying time. But despite all the chaos, there's always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the end world. And the saga begins. An exciting alternate universe where the limits of reality are your own imagination. Where legends are immortalized, recognized, and revered. Where new forces are awakened every year to prove their worth. No matter where we are all fans of the game. It's only at M World we get to support our idols and heroes and find out who shall be the king of kings. Come join the celebration of greatness. Welcome to M World.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are from all around the world. We welcome you all. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, powered by Moonton and supported by Singapore Tourism Board. From going zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board, the STB's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore. And don't forget the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore. We would also like to thank our partner in Esports, the IMDA, for making this possible. And of course, Skoga. And last but not least, it's you watching at home, staying safe and healthy. If you haven't yet, please do share the stream and let everyone know that M2 is happening right now. My name is Leo, joined here by Contra. We will be opening up the show as your broadcasters for this first matchup of the day. Contra, how you doing?
Well, I definitely would say it's such a pleasure to be here in Singapore to be casting alongside you. As the opening show is about to begin, we do have the best teams in the world competing for the title to be the best team in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So with that being said, of course, we've got a whole lot to talk about before we move in towards the schedules, rule sets, as well as the format on how every nitty-gritty details will actually go through. So without further ado, let's check out the group stage video right here as we'll talk through the entirety of the formats as well as the groups.
January 2021, in the midst of this pandemic, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 re-emerges. 12 teams from 9 countries will come together and enter 3 stages in their journey to be crowned the best team in the world. First up, they'll enter Phase 1 of the group stage. These teams will be divided into 4 groups of 3, and they'll play best of 3s in a round-robin format. In Group A, we have Burmese Ghouls, RSG, Unique DeVu. In Group B, we have Todak, Omega Esports, and Impunity KH. In Group C, we have Bren Esports, Alter Ego Esports, and 10 Second Gaming Frost. And in Group D, we have RRQ Hoshi, Evos SG, and DreamMax. Winning a best-of-3 match will earn them 1 point. The top 1 of each group will proceed directly to the upper bracket of the playoffs. Second and third place teams will proceed to Phase 2 of the group stage. In the event of a tiebreaker, the tied teams will be ranked by their game points. Teams will be given 1 point for winning a game and deducted 1 point for losing a game. If tied teams have equal amounts of game points, teams will be ranked by head-to-head record. If multiple teams are tied and unable to determine the winner, an additional best-of-1 will be held with all the teams involved. At Phase 2, 8 teams will play a total of 4 matches. Second place from Group A will play against third placing from Group C. Third placing from Group A will play against second placing from Group C. Second placing from Group B will play against third placing from Group D. Last but not least, third placing from Group B will play against second placing from Group D. Only the 4 winning teams will proceed to the lower bracket of the playoffs, while the 4 losing teams will be eliminated from the tournament. At the playoffs, 4 teams from Phase 1 will play in the upper brackets, while the other 4 teams qualifying from Phase 2 will play in the lower brackets. All matches will be played in a best-of-3 format, except for 2 semifinal matches to be played in best-of-5 and the grand finals of best-of-7. Who will make it to the end to lift the trophy and bring honor to their country? We'll find out at Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020. Join the fight.
Wow.
The question's already been answered, Contra, and it's just the answer we're waiting for. By the end of the weekend, we will find out. Once more, this is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championships. This is M2. We'd also like to thank our partners in esports. By the way, Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, and PvP Esports. And of course, MeWatch, as well, our official gaming gear partner, Razer. And of course, special thanks to our partner in esports as well, Cathay Cinema. Contra, my guy, that video helped explain what we've been talking about since December, since M2 was released and announced.
Yeah, it just gets better and better, and looking at the group stages itself, it gets even more challenging. Back then, it was sort of like a best of one, and you don't really get too much of those tiebreakers going on. Now you not only have Phase 1, you got Phase 2 to see who will be able to make it through the playoffs. So it's all fair for all of them to have traveled all the way here to Singapore. And let's have a look into the schedule for the entirety of the day. And let's see who will be starting our very first match.
Yep, it's going to be a long day today, my friend. It's going to be 6 best-of-3s as we try and go through Group A and B. Who is going to be making it through to the upper bracket? It's Todak and Omega opening up the day, followed by Burmese Ghouls and Unique DeVu.
Oh, yeah, and I definitely will think that the first game itself will be very action-packed because this is definitely the group of life here inside of this matchup where Todak facing off against Omega, both equally strong teams. And we've seen in the MPL Live they have performed, although their performances were not up to, that sort of the expectation that fans were hoping for. This is where redemption sets in, and they are proving themselves once more.
I like how you put it, man. The group of life, given how this is the land of opportunity, right? Group
That's right.
A and B, anyone could take it, right? That's followed by the matchups between Todak and Impunity KH, RSG and Unique DeVu, and then we're closing up with a couple of best-of-3s once more. Omega versus Impunity KH and Burmese Ghouls versus RSG. It's going to be Group A and B, ladies and gentlemen. They just shuffled it all up so we all get a good amount of action with a lot of variety, and it's so worldwide. It's so diverse, man. You got Russia going up against teams from Myanmar. You've got Singaporean local RSG, which, by the way, I've been here in Singapore for what now? A couple of days officially since quarantine. And people love RSG. People love their local teams.
That's right, and they've been performing really well. These are the champions of Season 5 of the MYSG after all. And Burmese Ghouls, they have been spearheading this scene back in Myanmar, and they are the top team out there. That's probably the game to watch in the very final series of the first day. So with that being said, of course, we would like to actually give a little bit more attention towards our very first game that's about to begin in the later phase. Of course, we still got some explanations to do because, hey, this might just be the very first time that these two teams actually met, have they?
Todak and Omega. Yeah, you did bring up the invitational, and sad as it is, these two teams very, very strong. Again, Omega in their own right, a grand finalist at the most recently concluded MPL Season 6 in the Philippines, while Todak, the reigning champions of their region, they lost out in the invitational in their very first match.
Yeah.
Todak was waiting in the wings, top 4 at least, right, as the champion, while Omega just got trounced in their first matchup in the very first round. So you're right, this is the first time, at least in a while.
Yeah, to be fair, like, they have a really tough grouping itself, and the format of the MPLI was really interesting on how the champions actually get to draft their enemies, right? So yeah, definitely not a rough, quite a rough run for some of these teams that have played through that. But today, of course, history to be made once again. Todak, talking about the undefeated champions of MYSG in particular, after suffering that loss, they have definitely been thinking, how would they settle the scores? But they have been relatively inconsistent in some of their plays. But on a good day spree, they really could crush it. But let's talk about Omega as well, because I understand them to be one of the most aggressive teams hailing from the Philippines.
Yep, they are, very fundamentally sound. They know exactly how the game works. Their timers are on point. They know how to use the resources. But I think the one thing that has been holding them back in the past quarter, I think Q4 2020 has really put them down on their behind. And I think it's no secret, especially to the rest of the world, how strong Esports is, right? That's been their rival for the longest time now. And I think since they have spent some time as well trying to reconfigure exactly how things are going to be, I think they have a good chance here. Let's go ahead and see who exactly is going to be in the first 5 of each team here. Once more, it's Todak versus Omega. And first up, it's going to be Todak from Malaysia. It's Chiku, Moon, Iwan, Stu, and Formase.
That's right. This is your star-studded lineup hailing from the MYSG region, representing once again. They have once competed back in M1, securing a third-place finish. Wow. So, yep, definitely having a great track record so far. Now they're trying to set the bar even higher.
Yeah. Do confirm this for me, my guy. You are from Malaysia, and you know the team a little better than I do, admittedly. Stu, I hear Stu is an interesting choice to play for the first game.
Indeed, and usually it will be X-Ray in the first lineup as the backbone of the team, where he usually goes on towards the fighter, or you could say the off-lane in particular. So having Stu does throw them a little bit of an oddball towards the side of Omega. So I guess when it comes down to all these drafts, it may be affected on how Omega will be going for the picks and bans.
Okay, all right. Stu here, possibly the shot in the arm they need, or it might be a risk. Who knows? We'll see in just a bit. But right now, on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, the boys from the Philippines, it's Omega Esports, Curtizi, Heat, Hajizi, Kenji, and Yelly Hayes.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that you guys in the Philippines will know them to be the most aggressive team out there. And of course, they're still trying to be in their top shape to be able to best out not only Brand Esports, but other teams such as RQ Hoshi and even more to come. But first, facing off against Todak. So what would you say about this entirety of the lineup, since you've been casting some big matchups?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Back home, I would... some folks would call an Omega loyalist, is because, of course, when you're a fan of the Philippines or just Mobile Legends in general, it's all about the black and yellow. It's all about the Brand Esports, right? But Omega Esports, I do believe, with a spotlight on their jungle player, their core here, Hajizi, their assassin marksman. He's back home, what we're known as the KDA machine. This kid is untiltable. This kid is so disciplined, and I'm excited to see how he's going to be performing here in this first matchup against Todak.
Indeed, and I do believe that I've watched some of all these 1v1 per kilo challenge before we, of course, go into actually cast some of these matches. Well, Katizi really showed in some great display of skills as well, so really hats off to him. So now that we do hit them against, the best of MYSG, things are going to be a little bit tricky, but yet again, this is still going to be the group stages, so whether they do get that 2 win or even 1 win, it will be very, very vital. But if they were to suffer 2 losses in a row, any team between Todak or even Omega, then yeah, they will struggle through the entirety of the groups.
Yep, as optimistic as we may see it, right? This is the group of life, A and B. Both groups seem relatively equal across the board, right? Everyone has a 33% chance. Get it? Like 3 times, like as close to 100.
True enough. 33.33, and the numbers behind.
To the nth
really
power, right? But the thing is, this very first match, ladies and gentlemen, as simple as it gets, it's just the best of 3. As simple as it gets, it's just the best of 3. This is going to set the pace for the rest of the tournament.
That's right. So, of course, we will be looking at so many great methods to be brought upon the stage as well. And speaking of which, we have some changes coming through of this patch that have been last thing for the past couple of days, have you been trying out some of all these sort of heroes and what works and what seems to be nerfed this time around? You know?
Actually, the thing about this patch is it's more of just tweaks, right? A lot of folks were worried that we were releasing a patch so close to the World Championship, but looking into it, experiencing a bit, and hearing from what goes on, you know, in the back alleys of scrims, even amongst this very hollowed grounds that we're at.
That's right.
Dude, playing in the venue where M2 is right now is so hard. Like rank, the MMR, just the average skill for all the players in general is just so high. All the pros are here. So that being said, I think it's more of just a refinement of what we've been going through the past month already.
That's right, and I would definitely say that teams have prepared so hard for this very moment. You know, it's really them needing to put the pedal to the metal, even from the group stage onwards. But the trick is to do that without revealing all the cards on the table just about yet, because that's where the playoffs begin, and you don't want to just have an empty tank at the end of the tunnel.
Yep, for sure. You did mention putting things pedal to the metal, and I've got 2 points for you, man. One, timers are just so quick right now. Everybody's just on point. Everybody knows that buffs, creeps, turtles, they're just all just much faster now. So people have to be on point when they rotate, clear the wave, get into a little fight, take the resource, right? So that's what it's all about. But you did mention pedal to the metal. It's all about speed, fast and furious. Dude, Johnson is just everywhere.
Oh, yeah. But I really do wonder, are we going to be seeing any sort of Johnsons being brought into the M2? Because the past M2, I do believe it was being brought out once or twice during the group stages. The results hasn't been really much proven whether or not will it be fully functional in this really competitive setting. So I really do wonder what will be the sort of oddball, because we got so many teams out there coming with some pretty sick draft, if you ask me.
They're packing.
Yeah, like, remember 10 Seconds Gaming Plus? Wow, now 10 Seconds Gaming Frost might just be offering just about the same. And we're looking at, you know, the current meta here. A couple of things like the Brody, still relatively strong. Are we going to be seeing any sort of play, or most likely permaban?
Yeah, I don't know. You did mention these heroes that are coming out. Like, of course, we expect the Brody. Johnson on the up and up rank ladder. We know that we see a lot of Brodies. It's because it's gone out from whispers now to screams. People are just, oh, look, not screams, scrims. Yeah,
True.
Because I have seen my fair share of scrims wherein Johnson is used not as a tank, but also used as a mage.
Wow, that's going to be causing quite a crash, you know, like the damage output will be off the roofs.
So there's that,
Okay.
But I do think we can look to teams like Unique DeVu from, again, let's look back a little. I count this as a year ago, right? M1 is technically a year ago, all right? Everybody agree with watch exactly what these two teams are packing.
Exactly. This is going to be where the tempo is being set. And with the very first game, not only Impunity is watching, I believe all the other teams from other groups like A, C,
sure.
as well as D, they want to catch a little bit of hint, just in case if they pass in towards the playoff stages, or better yet, before that, inside of phase 2, if they were to, maybe drop a game or so, and hopefully not. We'll probably see what will possibly happen by then. But of course, there's a lot of all these sort of the questions coming from fans. Is it going to be as hype as M1? You bet it will be. And with that, we had RQ Hoshi as well, who went that best of 7, looking so great in the early runs, and they got reverse swept by Evo's Legends. But the good news right now for RQ Hoshi is that Evo's Legends is not here, but there's also Alter Ego, which is an up-and-coming team coming from Indonesia.
Yep, and I think they have a huge target on their backs here, Contra. So now we've gone to touching on a little bit of the other regions and the other groups. We're talking about C and D. Alter Ego, y'all heard about them. 10 Seconds Gaming, Frost, RQ, Evos SG. I think there's just one more team we haven't talked about as we build up to this first matchup, and that's the boys from Brazil, Dream Max Gaming.
Oh yeah, these guys are coming out hot from their Brazilian championship, and they of course top the boards, and they have been able to make their mark here. I definitely think that they have really strong players on board and pretty explosive action coming in towards the early game, something that the other teams will have to look out for. So in terms of graph, it still could be polished in the sort of sense, but of course we're not going to be revealing all too much as of now, as we definitely want to fixate and towards our group itself right here, where Todak will be going up against Omega. So let's talk a little bit more about the lineups itself and what would they usually go for back in the previous season of the MPL?
Of course. So back again into this first matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Let's reel it back in. Todak versus Omega. I do believe this is going to be a game that's played mostly in the jungle and in the side lanes. What does this mean? Mostly in the jungle, given that Omega, as fundamentally sound as they are, know that resources in the early game is key.
That's right.
I have been told by a little birdie named LaFell that Chiku here, as he noted, is a very resource-heavy player. Like, he wants to get his early buffs, purple, orange, regardless of whether he's playing a marksman, which beckons back to his earlier days in the league, but more recently as an assassin, right? Ling wants his purple, Ling wants his orange. But the thing is, if Omega does it right, if Omega gets in and invades early, then they can essentially nip it at the bud.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a question of who goes in with the very first move and actually executes it perfectly to be able to steal perhaps either the purple or the sort of the orange buff, if you may. So with that being said, it definitely will be a question of who really gets ahead in the early stages of the game. Now, for the side of Todak, they usually will play a very textbook kind of way where you want to get the hyper carry up, and that's definitely going to be Chiku if that's the case. But now with Stu coming in, it's really a big question mark to be unfold. What's going to be happening, because the Malaysian fans currently watching, they haven't really seen much of Stu in action before. So it definitely will be a pleasant surprise, or could this be a rough starter for the side of Todak? So it's yet to be told.
Something tells me, Contra, something tells me that this is a calculated risk, and it's an all-in, has to succeed type of plan, because this is game 1, this is match 1. And again, besides setting the pace for the rest of the tournament, points are scarce, my guy. Each team only plays twice per day. And if you're giving up one of the 2 matches that you're doing by letting a player like Stu, who, again, hasn't seen much play, that's way too big of a risk. So I do think Todak knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I do believe so. And back in M1, just to have a little bit of throwback, where Moon really had some outstanding plays out there. He's great with Esmeralda. He's great with, things like Lunox, or even the Esmeraldas. So I really do wonder, will they be having a similar style of play? But many things have definitely changed within a span of 1 year itself.
For sure.
Like now X-Ray sitting on the bench probably will be, of course, reading the entirety of the gameplay. I really do wonder, in terms of the rules, would there be substitutions being made in between?
That's a good question, and I think that is going to come into play given that X-Ray is the rock of the team. He is the foundation. Again, playing out of the EXP lane, X-Ray being sat out seems to be a fundamental change in how Todak will function. But let's talk about the other side now.
That's
Omega,
right.
their lineup, their usual gold laner, Toshi will be sitting out. Toshi will be sitting out. So this is going to be a 5-man that includes Kenji, Curtizi, Heath, Yeli Hayes, and Hajizi. So it's going to be these 5. This is a solid 5. This has at least 2 of the gold medal winning teams from the SEA Games of 2019.
Oh, that's definitely a great reminder out there that, you know, they are definitely not a team to be messed with. And you've already seen the countdown on the top of, you know, Leo's head, and it signifies that we are about to begin our very first matchup with the Pigs and Bats. And before that, of course, we got great news for you because we got a lot of goodies coming in from M-Tier.
Yep, it's not just the players who could win a little bit of kit, all right? You can do the same thing as well. Complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards, which include the M2 special avatar border, the M2 exclusive skin, the M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue. The M2 exclusive skin, by the way, is Clint's Shadow Omen skin. You can actually play to build up on the coins, or you can actually get it directly for 899 diamonds. This happens all until the 24th of January. So either get it now with diamonds or just keep playing, of course, while keeping M2 in the background, and do that till January 24th, or just do the diamonds. I did diamonds.
That's right. And with that, you can definitely go into top up as much diamonds as you can to get your brand new Clint, the Shadow Omen skin, or, you know, get yourself those coins and predict your champions of the M2 World Championship. And with that being said, 15 seconds on the clock, and we are about to kickstart our very first matchup here. We got Todak as well as Omega. Make sure you drop in that comment and share the stream already as we are about to begin the very first match of the World Championship.
Man, game 1, the draft is nearly upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all ready to join the fight? Because Contra and I here, of course, are just raring to go. It's going to be 5 bans per side, as we're all used to since the MPL. And right now, we are going in. On the play, it's going to be Omega Esports. Todak answering back. First ban by Omega. It's going to be the Natalia.
Well, definitely we talked a little bit about the Natalia being a really great assassin to just go around to pick off any sort of member that you can, and it's so pesky to deal against that, so you definitely want that being removed from the map. And with that being said, you won't be even seeing those sort of the tank Natalia cheese coming out your way.
Oh yeah, I think that the fact that it's the Natalia first that they ban out is they're afraid of the flexibility. Again, you mentioned the tank Natalia, but we haven't gotten into what we would like to call the support Natalia or the roaming Natalia.
That's right, and that is equally as vicious as well. But Esmeralda is definitely that sort of a pick that has been very prominent even in your normal rank plays when you queue in towards the Land of Dawn. So Esmeralda having this big fat shield, and you can just easily dive in with the Falling Star Moon, so you definitely don't want to be having that sort of problem in towards the mid to late game phase.
You already mentioned it, man. This hero, we've had her for a while now, and there was a time wherein people would play Hylos just to neutralize her. You know, the confirmed stun really helps in stopping the Purifier, at least mitigating that effect. But until today, she's just a menace. Looking at Omega Esports, they go ahead and ban out the Matilda. Have you seen your fair share of Matilda?
We've seen a couple of all these sort of games, and I definitely think that she can definitely get around the map pretty well as well. And in terms of team fight, she sets it up pretty perfectly in that sort of sense. But it does take quite an effort to be executing in a great perfection. But when she gets into towards a really good position to just put you off, it's going to be ultra dangerous for any teams to be facing off against. So having Matilda off is definitely going to be pretty much a safe way to go. So now, Todak's turn to ban. They still have 2 more to go as they're taking their sweet time And it seems like they will be taking out the Yuzong.
Ooh, Yu Zhong here. This is a Curtizi special. And I do think what these two teams, correct me if I'm wrong, Contra, I don't know if you agree with me, but what they're doing is they're just covering their bases. They're not attacking any strategy or any player specifically. This is just good heroes that they're taking out.
Exactly, and I definitely think that some of them are really, really strong. They could definitely sustain all by themselves. And speaking of which, we also have Brody being removed from play.
Oh.
I definitely think this is necessary. It's so annoying to deal against Brody, and the range is absolutely nuts. It gets so frustrating if he is ahead, and if he's behind, he just waits it out and he gets back at you and towards the late game phase.
Yep.
So I definitely think this is definitely a smart move coming from Omega.
Yeah, it's a hero that just breaks the rules of traditional MOBA, right? Like a marksman of this caliber should have a weak early game. But Brody has no such thing. Brody just marks people and is able to burst you down like, what, 3 or 4 auto attacks in. It's ridiculous.
It just melts you like butter, and whoa. Okay, I believe that's a Lapu Lapu, is that right?
It is arguably one of the winners of a patch that came down maybe a month or two ago. And he has been owning the offlane. He has been taking people down, whether it's from the EXP lane or from the gold lane. This hero right here is just a damage-dealing machine. I put him in the same category as 2 other heroes. I put him in the same bunch as Benedetta and Lancelot.
Oh,
Benedetta just has more utility, and Lancelot just has more mobility and damage. Lapu Lapu kind of like puts those 2 worlds together.
Yeah, and he definitely is that sort of bully that you don't want to be messing with, especially that he could possibly outlast many other fighters out there, or even some say tanks. Now, we do have a very first pick coming in for Omega Esports, and that's going to be the Jawhead being picked up here.
All right, you know what? I like this Jawhead, given that, yes, it's an okay tank these days, maybe only second to a Kai, but Jawhead here is going to be key to exploiting one of those weaknesses or those keys to victory for any team facing off against Todak.
That's right.
It's choking out Chiku's buffs.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to be really much of a big concern, especially if he can actually get those ejectors off on the right target. Oh, boy. Definitely. Todak will be running for their life. But Moon here is looking for pickoffs as he does secure a Selena on hand. And, well, we do have the Khalid.
That's going to be possibly on Stu in the XP lane, but could also be a flex for tank. I do like me some Khalid tank. That Quicksand Guard is, for the lack of a better term, broken.
Yeah.
Besides CC, he can just stand there and peel.
That's right. Like, he could just peel, and as well as, taking some hits and still be pretty much okay. He could just use his ult to, dash away with that sand wave,
Yeah. The Rampaging Sandstorm is both an engagement tool and a disengagement tool, and the fact that it's AoE stun is just beyond me. Now we're waiting for 2 more picks here from Omega Esports, and Contra, did you notice the Benedetta was not banned at all? So Benedetta is opened up,
wow.
going over, I believe, in the XP lane for Curtizi, and Hajizi gets the Yusun Shin, which, by the way, does not expose. It's not an all-in choice. It can be good at any point in the game, given that you have the ultimate that opens up the map.
That's right, and I really do think that with Curtizi here having that Benedetta as well, this is definitely going to be a really good sort of way for them to actually get in and out of the fight as well. So I would really wonder on how that lane is going to be played out in that sort of sense. Is it going to be that Khalid versus this Benedetta that will possibly be holding in towards the early game? And with that, do you actually favor the Benedetta or perhaps the Khalid?
That's the thing, is the Khalid can go forever, but the Benedetta has just on a higher uptime. Like, without Rampaging Sandstorm, Stu is just better off staying in his lane, right? But Benedetta can just call it quits. Curtizi can just call it and say, you know what, I'm done here. Like, I'm not getting anything from you. This lane is effectively dead, so I'm going to go ahead and visit mid. Let's see what Hajizi's up to. So I think that's what's going to happen. But right now, going into the second phase of banning, we're waiting on Todak. What else is missing from Omega Esports? They need a mid laner, and there's one taken out, Luoyi.
Oh, man. Luoyi definitely is going to be pretty much of a disruption, especially when you could just teleport away with the ultimate in that sort of sense. So with that being removed, they definitely would have actually have less of worries, but Link being banned away is definitely going to be a really interesting ban because Omega Esports, do correct me if I'm wrong, but they do use Link for themselves too, but if they were to be getting that Link for themselves, it will be pretty much of a greedy pick knowing that Todak now does have the priority.
Yep. And I think there will be no room for the Ling given that Yusun Shin is already here, unless this is a side lane Yusun Shin. Gold lane Yusun Shin is not unheard of, not impossible, but I think that it is a little too tight. It is a little too tight.
Yeah.
So they take out the Ling themselves, while on the other hand, last ban for Todak is going to be the Farsa. I think they are just on a one-track mind right now. Yelly Haze, you're not going to get any of these good mid-heroes.
Yeah, I definitely think that Farsa is a very safe way to go for Todak. They have already have a very clear mind of what they want. They want to force them in towards the corner or just going for the pickups. You can see every single one of the heroes that Todak has picked right here is capable of a very easy dive. So they can all move in together, have that sort of mobility to just get back out as well. And if they keep going in for those pickups, I think that Omega Esports might be bleeding out if they were to be punished for it.
Yep, this is essentially MOBA fundamentals. It's the battle of yin and yang. It's the dive comp versus the poke comp, and we're here seeing them complete both their puzzles. 2 more picks per side, and we have Todak going for 1 more here. They're lacking a solid tank. I wonder what E1 has left in the tank. Get it? He's the tank player.
Yeah, I'm pretty much getting it right in. So, back in the days when Grok used to be a thing, he was one of the best Grok players around. But now that that's off the table, maybe a Boxia or who knows, Gacha could even be working in a certain way. But I'm not even sure if that's the case. But okay, and we are going to be getting Formation with the Cho. Tank Cho? Possible?
Or another side laner, right? This is the Todak formula. Still a strong believer in the 1-3-1, which, by the way, I still believe is just as impressive. Still efficient. I mean, the whole XP lane and gold lane from Project Next should not have killed the strategy. If anything, it made it better.
Oh, indeed. And, it would be even more interesting if all of them actually go on like a full offense build and just try to go all in on this one, but of course somebody's got to neutralize it at one point, and Ruby's gonna be coming into the picture alongside with an Eudora. So let's talk through this, all right? So I definitely think that there's a whole lot of crowd control coming in from Omega Esports to actually suppress all these sort of firepower coming in from the side of Todak, but the answer with the Akai.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe this is the best tank in the game right now. Given how outplays are all the more possible, you have a solid body, and the damage output, it's not nothing. So yeah, this is going to be Tank Akai, 2 side laners in Cho and Khalid for Todak. While Omega Esports, you did mention they have a solid amount of CC, and I do understand it's more of just targeted CC. It's single point and click precision CC coming in from Omega Esports, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a matter of time. We're loading into the land of Dawn. Omega Esports versus Todak. The Philippines versus Malaysia. Again, Contra, this is going to set the pace for the rest of M2. Not just the group stages, but even into the playoffs. Because 2 series per day, we're basically halfway through the first.
That's right, and now, of course, have a glimpse to your favorite players on deck. Of course, you got Moon, always with his slick hair, and they are pretty much unfazed. We're going to be going in towards our very first game in a real short bit, and here we go. And towards the land of Dawn for Game 1 in the M2 World Championship of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Over right here with me, casting alongside, is definitely going to be Leo Gaming, and I'm Contra. And we will not forget to thank Singtel, our partners in esports to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calling and get the edge you need on your road to Mystic and Mlbb with Singtel.
Oh, look at this. Heat starting it up strong. Again, this is going to be key. You gotta bother Chiku. You gotta take away these purples, these oranges, and the Serpent's still alive. Maybe a third of health left. Heath is just working his mask. He's saying, you know what, this is a non-starter. Could not get it.
Oh, he actually dives in a little bit late to the scene, and it might just be punished. He's already used his flicker as well. He needs to get out of this, and I believe that chunk of health left, he's got to back away.
Oh, Curtisi super aggressive up top, cutting the lane already. I do believe this is maybe just the second or third wave. Oh, the duel! It's happening! Maze already goes in for the flicker. That's out. Curtisi looking for a dash. Can he find him in the bush? Oh, he gets it!
Whoa!
That's first blood for Omega Esports.
Just look at that blow, and Curtsy still at it once again. And E1 tries to finish him off, and he managed to make it out!
What?
Absolutely insane! Omega Esports not only got the first blood, but he makes it out alive.
With relative impunity. Not the team, but the fact that he was not punished at all. That was a big three-man rotation sent in by Todak, and in mid, that's gonna be Moon being hit by the Mountain Shocker, survives with just a sliver of health as well.
Yeah, and I am definitely excited to see what goes up next. A lot of all these flickers have already popped up from the side of Todak, and they are forced to play passive all the way. Now, Kenji is also controlling his lane relatively well, so if they were to choose to roam, definitely could be great.
Now, looking at this, we got it all wrong during the draft, I must admit.
Yeah.
It's actually the Ruby and the Khalid, and then the Benedetta and the Cho facing off. Now, Heath just checking the bush, seeing who wants in. E1 goes for the bite, now starting this very first turtle. Again, we talked about this in the pre-game discussion. Counters and timers are just way up. That's the first turtle going over to Omega.
Yeah, and Omega Esports, like we said, really put the pedal to the metal on this one as they managed to really rake in on the goal. They're already 1K ahead, and he forces E1 to back away. He has to find a different angle to perhaps give a little bit of support heading down towards the bottom side. But oh, Yelly Haze to be having some danger right here.
Ooh, there's a Mountain Shocker alongside the ejector. Oh, they're going to go for the neck, and Moon goes down. E1 survives. Not much he could do to help out his mid laner, and now Chiku. BMI out, goes for the duel. That's going to be the blazing duet. Oh, it's not a duel if it's a 2v1, and he's out.
Yeah, he knows he's got no business there being a 2v1, and all he can do is just get as much of those creeps as possible. And now Kenji possibly will be just, you know, doing what he can just to sustain, and Stu will just be quite an annoyance to deal with.
Yeah, Contra, let me make a quick prediction here, and let's say a call. Hold up before that. Nice ejector, three-man rotation. Not much Stu could have done. I was going to say, if that didn't happen, and these two side laners here, top and bottom, just continue doing what they did, it would be a slow crawl win for Omega. It's because they're winning these side lanes, right? But then Heath comes in with the massive rotation.
Indeed, and you just see that Todak haven't seemed to find a way to respond to this at all. This is not what they're used to in the early game, and it's really costing them a lot. Now, you can see 3-0, but all you have to do is just to hold on and eventually look for that mid-game fight. But oh, Winter Dragon in towards the mid side. As you can see, Boone dies in as well. Yeah, Lee Hayes gets caught out, and it's gonna be Eve. They'll be forcing the flicker out of Maze, and he finally pops that away.
Nice Hurricane Dance to save himself, Heath, and Hajizi. There's not enough damage between the both of them, so even E1 gets away, even Moon survives. Now, real quick, big fight in the river. There's a rampaging sandstorm. Stu gets one. Down goes Hajizi. The machine needs some maintenance.
Oh, man. Speaking of the machine here, he's going to be flipping Moon over like a burger patty, and man, he definitely doesn't want any of that sort of pressure going on. He's going to be backing away, but fixing back down and towards the bottom side of the map, we do see Kenji just enjoying his time over on the bottom side after getting that one pick off. And of course, that might just happen again to that Khalid if he's not careful enough. But over the PZ side, the 1v1 is commencing.
I love it how top lane here is all about just the mechanically skilled heroes. It's just, yeah, the Shunpos and just the dashes on the Cho versus the parries coming in from Cortese, and the dashes is infinite, right? But right now, look at this. Kenji, with the help of Hajizi, of course, off camera. That's going to be the Mount Shocker checking him out. Ooh, trap set in. Quick take on the turtle first for a good fight. Here we go, charging it up. Let's see what happens. Blazing the Wet out. Chico, I love how he's so disciplined.
Yeah, he's definitely holding on towards the trigger at the moment, and Burmese is just getting as much vision as he can. Just looking at the itemization right now, we do have Stu already having half the season. Oh, it's going to be Heath that will be able to pull E1 right in. And that is definitely quite a worrisome affair, but well, we do have the Demon Hunter sword out as well for the side of Chiku, so that's going to be great.
Yeah, but right now there's a top lane fight here extending into the river. E1 just hops out. 1,000-pounder to save himself. Oh, there's a flicker and an arrow for good measure by Moon, saving his teammate, and that's going to be another failed engage. Okay, so the first 5 minutes were relatively action-packed, and I think these two teams now respect each other a little more. Now May's looking for an engagement, and he backs out. Arrow finds no target. Blazing the Wet by Chiku, going 1v1 against Kenji. Yeah, I don't think Kenji should pick this fight. He'd get kited.
Yeah, definitely he has already had a lot of his HP down, but he gets back up, quickly regens, and all the way back in. Stu is going to be engaging right here with the Sandstorm, and this 1v1 is not looking in favor of the side of Kenji. He opts out with the flicker.
That's going to be a fight that he does not want to pick up. And, ooh, Maze already picking up the Blade of Despair. He means business as he takes these smaller creep camps up top. But now, that is a Hurricane Dance that E1 regrets. And there's an ejector on the Chiku. The first death for the jungle player, for Todak. And there's some revenge on the Yelly Haze. But Hajizi gets the third one. Will there be a fourth? No, it's going to be a trade instead. Heath is still alive. How did Heath survive?
I don't understand. They went in 1 by 1 and easily give up the mid lane tower. And Omega Esports just got so many freebies going their way. They're definitely enjoying what they can possibly take at the moment.
Not a single turtle missed, and now they're going to take their third after that quick rotation and conversion in mid after what I believe was a 3-for-1.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's not even worth it for them to really dive in towards the side of Heath. Like, what do you actually get by just shutting down a jaw hit? Absolutely nothing. And now E1 getting caught out again, and you can just see Heath is just in every single one of these team fights.
And already Mr. Fundamentals, as some folks would like to call him, sitting at 1-0-5. And here's the thing, Contra, do note, he is playing with Pull Yourself Together, so you kill him, he comes back all the sooner. He doesn't care.
That's right, Leo. Like, all you have to focus on is all these certain hyper carries coming out online. And one more injector all the way to the back. They cast a Selena, and Moon is out of it. Picture right now. Omega 8-3.
Wow, Moon was just thinking like about what he's gonna have for lunch, and he's like, hold up, there's 3 members of Omega on me. I was not planning for that, and I think Todak, they were thinking maybe a step ahead, and they were like about to rotate, but it was just too late. Again, the fact that Yelia is here, has the Eudora, means he's playing for the neck. He's playing for keeps, and there's another one. Ejector into the back. E1 goes for the Hurricane Dance. They just need one more hit, and not enough Smart Missiles to finish the job, and there's a hook in by Kenji. Going for the finish is Hajizi. That's a double. Moon goes down finally, and another turret.
Well, what can I say? It's just a straight-up stomp right now, where you could just see Heath outright bullying this Akai. Every single time he sees that panda's gonna go extinct, and seems like there's gonna be another one biting the dust. And once more, E1 goes down.
Ooh, Stu tried to help. I see that. Stu tried to help. Goes in with the Rampaging Sandstorm. I'll stun him. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's not enough. He survives. He goes back in. And I think Quick Sand Guard would have been a little too dangerous, given that Yelly Haze was there as well. Could have gone for the stun, stop the shenanigans. And right now, the map is looking mad blue, Contra. It's looking mad blue. And Omega Esports, this is what they're good at. Again, they know the steps between A, B, and C. You take it to like maybe J and K, things get a little shady, but it's not going to happen because they get another one. Stu goes down in mid. Kenji gets caught out. Oh, he hooks him in. He hooks him in. They despair. They. I'm sorry. I'm losing my words. It's because it's just too crazy. What was that? The flicker and hook. The flicker and hook.
Wow. We got to catch a replay if we can, because that was absolute beauty. I'm lost for words, but you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead, take the Lord. I think Todak is pretty much done for now.
That was ridiculous. That was what, 3 people underneath the turret. He goes for the hook, flickers away, feeds Chico and the rest into the rest of Omega Esports. That's the wrong team, but you know what I'm saying? Like these stickers, yeah, they're in other groups, but wow, Omega Esports sitting at 14-3.
That's right, and maybe they're sending signals. It's like, hey, Alter Ego, are you watching this? Like, we're coming after you next.
Evos SG, check it out.
Oh yeah, and the list goes on. I wonder how many more stickers do we see, because early on we saw Moon pop up that M1 sticker, but yep, this Hurricane Down is going to be setting up, and they might just actually get Heat right across, but he is in safety. Stu gets caught out instead, and Curtizi looking for blood, hunting for Chiku as well as Moon. He's already inside of the enemy space.
What?
And he doesn't care. Drop that missile arrow as much as you may. I will take out your inhibitor turret on the top lane.
He caught it with much gusto. He's like, I'll take it. Don't give it to Hajizi. I'll take it. Now Chico running for his life in his own base. This is not a good spot to be if you are Todak. And it looks like they're just focusing on the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just 11 minutes and 15 seconds in. Mid lane gonna be as well. The next target, another ejector onto E1. And ladies and gentlemen, it's just a matter of time. That's gonna be game 1 going over to Omega Esports.
And now the Philippines will top the groups. At the moment, Omega really represented it well, with them hungry for the first win, and the champions of MYSG will suffer a first round defeat. But hey, all's not over just yet, because this is just 1 out of 3 games in this best of 3 format. So we see that perhaps 2 more to go.
Yep, this is what, a 12-minute game, maybe even under, and I don't know, Todak, they had a solid draft, and in the first maybe 6 or 7 minutes, it looked like Chiku had it going still. But man, at every single front, it seems like Omega Esports knew exactly what to do. Again, to go from point A, B, and C. We'll hear more about this from our analyst in just a bit. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to thank Tumi for being the partner or sponsor in M2, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
That's right. Of course, players have been traveling all across the globe for this grand event, and with that, they could definitely have their luggages all secured with Tumi. And not forgetting, we've been here for a while. We've gone through quarantine, and to keep our players safe and protected, M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for a total of 180 days. So yeah, you can definitely say that this whole place here is all safe. And with that, to find out more about what SUTL Environment offers, visit sdsf.com. And well, yeah, that's a whole lot to talk about here, but still, I'm pretty sure the fans have something to say, right?
Yep. For you guys at home, I know your bodies might be ready for the matches, but are you ready for more? Throughout the tournament, we'll be announcing various giveaways from Razer, M2's official gaming gear partner. So keep your eyes and ears peeled. My guy, if the fans at home are ready, I don't know if we are, man. You heard me right. This is my job. I do this for a living, but I've been losing my words ever since that one last crazy fight underneath the turret.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, the best person to talk about this possibly wouldn't be us, because there's going to be another eye watching from across, and, of course, that's going to be a LaFell that will be breaking down some of these matches later on. What an interesting game it was, and we're definitely excited to see what will be happening in Game 2. But before that, let's pass it over to our dear analyst. It's LaFell that will be bringing you the entirety of the breakdown.
Hello, thank you guys. And yes, my name is LaFell, and you guys are watching the analyst segment with me, where we'll be breaking down the game between Todak and Omega, where, in my personal opinion, there's actually a lot of layers that we have to break down. So I'm gonna break it down real quick. Number one is the draft. Even though I completely agree with both Leo and Contra, where they're just covering all of their bases, just banning out all of the good picks. However, if we really look at Todak's draft, they're really aiming for the side lanes, the Esmeralda, the Yuzong, and then later on, the second phase of the bans, they ban out their the enemy's mid lane. So we can definitely see that Todak, they do not want a bad side lane matchup as well as a mid lane matchup. And in this game, we can definitely see that going on, where the first fight between Courtesy as well as Formace. The thing about Formace, win or lose, he will always go for that 1v1. He will always try to get something going, even if that means that he's gonna die. Unfortunately for him, the matchup between Cho as well as the Benedetta with the eye for an eye, canceling out the crowd control as well as initiating the stun back onto Cho, wins him that 1v1, and then it kinda triggers every single thing happening throughout the match, where unfortunately Team Todak, I agree with Leo, where Chiku really looked like he could have been that guy that brings out the real Todak back into the game. However, there were so many botched attempts. But right now, let's look at the itemization between both of these teams. And right now, let's look at Yelly Haze with the Eudora, because this Eudora pick almost solidifies the win for Omega Esports, because as you guys can see, he already has the Lightning Transient and he is on the way of creating his Holy Crystal. And once Eudora gets that amazing burst from its ultimate, Chiku will not really have a chance to go forward and do anything. Like, as long as Yelly Haze is not targeted, he can just stay in the bush or any kind of safe distance. And the moment Chiku or the Claude goes in with the Blazing Duet, will get bursted down very, very fast, instantly winning the team fight for Omega. So honestly, even during the pick and ban phase with the Eudora pick, Omega Esports, in my opinion, they have won the draft. But either way, this is the first game. We have at least one more game to go, where either Omega will secure 2 points or Todak can push us to a third game. Chiku, unfortunately, even though he already finished his Demon Sword as well as the Golden Staff, which is the core items for Claude, the setup was not there, where we can see in the mid lane, Iwan made a crucial mistake and then brought everyone else with him, where he went into the bush with 3 members of Omega there, and even the Todak, they should have backed off. They realized their tank is gone. Their main source of crowd control is not there, they might as well just back. But right now, let's look at the guy that made it all happen. Let's look at the MVP of Omega Esports, which will be going to Heath with the Jawhead. Yeah, he didn't deal that much damage, but look at the KDA, 1011. He's looking really, really good as Mr. Fundamental, not really making any mistakes. He knows what he has to do, go in front and then pull someone back. Especially the roam down bottom after Ruby with the I'm Offended, pulling Stu out of his turret, and then the Jawhead just continues with the ejector, and then after that, ejector after ejector, forcing Team Todak to be away from the team, or better yet, forcing them to be out of position, giving the kills over to his team, only securing 1 kill for himself. So congratulations to Heath for getting the MVP of the first game of the M2 World Championships. But again, this is just the opening series. We have more games after this. But according to the first game, as we see here, perhaps Todak is feeling a little bit nervous, where we can see E1 was not that comfortable with the Akai. Even though Chiku looked really, really solid on his Claude, the Akai didn't do well. The Cho losing out the 1v1, as well as the Selena not really making any kind of aggressive plays. He mainly stayed in the mid lane, not much rotations to the side lanes, but to be fair, with the advantage that Omega has. And as Leo stated, Team Omega Esports, they are very disciplined. And the thing about disciplined teams, whenever they have an advantage, they hold that advantage. They make sure that the enemy will have very little chances of coming back. But anyway, that's it for me. Right now, we'll be going to the second match, so back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Lafel. Once more, our analyst back in the caster's desk. My name is Leo, joined here by Contra, and we would like to all welcome you back to game number 2. Special thanks to our sponsor, by the way, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store and in major e-commerce in Singapore, or you can just visit secretlab.co. All right, that's one game down, and possibly 2 more coming, if ever.
Possible, definitely possible in every sort of a retrospect. But of course, before we forget, of course, we'd like to thank Singtel, as well as, of course, we would also like to thank PvP Esports, our partners in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. So make sure you guys check that out. So with that being said, you guys can also unlock your front row seats to the 5G future with Singtel, Singapore's fastest 5G network. To follow us on Singtel, whether it's on Instagram, make sure you guys do so.
So, we are about to lock into game number 2 here, and I don't think there's a bone in me that disagrees with Lafel awarding MVP to the Jawhead, to Heath.
It has to be. Like, you just look at this Jawhead, he's absolutely everywhere. Like we were talking about, hey, Akai is possibly the best tank in the current meta, and, well, the best tank looked like it was the worst tank in game 1, because he actually bullied him out where the Akai could hardly even get in for those perfect hurricane dances.
Yep, of the 4 or 5 maybe solid hurricane dances we saw, maybe just 1 or 2 of them were aggressive. The rest were just running away from this mad Jawhead. It was ridiculous. This Jawhead started the game possibly in the best place possible. That is, trying to take away the buffs from Chiku, right? But we'll talk more about that right before the draft begins. We're a minute away from the game. But for now, we were pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess, Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30. New upgrading system, blessing, new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and a free trial of advanced skins awaits you. And of course, we all invite you to log in on January 30th to claim your free permanent skin. We're calling this Battle Night.
Oh yeah, definitely going to be having some great battles across. So, free permanent skin, what's not to like? And I'm pretty sure there's a whole lot of Cho users all across the globe that will be able to enjoy this. So with that, game number 2 is going to be up next. So after seeing what came in, that early level Benedetta really was a big problem.
You're right. You're right. MVP Jawhead, but there is also a big onus to get rid of the Benedetta.
Yeah, and not only that, I felt like there's so many threats coming from all angles, but of course, I wouldn't really count the Ruby as the highest of threats in this sort of way, because
except for that one time.
That one time where that set up towards Khalid, it really feels bad because it was just by the edges right there that he managed to just land it perfectly, and wow, from that moment on, they know the first tier turrets all will just be handed over to Omega.
Yeah, and again, it's an easy route for Omega if they know it's a straight line between A, B, and C. So I think key for Todak here is this weird? Do you agree with me here? It's not in the draft. The draft is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Todak in the play, Omega answering back. I don't know how you feel about this, Contra, but I don't think it all lies in the draft. They had a solid draft, Todak did, but it's in the gameplay.
Exactly, and when we talk about the gameplay here, of course, Todak really has to move more proactively across the map. And of course, with the early game being so, they aren't allowed to do that, especially when they started off with Heath trying to hijack on towards the buff side of things, and they immediately know, okay, they're starting on the purple side, so perhaps later on they can just easily set up the pressure on towards the other opposing lane. Now, back towards the draft itself, we already have Yuzong as well as Esmeralda being banned away, Natalia as well. Pretty much similar to what we saw back in Game 1, if you ask me.
Yeah, these are literally the same heroes taken out. I wonder at what point Game 2 is going to change. Because if it's literally the same thing, then we can expect the same results, right? And so far, that's another hero from Game 1 banned out.
Yeah, and the only difference that we do have here is Todak's going to be opening with the first
for
pick.
sure, for
so,
sure.
Maybe a little bit of a stealing of hero pools from the opposing side of Game 1 might just happen right here because, you know, they absolutely forgot about the Benedetta. But whoever forgets about the Brody right here is going to be losing out. So Todak can actually force Omega Esports to take that Brody ban again.
I hope it's not a matter of forgetting to ban a hero, right? Because how crazy is that? That you lost because, oh, we forgot the hero. I'm pretty sure it was on top of their minds as well. It's just we did not expect it to be that potent, right? There's a new ban right there, man. Todak taking out the Cho. And of course, Omega Esports still sticking to their guns. We don't want no Brody.
Yeah, indeed. And with that, I honestly don't feel like the Cho was the biggest of threat, but of course it was crucial for the side of Omega Esports to really go in to shuttle his way to the setups. But they are still prioritizing a first pick on the Selena. I'm not too certain if the second time's the charm, but hey, if it works, yeah, I guess it works.
They want Moon to be ready. I think that's what it is, right? Picking up a Selena early game ensures that you have good vision and you have maximum range to engage. And that's up to you. That's great for Todak, but you're right. I'm not so sure if that's what they need right now, especially that their first pick and now Omega. Man, as the mantra goes, don't fix what's now broken.
Yeah, and I really want to see if it's going to be exactly the same because I'm seeing Jahid, I'm seeing the Yishun Shin again. Now, going in, this is what I talked about, stealing off the Benedetta. And oh boy, what do we have here on Stu?
That's Lapu Lapu. So essentially, it's being spelled out right here, Contra. This is essentially saying we want our ones in the 1-3-1 to be the strongest there can be. So what better than a Benedetta and a Lapu Lapu?
Yeah, I gotta say that Lapu Lapu could possibly hold out his lane really, really well and still put in that sort of pressure. So I guess Todak feels a lot more confident with this sort of change that they do have on board. So for Mace now with the pressure to perform as compared to what we saw early on where Cortese was an absolute beast.
Ooh, speaking of Cortese, they go ahead and round out their first phase of picks with a side lane 1-1. I prefer the 1-1 in the side lane. I'm pretty sure a lot of teams do as well. So now going into the second phase of banning, they get rid of the possible predators to the prey. That is the soft marksman. That's going to be the link taken out for Omega. What is left for Chiku, though? I feel I can smell a Lancelot ban coming up soon.
It might just be coming up next, but hey, there's still a plethora of things that they really have to consider. Like, honestly, they possibly will be banning away those tanks. And are you sure you want to go for that Ruby ban?
I don't know, dude. Again, I told you that one moment underneath that second tier mid lane turret, that was a thing of magic. I'm pretty sure when Kenji retires, whatever day that comes in, this is going to be one of those highlights.
Yeah, and I think right now with that target ban, like he knows, okay, Kenji's the last pick right now. So we're going to be limiting some of these sort of pull, but hey, I felt like Todak here is just having a little bit of knee-jerk effect. Like you got hit once and you
very
really
reactive. Very reactive, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that Kenji has a lot of other plans, but now that it's being disrupted a little bit, Omega Esports have taken the time to think, and what's that final ban gonna be like?
Oh, I see. All right. So instead of just going all in on no Lancelot, no Ling, they're going, all right, no Ling, no Harith. I see. Harith might be a better, a worse foil to a 1-1, given how mobile this little white-haired boy is, despite being, for years on end now, being such a menace in Mobile Legends.
Indeed, and no matter how many nerfs you throw to him, he's still pretty much relevant to the scene and, well, definitely have a heart in the most regions itself. So last M1, we did see them really playing out an insane Harith, so I guess
he's the skin, dude.
Yeah, definitely is the skin.
It's the championship skin.
So are we calling in for a Clint coming in because he did receive that M2 skin buff in a way? So Loyi being banned away, we are going to be having our final two picks for both respective teams, and that starts off with Omega here, as Yelly Hayes has to really go in either they have to steal away some of all these priority, well, could I say priority mages right here? Because they really do have most of the stuff that they need already.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of stealing. It's because Todak, again, they, spent their mage pick already on the Selena, which I think opens it up for Omega Esports. So these two teams are playing on very different wavelengths.
Yeah.
They're thinking about priorities in a different order. And I think so far, it's going well for Omega Esports because it's open for them. And there you go. Kenji says, hey man, give it to me first. Let me get my hero first. And they get the Tams, which by the way, is in not in any threat of being stolen away because they don't need it. So there's a nice win though.
Oh boy,
this other little boy, he's been on the up and up.
Okay, we haven't seen Harley in a while, so
Jungle Harley though. I think it's a Jungle Harley.
I think so too. This is honestly extremely exciting. Well, we talked to a few people, some coaches and analysts as well, that this is an up-and-coming pick that people should be looking out for. For what reason? Well, of course, great mobility, great burst, as well as, well, making a great escape. But now, completing that draft, we are seeing a Tigro, are we?
Yeah, but that's going to be on E1 right here, this handsome man on screen, which interacts very well with Jawhead. The first time I saw this, I have to admit, was at the MPLI. When people started picking up Tigreal, I'm like, why are y'all playing Tigreal? It's because you ejector him and he likes it. He's saying, thank you, implosion. That's exactly well read by Todak. Now Omega Esports, they do have one small advantage. They can cover up, they can clean up any weaknesses, shore up any vulnerabilities in their lineup to try and counter what Todak brought onto the table, which I have to admit is a great draft. I do like what Todak brings here.
Yeah, but on the side of Omega as well, if they were to hit that mid-late game phase with a breeze, then they will have not much of a problem. Okay, Yelly Haze is coming right back at it again. So, what do you think of the draft here being responded?
Unorthodox, extremely unconventional. The last time I saw Omega play Sylvana, it was on Heath, and it was more of the tank Sylvana, let's just call it that, tank support Sylvana, wherein she uses Imperial Justice to pin someone down and burst him. This way, it seems to be a more of mage Sylvana. I'm wondering now how Omega will execute this, how they will perform. And yeah, I'm glad to know that LaFell agrees with me. This is a great draft for Todak.
Yeah.
Finessing in that Harley, chef's kiss.
Oh man, a lot more kisses will be flying up in the air. Of course, shows these players some love here. Of course, support your favorite teams throughout the entirety of the M2 World Championship run. Now, Todak has already suffered a deficit in terms of, the points.
They feel the pressure. They feel the pressure.
Indeed, you can see none of these guys are actually talking all too much because they are now focused on winning this upcoming match here, and we are already in the Land of Dawn for Game 2 as Omega takes on Todak again. Now, with Todak switching over to the blue side, things are going to be getting more interesting, and Eve is doing the same exact thing where he did back in Game 1, disrupting the buff.
Yep, this is just what he does. Missed the fundamental, back at it again, clocking in, 30 seconds. He's saying, Chiku, I want your buff. I want your buff. I wonder if he can hit the ejector just right. He did do exactly as he should. I mean, this is what happened in Game 1 as well.
Yeah, and man, he's such an annoyance to be playing against. But Burmese doing exactly the same, but he is trying to find a little bit of a sweet escape. Not going to be too much of a problem, but what's happening here to E1?
Oh, that's going to be a push onto Heath. Curtisi trying to get a few beads onto E1, misses one weak spot to fully unlock. Well, no ults yet, but it is just additional damage. So right now, Heath just making circle 8 movements around the river.
Yeah, and with that, he's going to be going at it again. And what a setup coming from E1. This time he replies, he responds, and Yelly Haze might just be first blood, but he survives!
What? Spiral Strangling able to put enough sustainability onto Yelly Haze to spare Omega Esports, surrendering that first blood. Stu, I wonder what Stu was up to.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Why is he at less than half health?
Yeah, like, that's not supposed to happen in these early level trades. In fact, like, he's going to be losing some sort of the pressure up on his lane for the moment, but Chico's already challenging the River Crab. He's going to be forcing his way out, and Formace getting some pokes.
All right. Given that Todak's lineup, as we said, is a little more well-rounded, scaling, we got to give up to Omega Esports.
Indeed. And, I guess the longer this game takes, it's going to be taking more. Oh! Todak tags in for that first blood. Ooh. And Chico will fall right up next. As you can see, Hajizi just poking in from quite a distance, and Yelly Haze will be the next one being focused by Todak.
Oh, Curtizi off camera taking down Formaze, and that's going to be a trade left and right. It's violence all over the Land of Dawn in this early stages of game number 2. 2 for 2 so far, not even 2 minutes 30 seconds in, and I do believe Todak may have had it better. I mean, they wish they had it better because they had to lose Chiku.
Indeed, and there's going to be a little bit of pause, so we can definitely talk through what exactly happened right there. Yes, Todak did get the first blood in that sort of instance, but of course, having a little bit of trading being done, and like you said, Chiku went down. Like, that is definitely a case where, you know, he's going to suffer a slight deficit at this sort of moment, but Todak definitely responded well in such a way that they learned from game 1 and they understand that Omega really wants to go in for the contest for the early turtle. So this is how they actually adapted really well.
Yep, I think they understood that this team right here, Omega Esports, they want every single turtle, and they met. It was a duel. It's one of those old school confrontations, and Moon drawing first blood. He set up the traps all over the turtle pit already, and I guess the best thing that they could have done was go for a positive trade. But again, looking at the current standings, ladies and gentlemen, they had to lose out on Chiku, and they had to lose out on Formaze, which I believe was the worst possible trade.
Yeah, and of course, the Yushin also got that kill in hand.
Got one,
So he's going to be having himself amped up with that one kill on the back end. I would say that what I really like seeing from both sides is where when they initiate on towards the buff skill attempts. Of course, he does look better as compared to E1. Well, Tigreal on the early levels, if you expended your skills, you're going to be walking pretty slowly. So he has to force that flicker away. But they have thought that, okay, we got this tank out of the way, but he kept coming back. So they also managed to burn a little bit more of those sort of the spell resources at that point. But
good point, and point taken. That is one death, both on Formaze and Chiku, but yeah, let's consider there's quite a bit of resources as well taken away from Omega in the long run. So maybe this is Todak investing in this first turtle, like we're going to make this really hard for you, so the next one that comes up is all the more harder. And I think this is key to just building up to what we would like to call slowing down the power spike. I do believe at around maybe 11 to 12 minutes, if Omega Esports have not been hindered hard enough by Todak, if they were not put down deep enough, then these two marksmen, the 1-1 and the Hajizi's Yusun Shin, they're just gonna start doing whatever they want.
Exactly, and glad that we are resuming back in towards the match already. Now, stuns are coming up towards the side of E1 as we are seeing more and more members invested in towards getting that turtle coming from the side of Todak. But look at Omega, they're responding really well. 3-man pushing inwards through the jungle, and they're trying to catch Chiku. Very greedy response coming from the side of Keep, and he gets punished.
This is not going to be good for Mr. Fundamental as Turtle goes over to Omega, and there you go, Iwan trapping down one. Kenji takes out Chiku. I think that's worth it already. Popping the Contra Inferno here, facing down against 4. Kenji will not survive. Formaze slays him. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, I guess this is an interesting trade where, of course, you try to forsake 2 members for the side of the Turtle. But, you know, it's a long-term investment, and they're looking for the mid to late game that we're talking about.
Yep, actually, I admit it's a 2-for-1, right? And the reason why is because actually Heath was also taken out. But again, note, ladies and gentlemen, the put yourself together. His death timers are just lower.
Yeah, indeed, and it's still very early into this game. it's not going to be all too punishing at all. And Cortese has made a big purchase.
Corrosion Scythe already, so I guess he's just one more away, possibly a Demon Hunter sword or a Golden Staff, and this one's ready to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty much looking forward to see what he's got to offer later on. But judging for the fact that you can see Formy's also going in with the axe as well, so they're going to be faring just about fine. As Todak having Stu really holding himself well, but over on the side of E1, we have a fight.
Ooh, ejector into the back lines. E1 barely survives, but there's enough smart missiles to just put him down, barely alive. But there's a flicker spent, and E1's still alive!
What?
E1's still alive!
He's not supposed to stand after that. Like, I'm blabbering words, and over the top side here, you see Kenji being forced down. One tick of health left.
Deadly Magic's not enough to take him down, so I guess that's touche for both Todak and Omega.
Yeah, just click and respond. It's a little bit of push and pull going on for both sides, but you get to see how well Todak has changed after the first matchup. Now, this is what we are in for, and they are looking pretty much well in shape. Gabe now trying to catch out this Tigreal, but they're aiming for Moon instead.
Yep, do note, ladies and gentlemen, E1 has no more implosion. Cortese looking low. There you go, gonna dash in. Uses the Electo final blow, taking out Cortese. 1-1 slain. That's the Imperial Justice catching no one. Yelly Hayes taken out 2-0, currently in favor of Todak, and they are gonna disengage. Omega says, let's Delta out of here. There's nothing for us to get.
Yeah, and Todak has found himself 2 kills up right now, and pretty much a free total without any sort of contest coming from Omega. They get really pushed in towards the lower side of the turrets as well. So consider this a big macro play coming in from the side of Todak after that big fight.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I agree with all my heart. Todak definitely won that fight. They won the engagement, and they have secured their lead. I'd say maybe 1.5k gold. And now that's Formy's ejector out, gonna be dashing through, and he survived.
Yeah, it's really gonna be hard to catch Formy's, and this is definitely the super rookie that we're talking about coming from the Malaysian side, which we saw early on. He was actually getting a lot of heat coming in from game 1, you know, getting bullied out by the Benedetta. Now that he's having the Benedetta, he's doing exactly the same, but, you know, haven't really said for sure that, oh, I actually won this lane against this one, but he's pretty much a hit right now.
Yep, and just like that picks up the brute force breastplate. So I'm pretty sure he can survive like more engagements. Now there's another deadly magic onto Kenji. Popping the Cotter Inferno with the Mountain Shocker to help him out. Oh, from the back in comes Heat. There's the unstoppable force. Oh, Chiku just able to save himself out, and an ejector to try to get him slain, but he survives with just a sliver of health left. This is 4 members of Omega Esports in the top lane, and they have lethal intentions for this turret.
That's right, and the Cavalry has a wrap coming from the side of Omega Esports. They really want the turret, but there's not enough minions to do anything at all. So they will actually go in for a reset and opt to find some opportunities elsewhere. But hey, really interesting trait that both actually responded well just to defend their own members. And well, you can just see he was just a little inch away from actually getting his grasp on towards his party picks. But, you know, he just uses all these utilities to be able to actually get the cross. And this guy, after scoring the MVP, a lot of all this attention is drawing upon him from Todak.
Yeah, and I think with good reason, right? With good reason. Now there's another ejector onto Moon. Yelly Hayes hits the Imperial Justice, takes down E1. Not much the tank can do. Solo, oh sorry, that's Stu able to get away. That's a trade so far. E1 for Yelly Hayes. I wonder where else they can go. Stu destroyed here by Cortese. 2-for-1 currently, and for the first time, Omega is able to breathe.
Yeah, and this is a very bad moment for the side of Todak because this turtle will definitely go over to the side of Omega Esports with the advantage in hand. And perhaps she could go into hopefully retreat, but it's a very big risk that they don't want to take anyways. And he's pretty much far away on the bot side, so Don't even think about it.
Yep, it's one thing to be mobile with a Harley, but not that mobile.
Yeah.
It's a little too far. I think they are just going to go for the trade here. Top lane for bottom, but there's an answer from Omega Esports. Curtizi gets the beats, and that's the ult. The crossbow of Tang has been activated, but Formaze knows exactly how to use the parries, and he's still alive. Curtizi pops the Aegis. Oh, and he takes down the Benedetta with Heath barely getting away. Electo, final blow, not enough to get him away. That's going to be a 1 for none in favor of Omega.
That was a beautiful fight, and you can see you both actually walk out of that sort of fight battered, and of course Formaze was the one falling out right there. So I guess that was pretty much a couple of millimeters away from death for members of the side of Omega Esports, but right now they're just evening the scores in terms of those kills. Only one deficit, but hey, it doesn't mean too much because they got what they need.
Another one, ladies and gentlemen. Unstoppable Force plus the Imperial Justice locks it in. Another one. Moon goes down. Curtizi is on line. Stu gets quite a bit of damage, and that's two members of Todak not in fighting form. Formaze gets away, tries to protect his lane once more, trying to catch Heath off guard. And how the tables have turned, Contra. Omega Esports are now back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and Leo, I just can't help but to look at how well Omega Esports execute things. And speaking of which, one more free kill up in the mid lane while Formaze is being forced away. This is going to be a siege, but Curtizi is getting a little bit of pressure, but Formaze dashes all the way back. And he will be able to shut down that 1-1, but he will still get stopped by the rest of the members of Omega.
Excuse me, that was another Imperial Justice laid down by Yelly Haze. I could have sworn he just used it in mid, and now he used it on to Formaze to lock in the Benedetta. And ladies and gentlemen, they're trading. Yes, Curtizi was taken out, but not without a punish. Not without a punish. Formaze did not walk away.
Yeah, I definitely think that as much as Yelly Haze is a sacrificial lamb in certain scenarios, but he has been locking down the correct targets as necessary. And, well, we got Immortality up, so it means that you can't exactly focus on towards Sylvana.
Yep, he is literally the immortal hero now.
Okay.
Let's go. 13 minutes in. And again, I think we're slowly walking into no man's land for Todak. It's because these two marksmen are ready to go. Look at this gold chart right here. It's all going towards Omega right now, and an endless blade goes over to Hajizi.
Indeed, it's a big fallout coming in from the gold charts, but he wants to bring forward to flicker away. Real smart decision, because if he doesn't, he will be sacrificed right there for no apparent reason. And for the moment, also on the top side, we do see a Harley going all the way in to engage around towards Kanji. Stinkers coming out. Well, you have seen the other side of my ego, but that's going to be a big catch on the Moon.
There's another Imperial Justice putting Moon in, but there's not enough engagement because from the back, Formaze is giving Hajizi a bad time. There's lacking one hit, and that's Formaze. He's going to have to be taken out. And in the back, Heath and Kenji in trouble. Yelly Haze, Curtizi looking for some targets. Heath taken out here by Chiku, 2 for 1 currently, and Todak wins that exchange, and they're looking to go for more.
Yeah, indeed, and the Abyssal Arrow will be missing out. Not going to be heading out towards Kenji or even the likes of Yelly Haze. They will have a little bit more room, but this calls for a sort of relord attempt, which is a little bit dangerous because Moon does not really have enough help to deal with this. Yelly Haze now being pretty much the center of focus of Moon, but Kenji's coming right in. Will this be a steal?
Moon's down! Ladies and gentlemen, in comes Kenji popping the Cauldron Inferno and the Vengeance as well, but Chiku still secures the Lord, but at what cost? All of them go down there. Moon, Stu, and Chiku for the price of one Lord. Who's getting away? That's E1. Woo, he's safe.
Oh, definitely going to be safe and sound for the moment, but is it really worth it? That's the big question here, because all these members drop out like flies in that sort of fight, and they already understood, okay, Moon doesn't really have all too much help. He was just trying to stop Heat from coming in, and eventually will still, drop out, but bought enough time for the side of Chiku to be able to secure this Lord. But at least they do take off some pressure. In the case Omega Esports actually get this Lord, it could spell doom for the side of the likes of Todak.
Yep, we're looking for the next Lord. But if there is any redemption here, if there's any good news to be given over to Todak, is now their siege minions are enhanced. But he wins the duel! Ladies and gentlemen, Hajizi, the machine, is chugging. He takes out 4 maze all by himself.
Man, definitely the rightful name to be calling him a machine, because he just won that fight against a Benedetta of all things. And now it has to be the buff given over towards the side of Omega Esports. No contest whatsoever. They understood about how much pressure is inside of the jungle at the moment.
Oh no, they're starting to go for the choke here. So I think we can say that we're approaching the late game, and the fact that all the items are almost locked in for our core heroes. There's one more missing for Chiku. Let's check out Hajizi. He is building towards, I believe, an immortality. He needs one more. Curtisi, on the other hand, he is all set. He just needs one more, and I think that's also an immortality.
Yeah, indeed. And they don't really have to worry too much, because we talk about that mid to late game phase. It does favor Omega Esports. It's very evident in the charts. Like, those team fights actually working hand in hand, especially with Yelly Hayes really catching on towards the right targets. Now, problem for the Side of Moon, because Selena kind of scales off if you hit it towards the late game, and you just have to make sure you hit that abyssal arrow on the right targets, and it's getting harder and harder to do so.
Yep, it's the utility essentially right now. The utility between Moon catching off of these long stuns, as well as the Imperial Justice by Yelly Hayes. I don't know. It's really a die roll, a coin flip at this point. Who can catch their targets easier or even better? So right now, Chiku secures his orange, at least with the help of E1 from the bushes. And I do think this is a great pickup by Yelly Hayes. The glowing wand, because a lot of times people get away with just this much health. By the way, I'm making a hand signal, ladies and gentlemen. It's a small hand gesture. All right?
That's right.
So with that, the glowing wand, they can secure more kills.
I definitely agree with that, and they're waiting for the next big objective. And another 1v1 breaks out as Formaze will challenge Kenji once again. But Kenji looking to sustain this really well. He's not phased at all, but over on towards the mid-river side, we do see, of course, a lot more big items coming out for Simon Heights. They're getting clipped out, and this does not look all too good for Todak.
Speaking of big pickups, this is what? A rotation of epic proportions. 5 members of Omega Esports with lethal intention. You see it in their eyes. Figuratively speaking, you see it in their eyes. They want to go for it, and they split up Todak, because Todak is trying to secure the rest of the map. They're trying to make it as blue as possible, given that they did get the first Lord.
Yeah, and I guess that first Lord really bought them a little bit more time. But if you look at the map itself, there's a lot of all these turrets already been taken out by the side of Omega Esports. They freely roam across the map. They have more pressure inside the jungle, which is why Todak is just being forced to go on the defensive. Like, even the Lord is up right now, being empowered or so. It's going to be very tough to challenge at the moment, especially with Jawhit waiting along the lines.
Yep, that's going to be a Luminous Lord here, worked on by Hajizi and Curtisi. Each marksman actually dealing a crit level of about 1,200 apiece. All right, that's 1,200 apiece. Your life bars rip. Okay, so this is going to be 4 maze from up top, watching out. E1 as well. They have all of their ults. They have all of their flickers. It's just a matter of really using your timing and picking your spots. And of course, Mountain Shocker to check. They see that down bottom there is Stu, and Chico's a little farther. So I think they want to make sure that they don't lose any turrets. Like, I think that's priority 1, and then second priority is Lord.
Yep, that's right. And we could definitely see that Omega is just guarding it so well. Like, it's part of the gallery. Hello, Formace.
Hello. Oh, does not get any yet. There's the Electo final blow. He tries to go for the ejector, still stays on the spot. The big fight is actually both in mid and in top. They disengage. Check out Stu, though. Stu's just working, man. Stu's just working.
He's working out, and he will be able to actually secure one more, sneaking it through the noses. But now this is going to be the Lord being startled. E1 just checking in as well. He does have immortality, so he's going to be A-okay if he were to even nosedive in towards his way. Now, he's piling himself in towards the pixel brush. And Yelly Hayes, he might just be able to do something towards E1. Oh, just a little bit of tickle. Not going to be too much.
Just say hi. Just say hi. And up top, there is a huge wave sent in by Formaze. I wonder if Curtisi has it in him to clear this wave. And the answer is yes. Look at that. If there's a pixel brush, there's a pixel health on that turret up top.
Oh, yeah. And,
Still in.
I guess they could just easily dive in to actually crush it, but no point actually risking your life for that turret, which eventually will fall if they could actually get some units in. But oh boy, this might just be a good setup coming from the side of Omega. They're rushing right in to steal the buff, but just look at the discipline coming in from Todak. But the Lord...
They bought some time. They were using the buff as a facade, and the purple really, is it worth it? Because Kenji's still alive. That's the Lord taken in by Hajizi, and the fight has broken up. There's a sticker coming in for the MPL Season 6 champions. That's Formaze picking up the Malefic Roar, and it looks like E1 is looking low. There's a takeout by Hajizi over to the right on to Formaze. Yelly Hayes gets his immortality popped, and it looks like they have waves marching from both mid and top, and it's waiting for Lord to come out, and there he comes down mid. It's going to be a penetration soon enough. Kenji gets hit by the deadly magics. Oh, he's still alive.
Oh my goodness, just look at his health bars going back up. Moon is on a tick of health as well. They're chasing in for Hajizi. Chiku does a desperate attempt, and it won't be. Members, Furnace on Toda backing off, retreating. Remember, there's a Lumens over on towards the mid side. This does not look good. And Omega pinning them down. There's nowhere for them to run as the Yishushin gets another one, and they have stopped it on their tracks. Only E1 as well as Moon left. And now the Lord is knocking on their doors. Omega might just secure that 2-0 here.
Oh no, this is so close to happening. E1 gets knocked up, and there's a Lord as well. Oh, Contra, just a matter of time. They're wailing on the base. That's one man defending, and it's not enough. Omega Esports secures the 2-0 victory, starting the day strong in Group B.
Wow. What a way to start off the first series. Omega have been able to topple the giants of MYSG as Todak has suffered a 0-2 loss right here. And, well, what can I say? They have definitely displayed their talent as well as their hunger for all the points. And with that being said, Omega is getting closer to just securing that playoff run.
It was quite an interesting go. I must say, Todak showed a better showing here in Game 2 in the first maybe 5-10 minutes than they did Game 1.
Indeed. And, game number 1 was them really having their gears not really kickstarting in the right spaces in that sort of sense. And they get punished for many of these sort of the early game mistakes, if I must say. But Game 2, they responded well to the same sort of aggression. They understood, okay, these guys from Omega are actually focusing on objectives. So they did exactly the same, but the only difference is that they may not have been able to control the map all too well enough, where they gave off a little bit of pressure on, the side lanes itself, and that's where they really opened things up inside of the jungle.
Yep, and again, just how good Todak's draft was. I still have to stick to my guns. I really liked it. It was a great amount of coverage. Again, Chiku with the Harley from the jungle. But again, when it comes down to scaling, Omega has it in spades. Well, there's 2 marksmen, so let's just put it at that. The 1-1 on Curtisi and Hajizi's Yu Sunshin. Ladies and gentlemen, that was that. The series and the game. Omega Esports starting it strong, getting their first point in this group stage, Phase 1. If we haven't told you yet, you can catch the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th January to the 24th. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries include RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore competing for a USD 300,000 prize pool, right? That's 300 big ones. If you're from Singapore, I suggest you send your love and support for the SG teams in the group stage. Once more, my name is Leo. This here is Contra. We'll be sending it over to our analyst, Lafel, to break down this series.
Hello, thank you very much. And yeah, we just finished watching the series between Todak and Omega. Well, right now I have to summarize how the series went. And the easiest, and I would say the most efficient way to really wrap it all up is that the side lanes and the neutral objectives between the turtle and the lord, especially for Omega, where Omega to make sure that they secure all these neutral objectives in a very, even though it's telegraphed, but it's good. Making sure 3 people going around the buff where everyone knows that Chiku really loves his buffs. He really wants those resources to really ramp up into the game. And then while that is happening, Hajizi and one other person will be securing the turtle, the lord, or anything like that. And on the side lanes, Kurtzy as well as Kenji, they hold out spectacularly well. Well, Kurtzy always going up against 4-base. 4-base is so aggressive. He wants to find something. Even though he's losing, he will go up for it. But right now, let's look at the highlights to see what really went on in the game. And I have to ask for a pause over here, where right now during this team fight, Chiku was just eliminated. But look at his positioning. He was primarily inside of the turtle pit, which I feel was a total mistake. He wants to get out of it, but he accidentally walked in and he could not dash out, and all of his teammates just stayed around trying to cover for him, but it was not enough. And throughout this game, we can see a lot of decision making by Chiku that really didn't work out. So let's continue with the clip where in this trade, it really did not, it's really not worth it, where Chiku as the jungler, and I think he still had his buff at that point, it was a really bad trade. He should have got a kill, get out. If they wanted a turtle, they could go. If not, then probably not go for it. Over here, we can see, I want to ask for another pause over here, which a good setup by E1. E1 pushing everyone back, and then a full Electo around this particular area, managing to push out a lot of damage, getting that win from Todak, and then Todak having the discipline to not really chase too much, not bite off more than they can chew. However, after this, we can continue with the clip, but after this win in the pit, they didn't really translate it to anything else along the side of the map, where a few times Chiku tried to burst down Kenji in his own lane, but it really didn't work out. The Tamus was really strong. He was really tanky, as well as throughout the game we can see that Kenji was really smart in using the Tamus. When he goes up in a 1v4, 1v5, he actually skirts a little bit, trying to find more minions or anything like that to spell them off of them, and then go back into the team fight, making sure that he gets the maximum amount of damage of him covering all 4, all 5, or how many members of Toda, given the time for Hajizi to really scale up into the fight. And Kurtzy, honestly, once he gets his Demon Hunter Sword, it's almost impossible for Toda to win, especially in a team fight, which in this situation, where in the Lord pit, they sacrifice everything for the Lord, and in my opinion, it was not worth it, because you gave a little bit more towards Omega. Like, yeah, you gave out the Lord, but they could clear out the Lord super easy, barely an inconvenience, and then they can get a little more extra everywhere else. Over here, Toda, we can definitely see the desperation in their eyes. They tried to win. They tried to kill off as many members of Omega as they can, where even though they feel like they will lose out the team fight, but at least if they manage to take out 3, they can still hold out themselves in the final push. But as we can see, 4-base alone is still not enough. M2, this is the opening series, and yeah, we can see both of these teams playing their hearts out. Right now, let's look at itemization by both of these teams. Look at Kenji, he only has the Bloodless Axe as his damaging item. The rest of the items are tanky items, and he has the Athena shield as well as the Oracle, making it very difficult for Chiku to really burst him out. He only has the Divine Glaive, which of course is good, but in this kind of situation, it's almost better to take out the Feather of Heaven and then put in the Glowing One, because as you can see, Chiku, he tries to be in front and then deal all of that basic attack damage, but it didn't really work out, because the more he stays in front, the more he will be chased out by Yelly Haze or Heath. And as we know, Yelly Haze, yeah, right now he's playing the mid position, but he can play the tank. And the thing is, Sylvana tank is a thing, and Sylvana can be played as a mage. So, he's just like, we'll just use 2 tanks. What's the big deal? We have 2 core heroes. They have 2 marksmen on the team. They just need a lot of bodies in front to make sure that they can dish out as much damage as they can. So right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, of the second game over here, and it will go to Hajizi with the Yi Sun Shin, as Leo calls him as he is. He is the machine, as well as he is very, very disciplined in his own right, only dying once in the entire game, securing 9 kills as well as 5 assists for himself, as well as the game-changing Mountain Sharker, opening the map for the team Omega Esports, as well as dealing a lot of damage everywhere on the map. So Team Todak, they really cannot go forward, or they cannot go really all that aggressive towards engaging some sort of team fight, because they will always be at a health advantage, especially once Hajizi had his Blade of Despair, making it nearly impossible for Team Todak to really have some sort of comeback. Yi Sun Shin strong throughout the game, early game, mid game, late game. Sure, Kurtzy with his 1-1, he really needs the scaling, but once he has it, and he has a lot of body to play around with. So either way, in terms of the draft, again, I like Todak's draft, but their execution a little bit off-putting. Maybe if Chico ganked other lanes a little bit more, he might have had more success. Ganking Kenji doesn't seem like the best idea. But either way, this is just the first series of the day. And if that really sets a tone for M2, we can definitely see a lot of high-level mechanical plays by all the players, as well as interesting drafts, where we can see Todak changed up the draft on the second match, as well as of right now, the bans are all very, very telegraphed. But either way, that is it for me. We have more matches after this, so please don't go anywhere. We will be right back for M2 and all the crazy matches.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about his hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters champ stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In champ stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls. However, those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in champ stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In champ stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's knockout strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because it doesn't require mana in terms of damage wise. Out there.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Is today just another day? Where we are uncertain of our present and future.
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases.
Despite all the chaos, there is always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the M world. And the saga begins. Welcome to M World Tune in 2M2.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020, powered by Moonton and supported by Singapore Tourism Board and Skoga. We'd like to thank everybody for coming back to join us, and also IMDA for making this possible. Don't forget, that also includes you guys. We also have to mention Secret Lab, Toomey, SUTL, Singtel, MeWatch, Cathay Cinema, and as well as our official gaming gear, Razer, for making this all possible.
And going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board official Instagram account at visit _Singapore, and don't forget to hashtag passion made possible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
And don't forget, we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partners in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into a reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. Now, finally, with that out of the way, oh my goodness, it was a whole entire mouthful. My name is Getting Q. As well, with here to me today, it is going to be Butters on the desk. And how are you feeling? Because this is M2 and we're already at the second matchup of today.
I mean, for the Philippines, it started out great. It's a 2-0 for them, but right now, Group A, well, for Malaysia, you guys still have hope. It's
still the group stage. It's phase one, you know, just we're taking our time.
And just, let it sink in that we are at the grandest stage of them all in terms of Mlbb.
All right. Okay. All right. I see where this is. All right, Butters. You got to put me on the spot like that. But we've got to talk about today's games here, because this is going to be Burmese Ghouls going up against Unique DeVu. These guys, I mean, we've seen them both in M1 before. They've made their appearances. They've made statements as well. Unique DeVu stealing games in M1 off of some really big names as well. And Burmese Ghouls pushing up and pulling and surprising a lot of people actually in their first debut.
And this is the Group A, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Just to make it clear that Group B, the first match was Group B, and now it's going to be Group A. Now, going back to what you were saying, I really think that Burmese Ghouls, they are kind of like the dark horses of this tournament.
They're huge dark horses.
Yeah, and they have the talent, they have the potential. It's just that they lack this certain ways of closing a match at certain points in time, where, as for Unique DeVu, the only thing that I'm thinking of about them here right now is a new hero that they're gonna, utilize and use, something that they discovered by themselves, and probably, the element of surprise.
Like, that's true.
Information is scarce when it comes to the Russian team. So actually, for the non-MPL teams, let's just say that information is scarce. You wouldn't really know about them if you don't really follow the teams. But for the MPL teams, the VODs are everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So if they use that to their advantage, that is going to be something that they can use to win the games.
This is interesting because we've had many discussions previously about M1 the first time everybody is coming in together and everyone's unsure about what they should be doing. 10-second gaming now turned to 10-second gaming. Frost had some great preparation coming into it and really pushed their way all the way to a pretty high standing against a lot of these MPL teams. But coming into M2, it's about that catch-up game. How much have these outside teams from the MPL regions really caught up to what we are seeing here today?
And looking at whatever it is, we are going to head into something right now, ladies and gentlemen, and let's just throw it in.
Yes, let's have a look at the current standings here in Group B. I mean, you guys just watched it. Todak going 2-0. Omega Esports going 2-0 against Todak, pushing them down to that third, while Omega taking that top spot with a 100% win rate for now, but that could easily change by the end of today.
And as you can see right now, this is the only group that has standings as of the moment, because everyone is at a standstill at a 0-0, but that will change for Group A once this match ends.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how much it's going to fluctuate here, because obviously it's looking for, the Filipinos cheering back at home, absolutely, no doubt about it. Malaysia just kind of like, licking our wounds a little bit, but don't worry, this could easily turn around. Now, some of the teams here, Impunity KH, also going to be one of the teams that we're going to be looking out for in Group B, but I mean, I mean, you talked about Burmese Ghouls being that dark horse, and we were doing a little bit of media work before this with the little Paquito challenges. We got to see a little bit of the mechanics from some of these players, and I'm telling you,
you were the ones who did the voiceover for
that,
we
right? We did the voiceovers, so we actually got to see the players playing it from their perspective, and they're actually kind of nutty.
You need that crazy playstyle. You need that crazy mechanic. I mean, team-wise, it's great, but you know what? You really have to have that talent, that individual mechanic to actually outplay people here. Because right now, you are facing against the best players in the world. So you need to be at the top caliber level if you really just want to face them in lane or probably in a clash.
Yeah, I would totally agree here. But we got to remember, this is still the group stage. Nobody is really going to get heavily punished, but you obviously want to be able to reach that top spot and secure yourselves into the next phase.
Upper bracket means 2 lives in the playoffs, while lower bracket, if you don't make it the top spot of your group, that only means you have 1 life and 1 loss. Could, make you just drop out of the tournament all in all.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the teams don't want to be put in that position. So it's better to get those points very early on rather than, try to scrap them up later in.
Now, looking at, we did talk about Burmese Ghouls already. Now, let's put it to Unique DeVu. Unique DeVu right now, I'm looking at their lineup and I tried to check some of their scrims that happened.
Ooh.
And I'd say that they really like the aggressive lineups. Like, in terms of tank, they like to go for Grok.
Oh.
They like to go for the Hilda. And they almost have the same meta as the Southeast Asian teams that we have here.
That is great to hear, because that just means that they are just keeping up with the competitive level. They're keeping up. They understand the meta, and not to mention that the patch actually dropped not too long ago. So it's also about the adaptivity as well. So at least compared to the other MPL teams, they're all just trying to figure out what's the best way to play the game as of right now. And the first person who figures it out is going to basically cheat the system in the group stages.
Exactly. But we do have our player lineups. Ladies and gentlemen, it will show in your screens right now.
So now let's have a look. This is going to be the Burmese Ghouls, who BDD, maybe Kid, Ace, and D is going to be your main lineup for this best of 3. I mean, these guys have shown some really exceptional skills outside in their own MPL as well, naturally netting themselves the champions multiple times. These guys are undefeated locally, but let's see what they're going to bring to the international stage.
These guys haven't left each other's sides ever since that MSC showing that they did last year, and right now, I think in a way we can say that they're the most consistent, and in terms of the connection, the synergy, I think they're the most stable in the M2 World Championship.
Absolutely. I mean, the bonds between these players, it's got to be something else, because a lot of teams change it up every single time, and you never really know whether it's going to be something better or worse. But Burmese Ghouls are exceptional because they've stuck together and they progressively get better and better and better.
And you know what? It's hard to hold the top spot for long, especially if you don't have changes. But these guys just held on to that Myanmar MPL title for the longest time that they wanted to.
Absolutely. But now, let's look at their competitors here, coming in all the way from Russia itself. It's going to be Unique Deuce Vault. You know and love these guys coming in from M1. They brought out Natalia for the very first time. We thought it was Troll. We were absolutely wrong, and it popularized it here in Southeast Asia.
It's Defender, Sunset Lover, Sawo, One Shot, and Lil. These guys are gonna go aggressive. You know it, Gideon knows it, and everybody knows it, that these guys really like to go for the aggressive.
Absolutely. So keep your eyes on the support player Sawo, because he is going to be the initiator. He is going to be the aggressor every single time. And also Lil as well, both of them. Now, it's kind of interesting here, because we're going to expect to see a lot of that side lane, especially with the way the meta is sort of shaping up. It's going to be the side lanes as well as the supports really pushing that charge instead of the carries.
Looking at their pictures right now, by the way, Gideon, look at those eyes, the intensity of that look.
They're all killers.
Men on a mission to just take that trophy, lift it up, and become the best team in the world. And you know what? Unique DeVu, they have that chance. And they just have to prove themselves right now for their first series in the M2 World Championships.
Honestly, I feel like, especially for the very early days, a lot of the teams are going to be like, okay, this is the performance, this is the like the first game's going to be a little bit of a warm up, and then thankfully it's a best of 3, so they can really start showing their stuff later on in games 2 and 3.
Yeah. At least it's not a best of 1, where in a best of 1 you can just show one strategy, and if you fail, that's it. There is room for error for these teams, and I really like the idea that there is a point system as well, as to not monopolize whatever it is that's happening in one group. Like if you are, let's just say, if you're the best team there, if you lose one game or you lose one series, you should be thinking about, will I make it to the upper bracket? At least there's that, mystery in what's gonna happen at the end of the day.
I totally agree. And I mean, best of 1s can be very hard to tell the power level of certain teams, because some teams can be really good on blue side and some teams are really good on red side, and the draft becomes a big issue.
And then we get to know who has a lot of strategies that they came up with coming into the M2. But there are actually teams who are better at the best of 1 as well. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, a lot is up in the air here, and I think this is going to be a perfect time in the group stages to kind of gauge where everybody currently is at and what they are lacking and what they are excelling at, so that when we move into that second phase, we're going to have a much better idea of where the standings are going to start looking like.
And this is going to be fun. We are going to head into the draft in a bit, but you know what, Gideon? I'm excited for this game. You're excited for this game, and I hope you guys are excited for this game. Burmese Ghouls versus Unique DeVu. This is going to be a best of 3. Everything for the group stages, aside from the tiebreakers. If there are tiebreakers, it's going to be a best of 3, because tiebreakers are a best of 1.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm excited to see whether or not this is going to be a 2-0 or whether this is going to be a 2-1, because I feel like Burmese Ghouls have a little bit of an advantage because they're much closer to the MPL. I mean, what am I talking about? They are part of the MPL regions, and they have a lot of resources to kind of play around, and just proximity allowing them to scrim with a lot of the other MPL teams within our region is a huge advantage.
Getting that, experience, or just basking in the light of whatever it is that the other teams are bringing to the table. You kind of get a perspective on what the other teams want to do, and you can actually incorporate it into your own strategy. So it's a give and take.
For sure.
And I think for that 14 days that we had, or that they had as well, they could have been scrimming against each other. Who knows?
I would agree. I would agree that they had to have some kind of preparation within that 2-week quarantine period time. I will say, Unique DeVu, what's scary about them is that we don't really know how much they're going to get away with here. They could get a lead and then slowly lose it back. They could play from behind. We don't have a general idea of what their playstyle is going to be looking like, other than the fact that we know it's aggressive. So we're hoping for those picks, the Grox and the Hildas. If it does stray away from that, I'm expecting some of the weirder picks to start showing out. Arguably a Fanny, arguably start going into the weirder picks like Saber at level 4, looking to just go for those pickoffs as soon as possible. Katarina, I mean, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, and you know what? I actually watched that Unique DeVu really likes Selena, the Kagura a bit. So you know that in these guys, they just want to control the jungle as fast as possible onto the enemy team, just try to go for the invade. And right now, people are saying that invade strategies aren't working that well anymore. But for Unique DeVu, they are caught up with the Southeast Asian meta, but they added their own twist. They go for these Grok tanks, Hilda tanks, Selena support, and just try to be very aggressive. I think they would be willing to go Natalia if given a chance as well.
Honestly, yes. But, I mean, Southeast Asia, we saw in the previous draft, Natalia, absolutely 100% pick ban. Selena got through once or twice. Esmeralda, absolutely gone. We shouldn't be expecting to see those. Brody as well, another pretty aggressive marksman if he wants to be, has that range if he needs it. But it's a tough say. And I'm hoping, like in M1, Unique DeVu are going to bring out something else. They brought up the Natalia last time. We thought it was troll. Ends up it was amazing. Let's see if they're going to do it in M2.
And for M2, for Mobile Legends Bang Bang right now, it's not the same as the previous patches.
For sure.
For the previous patches, we only had 17 heroes that are activatable in that sense. But right now, everyone is in a way usable. for your advantage. So what you do is right now is you try to find the right mixture and right strategy just to fit in that certain draft. Now, I'm not saying that all of them are going to be playable at the highest level, but given the chance and given the specifics of the situation, you can make the most of one hero, given that he's not probably the, tournament's favorite pick.
Absolutely. Hey, did you know that there's actually an event happening in-game right now to get those M2 exclusive skins? Well, if you're not playing the game, it's understandable if you're watching the stream, but if your friends are, at the meantime, they could be earning a lot of M2 coins within the game itself to allow them to get that absolutely beautiful Clint skin.
And complete the task and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards. M2 exclusive skin and can be gained. This pass can be gained for only 899 diamonds. The event is happening right now till 24th of January.
Yeah, so there's still plenty of time. 24th January. I mean, as long as M2 is going on, this event is going to be going on at the exact same time. So don't waste your time. As soon as M2 is over, you got to start grinding right away.
And you know what? Just have you splurged? Have you bought the pass?
I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to admit I spent money on it. I mean, I grinded it like everybody else.
I spent my money responsibly.
Don't call me out like that, Butters. Come on, man.
I mean, if you ask me, I'll just tell you that I bought it. Yes.
Oh man.
I mean, 899 diamonds for all these freebies. You have the M2 special avatar border, the M2 exclusive skin, the M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue for only 899.
Okay, now you're starting to convince me. I feel like the sales pitch makes sense. Like, okay, I kind of like that battle emote though. I have to admit, the battle emote looking pretty good. But it's time to move over in towards the ban pick. Are you guys ready? Because we are at the caster's desk.
And you know what? Getting ready for this pick and ban right now as we head on to the player cams. This is Unique DeVu versus Burmese Ghouls, game number 1. This is group stages, Group A. And man, right now, they started with a Brody ban for the side of Unique DeVu. For the side of Burmese Ghouls, it's going to be the Matilda.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty standard. We've seen pretty much every single team playing in professional play just saying, no, these two, absolutely not. Matilda, a great way to start harassing people. Brody, just an exceptionally good marksman.
And you know what? The mid-game spike of Brody just got a bit better.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the early game got hurt a bit.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not by much.
True. I think it shifts the playstyle a little bit where it's like, okay, yeah, maybe I can't go for those big invades anymore, but who cares? I just get a couple of items. I'm looking pretty good. Level 4 comes about and bam! I'm going to start hitting hard like a truck. But Unique Deus Vault is going to be banning out the Yishin Shin this time against the Burmese Ghouls, and it looks like they're going to reply themselves with the Selena.
And looking at it right now, ladies and gentlemen, Burmese Ghouls did do the research, and they don't want to give Sawo that Selena, probably the Matilda as well, because Matilda is one of those heroes that allow their team or allow her team to just be aggressive just because of the extra shields that she gives.
Yeah, I'm noticing a little bit of a pattern here coming in from Unique DeVu, and they are banning out the marksmen in particular. I'm wondering if they're trying to force Burmese Ghouls into something like a Hayabusa, and then looking to try and looking to pick up the Jawhead or something that can absolutely lock down that Hayabusa and shut them down early. That plays well with their own playstyle of being hyper aggressive from the early to mid game.
Now, looking back on MPLI, I remembered Burmese Ghouls playing a lot of these marksman mid laners, junglers rather, and I think they're forcing them to go for the assassin pick onto the jungle side because they think that it's, well, in their perspective, it's easier to take down Burmese Ghouls if they go for the assassin mid lane.
I think I would kind of agree compared to like the 2 item power spike that a lot of these marksmen have in comparison to a 3 item power spike coming in from a Hayabusa. It's definitely understandable. Oh, Burmese Ghouls getting rid of the fan favorite Natalia here as their last ban of the first phase. First picks going over to Unique Deus Vault.
And to me, I'm seeing right now Burmese Ghouls just went all out on targeting Sawo in terms of the support, the mid laner bans. Now, let's see. Unique DeVu, they have the first pick Who will they go for? A lot of heroes are open. They can go for the Benedetta if they want to.
Oh, Benedetta is wide open. They could look to get something a little bit more flexible if they wanted to, but let's see where it's going to be. And it looks like their minds are towards that flexibility in that Jawhead. Can go into the offlane, can go into as a support position. All around, solid hero.
Burmese Ghouls here starting out with the Lunox. They know that Unique DeVu here would go for steady Grok or Jawhead or Hilda pick. So what they went for is a good mid laner with solid damage that can, isolate or zone out people or probably take the tanks down.
I would agree. But also what's really great about this opening coming in from Burmese Ghouls draft is the fact that both of these core heroes are able to evade and escape the unstoppable force coming in from the Jawhead. Lunox with her brilliance, and we have Rubidi D, especially with Ivor 9. He doesn't mind. Oh, you hit me a little bit of damage, whatever, and I'm out already.
Yeah, that is true. Now, looking at it, Unique DeVu going straight for that Roger, not even thinking about the next picks that will happen here for the side of Burmese Ghouls. But right now, we did say that they want to go aggressive, so they go for a Yu Zhong, a Roger, and a Jawhead. This is all-out war in clashes.
I agree. It looks like they want to dive really hard, and showing the Yusong in the first phase does tell me that they want to play a little bit more of a team fight composition overall. But Burmese Ghouls, looking at this, they could get like a lane bully. They still, it's either they have somebody who can a sponge who can absorb that kind of pressure, or they can just pick up a Khalid who's able to kind of just blow out the lane and just bully that Yuzong into submission until the later stages of the game where Yuzong starts getting more relevant.
Yeah, but the thing for me, Unique DeVu, they committed a lot on these physical damage heroes that they might be one-dimensional in a way. So they really have to look out for their next two picks, because if they fall into that trap or going for a full physical lineup, that's going to be bad for them, because the itemization here for the side of Burmese Ghouls is going to be a hell lot easier.
Yeah, I would totally agree. And also, it could fall into one of those situations whereby, okay, yeah, you want to go in really hard? That's totally fine. I could pick up something like a Kadira. I could pick up something like a Valir, something to push them away and create space for that team. But let's see what it's going to be as Burmese Ghouls now realizing, hey, they're all physical damage. Let's start cutting out magic damage. Kagura, a really safe mage overall.
And looking at Burmese Ghouls, they're not done with banning out heroes for Sao here. they're just going all out. Like, okay, we did see Sao play. Who's going to be the target? Coach Panda says, Sao. Go for it.
Go for it. Shoot him down. And now Unique Deuce Vault, they've got to start thinking about minimizing the pool coming in from Burmese Ghouls. But overall, Burmese Ghouls, their draft is really flexible thus far, so it's going to be a little bit harder. They get rid of the Akai, a very staple tank pick that we've been seeing popping out more often than not in pro play.
Now, I'm thinking about this certain setup that Burmese Ghouls did. They have Ruby DD on the Benedetta, D on that Claude. You have Kid on that Lunox. Now, I'm kind of wondering, is this Lunox going to be an XP lane Lunox? Because looking at it, if you put him on the mid lane, that's going to, set him back a bit and not get the Chaos Darkening as fast as possible. But it seems to me that they have a lot of room for improvements here, and I'm really looking at Burmese Ghouls that they have this mid-game spike that they need to account for, so that for Unique DeVu here, it's all about the early game. When they hit level 4, they get their ultimates, it's go time.
It's go. I think I would argue the same thing for the Burmese Ghouls, especially when you have something like the Lunox as well. And I do agree with you. This could be going into potentially even into the offlane, but I think it's rather flexible for now for Burmese Ghouls. If they want to turn away into getting some stronger offlaners, they could easily do that. And now looking at the finished band list, it's going to be the Kagura, it's going to be the Eudora coming from Burmese Ghouls. Great options there, really smart bans. And Unique Deus Vault is going to be banning out the Sylvana as well as the Akai. Also, very intelligent picks from both sides. They really identified what each team was lacking.
I agree. Now, Burmese Ghouls went for Tigreal. They do have the implosion setup, and I think it's great just because everyone from the side of Unique DeVu right now, they're planning to go in. They're planning to dive and just, with the Tigreal there, maybe it's going to be a bit harder just because of the implosion mechanic that's gonna pop out anytime with the flash, with the flicker rather. Now, thinking about it, Sao and Defender here, they still have to get that. Proper mixture of a side lane, a gold lane here, and a support.
Yeah.
And a mid laner rather.
I would think that Farsa is still a pretty decent option here. Oh, it looks like they're going for the Wanwan instead. Alright, so it looks like Wanwan is probably going into the side lane, and they're making sure that their level 4s are absolutely deadly. Like, tell me this doesn't remind you of the previous MSCs here, where we basically saw Cho, Kaja, and Jahe being interchangeable every single time. Kaja not exactly all the time, but you know, those were the two main staples.
Now, Sao here, this is just a testament that Unique DeVu, they're very much aware of what's happening in the Southeast Asian meta.
Absolutely.
And right now, with Sao there, with the Divine Judgment, with the Ring of Order, it's going to be an easy time for them to clear out the waves. Now, how do you utilize this pick-off lineup coming out from Unique DeVu? Looking at it, you have the Ejector, you have the Divine Judgment. So you have a lot of ways to initiate a fight. Now, looking at it, I think for them it's going to be D who's going to, you know, be the main target here for that Divine Judgment. Just looking at the Claude, just having that flicker. It's one of those skills that are instantaneous. Like, you just have to use flicker on it, the Divine Judgment, and you're fine. You're gonna catch out anyone here onto the side here of Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think at this point in time, they might consider. I want to see the battle spells because that's going to be a huge game changer for a lot of the members of Burmese Ghouls. Some of them are probably going to have to take Purify at some point of time because again, that is just a real lockdown, composition coming in from Unique Deus Vault. Wants to play for those short skirmishes, but when the time comes, hits those level 4s, looks to get those pickoffs like you mentioned.
And now this is going to be very interesting. I'm excited to see what Russia brought to the table, but you know what? Burmese Ghouls, statistically speaking, they are the favorites to win this series. So right now, Russia, Unique DeVu, you need to show us what you brought to the table and how aggressive and how calculated you are when it comes to the fighting.
Now, let's get into this second game of today. Welcome to the Land of Dawn and the M2 World Championships as we begin the battle right now.
And looking at it right now, Lil getting harassed here by Ruby DD. Wow, the aggression is there, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see here, both of the teams aren't really giving that much priority into, you know, just invading people.
For sure.
And even Lil, even with the Jawhead, he's not gonna go into that purple buff area, and he's not gonna, you know, try to ejector it as much as possible.
Yeah, I think maybe he's trying to find as much information as possible here on which buff they're going to start on from. Oh, Lil getting the ejector onto Kid. He is in a lot of trouble. He has no spells to get himself out of there because he took Purify. No flicker at all. First blood going over to Unique Deus Vault.
And the timers right now for the side of Burmese Ghouls is a little bit more delayed, to be honest, now that Kid and Maybe went down. Well, that's one kill on Maybe, but you would have preferred it if it gone to, like, you know, Ace or Kid.
I mean, at this point, obviously you would want to put them on your cores and carries, of course. But you know, considering the situation, Deus Vault still traded up. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and at the end of the day, they're very happy considering that they are the early game composition.
And look at this. They know that this guy doesn't have flicker, and Lunox here is the primary target. But Ace, jumping in, Tempest of Blades, and look at that.
He's going in hard. He's trying to jump on top of Sawa as well as One Shot, having to get on out of there. One Shot. He's still a little bit of health left. Can Ace? He doesn't have enough energy. Even with a purple buff, he could go for the dive, but no, it's too much damage. Ace pulls away, and they continue to try for this invade onto the Beetle side.
That could have been the great equalizer here into the early game if they got that kill, but Ace didn't have enough energy.
Yeah.
And maybe that's one of the things that you have to look at when you're playing Ling. Ling's energy regeneration got a bit, you know, nerfed, and you can see it there.
You can definitely see it. Oh, but now Defender coming in hard. He's already using his Black Dragon form to try and hold, but he manages to get his passive off, allowing him to sustain longer, and the rest of the Burmese Ghouls forced to push back. Sawo getting more information on where exactly this Ling is going to be. Still has the orange buff on him, but maybe zoning them out. The turtle is up again, and Ruby DD looking kind of low.
And as you can see right now, Sawo has his level 4. Divine Judgment is up. How will they utilize this? But he doesn't have the flicker, so there's no forced engagements that's gonna happen right now. Lil here, getting spotted out. Maybe and the others just trying to control that Lord area. The turtle area, rather.
Yeah, and I mean, Sawo doing a good job making sure that he's getting plenty of information so that his team can actually, avoid certain areas and force out Ace to use a lot more energy. But Ruby DD going in hard onto Defender. He's getting plenty of damage, clears the wave absolutely perfectly, and dashes on out of there as soon as the passive coming in from Defender pops.
And as you can see, a lot of these teams are giving a lot of priority right now to this turtle lane. And they're trying to measure up each other. Are they gonna go in? Are we gonna go in? Could we initiate the fight right now? And I think for Burmese Ghouls, it's all about zoning them out, just giving the idea that they're there in the area. But Ling was actually taking that Soul of Lava onto the top lane.
Yeah, and this is a really good idea, using that mobility. But Lil going in pretty hard, already using the unstoppable force. He gets pulled in by the implosion here, but it's not looking great, as now the rest of Burmese Ghouls going to be cutting down the unique Deus Vault members one by one. They use a lot of their abilities, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. They want to go for this dive, and Kid, he is waiting for the opportunity. The machine gun mage looking for the opportunity again. Maybe looks for the initial pickoff. He might sacrifice his life for this. He goes down finally. Concussive strike is going down, and that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade-off in favor of Burmese Ghouls. Unique Deus Vault. They've got to be so careful of that implosion coming in from Tigreal.
And nice order of brilliance there coming out here for Kid, dodging that unstoppable force coming out from the Jawhead. Sunset Lover and the others, they're just trying to get the farm. Corrosion Sight is up, and it's a step in the right direction now that he's getting items.
Yeah, it's looking good, and considering that the gold lead that they have, 2K ahead, Burmese Ghouls, and they also have the EXP lead, which is even better for their side, speeding up this game as soon as possible, but they already found that pick onto Lil. There was no way for him to get on out of there. Kid ensuring that even if he did have his flicker up, he would have ensured that he would go away. And now Roger, when the next to fall under, he can't walk under the tower at all. No minions to actually help him out here.
Let me just remind you, that Jawhead was a tank. That Jawhead was a tank, ladies and gentlemen, and he got bursted down quite fast, especially with the Lunox there in that certain area. And that's technically how you use the Lunox. It's just try to find those lineups where the team wants to go in and tries to pick those sustainable off-tank heroes. You're gonna punish them a lot, and Kid just showing us how it's done.
Wow, what's scary about this situation is that Kid, he's got 4 kills under his belt. Ace has 2 kills under his belt. D has basically been farming the entire game. Oh wait, Sawo getting pulled out and gets hit by the implosion as well. Divine Judgment does come, it hasn't been used just yet. Defender coming in hard. He's trying to come in and cut off the rest of Burmese Ghouls, but maybe he's in trouble. He can't seem to get out. He finally goes down as Kid gets into the backline, uses that brilliance. Ace now coming in, drops down hard. Can he get out? D is the next to fall as Ruby DD tries to jump onto it, but Sunset Lover trying to dodge as many abilities as possible, doing a pretty good job. The assassins finally get him. Sunset Lover pulling it back, 3-for-3 trade.
And that fight was one for the ages, and one shot, literally one shot, Kid on that Lunox.
Oh, that was hot. That was really hot coming in from Unique DeVu, and they did a really. Oh, hold on!
Oh, look at this, Burmese Ghouls.
Is he gonna get it? No. Okay, he finally backs away. He doesn't want to greed out for the wave.
They're not backing down of the aggression. Burmese Ghouls, they want to fight this head on as well, and this is one game that you really need to look at in terms of being aggressive. Burmese Ghouls, they're just going at it as well.
Yeah, they aren't backing down. That's the scary part. But now Lil trying for the opportunity to go in. Oh, Rubididi getting hit, but can he get on out of there? Sunset Lover making sure no matter how many times you dash, I got you covered. But let's look at the fight here as Defender is going in hard with his Black Dragon form, trying to circle them together into one space.
Oh.
Maybe finds the implosion. He's gonna pull it backwards. Lil flickers on out of there. Sawo now has no Divine Judgment. Can't really do too much about it. And the rest of them are going to be dropping down like flies. The Kid, the machine gun Medj with a darkening as Ace looking to clean up that fight, but unfortunately one shot still there, especially with the Soul of Lava to slow down any kind of assault. Woo! Burmese Ghouls.
And this is turning into a fist fight, ladies and gentlemen. This is a brawl.
This is a cage match.
This is a cage match, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be something that you have to look at for, this is the benchmark of what you should expect from some of the teams here for the M2 World Championship. Their understanding right now is to just be aggressive. They don't want to surrender any turtles. This is, well, some of the teams here in the M2, they would give up the turtles for some certain areas of the game, which they don't think that the turtle is important. The turtle buff is important. But right now, both of these teams really want the turtle buff.
Oh, Lil! He tries to go for the unstoppable force. He knew he was going to die. He thought he could get that last bit of damage in to maybe pull something off, but it's not going to work. Rubididi baiting out a fight onto one shot, but unfortunately, Ace comes rushing on over, getting a free kill up inside the top side of the map, and they break that top tier 1 as well.
Sunset Lover right now trying to find the farm for a bit, but for D here and Ace, it's going to be that second turret second turret onto the top lane. That's going to their side. Now, Ace and the others just using that mobility to try to clear the waves. And you know what? D here and Ace, they're having a bit of a split in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, now they're trying to invade to go for their enemy soul of lava. And Unique Vodevil, they are not having it. They do not want them to steal this away. Defender already in his transformed version. They could look for the engage, but this could be a tough situation to get back from.
Now, Lord is up. The dragon, the Black Dragon form for Defender is down. Will Burmese Ghouls take this opportunity to take the Lord? Probably not, as they go and steal that purple buff onto the side of Unique DeVu.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the items are going to be looking like in a little bit here, but it looks like, on the top side again, Ace getting some good damage onto One Shot. One Shot has been really heavily targeted this entire game.
And let's try to see the items right now, ladies and gentlemen, so that we have an understanding what's going to come out for these players. I know that Sunset Lover, it's a very, let's say, item-dependent hero that won one. Now he has the Corrosion Sight. He has the Demon Hunter Sword. And looking at it, his counterpart onto the other lane, it's going to be the Wind of Nature, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff. So Claude is stacked.
Yeah, it's 3-2 items on the marksman players. It's looking really, really tough here, and especially for Lil, he's been picked off so many times already that he is falling significantly behind when it comes to just being that raw tank for the team. He's getting the cooldowns, but it's tough. Now Lil, he's going to walk out once more to bait out as much as they can. The Lord has been given over to the Burmese Ghouls. They had a really good foothold on that side of the map. I'm not sure what Unique Deuce Fault could have done there.
Now, clearly, Unique DeVu, they're having problems holding the line. They're not stopping Burmese Ghouls from invading their jungle, and all those monsters, all those creeps on the jungle are going to the side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, this is a fight that they want, I think. Unique DeVu here.
This is a big engagement here. Defenders still trying to push them around as much as they can. Benedetta trying to go in towards the backline, but unfortunately, Sawo wasn't able to find the right targets, and they're going in hard. Lil comes with the unstoppable force onto D here, but Ace, it has to pull back. It's 2 for 1 trade, 1 for 3 trade. This is looking great for Unique Deuce Volt.
They really, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they really need to look out for the places they fight in. That was a very narrow space. And when the Yuzhong came in, every path that they had to escape was blocked.
Absolutely.
And it was every man for himself at that point.
I totally agree, but like you can see that a lot of the members, especially for D, he wants to go in hard with the Blazing Duet, and he gets absolutely shut down by Sawo at that point of time. He tries to battle mirror image forwards or backwards. The Divine Judgment completely locks him in place.
They have to be mindful of their surroundings. If another fight like that happens, you're giving extra time for Sunset Lover to get his items. Remember, he has 0 deaths, so meaning his uptime on just farming is 100%. As long as he's alive, he's getting the gold, and right now he's just clearing the waves and he's moving closer and closer to his items, and once he goes online, it's a monster that you have to stop alone.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Looking at Ling's items as well, it looks like he's got the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Endless Battle, and it looks like he will be purchasing that Blade of Despair once he gets enough gold. Looking over to Unique Du's Vault side, looks like they are hitting their item powers for their 2 item power spikes. It's looking like it's finally some smooth sailing and a little bit of breathing room for now.
Sunset Lover and the others, they're just trying to wait for the late game. Well, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they do have the late game insurance on D.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure. Now, I think, let's just say that whoever uses Wind of Nature first loses.
Yeah,
that's how this matchup works.
That I totally agree with that. That is absolutely right, because both sides are so focused on getting rid of those marksmen that if they use it a little too early or they use it ineffectively, they just end up dying anyways.
Then again, it's all about the positioning. If you do not want to use your Wind of Nature, do not get caught out.
Agreed. But I will say that Unique DeVu actually has a little bit of an advantage in this particular area of catching people off, because a lot of their abilities is just point and click.
Yeah, and to be honest, they have a lot of these heroes that we talked about this earlier in the draft. That it's single target, it messes up with your position.
Oh yeah,
and that's the only thing that you need.
It's the worst feeling. Blade of Despair being purchased here by Ruby DD as they lose another turn. The macro play coming out, Burmese Ghouls looking really nice, but one shot he tries to go in is going to get heavily punished for that. You cannot be tumbling into your opponent.
A bit of a miscommunication there, as Defender wasn't really in the area to go for the follow-up. One shot wanted to go in, wanted to fight, but his team thinks otherwise.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit more patient in that sense, but hopefully that wasn't hopefully that was a little bit of a misclick. That's fine. Unique Duesveld doesn't lose too much off of this. It's not like they had a lot of pressure to work with to begin in the game. But Burmese Ghouls, looking at their macro, it's looking good. 7K ahead of their opponents. It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, man. Looking at it right now, Ace and Kid are here in the Lord area, and this is going to be the most important part of the map right now. Lil here, spotting them out. Will they contest? Everyone is scattered here for the side of Unique DeVu, while Burmese Ghouls, they are in the Lord area and they're just trying to take it down, and they will give it to the side of Burmese Ghouls without contest.
Yeah, I think it's definitely understandable here. Burmese Ghouls are finally, especially for their core heroes, are reaching that point of that breaking point. Being able to have that 3 to 4 item power spike, and that's what happens when you reach 49K. While Unique Deuce Vault is trying to catch up to it. They're just a little bit behind. They're just 5K behind actually from hitting that power spike themselves. So until they hit that, I don't think Unique is going to be doing too much.
Yeah, clock's ticking for both of these teams. Who has the better positioning? Unique DeVu, they got the early game advantage. Right now, it's slowly, slipping out of their hands. And for the late game, it's anything goes, because you have the Claude, you have your 1-1, and especially for Burmese Ghouls, that they have this late game Lunox potential, and the Benedetta, who has late game potential as well.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough one. Illuminous Lord going to be crashing into the top inhibitor turret. It breaks it instantaneously, but Unique is doing a good job clearing out the Lord-empowered minions on the mid and bottom side. Now they just have to deal with Lord. They lost an inhibitor turret, which is not the greatest, but they are still in it to win it. They haven't bowed out just yet.
And they have good waves there, mind you. That is going to be the Ring of Order coming out here from Kaja. Ruby DD is going to go in. Oh, he forced that.
He's forcing it hard. Defender trying to disrupt as much as possible, but in the back line, maybe going in with the implosion. Nothing they can do about it. Burmese Ghouls, they go in. Maybe tries to save the day, but unfortunately, Rubididi might have accidentally baited a fight. Oh, it's not over yet. Kid turns around with the darkening as well. Goes into that brilliant form, but nah, he's gonna be absolutely shut down by Unique Deuce Volt.
And they do not disappoint Unique DeVu. They hold the line to their base, and right now, Sunset Lover is getting all the items in the world, and Sunset Lover is loving it. No puns intended.
But Rubididi, he's going to be trying to clear that wave as soon as possible, but this is the time that Unique can do something about it. Rubididi, he's in trouble. Oh, that was clean. Come on.
Eye for an eye. When you time it right, it can do you wonders.
Man, literally, it's a 0.7 second ability, less than a second. That timing couldn't have been any more perfect. It had to be within the range of 0.5. That's ridiculous.
But then again, man, that is a telegraphed skill. You can see it from a mile away. It's gonna come in front of you, and you just have to time it right.
But still, it's
I like it. I like it.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, Sunset Lover!
It's looking bad. They finally found that pick onto Sunset Lover with the implosion, but now they are going in hard. Defender trying to disengage the rest of the team. They cannot afford to lose any more members. Maybe well done. Even without a flicker, he is still pulling punches.
Looking at it, that was a clutch catch for Maybe. For the longest time, he couldn't get really an explosion on that 1-1, but with that flicker in,
yeah,
he got it in time.
He's doing it again and finds Lil in the process, and now it's going to allow Ace to jump in towards the backline. Zawo gets executed, and he is down. This opens up the entire wave for Burmese Ghouls to finish off the fight. Defender trying to clear it up as soon as possible to keep the crystal alive, but Ace, he's trying to kill it out as soon as he can. One shot doesn't take him out in time. Burmese Ghouls take game 1.
And clutch moments from the players that could have gone both ways. And to be honest, Gideon, these are the games that, one mistake and you're gonna lose. At that point on, they had all the items, and it was just trying to find that small error from that enemy team where you can that you can exploit and use your advantage. And they saw Sunset Lover there, staying in front of everyone. Implosion comes in, and they heavily get punished.
It's just one of those situations where it's like, you disrespect your opponent enough, they will fight back. And I think Maybe did a great job there. He had no flicker, no real option to force the play. But, when they jump into you, you got to make sure you punish them for that spacing.
Remember, guys, you really need to, respect your opponents right now. If you underestimate them at any time of the game, you are gonna get bit back. And I like that point, Gideon. Looking at it, the game was a bit, let's say that it was 50-50. Well, I think it was 70-30 at the early game. If only Unique DeVu got hold of that lead more.
I would agree with that. But this was a complete fist fight. Like, this was hell in a cell. They were just, every single time a turtle would pop up, it's just fist for fist, just brawling day in and day out.
And you don't usually see that anymore, because the teams right now know their priorities. If they want the turtle, they would go for the turtle. If they don't need the turtle, they won't go for it. They would go for the turrets, but there were no priority in the turrets right now, because everyone just wanted the turtle. Everyone wanted to just go at it. And no one was backing down at that moment on.
I totally agree. And what I absolutely love about Unique DeVu is the fact that the disrespect that they showed to Burmese Ghouls. Okay, we lost the first fight. A lot of MPL teams, okay, we're a little bit behind. Let's catch up a little bit, hit our next item, Power Spike. They will strategically take it. Unique, they don't. They see it, okay, we're about 50-50. Let's take the fight. They are willing to go the extra mile.
And you know what? That was only game number 1.
First game.
The first game of this series. It's already that hot. And you know what? Burmese Ghouls at match point, but with the performance of Unique DeVu, it wouldn't really be, surprising if they take this to a 1-1.
I would totally agree. I would totally agree if they brought it to a 1-1. It would have been absolutely fine. But hey, this is only the first matchup, so we still have plenty more games to go. With that being said, with the first match closing out, we would also like to thank Tumi for being the partner and sponsor of M2, as the journey to become the M2 champion has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Now, be sure to check out tumi.com/esports. Let me say that again, tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
To keep our players safe and protected, M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for 180 days. To find out more about what SUTL EnvironTech offers, visit sdsd.com.
Now, fans at home, I know you guys are thinking like, come on, give us that next game. I'm itching for more. I need more Burmese Ghouls and unique DeVu. But don't you worry, because throughout the tournament, we'll be announcing various giveaways from Razer, M2's official gaming gear partner. So keep your eyes and ears peeled out for this, and you might be walking away with some sweet prizes.
And with that being said, Gideon, I think it's time to pass it to our analyst. Wolf, what do you have for us right now?
Well, Butters and Gideon, it's all about understanding win conditions, I feel like. What I really notice about Burmese Ghouls is that they have a firmer grasp of what their draft looks like compared to Unique DeVu. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and let's talk about win conditions of each draft. I mean, for example, looking at this lineup coming out from this vault, it's very important to take note that they do have good early game composition. They can be aggressive and then take it to the late game with a 1-1, but the biggest problem is they are very much dependent on their ultimates. They needed the Kaja to work, they needed the Roger to pop off in the early stages of the game, and in a way I kind of see some glimpses of them going into that crowd. However, it was a very interesting reaction from Burmese Ghouls. Do take note, they have taken out all of the important mid mages for Unique DeVu to use, which is very interesting to me, because this is probably the first time I'll see an all support or all mid mage ban. Well, there was a ban on Natalia, which isn't a mage technically speaking, but they did take it away. Now, here's the thing. What they did was they put a Dark Claude, and I thought it was gonna be a jungling Claude, but then they throw in a curveball, getting the Ling instead. Now this lineup is, I would say, not the easiest one to really utilize or really make work, but what they did was very interesting to me. So now they only had the Lunox, and if you think about it, they don't have enough wave clear from a mage that you're looking for, like from a Farsa, for example, or from a Chango, to put them into the late game situation. That is definitely difficult for their part. I would say Ling and Claude, they are so farm dependent that they need someone to take over in the early stages for them to make it to the late game, especially when they're going up against an early game lineup. So now, if we look at the item buildup of these teams, this now makes sense, because they used the Benedetta to get the early breastplate as well as the dominance ice. This is their tank. This is not their tanky hero, but it is their way to soak the damage in the early stages so that they have early game team fight. Not only that, they also won their lanes so massively. I think this is the most important factor on how Burmese Ghouls were able to make it to the late game, because technically speaking, they don't have the best early game lineup against Unique DeVu, but what they did was they won their lanes. So Ruby DD as well as D on this Benedetta and Claude respectively, they won their lane matchups. Because they were farming so much in the early stages, what Ace had to do was to be conservative on when he goes into the fights, because Ace's timing on going into the team fights was so perfect, it didn't matter that they didn't have the best early game potential. This brings me to the breaks of the game on how Burmese Ghouls were able to win, and this is all about them timing their team fights so perfectly. So they were waiting and baiting for their opponents to utilize their ultimate. So they're waiting for the Yuzong to pop the Dragon Form, as well as the Kaja to pop the Divine Judgment. And then that was their opening. That was the green light for Ace to be in the fights. Do take note, in 4 minutes of the match, our MVP, Ace with the Ling, he utilized his timing on this Ling with the ultimate to take back the aggression, to stop the aggression of Unique DeVu. And by then, it was already so hard, so difficult for Unique DeVu to recover. Why is that? Because their timing with the Roger, with their Joy even, was already stopped, and it's really difficult for them to recover afterwards. Now Ace, he was so, I would say, he was so conservative on how he timed his perfectly well. And I think that he is also showing how he is good mechanically wise. He's showing it to the world right now with a 6-0-8 performance in his first game for the M2 World Championship with the Ling debut. Man, this is such a wonderful usage of the Ling coming out from Burmese Ghouls. Now, other breaks of the game for sure is them baiting out all of the ultimates, all the team fight ultimates coming out from Unique DeVu, not only in the first match, on the first skirmish, but also in the following matches. Do take note that the last clash, they won with baiting out that pickoff in the middle and then eventually taking over the game with a massive push in the middle and in the bottom lane because of their man advantage. This was because of them splitting the map. That is also another key to victory coming out from Burmese Ghouls. They have understood that there's a big team fight potential coming out from the side of Unique DeVu. That was also backed up with their victory in a 3-4-1 trade that happened around 11 minutes. After losing that specific skirmish, they just split the map and just took over the game. That, to me, is very important. And why don't we go back to game number 2 and see if there will be some improvements from Unique DeVu.
Well, that's that was pretty good. I mean, overall, thank you, Wolf, for actually giving us the entire explanation there. And I think that gives it shines a little bit more light on exactly what was happening at certain parts of the game. Because again, you don't usually see a Ling like joining these fights more often than not, especially when they just hit that level 4.
And you know what? I really like his point right there at the start. Win conditions. These two teams knew their win conditions, and they just forced a lot of fights into the early game. Now, Unique DeVu had a lot of pick-off potential, especially with the Roger into the early game, but it worked on their side, but they kind of dropped the ball when it came to the mid-game. So it could have gone both ways, and it all depended on that clutch play coming out from Mlbb, to be honest.
Absolutely. But let's remember the Blazing Hammer Battle Night. Make sure you guys are logging in on Jan the 30th to claim your free permanent skin. And I mean, who doesn't love skins? Come on,
who doesn't love skins? Everybody loves skins.
Everybody.
You love your skins.
Absolutely.
I love my skins as well. How many skins do you have?
Well,
not a lot.
Not a lot, because I don't play a lot of heroes, though.
I don't have a lot as well.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We like to flex on people with just the few heroes we have, don't we? Right?
Yeah. It's all about it. That's all about just playing a couple of heroes and just trying to get the best, skins for them. Flex on them. Flex on them, bro.
My man right here. My man right here. He knows. You don't just collect skins just for the sake of having them.
But if you're a collector, you might just go for it.
It's something that you should guys keep an eye out for, especially if you guys are more of the collector type rather than flex on your opponents here. But we also want to have a big shout out over towards Secret Lab. So again, special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning game seat engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, and visit secretlab.co to check out their prices. Maybe they got some special deals in certain events. I don't know. And also, we're sitting on them right now. If you're wondering why, I mean, it's the best comfort, man. It's the most comfortable chair I've ever sat on so far.
And we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality, where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
Oh, man. I mean, it's absolutely great. Now, we are jumping into the second match here. Oh boy, another game to go. Let's see who's going to be sitting right on top. Is it going to be Burmese Ghouls or Unique DeVu?
Burmese Ghouls right now still going for that Selena ban. They don't want it to go to the hands of Unique Devo as much as possible. Brody is still the ban here for Unique Devo. They know that the marksman setup is just the marksman jungler setup is just way too good here. For the side of BG, they're still avoiding it.
Yeah, they still are avoiding it. I mean, now that they've shifted sides, because Unique Devo was on blue side, moving over to the red side, which means Burmese Ghouls are going to have priority pick. And that first priority pick could make it or break it for a lot of these teams. So I want to see now that they've switched things up, is it going to be different for a Unique, or does Burmese Ghouls just get even stronger?
Now, clearly you're seeing another Matilda ban. Like, Unique Devo, looking at what they showed earlier in that very aggressive game coming up from them, you would not want to give them the Matilda.
Yeah.
It just gives them this extra protection.
Yeah, it gives them the ability to just harass you without taking too much punishment back. And I think that's especially with a player like Sawa on their side, who wants to be able to harass you, who wants to be right up into your face and take and dish out that damage. Burmese Ghouls just making sure, just minimize his pool, force him onto something that requires him to just go in deep, go in really hard, but just has high risk for high reward.
That is true. Now, Unique Devo, they are just gonna ban out the Natalia. Doesn't want to give it to the side of Burmese Ghouls. It's probably because I think Burmese Ghouls is forcing Sao to something very safe or very aggressive. There's no in between.
Oh no!
Like a lot of these heroes that are getting banned on his side, the Matilda, the Selena, they do have this mode that they can be very passive. They can just throw out their harass, poke a bit, or probably for the Selena, if you hit an arrow, that's the only time that you would go in. But for the Natalia ban right here, I'm seeing that, it's probably so that Sao doesn't get punished as much.
Well, I would like to believe that, other than the fact that I just feel like Unique understand they're on red side, so if they leave Natalia up, it's 100% going to be picked off. And if they don't, they could have actually readjusted their draft such that they can wait until the very end there. So they could even pick up a potential Esmeralda or a Natalia and make Burmese Ghouls choose one or the other.
Now, Burmese Ghouls banning out the Esmeralda. They do not want to have that falling star moon catching them out, staying in their faces. Unique Devo, this is a great ban.
Yeah.
The Lunox ban gave them a lot of problems, and Burmese Ghouls, they might have really read that certain strategy that Unique Devo really wanted to go for. And if you cannot fight it, just ban it out.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit of a tell, because now that they are banning out the Lunox once more, Lunox isn't great in every single composition. That's for sure. It's particularly, I don't want to say Unique and be
specific.
That guy. Yeah, it's very situational, especially when the Jawhead pick comes up. But Burmese Ghouls, they pick it up for themselves almost instantaneously. So now, what does Unique do to respond?
You know what? It's Unique Devo. They banned out the Lunox. Burmese Ghouls just went straight and picked up that hero. It was like, okay, there's no more counter. Let's go.
Oh, looks like it's going to be Yi Sun-shin as well as the Benedetta coming in for Unique. All right, totally understandable, but let's see what the Burmese want to actually bring out to the table here. Because again, there's still a lot of options here on the table, especially Lapu Lapu. It can easily be picked up to match up against the Benedetta if they really wanted to. They could easily start picking up their marksman for themselves. Oh, did I just hear a Harith? There we go. We haven't seen Harith in so long.
That is a Harith. That is a Lapu Lapu. You were right with the Lapu Lapu. It's a great matchup against the Benedetta. It could hold itself up onto the lane. Now, for this Harith, this could be an answer for the Yi Sun-shin as well. Because remember, Yi Sun-shin, that graceless dash that he has, it only resets cooldown at certain when a certain requirement is done. So that means when you're a Harith, when you have the Salmon Force on, you can chrono dash as much as you want as long as you can hit people with it.
Yep.
So that means when you have one dash, on your hero, that means the Harriet will really have a easy time chasing you down.
Well, for now, we don't know what exactly. Unique. They smart picks.
Smart.
Really, really smart picks. So they want to have that disruption, and this was one of the few picks that I was thinking of. Either it was going to be, leaning towards the Tigreal or a Tigreal, Cho, or even an Akai. All of them having some hard CC. So, you pop the Diamond Force, you try to go in a little too hard, boom, you get Way of the Dragon. Boom, you get hit by the Hurricane Dance. So many more options.
You know what? It just feels like Burmese Ghouls and Unique DeVu, they swap strategies.
Almost, yeah, I would agree.
I mean, looking at it right now, it seems to me that Unique DeVu, they want to be, the passive one into the early game. But right now, Burmese Ghouls, they want to go all in. They just need their level 4 ultimates. For the Zaman Force, for the Harriet, he wants the Zaman Force up. That's the only requirement that he has. If you don't fight him to the mid lane, if he goes there, then that means your turret is going down.
Yeah, totally agree here. And I mean, funny enough, like even the bans are looking a little bit similar in a sense here, because Burmese Ghouls, they have basically taken the entirety of what Unique was deciding to ban out in the very first game. I mean, minus the Kagura, of course, but they are just making sure that they don't have any more mage options here, because that's what Unique is missing as of right now.
And they're not giving any more priority for Sao, because Sao's heroes are just getting banned. And you know what? For the side of Burmese Ghouls, they are forced to keep on banning these Sao heroes so that he cannot get any any comfort heroes for his side anymore. And it just seems to me like Unique DeVu, they're really just letting this happen.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. And Unique, seeing that Roger is up on the table, they decide to ban it out. I find that kind of interesting. I think maybe it's a different mindset in terms of hero priority for them. But I don't think Burmese Ghouls would have wanted to pick up the Roger for themselves anyway. Claude is still on the table, and I would say that's a little bit more effective than Roger in a lot of cases, especially with the patches, just making sure that Roger can't hit critical mass as quickly and can't be as effective with his damage numbers.
But you know what? Just reading by the draft here for the side of Burmese Ghouls, I think they're thinking that the Roger might dive them. And since they picked the Roger, they probably think highly of the Roger as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. Burmese Ghouls banning out the Kaja here, showing a little bit of respect to Unique. It's like, okay, we got caught a couple of times with that Divine Justice. Might as well get rid of it right here, right now.
Just, it's hard because you have the Yisun-Shin, you have the Benedetta. When someone gets hit by that Divine Judgment, I'm pretty sure that that guy is going down.
Oh, yeah.
But
he is just gone.
Yeah. So, who's gonna get the pick? Is it Sunset Lover for his side lane hero? Or will it be Sao for his middle lane?
I think they might lock in. They could lock in the Chang'e, they could lock in the Yuzong. Both either or here.
Yeah. I think Farsa is good. Chang'e with Farsa.
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah, and you were absolutely right. Farsa being the lock-in coming in for Unique.
If you want to really have a full-fledged poke composition, you have to have this way of keeping people at bay. Now, you have the Akai. But the Akai after that, after the Hurricane Dance, it's going to be a full-on engage from the enemy team. What you do is you use the Farsa and try to punish them if they ever just want to dive in mindlessly towards you guys.
Yeah, I would agree. And it looks like Burmese Ghouls just playing for that hyper scaling here. They are making sure that they have the Lancelot, who scales pretty well into the game, a great assassin, especially one of those picks that can get on top of that Farsa really, really easily if she isn't looking or paying attention to where he pops out from. And not to mention Veil.
Yeah, but right now, you know what? For Unique DeVu, they really need this anchor on their side, and their anchor is going to be the Cho. What I think about their lineup is it has good damage, but if you think about it, they're kind of squishy.
I would agree that they are a little squishy in comparison to the Burmese Ghouls, but I think I would say it's about 50-50 here. A lot of it is going to boil down to whether or not your abilities actually land, because everybody kind of counters everybody on each side. It's almost mirroring each other to a certain extent.
I kind of agree, because when you pick Veil, then you have the knock-up. When you have the knock-up, then you can use it against the Hurricane Dance.
Exactly, right?
So it puts both teams here, to just think about their executions properly. If they don't, there is a hard counter that's going to stop them from doing what they plan.
Absolutely. And I think, considering we got to take the pros and cons from both of these team compositions. I would say Burmese Ghoul, very team fight oriented composition. I mean, you have a Veil. If he gets like an amazing ult, that's pretty much game over for the large part of it, unless the Akai doesn't get sucked in as well. However, for the side of Unique DeVu, they've got a really, really interesting siege composition where they want to create that space. They want to harass you under the tower. They want to start pushing you out of the jungle.
Now, we head on to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be game number 2. Burmese Ghouls, 1 game away from taking the series against Unique DeVu. Unique DeVu right now, they are trying to take this to a game number 3. They want us to go the distance. And they do not want to give a series with a 2-0 that easily, because this is the group stages, and the group stages require you to bring your A game so that you can get the upper bracket slot.
Absolutely. So it looks like RubyDD has been sent down in towards that offlane against the Cho. Not too bad overall. Cho's not going to have the greatest of times until he hits level 4, and then he has some kill pressure. They also send D up inside offlane. That's fine. And maybe as well as Ace down. Oh, wait, no. They are going to send maybe as roaming around while they have both Veil as well as Ace just keeping track of that mid lane.
Sunset Lover here, not holding back on that aggression. He just wanted to get the minion. Now, maybe here, using the ejector to force everyone out of his, circle. No one wants to get ejected to the top turret.
And nobody wants to get... It's always a feel-bad situation here. But, so far, the game has been pretty okay. And immediately, once one shot hits that level 4, using that Mountain Shocker to get information on where the rest of the team is. And, oh boy, maybe getting pushed down to lethal damage, but he still is going to be alive. This is a more tame game than what we saw in number 1.
And actually, onto the bottom lane, this is, for me, I would coin this as the movement battle, because the Cho and the Harriet has a lot of dashes. So that means the dashes that you make right now could be the one that's going to punish you in the future.
Oh man,
that sounded like a proverb.
Absolutely, it really did. More so than I was expecting. Because honestly, it comes down to that execution and mechanical prowess here. As defender, oh boy, he is low, and Lil, he's in trouble as D getting some pretty good damage on him. He still has an ult still available. That Blade Dust is not going to be enough. And Sabo going to be sieging them over. Can he find that pick? No, he cannot. But Kid is able to stop that feathered airstrike just in time. Maybe the only person to go down there. Sunset Lover, Way of the Dragon on top of RubyDD, but not enough damage just yet, even with a high dry.
And the turtle goes to the side here of Burmese Ghouls, and Ace having a field day. He is not contested in any way. Just looking at Unique DeVu earlier, they really wanted that to secure that turtle for themselves as well. But you know what? One of the factors that you really have to look at there is their HP bars. Their HP bars is at 20%, 30%, and you wouldn't really want to dive against Lancelot at that, at that health level.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, that's for sure. And now maybe he gets caught out, but unfortunately Veil is able to try and counter it on top of him, gets ejected and dies at the same time. Maybe goes down as well. That's gonna be 1-for-1, one shot. He does not want to get into this battle against RubyDD, especially without items. But Kid now in trouble. His defender looking to clean this up. Oh no! He misses that last auto, and that is going to be a kill opportunity absolutely missed.
And good try there from defender, just being that aggressive Benedetta, trying to get the kill on the Veil. Kid there missing the knock up. If he landed that in a way, that could have been the greatest punish for a defender.
It would have been huge, absolutely huge. But I think, honestly, Kid did a pretty good job being able to react to that, having to use... I mean, he did have to blow his flicker at that point in time, which is a little unfortunate, a bit of waste of resources, but it is absolutely necessary as long as you are not giving those kills and free gold over. But once again, the team fight has started once more. Ace coming in with ult as well, able to pick up one. Sawo can't seem to get rid of Kid, who survives with a single sliver of HP.
And Defender here going in, trying to go for Ace. Ace here is the primary target for Defender, and that is going to be Lancelot going down. But for the trade with the Farsa, Defender still wants more. It's up against the Lapu-Lapu, and he will bow out from that.
Yeah, he will bow out, but the execute has been used. Sunset Lover, again, he is getting harassed, and oh my goodness, Rubini trying to make it work, but he totally forgot that he had the Purify, is able to get out of that way. The Dragon almost frame, pixel perfect there. Sunset Lover getting outplayed there.
And the Zaman Force is just one of those skills where when it drops, you need to take down the Harriet, or you need to force out the Harriet out of that certain area. If you don't, it's either you go down or your turret goes down.
Absolutely, and I think he was trying to buy as much time as possible under the turret to get that free damage to even out the life totals as well. So really great attempt coming in from Sunset Lover, but unfortunately, he would have gone out either way with the help of maybe coming in from the backside. But looking at the rest of the plays, it looks like Turtle is back up, and again, both of these teams, we saw this in Game 1. Oh, Kid put down a 1 HP, and now maybe is going to go down as well if he doesn't, but Kid comes back and makes sure he drops his ultimate to save that situation, netting them 2 kills in the process.
That was the perfect hurricane dance coming out from Lil. He caught 2 people, but the problem was Vale was in the area.
It hurts to admit it, but that's totally right. I mean, what can you do in these situations, especially had Kid just taken the recall, it would have been a completely different situation.
Now, this is the question, Gideon. You had your moment of brilliance right there at that point, only to get stopped by 1 knockoff.
Yeah.
He caught Ace, and it's really hard to catch that, or that's not with the Hurricane Dance.
And he's about to do it again, maybe finally going down. Lil trading 1 for 1. Considering that they are losing a turret in a situation like that, not the worst, but Lil his efforts are going to go in vain with Sunset Lover also falling over to the side of Burmese Ghouls. It's not looking good coming in from this offlane side. Cho is getting absolutely punished.
Yeah, you have to minimize the casualties, you have to minimize the losses. But right now, that was maximum loss for them. They lost the Akai, they lost the turret.
Yeah, and they also lost purple buff in the process, and it's tough. Burmese Ghouls have full control over the bottom side of the map, and Unique just have to give it up every single time.
And right now for Burmese Ghouls, I'm seeing them, just take control over this top lane for sure, because the turtle is there, it's gonna spawn there, and at the same time, there is still a tier 1 turret on that side.
Yeah, I mean, fail once again, finding another kill for himself there. Lil walking up, but again, he's got to be careful here. He can't die to maybe, but the rest of the team, especially with Ace so close by, he can make this happen. He gets a pretty good throw rush, and he goes in with a lethal execution as well to secure it, to secure the kill. Ooh, 1 shot. Doesn't go down. Mountain Shocker is going to be popped as D has been fighting Sunset Lover on the side this whole time. Rest of Burmese Ghouls rotating up to maybe catch Defender, but he is able to get out with the recall.
And you usually don't see assassins go for the tank, but at that point on, the damage output from Ace was just way too much. He knew that he had it in him, went for the Phantom Execution, Puncture, and the Thorn Rose, and it was all that he needed.
Yeah, and he's going to try and do it again. Once again, Defender coming in with Final Blow. Doesn't exactly connect too often. However, this is looking big. D with a big attack coming in with the ult as well. Gets quite a lot, but not enough to secure those kills. Harith as well jumps in pretty deep. BDD coming to clear it up with the help and a big flicker from the D himself. Sunset Lover on the run.
Did he catch 3 people with 1 synchro vision? I think that was it.
He did. He caught 3 people, and then he was able to chunk out the 4th. All with a single health bar. He had a sliver of health.
And you know what? The frames here coming out, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Burmese Ghouls. They're using everything at maximum range. Did you see that Veil ultimate, it punished Sunset Lover at the very edge. It took him up, and the ultimate was dropped, and he got popped very bad there. And that, let's look at the instant replay.
Yeah, so this is right after the fight. I mean, it just caught him right at the edge.
Yes.
Benedetta, man, I'm pretty sure she already her eye for an eye was on cooldown, so there's no real counterplay to that.
You know what? If you're a Benedetta, you should avoid these sensory overload moments when there's a lot of things happening in your area. Most likely, you would want to have a 1v1 so that the eye for an eye, you can time it perfectly. But when there's a lot of things happening, there's this thing that goes into your mind. Should I use it right now or should I save it for later?
Exactly, you know. Again, as you mentioned, sensory overload. This game has a lot of ultimates that kind of just cover your screen as well.
Yeah.
So all of these things layering one on top of the other. Once you max it out at 0.9 seconds, it's long, but it's not that long.
That is true. That is true. Right now, Burmese Ghouls, it will be, it's going to be time for them to knock on the doors here of the base of Unique DeVu in just a bit. But I think for them, it's going to be the Lord, that first Lord, that's going to be their main priority right now. As of this moment, Burmese Ghouls, will they just go for this, and will they fight Unique DeVu if they go near the area?
I don't think so. They have just engineered the waves perfectly here. They are pushing at the same time. It's just giving a lot of information, because if Unique walk out of their base, the minions will spot them. They will have that information that they're making that move now. So Unique can't really do too much. They just clear the waves, let the Lord go on through. But Burmese Ghouls happy with their position, so happy.
And Kid here, getting hit by defended airstrike a bit won't really matter, as it is the keep away game that Kid is doing. Like, do not go near the enemies, just try to control them from afar, and try to see if Lil is controlling anyone on my team with the Hurricane Dance. So right now, Lapu Lapu D doesn't have any deaths on his belt.
Well, not yet.
Not yet. It can happen later.
It could potentially happen.
It could potentially happen. But right now, looking at it, he is going to dive, and he's going to try to take down people here on the side of Unique DeVu.
Oh, Defender, he gets chunked out pretty heavily here, but now it's going to be the rest of the team. Lil, he's looking for the angle, but he's brought down to about half his HP. One shot gets absolutely destroyed by Lancelot, and the rest of the team is just going to walk and end this game absolutely clean and perfect. Burmese Ghouls have an even more convincing game 2. Congratulations for that 2-0.
Burmese Ghouls 2-0. And BG here proving that they are still the team to beat for the side of Group A.
Yeah, these are some crazy moments here, and BG just finding their stride in that game, and Unique just realizing, man, that side lane Harith just absolutely demolished our show, and they just kept punishing him every single time he walked up into lane from mid-game onwards.
I mean, after the Jitkundo of the show, you would rely on the only fast or passive and the Shunpo just to get the extra attack penetration on it. But I think, in a way, Harith is much more consistent into just dealing the damage. If you can cast a Synchro Vision and you can keep on using the Chrono Dashes, that's going to be, let's say, it's a range battle as well. Physical, melee versus range. The same old story, the oldest story in the book right now.
Yeah.
So it's how you use the range advantage. And yeah, I think for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they had all the lanes working for their side.
I totally agree, and I mean, even though Lapu Lapu didn't exactly have the best matchup against Benedetta, he did a phenomenal job just holding on to his own while the mid and bottom side worked together to make sure that they took full control of the bottom side of the map. And Draw even rotating around sometimes just to say, hey, what's up, Cho? You think you're pushing out? Oh, you don't have a Shunpo?
Okay.
Unfortunate, my friend.
Okay, maybe you just want to stay near our turret. Okay, I'll just throw you back there. Then if you have Shunpo, then you might go out. You might get out. That's
you might.
You might get out. But you know what? If it was any other hero onto the XP lane, the Lapu Lapu and the Benedetta matchup, that could have gone to Benedetta's way. But at least in a way, Lapu Lapu didn't really have the best time with her.
Agreed.
But he held on the lane. And that's what's important.
Yeah.
You just hold on to your lane and try to just get some more time till your jungler can go to your lane.
Absolutely. He had some great wave. He had some great wave clear overall, but that's going to be concluding for our game 2. And remember, guys, as we move on to these games, you guys could be watching this as well. So catch the live stream of the mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore, Shangri-La Hotel, for free on Me Watch from the 18th to the 24th of January. Don't forget, a total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. So, if you're Singaporean, let's go Team Singapore!
And with that out of the way, I think it's time to throw it to our analyst, Wolf. How on point was Burmese Ghouls at game number 2?
Very much on point, Butters. Thank you so much, Butters and Gideon Q. And to take note how on point that was, it was the draft that really spelled the doom for the side of Unique DeVu. But not only that, Burmese Ghouls really adopted from game number 1. They actually won game number 1, but then they also adopted in a way that they masterfully outclassed Unique DeVu in game number 2. My name is Wolf, and let's talk about that particular game and maybe the series as well, because I think that Burmese Ghouls really showed up. 2 things that we have to take note here: the draft was on a point, and second is they made Ace look good. Now, why don't we look back at the highlights of that series and see what is very important? And I think that in game number 2, this is what we're showing right now. The control of the turtle area is just immaculate. And this was such an important clash coming in for Burmese Ghouls, because this gave them a lot of lead after that double kill. And I'm sure that continuously Unique DeVu will try to make the plays out of the map, but unfortunately Burmese Ghouls, they have the power spike in the early stages of the game because of this Lancelot. This is their pick and they utilize it so perfectly well, and this was the perfect one. Let's pause here because this is so important to take note. The pincer maneuver from Ruby DD, you have to take note. This Harith, he won his lane, and in a way he was drafted to win. I do like to take note that the Esmeralda ban was so much value. There was so much value in the Esmeralda pick ban because it prevented the Lapu-Lapu and the Harith counter. Right now, here in this particular clash, if we pause once again, do take note that the area of control for Burmese Ghouls was just so good. Ruby DD from the backlines, and of course, the Maniac was perfect because he timed it so well. There was not much that Unique DeVu can do to be able to control this. This was just so good from their side. And do take note, Burmese Ghouls, they utilize their lineup so well by understanding that there is not much stop on the side of Unique DeVu. Another problem that I've seen with Unique DeVu's draft, and we can see this in the items because it is very much related. Looking at the Farsa, there's no Durance for Unique DeVu. And I'm not saying that Durance should be picked up by the Farsa. Unfortunately, for the lineup of the Russian squad, they don't have like a casual Deadly Blade carrier or Durance carrier to stop the sustain of Burmese Ghouls, because that is how the draft went. So it is a combination of Unique DeVu not really looking ahead when it comes to the draft, and Burmese Ghouls knowing exactly what their advantages are against the draft of Unique DeVu. The lack of anti-sustain on the side of Unique DeVu really spelled their doom, because Burmese Ghouls, if you're looking at their lineup, there's so much sustain in there. Lapu-Lapu was there. Harith was there as well. At a certain point, you're gonna have to stop the Lancelot from life-stealing with a killing spree.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Mikado, but you need to be stronger.
Junglers, definitely an MVP. I think that, as I said previously, Burmese Ghouls, they make Ace look good. I mean, Ace is wonderful. He showed up already in game number 1. He already showed up in game number 2. But this is such a good coordination with his teammates, he was able to just shine in this particular game. His early game control, particularly in his timings, on when he went in, was so good that it punished Unique DeVu's aggression in the early stages. Also, I think that it was important for him to be aggressive in the early stages, or at least in the perfect timing between the first turtle until the third turtle of the match, where the Lancelot just naturally shines, and that made the space for the Harith to have such a good farm in the bottom lane. And I think that Ruby Didi just winning his lane against the Cho was also very crucial in this particular match. I think that some people will argue that the Cho can win against the Harith in particular team fights, but in the lane, if you know your timings, particularly using your positioning against this Cho and using your synchrovision in such a good manner to harass your opposing Cho, you will have a good time. And I think that the only question here is, will the Lapu Lapu win his lane against the Benedetta? And I guess it depends on how you judge how a Lapu Lapu wins against a Benedetta, because that Lapu Lapu won against a Benedetta by securing his lane. I think that the casters pointed that out, and as a result, the 3 lanes went in favor of the Burmese Ghouls side. And not only that, this Veil was, I would say, probably the best choice for the mage for Burmese Ghouls, because I feel that this Veil was the anti-positioning of the side of Burmese Ghouls. Anti-positioning meaning the lineup of Unique DeVu was dependent on them positioning well, on them going into the fray with this Akai and this Sparsa combo, which should have been deadly, but that tornado knockup coming out from the Veil was just so annoying to deal with. That has been my analysis of this game and this series that went in favor of Burmese Ghouls. My name is Wolf, and thank you so much for watching. We still have plenty of games to go, and we'll see you after this break.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about his hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced, and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which she will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls. However, those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito Challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Is today just another day? Where we are uncertain of our present and future.
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases.
Despite all the chaos, there is always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the M world. And the saga begins. Welcome to M World. Tune in to M2.
You're strong, Kato. But you need to be stronger.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Kato. But you need to be stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, powered by Moonton and supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, also known as the STB. Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore, and don't forget the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore. As well, we would like to thank the SCOGA and our partner in esports, IMDA, for making this possible. And of course, all of this includes you, by the way, watching at home. Don't forget to share the stream to let people know that M2 is happening right now. We're going into the third match of the day. Your broadcasters for this one gonna be Leo and Contra. My guy, how you doing?
Well, of course, we've seen some explosive matches already happening in the past two match, and with that, we, of course, do congratulate the side of Burmese Ghouls for taking a 2-0 victory run against a very on-form unique DeVu. So, of course, we had Gideon alongside with Butters to be covering that matchup, and of course, not forgetting Wolf as well. But hey, it has been a phenomenal run so far, but we are coming back for even more. This time, going back in towards the same group that we did cast it, but Todak this time will be taking on Impunity KH.
Yep, it's going to be a matter of resets here for Todak. They were swept earlier in the first series of the day by the Philippines' own Omega Esports. So now the MYSG champion from Season 6 have to figure out how exactly to find their bearing once more.
Exactly, and I just felt that they definitely had a really tough run when they were actually going against such a formidable side in the form of Omega, and now they are really desperate for points. Nobody wants to slip in towards the bottom of the groups itself, because that is definitely going to be a very dangerous place to be at. And if they were to move into Phase 2 being on the lower standings, they will have a tough bout facing against the rest. And let's have a look at their standings right now as we speak about that even more.
Yep, we are taking a look at Group A specifically. Oh, sorry, Group B. That's where the next matchups come in from. But real quick, a review of Group A. That's going to be the Burmese Ghouls on top with an average win rate of 100%. I mean, they've only played one. They swept their opponents in unique DeVu, while RSG, the hometown heroes here in Singapore, are waiting in the wings. They are going to be playing in just a bit, though. So all you fans out there, I'm pretty sure you guys are just raring to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Burmese fans out there are really happy with the results that they saw. This something that they would expect none other than, you know, perfection that is coming out of the best team hailing from their home country of the MPL Myanmar side. But Unique DeVu honestly put up such a great fight where on game number 1 they were holding out well. I think game 2 they kind of dropped the ball.
Yeah, no, I stand by what I've been saying all throughout, studying DeVu, seeing how they performed in M1, kind of shaking the meta up. I mean, we still feel the waves of what they've done back then in these early draft Natalia bans, right?
Yeah.
Like that was their thing back then, and I was expecting them to show us something else this time around. But I guess what really comes up to the surface is their evident lack of reps. They are playing out of a region that has Mobile Legends in, you know, its relative infant or adolescent state, wherein the game can grow more. So they are just forging that path. They are front runners in that sense. But against a team like, you know, Myanmar's very own Burmese Ghouls, those are the champions.
That's right.
So evident that there was a skill gap, there was a deficit. And yes, even if they did have some signs of life in Game 1, as you mentioned, Game 2, it was just, at some point, calling it in.
Oh, yeah. But, of course, with them having that sort of deficit, just like how we saw Todak did have a tough run overall. So these two teams now needing to prove themselves to be worthy to be placed at the very least on the second place of their respective groups to at least have a better sort of the standings in terms of like getting towards phase number 2, and you just want an enemy that could possibly give you an advantage than a disadvantage, right? So with that, I still think DeVu might be able to maybe have quite a run against the likes of RSG.
Yeah, but again, DeVu here is going to be sitting out because up next is going to be Todak versus Impunity KH. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get y'all a little more familiarized with these two teams as we lay out the player lineups. First five coming at you from both of these competitors. Todak once more. Let's introduce Chiku, Moon, E1, Stu still have us wondering what exactly the sixth man is doing in the first five, and of course, Burmese.
Exactly, and of course, a lot of all these fans have already witnessed him play quite an interesting amount of fighters or even, pseudo tanks coming out there. So he's been having pretty much of a tough sort of a bout out there, but hey, he's doing decently well. But the comparison of X-Ray, of course, people have been wondering, can he be able to be the backbone of Todak when it matters the most? And this is that match that he really has to show it. Alongside with Moon as well as Jiku, they need to get ahead of the game to be able to just press on the attack. And of course, we'll be moving on towards our next team as well, as we'll introduce you the side of Impunity KH as well.
Hailing from the land of Cambodia, you have Seo Baby, Opi, Boom, Rookie, and Naker. And here's the thing, man. Boom is actually a returning competitor from M1. And this young gentleman right here who plays a tank, of course, the veteran among this young team, by the way, arguably might be the youngest team in all of M2 here today. They are possibly the most enigmatic of all 12 teams.
Yes, indeed. And we're also looking at names such as OP as well as Naker to be having pretty much of a really interesting chemistry that is going to be going on. And with that, there's still a lot for Impunity KH to prove because the last M1, they did not make it out of groups. So with this, they are facing against the likes of the M1 third place finishers.
Yeah, again, because of how they performed in the first series of the day against Omega, it kind of buries the fact that Todak finished strong in their most recent MPL and in the last World Championships. So again, this is a matter of Todak not just making it through their group, but also regaining that foundation and that bravado, the reputation that they have.
Indeed, and with that, I just feel like Impunity KH, as they were pretty much an organization that was established long ago. I believe that they were, of course, starting off in Singapore first, and they branched out to many different countries, and they have definitely solidified their base in Cambodia, and this is the team that has been pretty much hyped up, but we haven't seen too much out of it. Like you mentioned, like back in around Q3 or so, that's where we last really saw them going in action. But since then, there was a little bit of a silence going on in between, but who knows? They might just let all the action do all the talking.
Exactly. Enigmatic is as enigmatic gets. The last time we actually saw Impunity KH in action was, yeah, as you said, Q2, Q3 of 2020. I believe one of them was, if I'm not mistaken, the Razor C Invitational for Mobile Legends.
That's right.
And names like, exactly, OP, Boom, Naker, and Rookie, I've seen these names before. I've seen them compete, and again, we all need our memories jogged up. And I'm hoping that it's in this matchup they put up a good fight against Todak, who I think is in either the best shape for them to make a comeback or for Cambodia to just, twist that knife and just take it down.
Oh, yeah, and I really hope to see some really close fistfights going on. Well, although there's no Paquito being played out in the entirety of the M2 run, but not to worry, since it's being released, you guys could definitely top up some diamonds and perhaps get yourself on that fistfight itself. But with that, let's talk about, strategies right here. Early on, we saw Todak. They were more of that sort of adaptive team. Game one, they just have a little bit of game plan where, okay, we'll play our old ball game where we do everything textbook, but if somebody goes in to challenge, that becomes a problem. But game two, they were just adapting, learning really quickly to respond, and honestly, that was really a close fight against the enemy side, which also see them dropping that game.
It was a little better than game two. The game one, obviously. Game two was their step towards the right direction, but again, they're taking steps. Omega just ran away with it. All right, so I'm looking at how Todak here will watch out for pitfalls like that and how they will play a more proactive game. Yes, reactive is great, like you're a counter fighter, right? But there's only so much countering you can do, especially against a team that knows exactly how to get from point A to point B to point C. I don't know exactly if that's the kind of team Impunity KH is. So the thing here is, Todak, I suggest for them to actually stay in the running here, to actually give Omega a run for their money, especially since they lost Game 1 and Game 2, Series 1. What they do here is they just ride the 1-3-1 hard.
Oh yeah, they really have to do especially that. And if we're looking at some sort of the hot picks coming in from the past couple of games that we just saw, I'm looking at the jaw hit. It's getting pretty much meta, if you ask me. Like, even in the matches where Unique DeVu was playing, they did brought up the Kaja, but on the enemy side, you do see things like the Yishun Shin coming back in on our very first matchup, which we casted as well.
Yep.
So will these be sort of the priority picks on each respective roles?
Yeah, no, I think when it comes down to your jungle heroes, you know, where you want to funnel things into, which I believe is the correct term for a team like Todak. Like, that is their strategy as shown in the first series of the day. I think what they got to do is prioritize first, possibly, I don't know if I should say Chiku or E1, is because the thing about E1 is he's the one who tries to make space for Chiku, right? Like, if Chiku's hiding in the jungle, it's very obvious. Impunity can hunt him down. They can make his day just miserable, right?
Indeed.
So if E1 gets a good hero, like let's say his Baksha, or maybe go for another attempt at his Akai. The Akai was here and there, all right?
Yeah,
There's some statistics out there that might say maybe a little more towards the aggressive side he could have done well. Cross fingers, Impunity KH, don't play a jawhead.
Yeah, I felt like when we talk about the Akai and stuff that E1 plays, he should play it a little bit more aggressively to be really getting in the face of the enemies and go for those setup sort of plays with the Hurricane Dances, if in the case that he actually takes it. So Impunity KH, I do think that they are somewhat, if I would like to compare a younger version of Burmese Ghouls in a certain way, like in their infancy stage, which now, how much have they grown up? I'm not too sure.
Okay.
We're about to find out.
All right, so in that case, for Impunity KH, if Todak has already their priorities set, 1, be more proactive, 2, settle on E1 and Chiku, like get that duo down. For Impunity KH, are you saying that since they are a baby version of the Burmese Ghouls, right, they have to learn how to pick their fights? Because that's the thing about just the Myanmar metagame in general. They're all about the team fights. They're all about turning team fights into objectives, and more likely that score is going to hit the doubles, right? That's what happened in Game 1. They were double-double against Unique DeVu. So are you saying Impunity KH here, off the back of Boom's shot calling, they're going to rack up those KDAs? And
it's honestly quite hard to tell at this moment, because it really boils down to decision making, and of course when it comes down to different sort of teams, it may not be as clean as maybe I would say, oh, this is the baby version of this team, but it may not be just like the daddy in that sort of sense.
it's all in the family, you know. But the thing is, I totally understand. Contra, I totally understand what you're saying, and yeah, it might not even hit the double-double even if they go aggressive, is because Todak might not pick it off. Todak might just keep running away and again farm up on Chiku, right? But right now, before the game begins, ladies and gentlemen, let us remind you of the M2 event happening in-game right now. Complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange these coins for M2 exclusive rewards, which include the M2 special avatar border, the M2 exclusive skin, and M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue. The exclusive skin, by the way, is this dashing young gentleman right here. It's Clint's Shadow Omen skin, and if you wanted to, you can just grab the whole thing for 899 diamonds, which I personally did.
Oh, well, of course, it's just too hard not to get it in your hand. And remember, you know, it's only limited time, and up until 24th January, you gotta get it quick.
Yep, again, 899 diamonds if you want in on this Shadow Omen skin. Get to it. Clint is just waiting to be picked. I feel it, man. He has a great kit.
I got a good feeling maybe in this series itself we might just be able to see it. So let's see it happen. Well, 30 more seconds before we get ourselves in towards match 1. Well, any sort of predictions coming in from you?
That was one. Maybe Clint might show up, put him in the gold lane. This guy, again, some people might think I'm joshing, I'm memeing around, but no. For the longest time now, maybe 6-9 months, especially after seeing how the gold lane has started to, establish itself, become a foundation in a lot of team strategies, right? Going from the 1-3-1 now to the 1-2-2, or even just really having a solid gold laner, a secondary core. Clint is up there, all right? So here we go. Draft has already been set. Impunity, KH from Cambodia on the play. Todak answering back. Impunity takes out Lapu Lapu.
Wow, I really like the fact that every single team right now is giving a lot of priority on that Lapu Lapu to not see it go in towards the Land of Dawn. Same goes to Natalia as well. But you know what I really want to see in towards the Land of Dawn? A Farsa pick. We haven't really seen that much of a Farsa being played out in the group stage so far, so I'm hoping that that mage will be able to make its way into the map itself. So with that being said, going in towards the second band for the teams itself, it's a tough choice, but I'm pretty sure Brody's somewhere on the list.
Yeah, again, since I have been hyping up Clint, one of the factors that might involve Clint coming out is Brody being banned out, 1-1 being banned out. He's up next in that line. So I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, we have to wait just a bit. These players have to figure out exactly what's going on. We might have to remake the lobby, but it's fine. There were just one ban in, so it'll be a quick remake of the room, and then we'll be back again. I do think it should be still Impunity KH on the play and Todak answering back. Real quick, I gotta ask you, in this current meta game, Contra, how do you feel? Who has more of an advantage? First pick or that last power pick for the red side?
I really feel that if you actually go in for the first pick, you do have quite an edge in terms of how you want to actually play it out. So you start off with maybe picking something that's a little bit flexible that doesn't really tell too much, or you can go in for some of all these sort of the picks that is going to be pretty much an important one that you can't drive away from. Like you saw, the party on towards Jawheads much early on is very vital. It means that, hey, this is something that I must have in my team, and I could work around with anything else, but my Jawhead will be the one to set the pace for the entirety of the game.
I'd have to agree with you. So in this case, Impunity KH being on the play, have to look out for these solid pickups. Again, if Benedetta makes it through, Grabber, maybe even Farsa, right? Or Jawhead, if it comes down to it. For the side of Todak, I think they prefer red side here. I think they like this is because if there's anything we learned from them in game number 1, if they have that first pick priority, they have a tendency to just like let it go anyways. I mean, how important is Selena these days? How important was Moon Selena in game number 2?
Well, I would say that the impact of the Selena wasn't really that high. It could have been better if there was going to be much more follow-up to be able to set something for the Selena to land those abyssal arrows, but we don't really see too much of that. And nowadays, everybody wants to pick heroes with high mobility on their kit. So it's not going to be that efficient, especially like there's no Farsa to be played out. Nobody's going to be sending any feather airstrikes. So I don't know how are you going to be landing all these targets all too efficiently. But with that said, like it's still possible that it can be implemented with a different sort of mechanical kit that can come into play. So hoping to actually see a different sort of drafting coming from the side of Todak at the very least.
Yep, and what I'm expecting here, since they do get the first 2 picks, is they might pick up something for Moon and then something for E1. Like, I swear it has to be that way so that they have an easier go. Because, again, we're looking at Impunity KH. They are relatively... I don't know, man. They're a polygon. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what shape they are until they actually show you.
That's
right. So, the fact that they banned out just good heroes overall, right? Like, they're not targeting anyone specific, means they have a game plan. What it is, we're about to find out. But, yeah, I think them on the play here should reveal, especially after that first pick, what they've been up to preparing, let's say, in the Impunity KH cave.
That's right, and it's really tough to prepare for it, to be honest. Like, perhaps Impunity could have also adapted to all the other picks that the teams have been playing previously.
They have all the resources. They can watch like MYSG games, PH games, Indo games.
Exactly, because in the MYSU bouts itself, it doesn't seem like Todak have that sort of a clean run. So on so many of all these sort of analysis of matches that they may have lost, maybe there might just be a pattern that Impunity KH could have possibly abused, where, of course, Todak unfortunately has to deal with this oddball, and this oddball itself is going to be curving at a couple of all these edges until they finally get a glimpse of, okay, what's the velocity like of this ball traveling at whatever speed. Okay, not going to go too much into physics, but you know, one pick that I really would be excited for is the Esmeralda. You know?
Yeah, Esmeralda has been banned out for a majority of games in several metagames, right? In several regions, she is just a menace of just all sorts and kinds. One, late game with items, she just deals an extreme amount of damage. Like, you just let her stay. Number two is she usually plays with Purify and Avarice. So she can farm freely, and even if you send like 2 or 3 dudes together, she's most likely going to get away. And speaking of getting away, her kit is just obnoxious. She has a speed up, she has shields,
she
has damage, she can clear waves, and she has this mobility / blink and stun.
Yeah, like we saw even back in the very first M1 itself, like it was so hard to deal with Esmeraldas that it used to be banned like until a lot of all these nerfs came in for the shield. But hey, now that, you know, effectiveness might have worn off a little bit, but hey, it shapes very well into the style of play where you just need somebody to dive the back line, you got it. And Esmeralda can last for quite a lot of all these sort of the long extended team fights. So I definitely think that this is one of these key picks that teams are looking to get a hold of, but haven't been able to do so. But since we have already seen a couple of those bans coming right through, you know, the first 2 bans, hasn't really touched on some of all these stuff like Detta, haven't been banning the Brody.
Yep.
So let's assume Esmeralda might just be there.
Yeah, she should. And if she isn't, I'm expecting Impunity KH should pick her up. Like, let's say the bans went as such, Natalia, Farsa, Jawhead, you have on the other side Lapu Lapu, Brody, and who's big these days, Selena or Lunox.
Yeah,
I expect as well for that to be an Esmeralda. Like, it's so safe. Like, you can't blame anyone for picking Esmeralda first. It's because even if you do pick up on the other side a confirmed stun, she's just eating it with the Purify. Now, back into the game, no longer do we have to speculate. There's a Selena ban!
Oh, okay. Selena ban, is it necessary or not? Well, leave it up to you guys in the chat to discuss about that. So, moving alongside, we're going for the second ban of Todak, and we did mention Esmeralda.
There it is. Okay, Todak knows what's up. And there's another ban by Impunity KH. And there's a Jawhead. We just spelled out the bans.
Okay.
We drafted in our heads. Well, except for the Esmeralda. Like, it pulled through.
Oh. We're no fortune tellers. We're not going to give you any sort of clues what's up next. But I'm calling Brody right now. Brody, come on, come on.
It's gotta. Because if not, Impunity KH has 1 pickup for the Brody. If not, Todak's going to come back around it. They can go Baksha Brody. Or, yeah, I don't know. Tigreal Brody seems too crazy. Yeah, so it's most likely Baksha Brody if Brody does open up here. If you are, though, what's Todak looking to ban? They were afraid of the Cho earlier. So if they plan to keep the Brody open and Impunity KH goes for the first pick Gambit, then that just opens up the metagame for Todak. Like, they have so many choices.
They indeed do have
the Benedetta, there it is!
The Benedetta being banned away, and we are talking about a potential opening for Brody! Opie
my guy
did not even think about anything else.
Not even blinking. Brody.
Yeah,
exactly how it went.
We're actually sitting pretty much on distance between LaFell, and we can just see his eyes just blown wide open, and he just went blinking. But hey, back to it's the pick. Now, Burmese as well as Chiku.
Yep. Again, I think our prediction here was to prioritize Chiku, and E1 or Moon and E1, and there you go. Wow, Matilda. I love it, Matilda.
You did pop me the question that will we ever see a Matilda coming to play? And yes, we will, alongside with the Yuzong. So I really do like what is coming into the picture. I guess this was pretty much the risk that they had to take. They have to force a ban, and they were hoping to get the Yuzong in return of an exchange of the Brody. But is it really worth it that you are actually giving such a strong pick to Impunity?
Yeah, and here's another strong pick Impunity's picking up. I mean, same for the Tigreal. Tigreal has always just acted as a foil to Jawheads, but since he's not here, this might just be an Impunity preference. So yeah, Farsa gets picked up. On the other side, it's Todak with the Yu Sun-Shin, most likely being played by Chiku here. Oh, I gotta go back while we're waiting for this ban here. Contra, I know that neither of us said that they were gonna try to prioritize the side lane, whether it be the EXP or gold lane, but here we see Yu Zhong, who most likely will be played by Stu. Stu rarely plays whenever Todak is around, so I'm thinking they had to make some concessions. They had to compromise and say, all right, Stu, we're giving you this hero. Like, you need this here.
Yeah, and they definitely have to make plays with it, but there's also a potential where Formaze might just actually have that switcheroo, so, well, we'll just leave that for the moment. But moving in towards the second phase, we're seeing Kanja banned out. So pretty interesting take because Unique DeVu has been going on that pick. So it might be giving some ideas to Impunity, and we already see some hits being shaking on towards the KH side.
Yeah, no, I get it. The Kaja here is usually played with the same mindset or the same principle as a Sylvana Mage, as seen earlier, played by Omega Esports. Is what you do is you hit them with your ult, right? So in the Sylvana case, that would be the Imperial Judgment. Here, it's the Divine Judgment. Wow. All right, that's two judgments that pin people down. Or in Kaja's case, pull them over. And what you do is you burst them down with the Brody or Farsa. So makes sense. I think Todak read into that. I wonder if Impunity was hedging on that fact. But right now, again, just to stop people from harassing your Brody, you take out the choke.
Yeah, honestly, a lovely idea coming in towards, you know, all these theory crafting. Now, towards E1's side, he needs to find another sort of ban. And this time, it seems like the 1-1 will be taken away. Really good notion right there. But then again, you know, they've already got the Brody. Did they really have to greed up for the 1-1? That is definitely going to be a little bit of a question there. Double marksman could also be a thing. You
could
know?
be, but the only reason why it works most times is because the other marksman is in the form of like a Roger, who's like a slash assassin. Same with Yu Sun-Shin, who has a global ultimate, who can spot out opponents even before they come get you, right? Mountain Shocker. So I'm guessing Todak was a little too scared because they were on the receiving end of this earlier, right? The Yu Sun-Shin in 1-1 combo from Omega. So right now they're just covering their bases, totally understand. And right now we're seeing them pick their second to the last hero, and that's Alice, most likely going to the gold lane.
Yeah, and the Alice possibly will be able to self-sustain, but with Gato Kacha coming in, well, this is a really solid lineup coming from Impunity KH. And with this, I think their chances of really lasting from the early game towards the late game pretty much solidified.
Yeah, no, but the thing about the Gato here is Todak's heroes, they're all relatively agile. Like, Chico has a dash, you have the flow from the Alice, circling Eagle, like that's the ult on the Matilda. When Stu becomes a dragon, like, I'm guessing that's him on the Yu Zhong, like there's not much the Gatot can jump onto. So,
okay,
there's too much tankiness on Impunity. Like, there's not enough damage, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think this is where the concern is. I think they are bagging all too much on the Brody to do his work, to be able to just be that hyper character to rip people apart. And all they have to do is just to keep him relatively safe. So that's the job of the Gatakacha, or if there's any sort of opportunity, they will dive all the way to the bat line. But, well, Seo Baby has definitely had the very interesting final pick right there.
Seo Baby, it's been a while since I last saw Carmilla, but her ult did get recently reworked, and it does work wonders in team fights. Let's see what Todak has to say about this. And there's her tank. They have been missing out on a tank, and both teams look like they want to go for the Royal Rumble. They want to keep going. They want these big team fights.
Yes, indeed. And I'm looking at E1 right now. I believe that will be an Atlas that's coming online for them. So let's talk through, because Fatal Links, to be pulling them into each other, it's going to be quite hard to actually set that up.
Hold up. This feels like the Todak signature all over again, man. It's like, okay, so we're looking out for the Avatar of the Guardian. If Impunity KH pulls that off, then we have the Fatal Links to counter back. It's good, like, in perspective. It's good thinking about it, like theory crafting. But, again, it feels so reactive.
Yeah, and this is something that they usually will try to respond to, perhaps any sort of punches being thrown. But the question is, can they dodge it or counter it in a certain way or another? You can definitely see that Impunity KH, this is going to be the very first game of the day. So as for Todak, they've already warmed up. Could that be an advantage? Could it not be? Because we talked about having players watching every single moves, and Impunity definitely will be one of them, very evidently from those sort of picks. And now, with that being said, we're moving into the Land of Dawn for this best of 3 between Impunity KH of Cambodia versus Todak of Malaysia.
Here we go. That's Seo Abby with the Avarice on this Carmilla. So I'm guessing he's just going to try and pin down. Oh, interesting. That's a fight that can go on forever.
Oh.
Carmilla versus Alice.
Oh, yeah. Like, now that you actually pointed out, it makes certain sense, but how long can they go for? Like, this possibly will be quite tough to tell who's going to be able to take the cake. It really boils down to whoever will be able to chime in, coming in for those sort of ganks, right?
Yep.
And now over on towards, you know, the lanes where we see Gato fighting on towards the Yuzong. It's pretty much going to be going on for pretty much a long time until they fully commit towards each other.
Yep, looking at this mid lane matchup, of course, you have here Boom on the Tigreal, Shot Caller Supreme, making sure that nobody gets in on OP's face. Again, this is an all-in type of situation for Impunity KH. All their damage lay in 2 heroes, OP and Hakurai. Well, they do seem to plan on amplifying it through Carmilla's ult, but right now here's a team fight in mid, under the river, in the bush. Nice dash in here, coming in from Moon. First blood drawn. Seo Abby drops. That's going to be the first casualty in this early game, 1 minute and 30 seconds in.
Oh, that was a little bit too quick for my liking. But hey, pretty much great work coming from Todak to be able to really catch him out just in time. Over the top side, it seems like a very hot shove coming from the Yuzong, and they are already going on a certain sort of reset. River crap being contested here, but nothing too much to actually get out of it. Oh, is that a steal?
Ooh, nice crab here, stolen off by Chiku, and it takes a lot of discipline to move like relatively safely on the map. But hold up, nice knockup onto E1. Seo Abby gets some revenge. There's a Black Dragon form here by Stu, and both teams seem to not exactly want to take advantage. Hold up, that's going to be in his face. Avatar of the Guardian, that's Stu knocked up. He is a half dragon right now. Oh, Revitalize dropped in. That's going to be OP taken out from the back by 4Maze. Double for the Alice. 3-4-1 taken here by Todak. Oh, this is just mayhem.
Yeah, and it was just quite a cluster going on and towards the river, and they are just moving in and out. I just felt that Impunity wasn't really ready to be able to take on that fight, and Todak has been able to not only receive that, but also secures that turtle on the process.
It's a good way for Todak to go, like pretend like they don't know what's going on. Pretend like they don't know what's going on, and essentially bait Impunity into going into fights wherein they're not ready. Again, the damage is not there yet. They have to get items on the far side. They have to get items on the Brody. And even if they have this wombo combo of the Carmilla, the Gatot, and even Boom setting things up, it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. They need time. Oh, what a great link coming in towards the fight. And it will be another kill coming in from 4Maze as well. They're chasing right in, but OP will be able to take out that Yi Shunjin.
Ooh, the 1-for-1 trade. Chiku for a Boom. That's a win for Impunity. You take out the opponent's jungler, you trade off for the tank, that's his job.
Worth it. Absolutely worth it. was pretty much that pick that they were looking for. And now Farsa pretty much going on a catch. Not too sure where exactly they're going to be going with this one, but...
Ooh, hold up.
It.
Oh, I think he smells it. This is lethal. Oh, Stu saw that the Farsa was low on health, and he just goes for it, gets away with relative impunity. No pun intended.
And of course, with that, we're going to be seeing most of the members of Todak really going aggressive in towards the jungles of Impunity as well. You just see them line up on your map, moving across, and hopefully getting one catch out of the lane.
Well, it's nice seeing Todak back in the driver's seat, being aggressive like this. And there's a feathered airstrike. Oh, caught in by the fatal lynx and the circling eagle. Kaka! Down goes Hakurai.
Oh, man. I'm pretty sure that he didn't really see the eagle flying right through. And, well, there's going to be more strikes coming in the way. But right now, Todak so up ahead in just less than 5 minutes. They're still looking to crush in some of all the sort of the first turret on the process, but it's going to take a little bit of time, but there's a little challenge over on the turtle.
Here's Chiku now going for this turtle, I believe the second of the game. Picks it up, and I think he's ready for another fight. Oh, Avatar the Guardian coming in. That's going to be Naker. He's looking low. Seo Abby as well, but they take out Moon first. It's Formies. He's still looking okay. Chiku trading out. It's a 1-for-1.
That's right, and well, they've been taking a lot of all these survey fights that were a little bit unnecessary. Oh, okay. Didn't look all too good.
Yeah, Naker was a little too out there, but I guess they get one in the form of Formies.
Yeah, and now a little bit of that process. We do see a great fatal links that sets up that mega kill for Stu, and Stu looking absolutely hot 4-0. Better airstrike, and it will seal the deal onto E1.
But Stu's just got away with it anyways. 4-0-2. Imagine the stacks on the Festival of Blood, ladies and gentlemen. This is Seo Abby trying to do some damage control, clearing the waves. Oh, that is a huge wave. That's 2 siege minions.
Oh boy.
With no energy shields left, this might just be a push. A successful takedown. Oh, but not if Formies has anything to say about it. Pop the Ode. They lose it anyways. Do they? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it wasn't really worth all too much of those sort of effort, but you know, it's bound to fall with a pretty much of a great wave setup. And well, one more kill for the Farsa. Oh, what a catch! And it will be the fatal links alongside to catch on towards the Brody. He goes down.
That's gonna be Opie taken out. A great trade once more for a mid-mage like Matilda. We'll take that trade any day.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is definitely a worthy setup. And E1 this time, a better gameplay. Like, he's being so proactive across the map, and he's been looking out for OP. And this was the problem when we talk about Impunity KH. You mentioned not enough damage output in the early phases of the game. They back too much on towards OP. If they lose OP, that's it.
Yeah. Even if, let's say, you have Hakurai on deck, Hakurai has just one escape plan. It's the Wings by Wings. After the Purify and after the Wings by Wings, you still could possibly have Moon on your back. You still have the Dragon on your back. And Formies can just blood flow into your face. Blood Ode, call it a day. Like, that's exactly what Todak has been doing the past 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Sitting at a lovely 12-6. That's, what? ×2 KDA on your opponent. So Impunity KH, yeah, they're losing the map, man. Look at it. It's mostly red.
Yeah, and this is definitely pretty hard for the side of Impunity to honestly plot out any sort of the plan B at the moment, but they're trying to stall as long as possible, because if they do hit the late game, get all these items up online, then they might just be able to actually stand a sort of chance to really hold Todak back. And judging from the aggressive plays that they've been making, they might just actually open up a little bit of room for mistake.
Look at this. Baiting it out for Maze, pushing Seo Abby back, taking down that tier 2 turret down bottom, and there's a big team fight in mid. Oh, here we go! Moon takes one down. That's going to be another. It's trading out for E1 for OP. Still a good go for Todak, and it looks like they want to back out. There's a Mountain Shocker pushing back the rest of Impunity KH.
Oh boy. And Todak is just pressing on the attack. They're going for the dive and straight for the Farsa. Chiku is stuck, but he does not really care. He will be able to escape whatsoever. Burmese going in as well.
And that's what I'm talking about. See that? Chico was able to go behind the base, go into the wall, and be relatively unpunished. It's because they took out the 2 damage dealers, OP and Hakurai. What are 3 tanks gonna do with a YSS behind their base? Nothing. They stare at him.
Yeah, like they're just basically tickling him for a little bit. It's like, okay, are you guys done yet? Just hop right over the wall.
I got my dash. I'm out.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. So Impunity KH. The reason why this is happening, ladies and gentlemen, is because their draft was fundamentally lacking. They needed more damage, and they put all their eggs in 2 baskets. I wouldn't say 1, it's 2. But they're 2 very fragile baskets. It's OP on the Brody and Hakurai on the far side. They're both doing all right. More so Hakurai. OP, he's been trading out way too often. 1-4. 1-4.
1-4. Yeah, and I guess some people may say the best defense is the best offense, but in this case, it's not really proven just about yet. Lord being slain here by Todak as they get free reign on the entirety of the right side of the jungle.
And might I note, while we're waiting for Lord to march down here, by the way, this is a clean Lord, guys. This is the first Lord of the game, and Todak just went straight for it, a beeline. Let's note, Stu is doing great, sitting at 404, error not found. This guy's been playing flawless.
Absolutely flawless, and who knows, there might just be a blue screen of death coming their way. Well, it's not going to be happening on mobile phones, thankfully. So as for the side of Impunity, they are just waiting it out, and they have to turtle in the base. There's no other option left available. They have to clear out that Lord that's marching through the lower side of the map.
Actually, yeah, Impunity KH must be feeling the pressure. Their defenses are crumbling. They have no more tier 2 turrets. It's all inhibitors. It's all in the base now. And Todak, dude, I can see it in their eyes, figuratively speaking, right? They want to take at least 1 base turret, just 1 at least, to keep the pressure.
That's right, and now down towards 50% already with the Lord coming in towards the lower side. It's Moon diving right in. Stu's going to be looking for a catch as well, but he won't be able to catch anybody just about yet. Now Lord's coming in.
He doesn't need it. Feathered airstrike here by Hakurai. He's trying, ladies and gentlemen. He's really trying. And there's the jump out. There's the Fatal Links. We're waiting for a casualty. Avatar the Guardian onto nothing but minions. And that's going to be OP taken out by E1. Naker destroyed here by Chiku. 2 for none so far, and it's just a matter of time. There's another. Hakurai gets destroyed in his own base. And Seo Abby is just panicking. Oh my god, what do we do? Boom goes down. It's going to be a wipeout, ladies and gentlemen. That's Todak taking game number 1.
What a beautiful run, and Todak finally getting back in towards their winning ways. And this is where they will be having a point ahead of Impunity KH.
Ooh, they are feeling it, man. They're back in form, and this is exactly how you do it. With style. I think they won this game faster than they've lost any previous games today.
That's right, and if we really look at how they're really going for setup, E1 honestly have redeemed himself from all these certain plays with those fatal links. Like even in the very last fight, you saw when
so good.
He just went in. He doesn't care how many enemies are in front of him. Just pull it back to the teammates, and he knows that there's Stu to back him up. There's Formaze as well, and they look pretty unstoppable here. But in the early game, it was pretty much messy, if I really must be honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. They were trading back and forth, but in the end, who won out on the trades? Definitely Todak. It's because they kept taking down OP, and I think it was too late before OP noticed. It was just too late. So, ladies and gentlemen, that being said, what a great start by Todak. Again, a reset is what they needed, and this might be it. I'm feeling the swag now. I'm feeling the swag. They are back in form. They are just getting there, and yeah, I think it'll take a true analyst to exactly break down what's going on here, right?
Yep.
But before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to thank Tumi for being a partner sponsor in M2 as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected. With the latest Tumi luggage and backpack, you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
That's right. Remember to also visit their website out there, and of course it's already written right down below if you guys miss it. Don't worry, we'll keep you guys and check it once again. So with that, of course, all our players are currently playing in Shangri-La Hotel in Singapore, and to keep our players safe and protected, M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that eliminates bacteria as well as viruses 24/7 for 180 days. So pretty much everyone here is going to be having worries-free of the pandemic. So to find out more about what SUTL EnvironTech offers, visit sdst.com.
And for the fans at home, I know your bodies might be ready for the matches. We've had 3 so far, this one currently ongoing. Let me ask you, are you ready for more? Throughout the tournament, we'll be announcing various giveaways for Razer gadgets, all right? M2's official gaming gear partner, Razer, once more, thank you so much. Keep your eyes and ears peeled. So, that being said, it's just a matter of time before we throw it over to Lafel. He will be breaking down and explaining to us exactly how Todak got back into shape, how they figured out how to take down Impunity KH so fast. Lafel, tell us, how's it going?
Hello, thank you very much. And yes, my name is Lafel. I'll be doing the analysis for this game. And thank you, Razer and Tumi. You guys have been great. Now, looking back at the draft, as our casters have said, Team Impunity KH, they didn't have enough damage. And you know what they say. To those people that say that too much damage is a problem, that's a problem when you don't have enough damage. As we can see over there, where many times they try to trade, but the trade is never in their own favor. And Team Todak, I like how Leo phrases it. They needed the reset, because we definitely can see it against Omega. It almost seems like they were being too respectful towards Omega, not taking any risk, trying to play a little bit more safe. But against Impunity KH, we can see that them letting loose. A lot of rotations going on, Stu even pushing way behind the enemy backline, and then forcing everyone to go there, and then he can just Black Dragon away, or even in certain situations, he chose to get a kill first. And throughout the entire game, he did not die. So Stu definitely stepped up a whole lot compared to the game against Omega. But again, this is just the first game, where Impunity, this is their first game, so probably a little bit nervous. So, but we can definitely see them go a little bit more aggressive after this. But right now, let's look at the itemization between both of these teams to see what they are packing. Right now, look at the itemization on Impunity KH. As we can see, OP and Hakurai are the only ones with damaging items, where OP managing to get his Blade of Despair, and Hakurai, even though he is a damage dealer, he doesn't have those bursty items yet. He has the Necklace of Durance to slow down the healing from Team Todak, but there's no burst anywhere coming from Team Impunity KH. Whereas Team Todak, Stu, he has 2 damaging items. He has the Hunter Strike, and then he has the Bloodless Axe, so more damage, and he has 2 defensive items, making sure that he can sustain in the front line quite a long time. And Moon debuting the Matilda on the M2. He performed very well. There were a few mistakes, but otherwise, it's all good. Team Impunity KH, 3 players were holding on to defensive items, and the secondary damage, Hakurai with the Farsa, did not have any kind of burst potential, making it very difficult for Impunity KH to win any sort of team fight, even if they had a good setup. Even if there is a 5-man implosion, it's not gonna be enough, because there's no damage gonna be backing it up, and then E1, he can just counteract with the Fatal Link. And right now, the MVP of the game will be going to Stu with his Yuzon with a KDA of 605. He has played 3 heroes so far, and this is the itemization that he has. A full 180, where the first game against, or the first series against Omega Esports, he was so passive, he just stayed in his own lane. But in this game, he became more proactive. He tried to look for those kills. He went for any opportunity that he could find for himself, as well as follow up on the opportunity that was presented by his teammates, either in the nation by Burmese or E1. So definitely a good reset by Team Todak, but we have to see whether they can keep it up, or Team Impunity, they Team Impunity, they have to realize their own mistakes, right? They have to understand that a lack of damage will prevent them from having a good early game and mid game. In the late game, a full team fight situation, sure. Tanky compositions are very annoying to play against, but it does not give you a solid victory, especially with burst heavy heroes, but they don't have burst damage. But either way, that is the first match. We will go back to our casters for the rollout game for the second match of the day to see whether Team Todak will be able to end it out or Impunity will be able to push forward. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Lafel. As we go into game number 2, we would like to thank our sponsor, Secret Lab, for the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerce in Singapore and secretlab.co.
That's right. And of course, we will not want to forget to thank Singtel as well as a partner in esports to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on the road with the Mlbb in Mlbb with Singtel, the Singapore's fastest 5G network.
At your service, back at the caster's desk. My name is Leo, joined here by Contra, and my guy. It has been quite the series, quite the day. We've seen ups and downs, specifically with Todak.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be a little bit of the rising action that we are seeing after quite a hard fall, as we are talking about a team that has achieved a third-place finish in the previous World Championship. Of course, that have given them a huge blow on their confidence, and they're just clawing their way back up once again. And Impunity KH, honestly, they were looking pretty good in the first 5 minutes of the game, and yeah, after that, they just shaked out.
Yeah, there was just so much going on. So the fact that in the early game, they were picking fights was already surprising, right? First off, as Lafel said, the damage just wasn't there. I'm glad that the analyst kind of agrees with us. I mean, between a Brody and a Farsa, there just really isn't much, right? And then on the other hand, you look at Todak, and I'm glad that, again, as champions, this is what we expected, that they have the fighting spirit, that you can't take the fight out of the kid, right? It's not the amount of... I lost my train of thought. I'm just so impressed, all right? I just love the fact that Todak, off the back of Stu, again, going into this day, right here, we were all surprised. Yo, what? It's not X-Ray playing, it's Stu, and here he's the MVP.
Yeah, and I guess it's kind of like a sword and shield kind of sort of the way that they are crafting how the players are going to be playing in their roster. So with X-Ray being the shield, this guy is the sword. You could definitely see it in his Yuzong plays. Like, he plays a little bit more offensively so that he could possibly get all the way back in and just disrupt the enemy lines all too confidently. And what we saw was just a tiny example of what Stu can offer on the table.
Oh yeah, I'm so surprised, by the way, not just how great the Yuzhong was, but because, as you did say, how aggressive he is. More on that in just a bit, but for now we were pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess, Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. It can't hit January 30 soon enough, all right? It just can't. New upgrading system, blessing, new little commander, and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you. Once more, January 30th, couldn't come any sooner. We're calling this Battle Night, and when you log in, you get a free skin.
That's right, and it's a permanent skin. That's the best thing. Like, you're tired of all these sort of chests giving you 7 days? Nah, fam.
It's all about
it's
the
all
drip.
about, yeah, all the swagger that you can get out of that. So we have our game ready for game number 2, as we're going to be hopping in towards the picks and bans in within 30 seconds or so.
Woo.
So we've talked about this Brody and how scary it can get, but it's not invincible, as we just saw. The game being dropped by Impunity KH. It still needs a little bit of time to ramp it up. So if they do get the Brody again, how should they draft it in such a way that the rest of the teammates actually can pack a punch alongside with the Brody.
They had the right idea, right? They took out the Cho, they have the Tigreal, they made another target in the Farsa, but I guess it just came down to the play style. Again, they were picking early fights when they shouldn't have. They played a very eggs in 1 or 2 baskets. So yeah, you take out one, it's just harder for the other. And in this case, it was Hakurai who survived a little bit more, all the while OP kept on dying. Again, at some point it was 1 in 4 for this Brody, and that's miserable. So right now, we are seeing how exactly Impunity KH is going to get back on that horse and ride it out to a forced Game 3. Clutch it out, or will Todak just call it a day and say, you know what, we are still the champions. We still finished 3rd in the last Worlds. Let's go back into shape. Here we go. Game number 2, Impunity KH on the play. Todak answering back. This draft looks very familiar, but now, check this out, Contra. Impunity KH, they respect Matilda.
Yeah, and not only that, they also respect Moon's pick of the Selena. Now, we do have a very standard sort of bans coming in from Todak. We're seeing it time and time again. They don't want to see Natalia. They don't want to see Esmeralda. It's going to be the same old story. But since they did open up that Brody much early on, will they be doing that once again? That is definitely going to be a tough one to tell. But Ishin being banned out, that is a refreshing ban coming from Impunity KH.
Okay, you know what? This is spelling out exactly what I thought happened to Impunity KH prior. I mean, you get finished off in what, 12, 13 minutes by a team like Todak. You definitely have to respect them now. So it's very, very evident that Impunity KH, they have their backs against the wall here, Contra. They are playing super reactively, and they are just shutting down all the things that hurt from game number 1. Chiku's Yusun Shin, get out of here. Moon's Matilda, don't want any of that. So now Todak just has an open metagame. They can actually now go hard into the 1-3-1 again, as a lot of fighters are open. Oh no, Esmeralda just got it out. You have the Tams, you have the Yuzhong. Stu can have his Yuzhong again.
Yeah, like, they can do whatever they want. This is the reason why they actually prefer the red side. And like you mentioned, like, maybe sometimes the blue side does get, you know, the party pick itself, but hey, if you actually get 2, it will matter more. Yuzhong being stolen away. This is something that perhaps the side of Todak did not see coming.
That's how much Impunity respects Stu. Ladies and gentlemen, Stu has entered the building. Well, he's been in here for quite a while, but y'all know what I'm saying, right? Todak picks up a couple of strong picks as well, of course. Lapu, and now they have their hands on the Brody, who's still open, Benedetta.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that Benedetta coming in shortly, and this will definitely still work very well since they've already got pretty much Yuzhong secured. But any sort of pick that they should have actually gone in for the marksman role in particular before they actually go towards the ban phase, because they've already got the Brody on the side of Todak, so they either have to ban mages or so. Gato Gacha?
Oh, okay, I see. All right, so there you go. You're looking for a marksman. They gave you the Claude, and they just really seem to like the Gatot.
Yeah, like, they have been locking in a couple of times, but we did see Avatar of the Guardian not really hitting the mark a couple of all these sort of team fights.
Well, to be fair, the last big ticket, Avatar of the Guardian, he tried. They got all Fatal Links away. Right? And there you go!
True.
There you go! I don't know.
That's the answer.
I don't know if this is exactly just the best counter against Gatot, or E1 is just in an Atlas mood.
I guess it's a little bit of both, because E1 is really feeling it on the Atlas, and I felt like if Impunity were to give respect in terms of ban, like, there's a lot of priority on all the other sort of roles, but they absolutely forgot it's E1 that sets it up.
Yep, and now I think Impunity KH has made a decision. You know what? E1 has his hero. Let's not touch him. We have to now watch out for Moon. And look at this, man. Possibly 4 out of 5 bans might be against Moon. You have the Selena, you have the Matilda, you have the Luo Yi. Would not be surprised if that 5th one was maybe a Farsa or a Lunux or a Chang'o. Like, these are all good heroes that Moon can still pick up. And Impunity KH has all the control, and let's see, it's a Farsa.
Oh, yeah. That Farsa, I feel it's definitely something that Todak does play from time to time, but honestly, there's still more in the arsenal that they could honestly go for. And Remember the last game, there was also that sort of respect ban towards the 1-1, which was relatively interesting. I honestly don't think that they do need a 1-1 in this sort of scenario because Todak has already got that Brody. It's still going to be pretty much relying on those golden EXP in that sort of sense.
Yeah.
So 2 more picks coming in from Todak to be able to set things up, but that mage pick is going to be what tells us about the entire draft of Todak.
Yep, I'm guessing it should be a side laner first, is because the mid lane hero is what's best used to counter, but I guess they'll switch it up. I think there's enough information to say, you know what, Kagura's great here, it's good control for mid, gives even OP on the Claude a big headache. So yeah, Impunity KH here, they're looking to round it out. What do they need? They need more damage. Oh no! This has to be damage, but even if this was damage, Contra, they still made the same mistake from game 1. It's still a very blunt lineup.
I'm not really feeling it from the side of Impunity KH, but...
Hold up. Except it's a Veil. All right.
Veil, okay.
I might eat my words because Veil is a glass cannon.
That's right.
He literally is the definition of just damage.
Yeah, so I guess they really have to find a way to keep him protected. That's where the Gato Gacha actually comes right in. And Hilda to give another different layer of defense where Seal Baby could just easily cut across to enemy lines to be able to set things up perfectly for OP. But if you look at Todak's side exactly, we do have the Fatal Links to be chained up with the Yin Yang overturn, and Benedetta could easily go in for the final blows.
Oh man, this feels so weird. Why did Benedetta have to wait all the way into the 5th pick, man?
Yeah. Like, did they absolutely forgot that this pick was available in the get-go? But of course, understanding that they went in for those priority picks. Now, it's time for us to tell, can Impunity actually challenge the 3rd place finishers of M1? Told out right here.
Can they clutch the game 3? That's going to be the question of the day, of the hour specifically, because right now we're going into game 2 in this best of 3. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are from Cambodia, if you are from Malaysia, your countries, your teams need you right now. Show some support, share the stream, give some love over to Boom and the guys over here to E1, who's feeling his Atlas, by the way. That was so well read. That was so telegraphed. Like, all right, you want the Gatot? Okay, fine. I'm gonna get you with the Fatal Links once more.
Yeah, he's basically diving right in with his Atlas. Now, back towards the Dawn of Dawn. We'll see if there's gonna be any more big dives, and hopefully nobody fumbles for getting into its deep waters. So, with that, we're going to be seeing whether or not can Impunity keep up the pace as Todak finally finds their form.
Here we go. Again, I think what really changes the formula here for Impunity is the fact that they picked up the Veil. Veil literally has no way out. That's why he has to pick up the Flicker. But with that being said, I think the combination of all the winds, man, the blades, the storms, I think it's enough. Because again, he's literally just damage on a stick. That's all this hero is about. So Todak have to watch out. I think they have a solid plan, especially with Moon. Like, Moon can dodge those wind skills from our good friend Hakura here.
Yeah, and right now, very good defense coming in from Todak as well, blocking the entry points from members of Impunity to reach the camps. Boom getting flushed away, just soaking some damage, but, you know, nothing too much for him to worry about with some regens coming up. So, Boot's already being purchased by the ruler, and, well, Stu just taking his time out as he gets zoned a little bit.
Yep, Forme is trying to secure his own... No, wait, he is invading! Wow, Formes went deep! And Nager saying, hey, get away from there. This is my orange. This is for OP. Get out of here.
Yeah, he really went off, but... Oh, Boom. Can't really say he's in trouble just about yet. E1's just level 2, so he's just chunking out the damage. Okay, a little bit too much pressure with the Brody coming in from the back, but he just wants to secure the river crab, and E1 just making sure that he does not pass go. And, well, back to the mid lane he goes.
Wow. Boom is making a figure 8, not just across the river, but everywhere. This guy has been everywhere, literally. E1 looking like he's in pain. There's the Blazing Duet by OP. Not enough. Flicker burned, though. That's going to be fine. A close one for Todak.
Yeah, very, very close one. If he does have the last tick of that Blazing Duet alongside with an auto attack, that would be able to seal the deal. But no first blood just not yet. Mlbb already starting out that turtle. Great signs for inside of Impunity to secure it, but look at the back, though. Stu in position.
Hello, in comes the Lapu Lapu, looking for the finish. Oh, he's taking too much damage. Already flickering in. There's the Avatar of the Guardian catching up Stu, but first blood is drawn first by Todak, trading out. OP takes out Stu. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Turtle goes over to Todak despite Impunity starting it and both teams retreat.
Such a good retake coming in from the side of Todak. You just saw how they slowly step right in and start from Stu, actually bringing all the pressure all the way back in towards the own jungles of Impunity, and with them all distracted, hey, Turtle became free.
I love exactly how you put it. Like they slowly made their way, inching slowly. All right, let's wait for E1, and there he is. He wasn't even part of the fight.
Yeah,
like, E1 was just waiting. His mere presence was a threat.
Yeah, it's like, okay, nobody goes anywhere near this Brody. We know what he can do. Okay, love the service stickers that's been coming out throughout the entirety of the M2. And hopefully there's even more to be made by the end of M2. Whoever becomes champion, you know, you get lots to brag about.
Your legacy is complete. It is immortalized. Now looking at this, another big fight happening here. Oh, the blades, all of the wind and the storm, putting Moon at very low HP. That's going to be 2 for none. Make that a 1 for 2, trading out. Boom, bites it, but now Naker's low. Naker's still alive. Oh, they traded out. Chiku is the one who gets it in the end. Can there be another kill here? Yes, the answer is yes, but OP will win the duel. It's messy, but in the end, OP walks away. Swagger on Pat, he walks, not even looking at the explosion. 3-0-2 for this jungler right here. It's looking good for Impunity.
I honestly didn't think that they would go blow for blow. Let's watch that once again because it was neck and neck, but hey, 4 kills, definitely a great sign. But look at Chiku though. He went bravely to secure the triple on the Brody, but he knew it was really tough for him to make an escape with OP just having a lot more health to trade.
When you're in that state, it's a state of flow, man. When you're in the zone and you're looking at your Brody like, oh, wow, pow, pow, pow. Oh, wait, the other core is still here. That's exactly what happened. But now Chiku, he's a man on a mission. He's looking for vindication. He takes out Boom. And this is what we're talking about, right? Boom, for the past, better part of 5 minutes, he's been going around the map, just being a huge thorn on the side of Todak. But at some point, people can just say, it's over. People can just say, we've had enough. And now here's another duel, another fight for the Turtle. And that's going to be one going over to Chiku. Seo Abby in the backline is looking low. That's going to be the ult. Pulled in by Chiku. That's the double. Seo Abby and OP taken out. That's a good takeout, man. 2 for none. 2 for none converted. You don't need to.
Yeah, like you can see Chiku was so confidently pulling in those skills. It's already 6 in advantage as compared to, you know, the opposing side. Now it's going to be pretty much the both being jacked off, and I think that this is going to be tough for Naked to do much, but he's still going in to dive straight in towards the side of Todak as he tried to stop them up. Oh, Fatal Links will be able to pull them back, and with Kagura setting that yin-yang overturn to be able to secure that 2 kills in the back for Todak.
Oh, that takes a lot of courage to be able to say, hey, it's what, 6 minutes in and we want to take your purple? That's going to be a double for Stu, and the inevitable has happened, man. The glass cannon is more glass than cannon. As they dive into Hakurai, this Veil is not having a good day. 0-3-5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to say 5, but 0-3.
Oh, yeah. Still getting shattered to pieces at the moment. Hopefully, you know, if he does get a few more items in, he should be much more safer. So, speaking of that, I do wonder what's the itemization like for the side of Chiku.
Chiku has just been going crazy. 6-1-1. Hold up. 6-1-1. That's amazing. Now they're chasing Seo Abby up top. Oh, Fatal Links onto 1. Worth it nonetheless as they try to free up top lane. I think that's what Todak's trying to do.
Yeah, and you can see they're just pressing them from every single corners that they can get. And I believe that they could actually secure the tier 1 over the top side of the map. And that will be happening real soon. That does get that one in the back. So I believe Despair is coming in for Chiku. And that spells even worse troubles ahead for Impunity.
I'm liking the pickup on the Blade of Despair, given its effect, wherein you deal more damage to things that are already dying anyways. So, again, the fact that there's only 2 damage dealers from Impunity makes this the perfect item for Chico. Now they want to engage onto Naker. Oh, not gonna happen. First turtle take here before they go for a fight. Alecto, final blow from underneath. Naker looks low, and we're gonna be moving on to another fight. Oh, Fatal Links onto nothing.
Oh boy.
But they get him anyways. Naker goes down off camera, and E1 bites it. Seo Abbey is here to make him pay. That's another. So far, 2 for 2. It's okay, Impunity. It's getting what they can, but it's a little messy on the side of Todak as they force this mid lane push.
Yeah, they're forcing a cross-map play, and it does seem a little bit of the hecticness across the map, but hey, at the very least, Todak still walk away with another turret in the bag. So that 2-2 trade was actually very much worth it. So more map control coming in for Todak, but this is where Naker is hoping to make a play, but Chiku is still going to be the main. Oh, that was close.
Oh, Contra, let me say, this is how ahead Todak is, all right? Chiku is all alone, and he's facing down against 3 big bruiser boys. Well, 1 lady, right?
Yeah.
Hilda was there, of course. You have Naker and Seo Abbey. And the thing is, man, check this out. The thing is, he was so bold to say, all right, let me put some marks on y'all, torn apart memory, and then I'm out. Like, he doesn't care, and he knew that he could get away with it.
Yeah, like you can obviously see that he has already ramped up. Like he's level 13, mind you. Just look at the levels, how much it's so far ahead as compared to Impunity KH.
Oh yeah! Wow, they haven't even hit double digits.
Yeah, and I don't think that they're ready for any sort of battle right now, because for the average levels for Todak before they hit those double-digit mark, so it's gonna take some time for them to be able to get anywhere near Chiku. He's already level 14. Just takes one more level, and yeah,
that's it. He's reaching his
final
peak.
form.
Yeah, his final form. So yeah, the thing is, Chiku just recently picked up the Queen's Wings. So all the more he can be bold, all the more he can be brave and say, "Hey, boom, Naker, Seo Abbey, come on, fight me." Like, I'm fine, but I think up next in his priorities would be a River Crab, and of course maybe even Solo Lord. Like,
yeah,
it's not impossible.
Speaking of that, he's already soloing the Lord. If the cameras actually go right in, Boom as well as Naker, they know what's going on. They're trying to find a way to push right through, but there's too much of a defense coming in from the side of Todak. There's no one that could possibly push all the way through. And this bait set up perfectly with the fatal links and towards everyone right there. 3 of the members of Impunity escaped, but they left with nothing in the bag.
Oh no, Opie misclicks the body of the battle mirror image, and he just goes ahead and blinks right into his death as Todak, not even needing the Lord, penetrates down mid. Boom gets hit by a 1-man Fatal Links. Down he goes. Chiku is just godlike. Hakurai can do nothing but watch. He has survivor's trauma now.
Indeed, and well, with the flame shot to clean it all up, the Avatar of the Garden will not mean too much as the rest of Impunity members fall flat. A couple more taps will do the trick, and Todak will be able to make a splash of a comeback 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, Todak is back. Todak has just swept Impunity KH, and it's a little odd to say, but it's very similar, game 1 and 2.
Yes, in a very convincing fashion as well, but this time even better. Like, you just see the confidence that's oozing out of every single one of these players after that first win. Yeah, it was pretty much a couple of brews that they have garnered along the way, but game number 2 has displayed that, hey, this is how you Brody.
Yep, this is how you Brody, and this is how you Atlas. There were no regrets coming in from E1. I'm not sure if there was enough of a close-up, but his eyes said, I told y'all. I told y'all, like, this is how you do it. And not a single Avatar of the Guardian was used to great effect. And I'm not sure if it was because of just good positioning, or if Impunity KH themselves, or specifically Naker, was just not in the zone anymore. Like, I think after that quick finish in game 1, there was way too much for them to deal with.
Yeah, and in terms of the draft, I honestly think that they could just possibly fix up some of the bans that they could use. You know, like just targeting based on your game 1 is not exactly the sort of game plan that you are trying to get ahead of your enemies. It just shows that, oh, you are worried about this sort of the player, so you try to actually ban away whatever you just saw. But as a professional player, you just have a plethora of options out there that you can pick from, and it's evident that, you know, Todak has got great plan Bs.
Yep, so that now gives us a better image, right? A better image for Impunity to do better. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, right before we throw over and try to understand the game through the eyes of our analyst, we would like to remind y'all to catch the live streaming of this mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore's very own Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th January to the 24th. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore, will be competing for a total of $300,000 US dollars.
That's right.
300,000 big ones. And of course, if you're from Singapore, you already know, show some support, show some love for your teams in the group stage. My name is Leo. Once more, this is Contra, and we're going to be throwing it over to our analyst Lafel to break down this match.
All right, thank you very much. And that was an exciting match. However, I will not say that Todak won it very, very cleanly, because they have made some mistakes. And Impunity, they tried their best to really cover on those mistakes, or I would really, really say they try to capitalize on the mistakes. But the situation did not help them, because they, again, did not have enough damage. They probably have a good level of crowd control and protection for the Veil, but the Veil really couldn't do much, because both of the drops, both Todak as well as Impunity KH, they really like those choke points. They really like narrow spaces where it makes it really, really easy for them to execute on their AoE damage as well as their AoE crowd control. But the situation is, during the early game, Todak really did not try to go that aggressive, which can be a good thing as well as a bad thing. Especially the fights that they participated in was actually positioned well by Impunity, and Todak was supposed to be punished. But the situation is just that the Veil did not have enough damage to really capitalize on any of those mistakes. If he did, then Team Todak would have lost their early game, and then maybe losing a little bit in the mid game. But either way, let's look at the highlights where we can see Chiku is much more comfortable with the Brody. And right now, I will actually pause it here, where in this kind of situation, we can see plenty of times both of these teams really like this area of choke point. Hold on, let me just make the circle a little bit smaller. Like these areas of choke points, where in these particular areas it's very, very easy to hit the Fatal Links, it's very, very easy to hit the Windstorm, as well as the Yin Yang Overturn and every other ability that they have that really helps in this closed space. Now, earlier in the game, Team Impunity, they actually positioned a little bit better, as we can see over here, where a lot of healthy blue and green HP bars are around, and the red HP bars are actually quite low. But because they did manage to get the neutral objective, the turtle, then it kind of makes up for it. Now, why they did not lose out that much is because of Fomace over here, where Fomace, he really locks on to the backline. He really locks onto the Veil, so the Veil cannot position well at all in this kind of situation, because they have a lot of protection for Team Impunity KH. It might be a little bit better for one of the tanks or one of the protective heroes to be around Veil to protect against Fomace. But we will go through the clip right now, and we will see how Fomace position as well as how Impunity KH they position themselves. This is another choke point area where Chiku really pushed it a little bit too far. He got a triple kill. He could have tried to run away, but I understand Chiku's mentality. It's like, I need these kills. Sure, the Claw will have 2, but I will have 3. Either way, it's a +1 for me. This is one of the situations where Impunity KH, they should have gotten it, but because the Fatal Link from E1 managing to pull everyone away from the Windstorm, making better position overall, makes them win that team fight and then gives the confidence of his teammates, Team Todak, to go even further in to try and get some good plays. So Team Todak, in this game, I would say, again, they respected a little bit too much Team Impunity and they did not try to push that much in the early game, which is good and bad in both situations. But either way, Team Todak, they look much more confident when Chiku is on the Yisun Shin, when Chiku is on the Brody. Basically, as long as Chiku gets a very aggressive marksman that has presence or pressure in the early to mid game, then he's gonna be all good. Right now, let's look at the itemizations for both of these teams, where we can see the itemization of Chiku. He is almost full build. His true damaging item is the Blade of Despair, as well as the Raptor Machete. And then for defensive wise, he has the Bloodless Axe to make him sustain in team fight even if it's low. With a good torn apart memory, he will regenerate a lot of those HP back. And then just to make sure he doesn't get bursted down by the Claude, he has that with Blood Wings. And now looking at the Claude, he only managed to make his Demon Hunter sword. He was not able to ramp up to the point where he could finish his golden staff. So it was a very rough game for Impunity. But again, look at the itemization for Impunity. Seal Baby only managing to get his Bloodless Axe, so he could not tank, he could not front line, he could not do a lot of the damage. But either way, right now, let's look at the MVP of this game, and I think it will be no surprise that the MVP will be going to Chiku's Brody. There's a reason why Brody has been banned a lot during this M2, and this is why. 10, 1, and 3. The itemization, he has damage, but more importantly, he has sustainability, because Chiku is the kind of guy that likes to go in front and then takes the fight head on. So he needs some sustainability to make sure that even though he makes some mistakes or he positions himself a little bit too aggressively, he is able to take it back a bit and make sure that he survives the team fight. But either way, if Todak continues to play this level of confidence, I'm sure that they will be able to survive and proceed to the playoffs. But either way, that is not the end of the day. We have more games coming up. We just finished the second set of games in Group B. We have one more set of games. But before that, we're gonna go back to the other group where I can already see that our casters are standing by. But while I'm still here, I just want to say thank you to Razor and thank you to to me, yes. Gotta make sure I got that correct. But either ways, my name is Afel. Thank you for watching. We have more games coming up, so please don't go anywhere. And we will be back in just a bit, in a few more seconds. But I gotta say, in this whole entire tournament, I want to see more Brody and Matilda. But anyway, we'll be back right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert. Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. My chicken win. My chicken.
A knockout.
Victory!
Huh? We'll be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals where it will be a best of 3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the Little Wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double command from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco is already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the target range and perhaps even the score lines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double parries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
Alright, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Ghouls taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
one-shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Bren versus Bren. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh!
Whoa! Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and Curtsy, he's learned his lesson, destroys the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's Ebus SG taking on DMX DreamHack. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. He can't actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be first blood headed towards Ebus SG Matthew.
All right, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up, and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's going to be a little bit of these moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off the member of DMX, and it seems like Ebus SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that I lost to Curtizy, he kept the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just feel very satisfying in general.
Những pha lấy hero nên là bốn hiện bạn lấy thì các skill với hình nhảy chứ kia hình nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill bọn hero nó tăng và thay trên mà phải mấy nhân tài còn một hai giờ bạn ấy thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này rồi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó cho trình skill với lọ phòng tha bây giờ combo tới thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stand to lại trình.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap and play it.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge.
sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020. It's been looking real good here, but remember, this entire tournament has been powered by Munton, supported by a Singapore Tourism Board and Skoga, and we'd like to thank our partner in Esports, IMDA, for making this possible. That includes you. Don't forget to share this stream and to let more people know about M2 happening right now.
Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore, and don't forget to hashtag PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
Oh boy, I mean, so far this tournament has been looking absolutely phenomenal. The plays that have been made thus far really has gotten me excited for this upcoming matchup where finally we are getting to see a Singaporean team actually play. It's going to be RSG going up against Unique. So, ooh, thoughts?
And you know what? A lot of the teams right now is just showing us what they prepared for M2, a lot of 2-0s have happened. And you know what, Gideon? I want more. Not 2-0s. Not 2-0s. I want good games. I just want the teams to, have the potential and to show us what they're capable of.
Well, let's look at the current standings so far happening here after all of those games, just to jog your memory. Now, Group B has been looking very, phenomenally interesting here, with Omega Esports sitting right on top as well with their 2 wins, but Todak managing to finally even up that score, showing that differential. So now it's all up to Impunity to try and either tie up the score against Todak, and maybe even if they could knock down Omega Esports, this could be a 3-way tiebreaker in their up-and-coming battle.
And looking at it right now, Impunity KH, they might have had a rude awakening, but you know what? For Omega Esports, they're really aiming to lock that slot down.
Absolutely. I mean, Omega, they're in a very comfortable position. If they can at least win one of those games, that could prevent an entire 3-way tiebreaker and at least solidify their position in that top spot.
But right now, looking at it, we are in a Group A. And for the side of Group A, I really think that there's a bit of a,
disparity.
Some kind of disparity in terms of not in terms of skill, but in terms of the strategies that they can bring. I mean, the mechanics of the players are at par. Like, they know what they're doing. They know how to outplay people. But the thing is, for the other teams, like, you just have to find that sweet spot in having an aggressive play, having a passive play, or having a balance of both plays. So you need to find that sweet spot.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to getting that, being positive in that gold, because the entire game revolves around those resources, EXP and gold. If you don't get enough gold out of that play, then technically it doesn't really count as a great play, even though you are losing pressure on the map, so on and so forth.
I'm getting what you're saying. Like, trading is good, but make sure you come out on top.
Trade up. Always trade up.
Don't trade down, because if you trade down, you're probably not gonna get obviously you're not going to get a lot out of it, but you're going to give the enemy an advantage. And looking at the timings right now for these players, in terms of the snowball potential that the team's strategies are capable of, those small errors could cost you the game.
Absolutely. Well, it's time to have a look at this upcoming matchup. Let's look at the players involved in their lineups respectively. We're going to be starting off with RSG. We have LY4, Sync, Jason, Sana, and KZP, the main lineup for RSG.
Representing the home court of Singapore. I think a lot of fans are like shouting right now.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, Singapore, RSG, yay.
I mean, they definitely need to be shouting for them, because unfortunately the fans are not going to be here in person, but they're going to be here in spirit, and that's what's going to fill them up as they're going to be going through these group stages.
And these players, they're all capable, they're all talented, but we have to see. We have to see what they practice.
Yeah, I mean, they're going up against Unique, DeVu, and I mean, we know exactly what these guys are capable of. We saw their previous matchup, especially against the Burmese Ghouls. We've got a good taste of them. These guys aren't going to show you respect, especially on a 50-50. It's going to be Defender, Sunset Lover, Sawo, One Shot, and Lil.
You know what? They have a good grasp on what to do into the early game, but the only thing lacking from them is how should they close out the game. It's like, it's the missing piece of the puzzle, and they need to figure that out right now.
I do think that we haven't seen the full extent of Unique's capabilities, because so far they've been struggling to get that initial lead. They have been trading really well sometimes, trading up, and then after that trading down. There is a little bit of inconsistency with those trades at the end of the day. So maybe this time it could be a little different. It's going to be hard to tell.
I think it comes from being aggressive.
Oh,
like if you
100%.
If you just like to fight as much as possible into the early game, then sometimes you're gonna get the most out of it. Sometimes you're gonna get punished for it. And technically, for a team like RSG, I know RSG know how to punish these kinds of aggressive plays. So Unique DeVu, they really need to look out for that factor in terms of facing RSG.
I think if Unique wants to stand any chance against RSG, they're going to have to get that early lead. Because again, players like Jason for the side of RSG, once he has the lead, you can definitely see a change in his playstyle. He will absolutely disrespect his opponents.
He will hit you.
He will hit you.
Where it hurts.
Absolutely. Like, I cannot put it any better than that. He will bully you into submission. It feels very unfair because he exerts a lot of pressure, even though he is playing in a support role at times.
And you know what? This guy really just wants to go for the kills. There are times where he would just go in with a Farsa, feathered airstrike on your jungle, and try to take down someone. That's how aggressive he is. Wings by Wings is actually used as a escape mechanic, but that escape mechanic could be also used to be aggressive and go to the jungle of your enemy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he uses it as a gap closer, so he's just like, close distance. All right, now it's time to get some damage out.
So it's pseudo show.
It's pseudo show.
Not exactly, not exactly. But you know what? Gap closers and all, we will see the gap between RSG and Unique DeVu. And you know what? I'm excited. I think everyone is excited, especially the Singaporean fans. Their team is playing right now.
Absolutely. And I really want to see what the draft is going to be looking like, especially for RSG side, because at least with the Unique, we've got a little bit of an idea, and finally we get to see RSG up on stage. So hopefully it's going to be something a little bit more interesting. I don't know if they're going to go with standard compositions like how we usually see them, you know, traditional marksman, have a tank, have your offlaner, so on and so forth. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
But I think RSG has this way of changing roles. You did tell us about this. Can you elaborate on it more?
Okay, so when they change, a lot of their players actually are pretty multi-role. Jason, for an example, can go into the fight role as he can go into the support. Fenrir can naturally play as your natural mid laner, or can be in your support. KZP, the one that doesn't really change too much, but Sync as well, he can go into that support position and can go into the off lane. So whenever they need something, I'm lacking the hero pool. No worry, just ask around the team. Somebody probably knows how to play it. You switch roles with him.
Yeah, and this is what's scary about RSG. They're very versatile. They're flexible in terms of their strategies. Everyone can play anyone.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think it's time to go to the M2 coin. And right now, complete task and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards. That includes the M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue. The M2 exclusive skin is actually Clint, the Shadow Omen skin, and you can get this for only 899 diamonds. So make sure you guys buy it right now, because on the 24th, after the 24th, it will be gone.
Yeah.
899. I'm still sales stalking you right now. 899. Gideon, 899.
It's jarring. It's a lot of diamonds, but that skin looks so good. The animations are sick. He looks like, instead of a cowboy, he just looks like an absolute nasty bounty hunter, like a bounty hunter looking for demons, like just an absolute monster. And that I don't know. I could keep raving about this skin forever. But coming into this particular game, do you have any expectations here for yourself, Butters?
I mean, Unique DeVu, they found out what it takes to actually fight in the Southeast Asian country, as against a Southeast Asian country. So I'm thinking maybe they have a way to, just gauge a bit and try to, have a good look at what should they expect coming out from RSG. And I think right now RSG, they're just gonna be RSG. they're just gonna bring themselves to the fight, and when they bring themselves, they're just gonna bring their A game. And Unique DeVu, they should look out.
Yeah, I do think that RSG is going to definitely be a lot more favored in this matchup. But I don't know. I feel like Unique, they might have something up their sleeve. But it looks like the band picks are ready. Let's see how this is going to go down. We have Unique DeVu on the blue side with RSG on the red.
Selena and the Brody. What are your thoughts on that? Unique DeVu, I think they just don't like the Brody at this point.
I mean, after the last game we just saw from Todak, I mean, Brody needs to stay permabanned for a large majority of this competition, and I don't think anybody is going to let it through just yet, especially in the group stages, because this matters. They need to get into that top bracket.
It's like you would give out the Benedetta, but you would never give out the Brody.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's like you have this a certain room to actually deal with the Benedetta, but for Brody, it's not like that. Once you get the stacks, once you get the Abyss marks, and when he hits the Forgotten Memory, it's just, bye.
It just doesn't feel fair.
It doesn't feel fair. Like, everyone's just gonna get bursted down, and you would feel bad.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Unique DeVu actually has done their homework here, betting out the Yishin Shin, making sure that, you know, LY4 doesn't have his comfort picks, but RSG just the same, just getting rid of the meta picks as well. I mean, it's so funny that a large majority of these picks, right, can be categorized to like, oh yeah, this player is known for these picks, and now that it's meta, but you're never gonna get to play it.
You know what, for RSG, by the way, they're still aiming to ban out Sao.
I mean, give it some time, give it some time. Usually the first two bans are like, okay, these are the meta picks. These are the meta picks most of the time. I mean, Yishin Shin definitely a little bit more situational, but let's see those thirds. You know, Esmeralda is still there, Benedetta is still there.
Yeah, and I think Deus will try to go for let's say probably a Benedetta pick. It's one of their go-to strats, and right now another Sao hero.
Oh,
it's
boy.
just everyone is aiming for Sao right now.
Well, I mean, at this point, I'm just realizing that like everybody is going to crash down on these 5 picks. The Natalia, well, mainly between the 4 of Matilda, Natalia, Esmeralda, and the Brody. These 4, I don't ever expect to see them pass through the pick ban phase ever. And if they do, it's just a free win for a lot of these teams.
And I kind of get it for RSG. I mean, these 3 heroes actually enable Unique DeVu to go to their jungle and invade it as you know, as clean as possible, risk-free.
True.
The Natalia is there, the invisibility. With Selena, it's always about the arrow and the vision game that she brings to the table. And for Matilda, it's all about getting someone bursted onto the back lines just because, you know, everyone wants to go up front.
Yeah, it's true. Everyone does want to go up front. Now, Unique start off with the Jawhead. Very traditional, very standard stuff, great flex pick, but RSG instantly locking in the Benedetta as well as the Harith. I found that pretty interesting here because if they really wanted to, they could opt for the exact same opening that defeated Unique DeVu in the very first matchup when they were up against the Burmese Ghouls. They could have taken the Lunox, which was wide open, and then looked to kind of play their own style. But you know, just having the Harith, having the Benedetta on their side, definitely a good shout.
Yeah, but I think just because of the bans here that happened for Unique DeVu's side, it's safer to go for those 2 picks because there's a kind of bit of a lack on supports right now. But then again, if you look at it, LY4 and Sync probably got their heroes locked now, so they could just play with a certain set of heroes that Jason, Sana, and KPZ needs.
Yeah.
And that's a Luyi.
Yeah, that's an interesting priority coming out from RSG. It looks like they want to get their support down as soon as possible. Luyi, some great wave clearing, and I think this is a good idea, mainly because both Harith and Luyi, great wave clearers.
Yeah.
Especially at level 1 to level 4, they have no issues whatsoever. But if we're looking at Unique DeVu's composition right now, they don't necessarily have that kind of push.
Yeah, and looking at the bans right now on how like RSG drafted this for their first 3 picks, they looked at the biggest hero pool right now. The biggest hero pool right now is probably the tanks. And you know what? They stole that Luyi support, which is they're good at that. They're good with that. They got one of the best supports right now, or mid laners right now in the meta. And you have your off lane, go XP lane. So they're just getting those heroes that they need to secure just because a lot of heroes here are getting banned by Unique DeVu just because they don't like them.
Yeah, I mean, it is very responsive, I will admit. Now, Unique, they're getting rid of the Ling here, kind of rather interesting, but you know, at least they're minimizing the possible risks, risk of RSG opting to say, hey, you know what, our flex pick of Benedetta, we can force her into the offlane and we can take an assassin for ourselves. So this kind of narrows it down, making Benedetta, all right, you're either one or the other, okay? You can't flex both of them.
Yeah, and this could still be a Harith Golden. I'm not taking it out of the equation. This could be, you know, a setup for probably a Lance. Who knows?
I mean, setup for a Lance. That
could be.
is possible.
It could be because an XP lane Benedetta isn't that bad.
Yeah, I would say XP Lane Benedetta isn't too bad, and I think they're just watching out for the matchups here. Well, Unique, they get rid of the Kai, while RSG is going to be taking out the Cho in the process. Red side is going to have priority pick for the second pick, and it's going to be Sylvana here. A lot of magic damage coming out of RSG.
Okay, so they got their tank, and against 1-1, it's not really, the best, because 1-1 can cleanse his, Imperial Justice innately.
Yeah. I mean, the Purify is just a really powerful battle spell to get out of these like hard-hitting CCs. So let's just have a look. Let's see what Unique is going to be opting to go for here, because they've got some really hard lockdown, like single target lockdown with the Divine Justice and the Unstoppable Force coming in from both Lil and Sawo on Jawhead and Kaja respectively.
And right now, it's Unique Devo's time to go for their 2 picks, and they really like the Thams, they really like the Roger, and they want...
Ooh! Ooh, all right.
Okay, so right now, RSG showing us new stuff. It's a Hanzo, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you don't get to see Hanzo that often, but this will be fun. This will be really, really fun. I would expect Hanzo to be going into the jungle, which means LY4 on Harith as well as Sync will be going in towards the side lanes here. Mina and Kizipi and as well as Sana will be taking care of the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is going to be a Harith side lane, and these are your players for match number 4. This is game number 1. Remember, guys, every game in the group stage, aside from the tiebreakers, are best of 3. So, Unique Devo versus RSG, and we will head on to the player camps, not the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be loading in real quick here. So let's just see how this game is going to be turning out. Whoa, some really exciting stuff. Hanzo of all picks. Let's see how fast he's going to be able to hit that level 4. He should be able to devour a lot of those jungle creeps before his opponents. And arguably, they might even decide to go for an invade to steal your opponent's buffs real quick.
You know what? Jawhead and Kaja has these gap closers to get close to a normal hero. But if you're Hanzo,
it doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter because they have to go the extra mile.
That's so true. Oh,
so
boy.
How does this work? I mean, for Jason right now, he is in the mid lane, and this is what we're talking about earlier, the versatility, the flexibility of these players to just, move in and move out of roles. And how do you go and annoy a Hanzo when you come there and the monster is gone?
Absolutely, he just devours it instantaneously. He's gonna get the XP a little bit later. He's hitting level 2, and he sees this go down and realizes, oh shucks, I guess I gotta get out of here. Already blows his flicker super early on.
And looking at it, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very smart play coming out from RSG. Intelligent play, to be exact. Now onto the top lane, we do have but onto the bottom lane, there is a fight happening. Sync and Defender going at it, and look at this. Execute will be used, and that is going to be first blood going to Sync.
Sync played that perfectly. Like, he was waiting for that revenge to actually end up before going back into the fight. And unfortunately for Defender, he should have kept pushing. He should have kept pushing his luck there, because again, he did have that molten size. If he could proc that passive maybe one more time, there is an opportunity to go back in. However, just having Execute as a battle spell, real nasty. Jason already level 4, trying to punish Lil as hard as he can, goes back, especially when he's in that when he's in that spirit form. It is a problem. It is a big problem.
And right now, you don't have the capability to contest this just because they're faster than you. Hanzo is not the same as your typical jungler.
He really isn't. He really isn't, which makes a lot of things tough. Now, Turtle is back up, and this is going to pose quite a number of questions. Jason, once again, just going out and just harassing as much as he can before he just goes and devours his next buff. And this time it's going to be the purple buff. And it looks like Unique are gathering ready to try and jump onto this Turtle, but they know that RSG is waiting for them, so they aren't pulling the trigger just yet.
I mean, for Jason, he can use that spirit to, harass, get information where the enemy is.
Yes.
There's a lot of utility on that spirit, and a lot of people are looking at it and just say that, oh, it has high damage. But as long as you can get info, that is good in itself.
Yeah, and plus, again, the movement speed is great. This is just way too many benefits. But what does Unique DeVu do here?
Right now for Unique DeVu, they should just play their own game right now. Do not look at the things that you cannot answer, but sync.
He's going in pretty hard. He chunks him out. Oh, Lil finding a pick onto Sana here. Gets ejected under the turret, but they're able to flicker out of there. Jason going in hard. Can he find that first blood? Yes, he does. Onto Defender. He goes down. And ooh, boy. Looks like the chase was ready in RSG. Fast on that rotation.
The variety of picks that are happening right now for RSG is real. And LY4 is still on the top lane. Sitting pretty there. He's not needed at this moment, and he can just get the items, get the gold, get the XP, and just fight when he can.
Yeah, they are just playing this really well. Oh wait, Divine Judgment actually being used, but Jason getting... I mean, it's not really going to matter here, but on top side, LY4 actually getting picked off there, and unfortunately, we just missed that. Oh no, Defender, he walks into an absolute fiesta here. He shouldn't be there, and he immediately regrets leaping into his own death.
The trade on the other side of the map, and you know that RSG won't take a trade down for an answer. They will just go in. They will try to make things equal. And right now, onto the bottom lane, the difference is there is a Jawhead defending on that lane. So no energy turrets are gonna go to that Benedetta.
Yeah, absolutely. And now LY4 dropping down that Salmon Force to try and make something happen here. KZP doesn't actually land the stun. However, Loyi... Oh wait, sorry, that's not even Loyi. It's Jason who comes in pretty hard. Can he actually find that execution onto one shot? Yes, he does. But Sawo trying to look for his physical form doesn't exactly get any profits whatsoever when you have someone like KZP just monitoring that section of the map.
You know what? In terms of fighting Jason, if he doesn't get accounted for, then most likely he's gonna be the one who's gonna do the cleanup. But you know what? He's dealing a lot of damage as well, and it's up to Lil to, you know, decide if should I use the ejector on him? Should I use the unstoppable force on him just to stop him from just harassing my allies?
Yeah,
that's the dilemma.
It's a problem because, like, in that spirit form, even if you do kill it, he just midway just before he dies, says, okay, I just go back to my body. No big deal. It's like I'm at no loss.
Did I use any resource? No. Did you lose resources? Yes.
Yeah, barely any. It's so frustrating. And now Lil once again in that same exact dilemma position, going in pretty hard with that final blow. But Sana gets picked off finally as Lover and Sawo with the Divine Judgment manages to connect.
Right now, Unique DeVu, that is a win for them. They can take this turtle quite easily. And let's see if Jason has an answer to this. And it's like RSG knows that they lack one member, so they're just gonna, you know, give it to them. Doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, as of right now, it doesn't matter. They don't have their big ticket items. And, oh, Jason still getting some good damage onto their Roger here, onto one shot. But the gold is absolutely... Actually, Unique is up in gold because of that turret as well as the turtle play.
But there is actually a lane swap, by the way.
Oh.
Harris went to the bottom lane, but there is a fight happening right here. KPZ getting caught out, but there is an Imperial Justice onto the side of RSG. But Defender here trying to fight everyone, trying to defend everyone. Get the pun. That is going to be sort of a win for Unique DeVu. Actually, that's a win for Unique DeVu.
No, that's a huge win. Oh, wait, no, they might get a little bit more here. LY4 manages to use the Purify in time, preemptively using it so that he doesn't get ejected backwards. Some really nice timing coming in from LY4, but Unique still, they could go for the dive one more time, this time with the Unstoppable Force, and LY4 doesn't have any battle spells to get himself out of there, but Sana is there to turn the tides as he was able to just chunk him out from under the tower. Jason, once again, going to be pressuring that Wanwan.
The nukes, the bursts, ladies and gentlemen, coming out from that Harith and Louis combination.
Yes.
Right now, KPZ, he really, KZP, not KPZ, KZP really has to look out for those engages. Sometimes when you go in as a, let's say, as a Sylvana, you really need to look out for the backup. because you're not as tanky as the other, tanks, the innate tanks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, until you get some item, but unfortunately we didn't get to see this on camera. Here, off camera, Sync actually dropping himself there, but it looks like Defender's in a little bit of a scuffle right now. What is happening with Defender down onto the bottom side? Looks like he's gonna get punished once again here with a combination of LY4 as well as KZP, the Imperial Justice, as well as the Salmon Force has been used, and oh man, Defender is not having a fun game.
You know what? It actually makes sense right now, but I thought this makes sense as well. KZP goes down. But going back to what I was saying, like, Hanzo is somewhat of a strong independent ninja. He can clear waves on his own. He doesn't get into danger as much because you don't really have to go in or dive in for those monsters, for the jungle monsters. So that means KZP and Sana could focus on the other lanes.
Yeah, that does allow him to focus on the other lanes, and oh yeah, no, that you're absolutely right. He is an independent hero who can hold his own as well as the lanes. Oh boy, LY4 gonna be jumped and pounced on. So much damage, but luckily was able to get some backup here. Oh boy, the Autobots really rolled out this time as they're gonna be fighting right under the sun. The Imperial Justice actually landing on the Defender. He goes down, and unfortunately, that's also gonna be Sawo locked in place. One shot is under fire here. Jason trying to make it work, but unfortunately he's in spirit form. He loses absolutely nothing, and he's crystal clear.
You know what? The Avengers assembled. They were there. They were the get backers, and they got back the ones who took LY4 out of his lane. He didn't necessarily go down, but still, that was a great move coming out from RSG, utilizing the diversion from Louis and making the most out of that converge that unique Juice Wolf did.
Okay, CB finding another pickup with the Imperial Justice and taking him out instantaneously. KZP just opening up unique DeVu like a can of beans.
Sunset Lover, though, still getting items, and that Divine Judgment is a game changer, ladies and gentlemen. Sunset Lover gets stunned. That was a waste, but right now Sunset Lover has actually has a way to fight against the Hanzo, but Sync getting caught out. And you know what? Right now, I think RSG is, overstaying their welcome and trying to, invade as much as possible. It's not really working for them right now.
It really isn't, and at least for Sunset Lover, he's having a much easier time kiting around Jason. And I think, that's just what's keeping him alive for a large majority here. But RSG, I mean, they are trading kills back and forth, even though when they make a good play and get ahead, they somehow just shoot themselves in the foot and fall backwards with the help of Sawo seeing the opportunity.
Right now, Jason going for that split, and look at the damage on the turret. They cannot do anything about it, and he always has this one rocket that follows him around. Just because of that Johead. It doesn't matter, but KZP here, missing the Imperial Justice. KZP, very tanky here, but will it matter though, as he will go down? Oh no, he doesn't! He actually takes down Sunset Lover with the help of that Louis, and Lil trying to get away. The flicker is there. Sawo. Damage is not enough.
Damage definitely wasn't enough. Oh my goodness. I didn't expect Sana to do that much damage to Sunset Lover. He lost like half of his life in a single combo, and he wasn't even done yet.
I mean, if you could see the Louis where the projectiles are going to come from, it's easy to dodge. But when the Louis, positions himself properly, that's the time where you should actually get, a bit cautious about it, because the burst down is going to come. A lot of the skills are going to come out of that Louis, and you are gonna feel it.
Oh boy! I mean, what does Unique have to do at this point in time? Because they are just losing. They've lost a number of turrets at this point. Lord is starting to come up. What options do they have to actually crack open RSG to get ahead in this game?
I think they should try to find Jason now.
Oh, I mean,
they have the capability to find Jason. They even have like a Roger with items right now, so they can just do that and make them look out after Jason.
Oh, wait. Speaking of which, exactly what you just said. One Shot tries to go for it. He tries to live by his name, but unfortunately, he gets a little too far. With the help of the rest of the RSG members, they lock him down.
I guess it could be, a miscommunication. He went in without his allies. His ally should have been near, or someone should have engaged on the side of Unique Devo. So yeah, I think Unique DeVu here, they should really look out for those risky plays.
Oh, defender, he's just holding on for as much as possible, and he can't seem to get it through even with both sides. It's not over yet. Lil trying his very best, even with the unstoppable force, is not going to be enough to stop him. Sana goes down finally. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but Lil flickers on out of there. KZP can find another pick. No, the stun does not land, as Sao was able to use the lightning bombs to get away.
And that means Lord time for the side of RSG. Will Jason come there, though? They are actually converging here onto that Lord pit. Will they take it? No, they won't. They will just let it be for the time being.
They are just going to prolong the suffering for now, as Jason, he is already level 15. He's so far ahead in this game. I'd like to see the items, just to have a good idea of how far he is in terms of gold, and also just the number of complete items he has, because he hasn't really been participating too much in the overall team fights, but in the picks, he is always there.
He has the Hunter Strike, he has the Endless Battle, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Raptor Machete.
He's looking pretty good. 4 items at 13. Wow. Wow, 13,000 already.
You know what? Sunset Lover, on the other hand, has the Corrosion Sight, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Wind of Nature, and the Athena Shield.
No, that's true. I mean, it will come in handy here, but just a little bit behind Jason is One Shot, and I think this game is dragging on a little bit longer than it should be, especially considering that this definitely isn't supposed to be as 50-50 as it seems. Like, RSG has been making some really good plays, but they haven't been pressing their advantage.
Yeah, and looking at it, they had the chance to go for the Lord earlier, but they did not go for it. They just wanted to prolong the suffering, and Sunset Lover here, one more hit could have done it, and Benedetta! Sync going in, ladies and gentlemen!
He is huge as he's going to try and use his eye for an eye to buy some time for the rest of the team. Harris with the Salmon Force coming in hot, blowing them up and even. With the immortality, it just isn't enough. Sao, Sunset Lover, bite the dust, and RSG now look to take the Luminous Lord.
Unique DeVu wasn't in the best position for that fight. They were, RSG was chasing for them, and when the time came that they had a chance to go for the initiate, they just went for it. And you know what? Sunset Lover got harassed there a lot by Jason, but it was actually Sync who went straight for the Electro-Fire ng blow. But right now, Roger is down. They don't have the retribution. This is an easy Lord take for the side of RSG.
Yeah.
Is this where it ends?
Yeah, I think this is just really, really nicely done by RSG. They pulled away. Jason already had used it. Jason didn't have his retribution up on cooldown yet, so his only option was to push away the person who did, which was One Shot from that top side. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to try and split them apart, but RSG, with just the sheer number of people that they have, can easily do that against 3 members of Unique.
And what can you do right now? Jason going in, trying to do as much damage as possible. And look at this Sao here, getting scratched.
Yeah, I mean, he loses a big spell. That's a divine justice. A divine judgment there. As the rest of the team is looking to start pushing them out, they lose an inhibitor turret, but Benedetta, as well as the rest of the members of RSG, are going to be pushing from the top and bottom side at the same time. A 1v1 happening on bot side, but Lil is actually able to take the damage coming in from Sana this time around.
Oh, Sync is taking over the base here of DeVu.
Woo! He goes in. Fire.
He was playing with fire, and I think Sync really likes to do that. He went straight for the finishing blow on the 1-1 earlier.
LY4 popping down the Salmon Force, and this is just going to be a prolonged fight. Nobody really netting too much, but 2 inhibitors have gone down. Lil tries to go for another ejector. It just does not work. Sana has just as quick fingers as LY4 and uses preemptively the Purify.
Because, you know what? Jawhead is, somewhat predictable.
Yeah.
Knowing that he has his ejector on, you would know that he would use that.
I think Lil just has to, get used to not just playing so linearly, because he's realizing the members are very aware of when he does it. So he's got to be able to just kind of fake it out, because Purify is a very short spell. You immediately clean all of the crowd control that you have currently, and it protects you for the next 1.3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a very short amount.
Mix it up a bit. If you see the Purify, probably go for the Unstoppable Force first. But But right now, KPZ goes for the Imperial Justice. Let's see what's going to happen here. As Sink is moving left and right. Jason trying to go for Sunset Lover. Sunset Lover, ladies and gentlemen, will get out of the way. But all the turrets, inner turrets for the side of Unique DeVu is gone.
Yeah, and this just means that Super Minions will start crashing through. RSG has completed their objectives and now recall to go home. And this is going to be a closeout angle for RSG 17 minutes into the game. I mean, Unique has done a very good job here, but I don't see a way out.
I mean, right now for Unique DeVu, they should just hold out and wait for RSG to make a mistake. I think them winning this involves RSG making a big mistake.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think their win cons, we got to think about their win cons as well, because right now they're just wasting a lot of their ultimate abilities onto Jason when they really should be looking for LY. They should be looking for LY4. They should be using the ejector onto Jason and looking for a potential stun on other members of RSG.
Now, Sunset Lover has all the items in the world, but you know what? Jason just goes for Sunset Lover. He dives in for Sunset Lover. And Sunset Lover, even if you have all the items in the world, if you have a scary ninja that hits hard in front of you, you will just run away as well.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how much kiting he has, he just has to, you know, make sure he maintains that distance. Defender getting hit once again. He is stunned down, but he's able to buy a little bit of time with that vengeance. Jason going into the back line. Sunset Lover getting the snare onto him. Sink goes pretty far to the back line, but can't really do too much. Lil still alive and still has his immortality. Both teams expanding resources, but no net worth has been claimed.
Sink right now is just unkillable. Like the way he moves, the way that he sustains off of his enemies, and I do think that, let's say that Benedetta really takes advantage of these kinds of strategies where everyone is in your face. Like, you get a lot of HP just by using one skill.
Oh, you get quite a bit. Oh, wait, hold on. Jason has already been, his Spirit Fire has been taken out, but that backline is going to be in trouble. Sawo, he goes down, comes back up, flickers over the wall, but the backline, it's not breaking. KZP is holding it. Defender can't break through. He's trying his absolute best. They find Sink. That's going to be one, but they've already lost Sawo in the process. KZP now is going to be the next to fall, but Jason, he's running for Sunset Lover. He can't get Sunset Lover again. LY4 continues to push on with his Examine Force, but it isn't going to be enough. Diversion. Does he take it? Sana takes it. Lil, are they going to bother breaking it? Oh, no, he does miss that last ability, the last shot, but now they're going to go for an end angle here, trying to break it once more, and there goes the Crystal. GG. Well played, going over to RSG.
And Jason, the whole game was unaccounted for.
Oh, yeah.
They were using a lot of the resources that was supposed to go to probably the Harriet, probably the Benedetta, but they were forced to. Why? Because it's a threat in its own.
It's something that I think you just have to believe in Sunset Lover to be able to kite that out single-handedly. Because again, it isn't too difficult to do it, but with the amount of pressure that Jason is exerting, especially when Sunset Lover has to figure out a way to dance around everybody else on top of Jason, because we saw Benedetta jumping in the back line a couple of times, and I think that alone would have, you know, put a lot of fear into Wanwan's heart.
And you know what? Sunset Lover had a very good performance that game. It's just that Jason will chase down after you.
Yes.
Then after that, if it doesn't finish the job, there is going to be Sync going in with the Electro Final Blow. And you know what? The gap closers are real.
They are.
The backline isn't really a backline anymore. It's more like, you know, a pseudo frontline.
A pseudo frontline.
If that makes sense.
No, I totally understand that. I do think that, you know, the Roger pick, he went in a little hard onto that backline. I think they should have just played front to front as much as they can, keep hiding it out, and I think it might have been a little bit better. But with that being said, we've got to talk about some of our sponsors here today. We would like to also thank Toomey for being the partner of sponsors in M2, as the journey to become the champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Toomey luggage as well as their backpack. I mean, if you check social media, they look phenomenal. It looks sleek, it looks clean, it looks great. And you can bring your gear absolutely anywhere with you safely. So don't worry about any of that. But be sure to check out toomey.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 experience.
To keep our players safe and protected, M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating. That's a mouthful. But that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for 180 days. To find out more about what SUTL EnvironTech offers, visit sdst.com.
Now, fans everywhere, who doesn't love some of the best gaming gear products coming out of the only Razer, our M2's official gaming gear partner? Now, keep your eyes and ears open because there are giveaways going on. And you guys, if you want to be able to walk away with some pretty sick Razer gear, I mean, you gotta pay attention. You got to pay attention. So keep yourselves nice, warm, and ready. But one last thing we have to say, especially, and this is limited to, and not specifically to anybody, but we got to mention them. We don't want to forget. And we have to thank PvP Esports, our partners in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. And finally, we have to talk about this is limited to just Singapore.
Singapore, yeah.
Yeah, you know, don't worry. Maybe one day it'll happen to your country. But for Singaporeans all out there, if you are watching, did you know that there is going to be an official live streaming event for M2 in Singapore at the Cathay Cinelestial Orchard? It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big cinema screen. That's insane.
Yeah,
I mean,
watching Mlbb on a movie screen?
Honestly, what more can you what more? You can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities as well as the lucky draws. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at Cathay Cineplex website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP.
Don't miss out on the opportunity to watch it on the big screen, but right now, my body's ready for game number 2. Well, you know what? Let's just throw it back to our analyst. Wolf, what do you have for us?
Well, Butters and Gideon Gill, we're going to be talking about Hanzo a lot in this particular analysis segment. My name is Wolf, and I'm going to be bringing you the breaks of the game for that game number 1 between UDV and RSG. I was actually surprised why the Hanzo was picked up, but let's talk about it later. For now, let's talk about the simple things on how RSG drafted this very well indeed. I think that they have understood that UDV wants to run this Jawhead, and they have run it several times in the past. And sometimes what you need to do is to draft one specific hero to kind of counter it, and that is the Hanzo. Because what can you do with your Jawhead? Who can he harass in the early stage of the game if there is nothing to harass, right? And honestly, I think the Luyi was also a very good pick in this particular game because they know that UDV likes to play aggressively. And what you have to counter that aggression is to have this very defensive type kind of hero, which was the Luyi, which punished the aggression of UDV several times in the game. There was a time where there were the lineup and the composition of UDV was really apparent. It was really apparent for us to see that they want to collide head-on. It was always head-on collision for a team from the Russian region. Why? Because they needed to go for the Roger. They needed to go in. They also need the Joy to be in there. And if you think about it, the Kaja acts as that hero that will need to get to close the gap. So they are always going in. For sure, the 1-1 is a hero that is quite ranged in a manner. But if you think about it, they still need to get into the fight. That's also true for the Thams. And all of these heroes coming out from UDV, you think about it, they all want to get into the face of their opponents. And what better hero to counter that all out with this wonderful Louis pick coming out from RSG. In fact, he participated for 17 out of the 21 kills of RSG. Now, you have to look at the itemization as well. The runs that was first picked up by Sana on this Louis. It was his first item after, of course, the boots and the mask, and it made total sense against all of the sustain and the regeneration coming out from UDV. Also, to take note, I like the defensive items coming out from RSG. The breastplate and also an early casual dreadnought put in there. Dreadnought armor that was always perfect when going up against all of these physical based heroes coming out from UDV. If you think about it, almost every damage output from Unique Days Vol was all based on physical damage, and this is not only the first time that they did it. In fact, game number 1 and game number 2 in their first series, they also focused so much on dealing physical damage. Just not much mixture of true damage, physical and magical. That's why it's very easy to itemize against them. All of the defensive items you can see from KZP with this Kiras, as well as this breastplate coming out from Sync, and eventually there's really not much that Unique DeVu can do against the defense of RSG. Now, do take note, this is not just a draft issue coming out from UDV. In fact, UDV, at a certain point in time, they were winning. But the problem is they had to hit against this wall. 5-2 and 12 was the Sana with the Louis. Well, technically it's not a wall, but it's like a trap where everybody from UDV just went ahead and be aggressive against RSG, and all that Sana did was to punish them. And yeah, there was an expression here in the Southeast Asian region, hashtag no Sana, no life, and it seems like RSG is banking on that fact. Every single skirmish that RSG won in the first set of, I guess in the early and the mid game, when they were trying to defend against the aggression of UDV, it was the Louis always present in there. Be it using the rotation and diversion into the duality combo, or be it a defensive diversion ultimate just to snatch that those victories, those skirmishes away from the Russian team. That was all from this Louis pick. Very well done. That has been just the simple breaks of the game. Or sure, there are many layers in there, and hopefully there are some improvements from UDV because they have not won a game in this. Well, we'll see and find out if game number 2 they will change their luck, as we credit back to the casters for the analysis and the casting of game number 2.
Welcome back to Game 2. Special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seat engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co. And once again, thank you, Pack Leader Wolf, for giving an in-depth analysis and giving us a very good idea of what exactly this game entailed for us in game number 1.
Are we really going for this?
Oh yeah,
Pack
absolutely.
Leader Wolf. Okay, let's go for it. Pack Leader Wolf. Right now, we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta thank all of our sponsors here. There's so many of them. And
so many.
And you can't have like an absolute world tournament without, people backing it up as well. So again, thank you to all the sponsors who made this possible. As we move on into game 2 here, what does Unique UDV have to do to kind of change things up here? They need to get the upper hand somehow.
Try to add more, flavor or flexibility in terms of their drafting. But you know what? Just to add more flavor, I think you have Cat Eye Cineplex right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for everybody and every Singaporean out there, remember that there is an official live screening for M2 in Singapore at the Cathay Cinelesture Orchard. It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 games live on the big screen on a cinema screen. If you want to have that environment, you know where to go. And what's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities, as well as the lucky draw. Now, MVP will be running all week long, and you get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex website. You can also check out www.rsd.gg/MVP for more information on MVP.
Make sure you support your teams, and if you're in Singapore, support your team by watching
Team SG. Team SG. Now, RSG did some really interesting things here that we haven't seen a lot of other teams actually go for just yet. I mean, the low E picks, we haven't seen too many people, but I just love the great utilization of her ult to be able to kind of sneak away into the brushes to surprise people almost out of nowhere sometimes with those hyper fast rotations.
It's like the bans that happened to Natalia, the Selena, the other hyper aggressive, Matilda. Those heroes were capable of finding the Hanzo.
Yes.
On the jungle.
Oh yeah.
But what happened was they banned it out. And it's like they, hid it in a way where, Todak did this. So we'll do it as well. So you know what to expect from us. But they used that to their advantage. They turned it around and they used the Hanzo to its full potential.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just the way to kind of abuse what you have. But don't forget about the Blazing Hammer, the Battle Knight. Make sure you log in on January the 30th to claim your free permanent skins.
And yeah, looking at it, permanent skin, free. A lot of people want that.
Oh, you made me want to say win so badly there. I was about to say, I was like, come on, just say win, don't make me do it. I know it. Skins to win, man. Skins to win.
Skins, man. Everybody likes skins.
Everybody loves skins.
Do you like skins?
Of course I love skins.
I love skins. I know you guys at home, you love skins.
So quick, jump in on it and be able to claim yours today. Now, I'm more interested to know about this Thamos pickup. Why we haven't? It looks like I feel like they're off laners, especially for UDV. They're missing out on that Lapu Lapu love.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, let's just say that some teams might have integrated Lapu Lapu in their strategy, but for the others, like maybe they're not really looking into it. Like I know, unique DeVu really love the Tams.
They do. They really do. But with that being said, you know what? Let's instead of speculating, let's jump right into the draft here and now to figure out what exactly both teams are going to go for, with RSG on the blue side and Unique DeVu on the red.
Now, Unique DeVu, they've been very reactive to whatever the enemy is doing. Right now, my question is, are they gonna ban out the Anso? Just by that sole reason that they do not want to face it anymore.
Your team
and any of that shenanigans.
I'm not entirely sure, because I feel like RSG, the only reason why they decided to go for the Hanzo in the first place against Unique DeVu was mainly because of the Jawhead pick and knowing that they would eventually go in towards that Kaja as well.
Yeah, those shenanigans really set up, RSG to just have this certain surprise factor. It just seems to me that the ones who don't have the most VODs on the internet were the ones who got surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't entirely blame them as well, considering that, the amount of information there is out there, and also for the fact that the new patch also landed not too long ago. Adaptation can be a bit of a problem here.
But you know what? I think that is RSG's way to deal with the side lane marksman. Because, you know what? They don't really have to commit a lot. They just have to scare away the marksman. And if the marksman doesn't have enough damage to take down that Hanzo spirit, then you're most likely going to have problems when it comes to the team fights.
Yeah, significant problems at that. Now, looking at the draft, RSG has been able to start off with the Jawhead, pick up LY4, getting him the good old Harith on top of Sync, who is going to be locking in that Yuzong.
Now, Yuzong is a good way to deal with the Yi Sun Shin. Remember, Traceless is a one-off dash. You can reset it, but it takes a bit of a, it takes a requirement to actually reset the cooldown. So for Yuzong, he has a lot of gap closers, the Black Dragon form, probably a flicker, and the jump.
And the jump. I mean, just great ability, just great team fighting abilities, because all of them have a pretty significant area of effect. It's not like a single target person that's gonna get knocked up. It's a very, very versatile hero here. But UDV, interestingly enough, are bringing out the Alice, which I'm not 100% on, especially considering what the matchup is. I think it goes well, but there is no guarantee that the Alice will be able to find a lane against that Yuzong.
I like the Alice pick, but I'm not a fan of picking Alice at the first phase of pickings.
I totally agree.
Like,
Same.
second phase is good, but for first phase, as long as you don't really see, a front line, go at them lineup coming out from RSG, it's like you're trying to, mend or you're trying to solve the problem even when the problem isn't there. Is it even there yet?
I mean, it could just be some insane foresight coming out of UDV. Potentially, but...
it could be a setup, I get you.
Yeah, it could be that setup. So let's look at the bans and see whether it's going to occur. Because they get rid of the 1-1 as well as the link. 1-1 definitely understandable, but RSG, they got rid of the Tigreal against Unique DeVu. I feel like it's a little bit of a tell here. It's a little bit of a tell that the offlanes aren't going to be as strong as we're going to expect it to be. I do want to see RSG really take full advantage of this and lock in the Lapu Lapu just to show them how powerful this can be and how abusive that lane is going to be.
Yeah, against a Benedetta, actually. That is going to be great for them. But right now, the last ban is going to come out for the side of RSG. They have a second now, and they don't ban a hero.
Oh boy, it looks like
a no-ban strat is still a strat.
I mean, a no-ban strat is a strat, or they just couldn't find the hero in time.
Yeah.
Either or, Unique are going to have to take full advantage of this. It's like, oh, okay, no ban, that's not a big deal. We're just going to keep on playing. And it looks like they lock in the Grok. You mentioned this, Butters, earlier. Tell me more about it.
They like to play the Grok, especially with their hyper-aggressive, play. And as you can see, they go for the Alice, and it all makes sense because right now, even though they don't have enough damage in the early game, one good power of nature could just, give them the potential to give the course, or the jungler, the side lanes, or the off lane to clean up. It gives you the extra push and damage.
Just gets you that a little bit off the top to help you out. Definitely understand. But looking at it, RSG going to be... I'm not sure if this is a serious or this is going to be or this might be a remake. Potentially, I don't want to jump ahead of things because I am excited. I am really excited about this Alucard here, but I'm not 100% sure. But coming in from UDV, it's going to be the last pick is going to be that Veil. Has that hyper skilling that we're looking for, works well with Yi Shinshin in a lot of situations, and makes their team fight absolutely devastating.
Now, looking at it, RSG, they pull off something out of the hat again. And you know what? Just looking at it, is this really an Alucard? Who knows? Maybe it's a remake.
It doesn't look like a remake.
It doesn't look like a remake.
I'm worried now, like, no way! No way! No way they're pulling out an Alucard against Unique DeVu.
RSG is just opening the floodgates for the assassins right now. Open up!
This is gonna be nuts. We haven't seen Alucard touch pro play ever in the longest of times. It has been way too long since we've seen this hero pop up.
The last time it happened in the Philippines, it's probably MPL Season 4. And it was never touched again.
For good reason or bad reason?
For a bad reason.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that this is going to be the day we're going to see Alucard touch the Land of Dawn on the world stage. Enjoy your meals, fans, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I know there are a lot of Alucard users here, but you know what? The realest guy in the room right now is Jason. He pulled that Alucard in professional play.
It's nuts. It's nuts. I genuinely thought, this has to be a remake, right? Like, nobody just picks Alucard out of nowhere, and now they're just going through with it. It's time.
I was supposed to say that as well, but knowing them, they picked the Hanzo, so expect the unexpected.
This is mad. This is mad, but let's see how this is going to be playing out. Starting off from the Soul of Lava, he's going to be pathing up in towards the Gargoyle and finally picking off on towards Purple Buff here. Now the rest of the team, especially for Unique, they're going to have to start thinking about this because again, it takes a long time for Alucard to scale into this game being a primary damage dealer, where LY4 will take control during that mid game.
And Sync Lil having a bit of a back and forth here. Like, Sync really wants to hit Lil, but Lil just, keeps the distance and tries to go for those flowing bloods. But you know what? Lil is at a bit of a disadvantage here.
Oh yeah,
because he cannot get his orbs.
I mean, of course, but again, it really doesn't matter. Like Lil can just walk up, just auto attack Yuzong. Doesn't really have to interact with him. Wait for the wave to push into him, and just will clear it naturally. I mean, he doesn't really have to do too much. He's at a safe distance, and he's never going to be put in any real danger until level 4.
But although he's not getting his orbs, the thing is, he is still getting, you know, the gold, and he has the mystery shop on him. So that means it's his power spike is going to be a bit earlier than most.
Much earlier. Oh, they found it! They found Jason! They were already waiting on towards that mid-rush, and now they're going for a full punish sync, trying to make something happen here. His passive is already active, but he might end up dying in the process. Oh my goodness, Sana was able to get the fastest feathered airstrike I have ever seen off.
I mean, for Alucard, when you're hitting people, you can sustain yourself, but if you cannot move and get popped like that, I mean, yeah, good job.
I mean, honestly, it was a mistake on RSG's part, and Unique took full advantage of it. They trade 1-for-1, however, which is a little unfortunate, but let's see if they do it once more. KZP walks out with smart missiles to protect himself from that power of nature, but the rest of the team is going to be backing away. Looking down back on bot side, LY4 having to deal with Defender here, who's doing a pretty good job.
And it seems to me that Unique DeVu, they're putting Defender in spots where we need you onto the middle lane. Let's win this fight. But for LY4, RSG is like, okay, just farm. If we mess up, carry us later. You're our insurance policy.
All right, if this doesn't go well, we need you to do the work.
We need you to do the work. We'll help you.
Oh no, Sunset Lover. He goes out of position just to make sure Jason has a bad time. Lil flickers on out of there. Doesn't want to get caught in that flame shot, but Sunset Lover now trapped in position, giving another kill. Is going to be going over towards, going towards RSG side.
The only problem with Alucard right now, he's heavily kiteable by the play or the heroes here by the side of Unique DeVu. If you think about it, you have the Benedetta. If Alucard doesn't have the dashes anymore, how will you chase down the Benedetta?
Oh, that's true. That's true. It is a pretty difficult situation to be in, and KZP just making sure that he is trying to, doing tank things as a support, just making sure he's getting vision, making sure he's putting pressure on his opponent. But when you're up against something like Grok, who has who just, as long as he sticks by walls, his passive procs in, oh look, I'm unCCable, and I can just walk in and walk out freely.
RSG right now just trying to give Jason a bit of space. I mean, Jason didn't have the, best 2 minutes of his life. So
that's fair. That's fair. I can definitely understand. Let's have a look at the items actually to see how far he is or how behind he potentially is. LY4, Calamity Reaper already bought. Clock of Destiny being purchased by Lil here. Next Turtle coming up in the next 2 minutes. But so far this game has been pretty stale for the large majority of it. Nobody's making too much of a play. RSG aren't pushing for anything, knowing that they're going to be one man down. And Unique, as long as they stick together and play for the macro, it will work out. Unstoppable Force onto Sunset Lover as well as a Feather Airstrike checking out 2 people. It's looking so good. Jason picking up one for himself. This was a really good pick coming out of KZP. Looked kind of trolled to begin with, but when the rest of Unique came tumbling down, Sana said hello. Feathered Airstrike.
That was a good initiation coming out from KZP. He just went straight for that ejector. Look at this. He answered the problem already, which is Sunset Lover. Sunset Lover was forced to go out. He didn't have enough chances to, set up his ultimate, go for a good knock-up. And what happened there was another dead Alucard in the middle lane.
I mean, it just happens sometimes, You go in really hard. What Alucard struggles to do is get out of these situations. Oh, but LY4 having to get away with the Zaman, of course. When you have Defender as well as a Yishin on your back, you got to be careful. KZP looking for an opportunity to try and turn this around. As you can see, that Sync trying to 1v1 one-shot and actually winning it out in his Black Dragon form. He's gonna go for one more. Ooh, Defender manages to get on out of that with his eye for an eye, perfectly blocking the damage.
Looking at it right now, as long as Sync is having a good time, I don't think one shot is safe.
Yeah, one shot is gonna struggle.
Yeah, one shot is gonna struggle. One shot is gonna get chased down by the Black Dragon form, and you can bet that it's either he's gonna die or he's gonna get back to base.
That's fair. That is fair. But what do they do at this point in time for Unique? Once again, like, they're in a pretty good position. I wouldn't say they're too far behind as well.
But you know what? Sync here, he's just, you know, staying in lane, just trying to do it as much as possible. And I think for Unique DeVu, they just need to keep on securing the objectives. I mean, they are a poke composition. So as long as they position themselves properly, I think it would be great. But Sync here isn't backing down. Harith there goes down as well to the top lane.
Oh, it looks like they just got absolutely doved on there, and LY4 is the one to be punished. Sawo just making sure he's doing his job as a tank, giving that information, and more importantly, just cutting off those flank routes.
And as you can see here, the turtle is the main priority here for the side of Unique DeVu. They get it, and they get an advantage over RSG.
Yeah, RSG is going to continue to try and hold out here until Jason is up to par. He has died 3 times, but at least he was able to get a kill and a major. Oh, he's so close to getting one more, but unfortunately, he is going to get blocked off as KZP is going to be biting the dust this time round. Jason is just going to get another assist there as he goes back into the jungle.
So I guess that is the that is the purpose in life here for that KZP Jawhead.
Yeah,
he needs to keep catching Sunset Lover, or else Jason is not gonna have a good time.
Oh, Jason, he's not even gonna challenge that, but he's able to get the buff in time sync, getting some good damage in. However, he isn't going to be wasting using his ultimate this time round. One shot caught out of position, hit by the feathered airstrike, doesn't get out of there in time. He overstayed his welcome, and he finally gets punished for it.
Okay, so one shot there needs to be mindful of his position.
Where should he be standing then?
Well, I think anywhere, as long as he's not near the Alucard. Anywhere but not near the Alucard.
As long as he doesn't push his luck with Jason here.
Because the thing is, you overstay your welcome. You try to get a lot of these minions, but then again, if you could have just moved to another lane, you could have gotten the same goal, and you didn't have to go down.
Yeah, and I mean, do they win in the team? Does Unique actually win in a full-blown team fight at this point in time?
That is the question, because right now LY4 is online and they're trying to fight this. Look at this. But a lot of ultimates were used. If Unique DeVu wants to fight, now's the time.
I mean, they could. I mean, Benedetta is running up. They do find that first initial kill onto KZP. But again, KZP, he has taken the emblems just for it. He got to pull himself together. And he just comes back up pretty shortly after.
Unique DeVu. They really need to look at their options here. Defender trying to run away, and Sync just being the king of the bottom lane. Not really giving any space for those who actually try and stay and contest him there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a tough one. Final blow coming out of Defender. He just wants to clear this wave and then just walk away. And it's not like Sync can actually catch him in a lot of these situations.
Well, Sync here, he knows that he cannot catch the Benedetta. But as long as there is a way to deal damage, he will do that.
Yeah, he tries to turn this around, and the rest...
Oh, Sunset Lover!
Oh, no! KZP, he's so out of position. He's trying to get out of there. He flickers on through. Sync trying to get some damage in, but again, it's looking messy. LY4 can't seem to get on out of there. He manages to get a Chrono Dash to protect himself the last bit of health, but Sawo with a wild charge comes in hard with the help of Sunset Lover, absolutely demolishing the rest of RSG. It's going to be a 3-for-2 trade.
Sunset Lover really loves the idea of heroes going in front and trying to take his allies down. Whenever Jason goes to the front line and he sees the dash, he always throws out his ultimate, and that's it. That's the only thing that they need.
Yeah, I think at this point, if Sunset Lover catches at least 2 to 3 people with his ult, it's pretty much over for RSG if they don't have a flicker or some sort of ability spell to get on out of it.
And look at this unique DeVu. They actually have the upper hand right now. We did see them get the upper hand, but it was the early game. But right now, this is kind of the late game. It's almost 12 minutes. Let's see how longer will they take, this kind of lead in their hands and not let it slip out.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see here, because I feel like RSG, they do this more often than not, that they like extending it towards the later stages of the game. But I mean, the way that Unique has drafted kind of puts a big question mark here. So let's see how much they can snowball off of this. Sync having to get on out of there. He sees one shot. This is an awkward position to be, but can he? Oh my goodness! A full combination, not missing a single ability. Sync takes out one shot in one shot. But Sunset Lover is trying to bail the rest of the team out. Lil not being able to get on out of there. He tries to go with the flowing bud, but it still doesn't cover enough distance. Defender also rotating just in time. Sees KZP, gets a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not enough to put him under lethal pressure.
And you know what? Yuzhong Sync, he was running away. He was running away from Lil, and he just, Defender, but he just saw one shot and literally just one-shot him with one full combo, and that is it for his life. But the Harith pick off there, that was crucial. Make that too as they take down Alucard as well.
Yeah, and this means that they are going to be resetting the Lord, and RSG once again getting punished for these objectives. It's so difficult for RSG to take these neutral objectives.
Because of all the, control potential that, Sunset Lover has. I mean, Sunset Lover right now is playing like a monster.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely loves the fact that every time these neutral objectives comes up and RSG just kind of gather together all in one place, it just becomes a juicier target for him.
But he has... Well, for the side of RSG, they have no choice. It's either they put Shawhead on Veil duty, or it's the only thing that you can do. Will you send Sync to chase down after Sunset Lover when he can go for the, one-shot Yisun Shed?
I'm not entirely sure, but let's see how Jason scales up into this game. Let's have a look at the items to see how far he has come here. Yeah. He hit level 14, and it looks like he is just almost breaking in towards that Blade of Despair.
And he is, he is late in his items. He should have had his Blade of Despair if this was a normal game, but Sunset Lover is doing a great job containing people onto the side of RSG.
Yeah, KZP is still doing it, and even though they lost an inhibitor turret, it's no big deal as long as they keep up this run. And Sync getting some good damage onto Sunset Lover. They push him out, but Lord finally going down. This could be the option that they're looking for. Sync getting a great knockup. Can he find one more? No, he doesn't, but he lands and still survives. It comes with a feathered airstrike as well. Again, everybody is at literally 1 HP. One shot, 1 HP. Defender, he's got 20% of his HP. Even Lil is at 1 HP.
Will this be our first 3-game series for the group stages of day number 1? We only had 2 zeros, but right now, Unique DeVu, they might take 1 game away from RSG.
Yeah, they might. They might actually be able to do this, and I don't know whether, what went wrong? Was this Alucard pick that costly?
I mean, looking at his score right now, 263, he's not doing his job, obviously.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Jason is struggling getting in on this. Lil tries to bait out something with the flowing blood as well. Doesn't get, luckily the ult is still a toggle. They changed it to a toggle, which is nice. ZP getting really hurt coming in from the wind blades from Sunset Lover, but again, missing all 3 inhibitors, super minions coming in from every single wave. Unique finally have an option, but Sync going to be starting off this initiation because ZP unstoppable force onto one shot. He is able to flicker on out of there, but this allows Sync getting a triple knock up there, looking for any options here to get the kill, but he finally goes down. One shot able to kind it perfectly, and Jason as well could not seal the deal. This is it. Unique finally find their first win in M2 against RSG, but not yet. Not just yet. They cleared the wave. Sana saves it for a little bit longer.
Will this be a deny of this win? Let's see, can they defend this? RSG, they are running on fumes.
Yeah, they are, and finally out there's the angle. One shot, oh, he gets locked down, but that's gonna be it.
That's gonna be it.
GG, well played, going over to Unique DeVu. I mean, these guys, DeVu, I mean, these guys done such a great job here, and RSG really getting punished for that Alucard pick.
Looking at Sunset Lover, this might have been his best game. Well, this is his best game in the M2 World Championships. And you know what? That Veil just controlled everyone from the side of RSG.
Yeah.
It was like they were moving in a way that they wanted to always put the Veil in the equation.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, the design of the composition also entails that they just wanted to fight. They wanted to team fight, and they wanted to team fight really hard. I mean, the Alice Wombo combos, they've got the Veil to suck them all in, they've got the Grok just to get that initiation going. Oh, so many things.
So many things. And a lot of these ultimates coming out from Jawhead was used against Sunset Lover. There was a time there, I think it was like probably 5 minutes, where the Jawhead just kept on going. ZP went straight for that Veil, and he couldn't do anything. And there were times that they were successful. There were times that they were not.
Yeah, really, it was a tough game. But with that being said, make sure that you guys at home can catch the live streams of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from the 18th to 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG, like you are watching right now, from Singapore, are competing for 300,000 USD. And I know they just lost the game, but you got to support them. Support Team SG in the group stage.
Yes. And you know what? We need to support our analysts as well. So, Wolf, pack leader, what do you have for us?
Gotta admit, I was surprised about that transition, but I was even more surprised about this Alucard pick and the no ban strategy, I guess. But then, definitely speaking, I think this is a surprise to everyone. But not only that, Unique DeVu just said, okay, enough of surprises. Let's look at how to actually play a Mobile Legends match. My name is Wolf. I'm gonna be talking about the analysis of game number 2, where the Russians have won against RSG and forcing a game number 3 for the first time today, the M2 World Championship. Now, it's important to take note that the Harith was one of the priorities for RSG, and it made a lot of sense. One of the strongest heroes out there. You can play it in almost any kind of position, even in the XP lane. Perhaps not the tank role, but almost all of the other 4 positions you can play him. And in this time, it is one of the strongest heroes out there in the meta. But the answer from UDV, which I really love, is that they used their knockups to their advantage. Using the Grok as well as this Veil, which is almost unlimited from any kind of range. There's so much reach on the side of UDV that's incredibly hard for RSG to get away from them. Not only that, they also ported in and deployed this Alice, which is a natural counter to the Harith from the olden days, because you get the flicker, you get the instant stun from the Blood Ode, and you also have an incredible amount of reach. Now, RSG, I like their idea. They kind of went in to go for a chain chase kind of lineup. They want to close the gap. They want to get to the backlines. With this Yuzong, it's wonderful. You also have this Alucard in a way that we want to go to the backlines as well as the Jawhead, but it wasn't enough because there's just so much poke potential coming out from UDV in this particular game, and then they used it in their advantage. I love the fact that the knockups from the Veil as well as the Grok was used in perfect execution against this run at you draft coming out from RSG. Looking at the items, obviously RSG are not getting the most out of this Alucard, and you know what they say, sometimes people, when they draft these weird out of the meta picks, you try to make the most sense out of it. You try to justify its pick on how Jason on this Alucard can chase down the backlines of UDV, but that did not happen. Unfortunately, Alucard will not work, at least in this particular draft against UDV. Why is that the case? Because even when Jason on this Alucard does have some sort of chase down potential, the biggest problem here is with his gap closing tools, he first needs to attack heroes. He needs to constantly be there in front of the lineup of UDV, and you cannot do that because of the amount of anti-gap closers from UDV. And what are those tools? Again, the knockups or those instant stuns from the Alice, and obviously the dashes or the mobility coming out of the Benedetta as well as the Yi Shin. And all of these anti-pursuit type of lineups from UDV just made wonders against Jason. And looking at the items of UDV, I like this a lot. The Sky Guardian helmet coming out from the Grok. He knew that he is participating so much in the team fights and that his regeneration will be perfect against a non-burst type of lineup from RSG. And then you now go for some sort of dueling potential from UDV to go with late game bursts coming out from the Clock of Destiny, the Truncheon, all the jazz coming out from the magic damage of UDV. Now, what I really love about their development all throughout the M2 World Championship is that they are now mixing up the physical and damage output, unlike in their previous games. Normally, the last 3 matches of UDV, they just focused on 1 mage, 4 physical damage dealers. This time, they put in a lot of magic damage to kind of mitigate their damage output. Now, 6, 1, and 8. 1 assist short of a legendary performance from this Veil user, Sunset Lover. Loving the scarf, by the way. And he really put his team in a winning position in this particular match. They only was caught once, and for the entirety of the match, just making it so that the Jawhead will not have a good time. Him, in combination with the Grok player in this particular game, they stopped the progression of this Alucard. They made it hell for that Jason Alucard in this particular game. I can't imagine anybody in his position to play properly, let alone in a world championship where world-class caliber teams are competing. Unfortunately for RSG, they will have to win this at 2-1, or will it be a unique DeVu victory finally? That's what they wanted to do. They will only play 2 best-of-3 series. Both of them actually will be playing only 2 best-of-3 series, and you don't want to be on the losing side because now, again, you will want that slot in the playoffs for sure. Again, that has been the 1-1 result for both of these teams, and I'm excited to see game number 3. But before that, why don't we go into a very short break as we prepare for game number 3. See you after this.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. serve.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 with me, Getting Q, as well with Butters as my co-caster for today. Third game of today.
The very first one, everything has gone down 2-0, but this time around, Unique DeVu, they will not go out without a fight.
Absolutely. And, you know, they took full advantage of RSG getting a little cocky there with their Alucard pick.
Well, it could be the no-ban strategy as well.
Inevitably, it did not work out.
It did not work
Game
out.
2 did not work out for RSG.
Yep.
And I mean, at this point in time, it's their turn to try and redeem themselves. But Unique, this could be that motivation, that little bit of push that they needed.
Yeah. For UNQ, you know what? It's okay. Let's put it at a new perspective. Like, yes, they did win, but it wasn't the cleanest win for them.
Agreed.
One shot wasn't really in position. Wasn't really in a good position always. He would get picked off by the Yu Zhong. And it's just that Sunset Lover was playing out of his mind the whole game.
Well, I do think that regardless of that, the momentum is there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Unique might. It might be one of those teams that really need that first win to get to get the ball rolling before really starting to ramp up the gears.
Yeah, and clearly just knowing how you should thread into game number 3. I think Unique DeVu, they have this, let's say, idea of what to do now. Like, they need to control people. At least the Hanzo isn't there anymore to annoy them. The Alucard was supposed to be a surprise pick. Like, nobody would really study against them. But it didn't really work. For Hanzo, it did. For Alucard, it did. So, sometimes the creativity coming out from RSG, I think, is a hit or miss.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that.
Yeah. It's a hit or miss. Sometimes it works. Sometimes, just because of the team's other picks, it just, falls down to the ground and burns.
Yeah, it did crash and burn here, but I think, at the very end of the day, at least there's a game 3. There is like that moment, okay, we were up a game, now we can at least redeem ourselves. So this didn't work out, so we can go back to standard stuff. Maybe. I think that's what RSG is going to do.
Would you bet your life on it that RSG would go back to a traditional setup?
I think at this point, there's no reason not to. Because again, this is the group stage. You want to end up on top, You don't want to be in the middle of the pack.
But we will know now, since we are in the draft. This is game number 3. Whatever happens here, there is only one who's going to win, one who's going to take the point. And you know what? You want to be on the receiving side of that point for your group.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the draft has already started. We're seeing the Yishin Chin as well as the Brody coming out of Unique DeVu, as well as RSG banning out the Natalia as well as the Selena.
Then again, Brody and Yishin Shin is kind of like templated for Unique DeVu. It's kind of like their template. For RSG, they just don't like the Selena, they don't like the Natalia. I think this is templated towards Unique DeVu as well.
Yeah,
there's no ban again for...
No. There was a ban. It was the Matilda.
Okay,
it was the Matilda here, and the Benedette. Wait a minute. Esmeralda's up on the table. Esmeralda is free. And does Unique want to take this? Do they want to bite onto it, or is this some kind of bait that RSG has laid out for them?
Yeah, I think it's a bait because what? When Unique DeVu goes for the first pick, they always go for the Jawhead. Now you give them 2 options. Will we go for the Esmeralda or will we go for the Jawhead?
I mean,
regardless, RSG is gonna get one of those 2.
I would agree, but like Esmeralda is just the better pick in so many of these situations. Like, yes, we do see Jawhead being really, really effective, but the fact that the smart missiles, it generates a shield, already puts him at a disadvantage. No matter how much CC and how much burst that you put into an Esmeralda, as long as there's just even a little bit of a shield, that can be enough to turn the tides. So RSG going to be locking in the Yuzong as well as the Lo Yi.
Those are strong picks indeed, and right now, Lil and Sawok, they can go for their picks or they can secure, let's say, a jungler at this point. They could do that.
What junglers are up on the table?
A Lance, a Ling.
They have a Lance, Ling, they can go for Hayabusa. Oh, they can still go for the Jawhead. Oh, they do have Lapu Lapu in their arsenal. Okay, that's a really, really good sign here because right now, Unique DeVu are looking really, really nice. I almost thought that the announcer said Harith, and then Alice popped out. I was like, oh, thank goodness.
Alice. It's going to be an Alice. You know what, Gideon? The thing about this certain setup that RSG did is they're pointing at a lot of team fights.
Oh yeah.
You have the Alice, you have the Yu Zhong, And Louis is there just to create a bit of a, diversion, if you get what I mean.
Yep.
But now for RSG, I think they really have to go for an assassin setup on the jungler side.
An assassin setup. I think they could. It would
It would make more sense to me if they go for a Lance or a Ling at this point.
Yeah, I think definitely I think Lancelot would be a lot more ideal. But who on RSG would be playing it? Would Jason be playing the Lancelot? Most likely, considering that LY4 is the one that locked in. I mean, they could switch this over. They could switch it over later on, but a lot of assumptions here. But let's see. It's going to be the Ling ban coming in from Unique. Very smart. They have a good idea of what they want to get rid of. RSG probably going to be looking to ban out the Farsa as well. I mean, Eudora was already banned out, so why not?
I'm thinking maybe Unique DeVu wants to go for a 1-1.
Your team is out.
It's because they banned out the Ling.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
I'm thinking maybe they don't want that annoying assassin just heading towards the 1-1 or whatever marksman they're aiming to pick.
Possibly, and I think it might be even better for Unique to pick it up just to deny RSG the 1-1 pick in general, because I mean, look at Lapu Lapu as well as Jawhead, both of which don't have a great laning phase at all against 1-1. And even when Jawhead wants to hit level 4 and have that kind of kill pressure, at least 1-1 has a form of counterplay.
Now we are going to see a Lancelot ban, and that was a very good read coming up from Unique DeVu. And right now RSG, they are forced to go for a Roger.
Yep, I mean, RSG very comfortable with Roger. We've seen them in MYSG. They've done it before. LY4 plays an okay Roger. It's not as good as his Yishin Shin, of course, but as long as he plays the traditional marksman style, farm hard, carry harder.
Okay, so I'm thinking Roger is a good pick. Well, Roger is a good pick for this certain situation just because there is the Lapu, there is the Esmeralda and the Jawhead, and these heroes have high HP bars. And you know what? If he has the wolf form up, he deals more damage based on the HP lost by that certain hero. So
yeah,
you can expect a lot of jumps coming in for the Roger by the time they reach level 5. But right now, taking a page out of RSG's book, Hanzo.
This is dirty. This is really, really dirty here because again, RSG, they could have flexed the Roger if they wanted to, but now he doesn't have a choice. He has to go into the jungle, and KCP is going to be showing off his skills onto that Cho. This will be a very interesting lineup because, as we can see from Unique DeVu, it feels like the composition is really greedy.
Looking at it, they have RSG now has ways to jump on that Hanzo in the jungle. To be completely honest with you, like the Alice is there, flowing blood is all it takes. Let's say Roger is there as well, and Roger is king of invade. So they would have, let's say, less of a problem than Unique DeVu had in game number 1.
I would. Okay, all right, yeah. That makes a lot more sense because at least they are able to kind of like push them away at level 1 rather than oh no, I try to do something and the buff's gone.
But then again, you know what? Game number 1, it was an invisible enemy. Like, what can the Jawhead do if the Jawhead doesn't have the means to actually reach the the body of the Hanzo and just go for the spearhead time and again? You're not going to make the most out of your ejectors. You're not going to make the most out of your unstoppable forces.
Well, I definitely think it was just, a priority target situation that should have been done since the beginning of the game. But let's see how they're going to play this out because now it's Unique's turn to whip out the Hanzo on one shot. So this is going to be a pretty exciting game.
Okay, so right now you can see Lil going aggressive on LY4 there. LY4, surprisingly, is on the Alice. and Jason is now the jungler for the side of RSG.
Yeah, it looks like they've kind of switched the roles here a little bit, allowing NY4 to go in towards the off lane here to kind of just sit and just farm up those, farm up everything. And NY4 taking quite a bit of damage here. KZP getting that third hit of G Kundo onto a one-shot. Oh no, he's in trouble. He goes down. The invade is successful as they take out one-shot. Not ideal, but very unfortunate. And Sunset Lover goes on with him as well. Defender able to find a return kill at the very least, bringing up the score, at least trading 2 for 1.
You know what? There is a saying, by the way, that if you know how to play a certain hero, then you know how to counter a certain hero as well.
Absolutely. No doubt about it at all.
So, right now, RSG is showing their prowess and the know-how on how to counter a Hanzo. 4 of them went straight to the jungle, tried to jump on that Hanzo, and you know what? Hanzo went down.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking for the punishes more time, more often than they should. And I think, you know, RSG, they understand that their composition has a lot of this early pressure, and if they let this game drag on for too long, they're going to get outscaled naturally. So they have to play a little bit more aggressive than they usually do. Oh, Sao getting hit by literally everything here. He tries the sidestep. He gets hit by Sana. He gets hit by the third hit of G Kundo. And finally, they're able to trade back onto KZP at the very end. So it's going just 1-1.
It's, you know what? It's like Vale keeps opening the curtains with that skill.
Oh.
And Sao gets bursted down. Look at that damage. Jason and Sana just punishing him.
Yeah, and now Sync, he's coming in, going to go for that 2v1 to buy some time, but Lil also coming in. He can use the Falling Star move, gets on top of Sync. He has no way to get on out, even with a passive KZP. A little late to the fight, not even level 4 to use the Way of the Dragon. Jason just has to back away. He has no choice.
You know what, RSG? They're doing a great job, but Unique DeVu, they're not one to back down from a good fight. They're very aggressive. They can be aggressive. And right now, Sunset Lover is making these trades worth it again.
Yeah, they are making it so worth it here. So they look to pull on back and, oh, all right, with the goal lead that they have, can they push this even further? Because again, RSG, they're trying to be aggressive. Unique has punished them, and once again, Way of the Dragon coming in from KZP, but who can actually get there in time? Sana isn't there, Jason isn't there. So again, it's going to be a Way of the Dragon with no full capitalization.
Defender here having a good time onto the bottom lane. I mean, Lapu Lapu is probably one of the best offlaners that we have right now. Sana goes somewhere and they catch one shot. Oh my goodness, RSG using this diversion to its full potential to take down the enemy jungler.
It just feels like they're playing guerrilla tactics. KZP finding another pick onto a defender here. Sync turning it into that Black Dragon to make something happen. Now Wi-Fi gets chucked back into Sana. Defender gets picked off finally. But now KZP, he's playing with fire here. He's got to be careful as Sawo, he is walking up and he wants to be in the middle of this fight, but he can't really do too much.
Now, Sunset Lover, he's having a bit of a hard time just doing the same thing that he did for, whoa, that was a good steal.
Really great steal.
That was a really great steal. Like, if RSG got that, they could have pushed more, they could have pressured more, but, you know, Unique DeVu, they won't let that happen. Now, going back to what I was saying, Sunset Lover isn't having the greatest time right now. But
Sana,
I mean, I'm just gonna say that he's not having a good time, but look at that, he gets one more kill. And that actually just stops all the thought processes in my head about what I'm gonna say.
I mean, speaking of Caster's Curse, that was literally a beautiful Caster's Curse moment.
And don't worry, guys, we're used to it. But yeah, there is a problem for him, and I think he can get through with it, and he can get away with those burst downs, to be honest. But for Sync right here, the objective of the Black Dragon form is not to go for, you know, the Hanzo. It is to push back Sunset Lover.
Yeah, it's to keep him out of range.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of these times you have to preemptively do it. So his best option is to start looking for that Hanzo, because by the time he gets there, Sunset Lover... Oh no, Sana, can he survive this? Oh, he does, but he has been brought down to a very dangerous amount of health. KZP getting a little bit dangerous here as he gets sucked in, but he quickly flickers on out of there. Sawo taking a little bit of damage, and Jason not going to be jumping in on this fight just yet.
I love that answer coming out from Sawo. When he saw that the Wave of the Dragon was being cast, automatically he went straight for the unstoppable force, but here comes the fight. Jason gets thrown back. Roger here in the middle of everything, and he goes down. LY4, can he survive? Yes, he will. Flowing Blood will bail him out.
Yeah, and that's the way you generally want to use your Flowing Blood. It has a ridiculous amount of range. You can throw it one direction, run the other side, and then quickly switch positions.
Now, looking at it, Unique, DeVu, they're holding their ground. They are holding down the line.
Actually, they're doing even better than that.
Yeah.
They actually have a goal lead here. For the first time, we've seen them actually being able to maintain this goal lead for a solid 6 minutes. And can they push this even more, as Lil is going to be trying to run LY4 down, but he is just absorbing the damage. He is just spell vamping through the pain, taking as much as he can before walking away. And Lil, I don't think he's going to go for the dive, especially when you know you're up against an Alice. But down on bot side, the Sync is going to try and get on out of there. His passive is up and running, but it's not going to be enough, especially against Defender. Defender's doing a great job.
Now, clearly, Sunset Lover is the target here for KZP. But there's a diversion. They go in. Roger goes wild. Oh my goodness. Sao here's the next target. Will he go down? KZP here gets ejected, but that won't be enough to take him down. That is a 3-0, favoring the side of RSG.
Yeah, Sana just absolutely crushing it. That was so much AoE damage in such a short span of time. Can he get it off again? Nah, Lil's very, very tanky for this situation, and she does not want to do anything about it, but he has to stop LY4 and the amount of pressure he's putting out. But Defender winning out this 1v1 against Sync. Is he going to get solo killed here? Defender wins it out finally against Sync, but RSG looking to invade and steal away the purple buff in the meantime.
So we heard that you wanted, an offlane battle, and let's see the Lapu Lapu right now just showing up.
Yeah, I mean, it's now that we know that Defender is capable of playing the Lapu Lapu, it makes me kind of question why they didn't bring it out sooner. But hey, who am I to question it? They made the decisions on the draft, and honestly, I think some of them were especially smart. But it's unfortunate because Defender didn't really get to show his stuff until now.
Oh, this is a great position. If Sunset Lover moves in, he's gonna go down, and I think he's down. And we did have a bit of a change in terms of camera.
Nah, the Observer, he knew what was going on. It was a horror movie for him.
Yeah.
He didn't want to watch it. It was just too horrifying.
Yeah, you know what? Take the camera away. It's too violent.
My soft eyes can't take it, but Lil is taking so much. He literally absorbed all of that damage, even a full way of the dragon, and he didn't even take a scratch. He's already back up to full, and once again, he's going to be crushing Sync under that pressure, right under the turret. And now KZP, he doesn't have Wave of the Dragon, but Lil doesn't even care.
And Lil here, just the unstoppable Esmeralda onto the top lane. You know what? Defender is here as well. KZP, he's trying to get this Wave of the Dragon to work for him, but you know what? A lot of the attempts that he made on Sunset Lover didn't really work, just because Purify is available for Sunset Lover. So even though you do that, you're actually putting yourself in a lot of danger just to get bursted, because you're gonna use Shunpo, you're gonna use Jeet Kune Do, Wave of the Dragon. Then what do you what do you have next? You only have one more Shunpo. Will that be enough if it's put in the when the ultimate is put in the center of the show?
Yeah, that's why we've seen KZP almost every single time have to use his flicker as soon as he gets caught in the middle of Veil ult. So he's especially careful, but he has to play for these cooldowns here. And Sawa, once again, he's able to take the damage. He finally has been able to buy some magic resist, but Sana, once again, having that Purify is not going to be enough for now, as the rest of the team is going to collapse under him. Defender making the play, jumping right on top. Sync looking for any options to take this Lord away. Defender, the next to fall. Sync 2v1ing in the backline while LY4 is trying to get towards him. Sawo ejectors him away, but the Flowing Bud allowing LY4 to get to that backline. He's going for the full dive. He's going to be able to trade 1-for-1. It is looking like a 3-for-2 trade. Jason in trouble. He doesn't want to get caught out any further than this, but he does have the Soul of Lava. Sync needs to get away, but he cannot. It's an even trade, 3-for-3.
And he was slapped by clothes to death. Well, probably a cloth. Well, it should be a cloth, but it's part of his. It's part of Esmeralda's clothes as well. So you know what? When that was happening, a push was actually, happening on top by the minions, and they get the turret. So right now, it's not a total loss for RSG.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's definitely not a total loss, but considering that Unique are still ahead, at least RSG have closed down on that gold score a little bit. Only just 1k ahead. Unique is actually 1k ahead against RSG. KZP playing with fire here as Defender goes in hard to chunk him out to at least 50% of his HP with Zhao coming in with the unstoppable force. KZP nicely done with the Shunpo. Very well timed.
I just think that these invades that come out from RSG, they go in one by one, and most of the time it costs them. Like, they don't, even if Unique DeVu don't take out the heroes, the hero is forced to go back to base. So that means more position is giving out to Unique DeVu. And RSG, they keep on doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, eventually it has to stop, right? Eventually Unique will get to punish this, and Lil notices what's going on here. He sees the little markings on the ground, and all of a sudden Loi comes out from the brush as they make that rotation. An interesting play coming in from RSG. I thought it would be a little bit deeper to catch somebody off, but it looks like Sawo getting caught by himself here. LY4 popping down that Blood Ode as well. Flowing Blood to get on top of Sunset Lover. This is huge. This could be the play. And even with the Winter Truncheon, it's not enough. One shot, unable to finish off Sana in the backline. KCP looking to catch up. Defender getting chucked down to 10% of his HP. But now it's the Esmeralda show, cutting them down one by one. LY4 runs out of mana. Jason is out of there. Sync is on the run too. This is a manhunt, and they're all running away from Lil. Don't get caught right now as they run, playing Ring Around the Rosies with her as well.
Oh my goodness, that fight was crazy. I couldn't even understand what was happening. What I just noticed is two people went down onto the side of Unique DeVu. One shot there was the perfect target for Sync. He just used that execute perfectly. And they, got hold of the jungler. But then again, Sunset Lover is still escaping the clutches of that Yuzhong.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. And I mean, honestly, like, RSG had a really good engagement. They went on from the back as well as the front. LY4 as well as Sync looking to get into the back line, while the front line is KZP with Sana, and with the help of Jason, we're able to take out a Defender in due time.
You know what? If LY4 had more items on him, probably that could have been the turnaround that RSG is trying to find. But you know what? They need, well, for Unique DeVu, they really need to look out for their surroundings as well. They could not find, they could not fight in narrow spaces just because the Alice likes that.
Yeah, they definitely can. Or if they do fight in narrow spaces, at least have places to be able to hop over walls, like we just saw on the top side jungle from RSG.
And to be honest, I mean, right now LY4 has the mystery shop, but you know what? It's gonna be easier for LY to, come back from this and get his items.
Absolutely, and he's going to keep on scaling, especially when he's able to pick up those blood orbs as well.
Yeah.
He just gets stronger and stronger as time goes by.
But it's the never-ending fight onto the top lane. It's the Esmeralda and the Alice. It's how do you say this? It's parasitic, but it's mutually beneficial.
I get what you mean. I totally get what you mean there. But now, once again, trying to make this work out, Lil is going to get hit. But again, it's not going to be enough when you have Hanzo one shot chasing you down. Jason's on the run, trying to make this work out. Tries to go for the big juke, and it's working out not bad as Sync gets into the backline with the help of LY4. Coming in with a Blood Oath and Flowing Blood. They pick off one. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but LY4 needs to get on out of there. Flowing Blood as well. 2-for-2 trade. It is relatively even here. RSG coming on big with the kills, but Unique just winning across the board with the farm.
And they keep pushing them back. RSG here, they are controlling the map right now. I'm pretty sure about it. Unique, DeVu, they need to find those pickoffs again. Earlier, they find the pickoff, it would turn to an objective, and right now for Unique DeVu, if they get for Unstoppable Force Ejector to one of the cores here onto the side of RSG, that could mean the Lord.
Yeah, and I think this is a very crucial moment. It's 16 minutes into the game. The death timers are kind of long here, and Sync is just respawned. Almost so close. Sawo almost getting the biggest play of his life there, but now Lil, he's gonna take a little bit of damage from KZP. KZP is building tank and is taking that concussive emblem, so he's not gonna be doing as much damage as you would naturally see him when you take him high and dry and Blade of Despair, yada yada yada. But Lil is just absolutely gigantic. Nobody can really touch her.
Yeah, even with the Durans, even with damage, mitigation coming out from your defensive items, it's gonna be equally, annoying to face up against Dil right now. Unless KZP can catch him with the Way of the Dragon without his Purify up, I don't think the effort is gonna be okay.
Yeah, I don't think the effort's going to be too okay too, but we're just going to have to wait because both teams, they know that it's going to come down to one big team by LY4. With the help of Jason, they find it. They find Sunset Lover. This is huge. Now they can start forcing these fights really hard, and they've got a mid-wave pushing as well. And one shot, he needs to clear the wave right here, right now, but Sana, they're a little bit of trouble. Sync on the run. LY4 buying some time for him. That Blood Oath, he isn't going down. 4 people, they can't get rid of LY4. This is the ace that they have been looking for, and one shot, the only member left.
And I think they're gonna end this.
No, not just. Oh wait, the dragon. Okay, getting rid of one shot spirit form. That's fine. Gets on top, stuns him over.
They could. They're marching on. Get John.
Oh no.
They're gonna go for it.
One shot.
He's gonna try to end this.
He needs to clear the wave.
He doesn't have the spirit. He doesn't have the spirit. RSG.
Wow.
They make that work for their side, and at this level of competition, Gideon, it only takes one mistake for you to lose a series.
Oh my goodness, I really didn't think that RSG would be able to pull through, but at the end of the day, when it is clutch time and crunch time, they make it happen. GG, well played. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of RSG. Oh my goodness, what a way to end it.
And you know what? Unique DeVu, they may have lost the series, but they showed us what they are capable of.
Definitely.
And there's potential. There's potential. They can replay these games later when they go to practice and just try to be a better, try to, focus on their weaknesses and turn them into strengths when it comes to day 3.
Yeah, I definitely think that these guys are playing, they're trying to play this cold and calculated style against RSG, who also plays cold and calculated, where we've seen them just go 50-50 every single time on these fights. And I think that Unique, they need to start pushing their advantages. They need to start taking away the jungle. They need to start really forcing their lead onto these objectives against RSG, and I think that would have shaped up a little bit better. But you have to admit, RSG, the macro play coming out of this team, dodging Esmeralda, getting into the backline, getting both of those picks, locking down Esmeralda finally to finish her off. That takes a lot of high-level play.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a full-blown fight in my eyes. It was mini skirmishes that happened all at the same time. So what happened was, everyone was just isolated. Everyone was just divided. Some taking on the Esmeralda, some taking on the other guys here for the side of from the side of Unique DeVu, and for some reason it just worked. Like LY4 at the last possible moment, he went in with the blood ode. He went in with the flowing blood, and he just destroyed everyone with his damage. I mean, it's not that big, but it adds up.
It's huge, and the thing that kind of rattles me is why weren't there purchases of anti-healing? Where was the necklace of Durances? Where was the sea halberds as well? Those would have been essential items, especially against a team that's so heavily focused on Spellband.
I'm thinking maybe Alice could be the shield pillar for the Esmeralda.
Oh.
So if she doesn't go down, the Esmeralda has more shields.
That's true.
That could be the idea.
I suppose, but again, it's just itemization. Itemization is going to be so important, and I'm pretty sure that Wolf is going to touch on it in a little bit, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say. But you know what? With that being said, let's throw it on over to the pack leader here. Papa Wolf, tell us what exactly happened.
Howl for.
Unfortunately, I cannot howl for you guys. But yeah, let's look at that particular match. Man, what was amazing for sure for Unique DeVu. But RSG still throws in the dagger in there. So much improvement from UDV. But RSG, I think that they have understood this particular draft so well. Let's look at the highlights of that particular match. And at the first get-go, we know that RSG understands this Hanzo pick so well, that they were so aggressive, they are utilizing this joint in a better way. But my oh my, their usage of the diversion, it's just so good. And why are they making this? How are they doing it? It's probably because of the fact that they are understanding the Hanzo draft as well as the Mobile Legends game in particular. Because they know that all they have to do was to peel the lineup of Unique DeVu in such a different manner. I love this clash coming out from RSG. They are identifying their strengths, and they also just utilize their sustain in this particular match. They know that there's really no anti-heal, just as what the caster's saying, and this is just something that they use to their advantage. We can pause right now and understand that this is RSG's better understanding of the draft as well. And maybe I don't need to really write down on this, but what you can see in your screens right now is that the fact that UDV, they are already winning this clash, but what RSG did was to run in the opposite direction. They were running this way so that UDV themselves will try to wrap around and chase them. Now, because of the fact that UDV, they're putting themselves in a very compromised position, all that RSG needed to do was just punish them for it, for overly chasing their draft. And you can see that RSG, this is their first, I would say, major victory when it comes to the clash. And if we play the highlights now, we can see them doing this once again, understanding what needs to be done. And maybe in the I would say the dagger that RSG really put into UDV as well is this particular clash. We can pause right now because Sync made a wonderful play with this Yuzong. And what he did was let LY4 and KZP and Jason in this particular part of the match just to make some moves so that UDV will actually put their attention to them. But if we can see the movements of LY of the Yuzong, which was Sync, he moved from the mid lane and identified that defender as well as one shot was there, particularly this very important hero, which was the Hanzo, which is technically speaking the main damage dealer coming out from UDV, was compromised in a way. This is where you know that they have understood their win conditions. One is to punish the Hanzo in the early stage of the game. Second, and most important thing is, look for him in the late game clashes and try to take him down so that there will be no damage whatsoever from Unique DeVu. And I'm sure that if we continue to see the highlights, we will notice that RSG will just continuously win the skirmishes, not only because of how they played, but also of how they understood their win conditions. The last mistake think that Unique DeVu did was for them to fight in this particular clash where there was already a -1 for them, and the RSG only what they had to do was to punish once again. LY4 was massive in this particular clash, sustaining through, like using his ultimate on 4 heroes. Obviously, he's gonna get so much of a spell vamp out of there, and this is also where Unique DeVu will have really thought that maybe if they picked up something to counter that sustain coming out from RSG, it would have been totally different. Unique DeVu with one shot on this last defense, he tried to clear the waves, but to no avail because RSG was really on to him. They didn't even care because they know that they can finish this match for sure. And we can see now the highlights, the item build of both teams. Unique DeVu, now you're looking, there's a casual Deadly Blade on Defender, but the problem is this is a Lapu-Lapu, not the hero that can really attack all of the members of RSG so that passive will proc. And we're looking at Duras is only onto the Veil. Unfortunately, this is a complete opposite of how Sunset Lover played in game number 2. Now Sana, the way that he played in game number 1 in this victory from RSG, it was also similar on how he was impactful in this particular game. At 10 minutes, he was part of 10 out of the 10 kills of RSG and continued on to be one of the better players here for RSG. However, the MVP goes to LY4 with a late game decision making that allowed him to be just wonderful, to just give the victory, the W to RSG. I also love the fact that he picked up the Durance, not the usual thing that you could see from Alice players, because normally he would give that to the mid-mage, but he understood that he deals AoE damage. He technically applies the Durance to many members and many of the sustained members of his opponents, like particularly the Lapu-Lapu as well as the Esmeralda, not having a good time in this particular game because of how annoying LY4 really was. Well, technically speaking, LY4, he will not be successful if not for the early game aggression, or at least early game control, not aggression, early game control that you got from the other members of RSG. That allowed for the late game Yuzong, the late game Alice to pop off in those most crucial moments. If you tag along all of the decision making that you can see from RSG, that's how you know that they are really masterful when it comes to approaching Mobile Legends. Unfortunately for Unique DeVu, they will not get any wins when it comes to series, but they did show up a lot of good performances in their series against RSG. That has been the series, the 4th series of the day. We still have plenty of more action for Mobile Legends action for sure, and I'm excited to see how the brackets will develop. That has been my analysis of this 3-game series, and we'll see you after this break.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
everyone, and welcome to the semifinals, where right now our players will be playing a best of 3 to really find out who deserves to be in the finals.
Dive right in whenever he gets the chance to do so, and Jams land true, a double KO already being charged up. Same goes to Hassan Matthew. It's going to be a blow for blow, but Currency still lands the final finishing touch.
But now double KO punches coming out of Ace. It's already going in. EJ doesn't have anything left. The cooldown's not up. Done. Too low to handle. Ace comes out on top. A sliver of health.
Assassin, high and dry, and the spell is executed. So you can sure kill the opponent. And ang recommended item ko sa kanya is Endless Battle or Deadly 7Cs. Deadly Blade and 7Cs.
É machado sanguinário, bota. É porque a build a gente faz na hora, né?
Immortality is really good. Can always go in and get the immortality and just get the hell out because he's so mobile with his skills. So it gives you a chance at second line.
All of our players have showed their best Paquito skills. This is the finals of the Paquito Challenge, and we will see who will be the champion.
Already out, but the ultimate's been blown off coming from Burmese Ghouls, which means Curtsy might just have advantage right here, going back for the KO, and Ace now looks for the kill, and it's a turn around. And he does open up with a KO, double KO coming out from Ace as well, but he hops right back at him, and Curtsy, he made a mistake, and this will be a GG.
Well played, Ace. Well played.
Factory ကိုချက်လောက်နိုင်ရတာရမ်းပြောပါတယ်။ဒီကတခြားနိုင်ငံက player တယောက်ချင်းစီနဲ့ဆော့အားဖွင့်ရှိတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်လည်းပြောတာပေါ့။ဒီကတို့နိုင်သွားလို့လည်းကျွန်တော်ရမ်းဝမ်းသာပါတယ်။ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒီ original ခါမှာတော့မဆော့ရဘူး။ဒီကအဲ့လိုကျွန်တော်တက်ခါမှာဗီဒီယိုဆော့ရတဲ့အချိန်မှာကြည့်ရတာတော့ဒီရဲ့ဒီဟိုအရင်သူစကေးတွေပေါ်မှာရန်ကြမ်းတယ်တော့ euro ထိလိုက်ပြီးတော့အဲဒီတက်ခုပြီးရတယ်တက်၄ခုဖြည့်သွားပြီသူစကေးအကုန်ပြန်ပြည့်ဆိုရန်နဲ့ကြမ်းတယ်တော့ဒီရဲ့ euro တော့ပြီးတော့ရန်ကြိုက်အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော် Burmese က Ace ပါကျွန်တော် Burmese hero ရန်ကြိုက်ပါတယ်အကုန်လုံးလည်းကြိုက်လိမ့်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ပြောနေပါတယ်ဒီရဲ့ hero က January 15မှာ6ရက်6မှာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်အားလုံးပဲစောင့်ကြည့်ဖို့မေးပါတယ်
Is today just another day? where we are uncertain of our present and future.
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases.
Despite all the chaos, there is always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the M world. And the saga begins. Welcome to M World. Tune in to M2.
Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge, and now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting, and oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely, and he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese Ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it, your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero က5v5 မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်စရာကောင်းပါသူနဲ့ lane နဲ့ face ထိုင်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတတိထားမှာဘာလို့လဲသူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်စရာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတတိထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတာပါဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိကသူ့ရဲ့ skill တွေပေါ့နော်အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချတဲ့ပုံစံတို့ဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင် enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လိုaggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
How you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, powered by Moonton and supported by the Singapore Tourism Board. Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board official Instagram account at visit_Singapore, and don't forget to use the hashtag PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore. By the way, thank you as well to Skoga and to our partner in esports, IMDA, for making this possible. And all of this includes you. So if you haven't yet, please do share and let the world know that M2 is happening right now. My name is Leo, joined here by Contra, and my guy, it's been a long day, but we're far from done. We have one more match coming in from Group B, and that's going to be Omega versus Impunity KH. How are you feeling so far?
Well, I'm definitely feeling excited to see this match go down, because that will be meaning that we might just close out this group here with pretty much the decider of who goes to the top of the group itself. So Group A, we've seen Omega really looking really good. Wait, let me correct myself here. It's Group B, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And with that, Omega has already got themselves a 2-0 win. So can they make it a perfect sweep with a 4-0? Because, you know, Impunity looking a little bit shaky, but we have to look in towards some of all these sort of the groups as well as all these standings as well.
Yep, so this is Group A, which recently got updated given the result of the previous series we just watched, by the way, brought to you so valiantly by Butters, Gideon, and Wolf. This is actually the result of RSG versus Unique DeVu. And man, was that a close one. That was scary, honestly.
Yeah,
Our first best of 3 that went 3 games.
Yeah, definitely a nail biter there, and the hometown favorites RSG. They were definitely going out of their usual sort of picks to be able to draft out something that's really creative, but they have a little bit of price to pay, and they did drop one game to Unique DeVu, and that final game, oh boy, really went down to one mistake, leading to Unique DeVu dropping in towards 3rd place.
Yep, I think all 3 members of Group A have relatively stayed where they should be, right? Burmese Ghouls up top, RSG in 2nd, and Unique DeVu down bottom. As sad as it is to see our Russian brothers actually struggle, it was quite a series. You did mention, real quick, if you guys missed it, there was an Alucard, there was a Hanzo, and an Esmeralda running free. It was crazy.
Yeah, and well, I really didn't expect this sort of the role swap going on, and you can see LY4, he was playing pretty much on marksman mainly, and he's been switching things up, and he was on the Alice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold. I think RSG here is showing exactly what Singaporeans are made of. It's like, okay, we can switch it up, we can flex.
Just slight flexing for now.
Put on a show, if you will. Put on a show, but it was very close. And I'm not sure if it was because of all of the experimentation or if really Unique DeVu really just put their best foot forward, because they're like, hey, we did not fly out all the way from the north to just lose. So, you know, a 3-game series is nothing less than we expect. But right now, let's check out exactly who's going to be playing in this next series. Once more, it's Omega Esports versus Impunity KH. Once more, entering the Land of Dawn, it's going to be Kurtizi, Heath, Hajizi, Kenji, and Yelly Hayes.
Yep, that's right. And we've already seen some really perfect performance coming in from Heath, where he was playing the Jawhead in such a brilliant way, where he just punished every single one of all these players that comes through his face, and he just ejects everyone back to his teammates for those sort of free kills in such a way. Impunity KH, yes, they did suffer a defeat. Of course, before that, Impunity KH consists of Naker, Hakurai, Boom, OP, as well as Seo Baby. And I'm really hoping to see more coming outside of OP, because he was the first player out there to be able to get his hands on a favorite pick, which is the Brody, who was consistently banned out, but didn't really have the sort of opportunity to be able to play it out to the mid to late game. So if he does get another chance, it's right here, right now.
Yep, and someone else we want to look out for is Naker. Will he actually now play anything but a Gatot?
Yeah.
Gatot Kacha has been a favorite for Impunity KH here, and possibly at a great cost, Benedetta. Like, they have said no to Benedetta in favor of Gatot Kacha, and what's crazy about that is the last time we saw it, when they played against Todak, it was answered point blank, always, at every point, by an Atlas. I wonder if it's going to be the same story here against Omega Esports. As we prep for the draft, we're about 2 minutes away from this Contra, and besides the heroes that we mentioned, right, there's the Gatot, there's the Atlas, oh sorry, well, not from these teams, but from their opponents, the Jawhead from Heath, anything else we can expect?
Well, we did expect to see certain sort of all these sort of pickups in terms of marksman. Yi Xunshin has been a hot topic of discussion on the table, and alongside with things like 1-1, as we can definitely exclude like maybe the hot priority on the bans, right? So assuming that Brody's not going to be there, and you just have all the other picks up available, we did see a Farsa coming through much earlier on, but you know, I'm not too sure whether if you will want to go against a very on-form Omega side when you just possibly will not have a chance to even open up that further airstrike.
Yep. And Omega does have a huge hero pool. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, We beckon you to complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards, which include an M2 special avatar border, an M2 exclusive skin, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's this one right here, an M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue. By the way, this handsome gentleman right here, that's Clint's Shadow Omen skin, and you can get all of these directly for 899 diamonds. I did it, and as soon as I got the skin, I had to flex it on the socials. You know what I mean? It's all about the drip, man. It's all about the drip.
Drip it all out, and you can definitely flash everything out inside the games when you queue into rank, and everybody will be looking at you and say, yep, that's my man. This Clint is going to be carrying me to very high mythical glory. 1,000 stars, no problem.
Yep, but again, it's only available till the 24th of January, so get on it right now. Once more, the M2 coins and, of course, the M2 celebration happening in-game right now. Timer is up, Contra, so we're about to go into the draft. And as we did mention, Omega, very varied heroes that they've come out with. Sylvana down as a mage, Jawhead as a tank. Let's see how this works out. Oh, Impunity KH, they are on the mark here. They're playing. They are first stop to ban. They take out Luoyi, Jawhead, and Matilda, while Omega Esports, they take out the Natalia and the Esmeralda.
This time they really know what to aim for when they go in for the pick and bans, as much as they have not met the side of Omega Esports in competitive play in a sense. But after watching those matches against the likes of, Todak, I'm thinking that, hey, this is pretty much clear for them that they don't want to deal with any Jawhead.
And just the same, Omega Esports, they've done their homework. They are diligent as well. Or am I just reading this coincidence because they have been consistently banning out the Brody, all the while OP, we know he's not shy to go for the first pick Brody.
Oh, yeah. I gotta say that if you are on the red side and you leave it open, it's a double-edged sword. Like, we saw the time that Todak did open it up, it was for a good cause. They managed to get the Yuzong alongside with another priority pick.
Yep, and now Omega Esports, they're open for, there you go, the Yu Sin Shin, and I'm guessing, the Benedetta, they let go for the Selena. Yelly Hayes locking in his mage hero down mid.
Okay, very interesting pick indeed, as we'll be expecting some long-range snipes with the abyssal arrows coming in. And now, OP's turn to pick. So they've already got the marksman up early on. If they don't pick it in this phase itself, they might just actually lose out on the second phase to be banned away.
Yeah, I think it's at this point that Impunity KH should focus on their mid.
Gato again.
I was gonna say they're mid and their jungler, but this is frustrating.
Yeah.
This is exactly what they've been doing in the previous series. It's a very off-meta way of making priority picks, and again, Naker. This is very Naker of him, man. Like, not once in all of M2 history, given we've only played one day so far, has he played anything else. So we'll see if this is a good Gatot Kacha as Omega closes up their choices with another gold laner, or sorry, a gold laner and another marksman that is in 1-1.
Yeah, I definitely think 1-1 would be fitting pretty well, and it can cause this sort of scenario where who do you really want to focus if both of them are actually ahead? Like, do you target the 1-1 first or the Asian shit? Because both can actually offer some pretty high DPS out there.
Yep, and again, 1-1 eats stationary kiteable heroes for breakfast, right? With no milk. That's how
no milk.
That's how tough it is.
I'm trying to imagine.
For Impunity KH.
Oh man, what a serial killer this is.
Exactly, you got exactly what I'm going for. Omega Esports though, they close up their bans with Farsa, of course, locking Hakurai out, as well as the Ling, which, interestingly enough, I don't think Impunity KH was thinking about anyways. But for Impunity, they may have been barking up the wrong tree. They take out the Sylvana and the Atlas. I think that still opens up Omega for so many other choices. Heat here, Mr. Fundamental still has, there you go, the Baksha, I was going to say the Hilda, could even go for an Atlas himself, we've seen that before, or even the Cho, the tank Cho.
Yeah, I definitely think Cho would be a really good option, but the Atlas got banned away, so with that, they understood that, okay, at least there's a little bit room for the Gato to work around with the avatar of the Guardian dropping right in, and if they were to actually go for, you know, something that could potentially hook it right in, like you said, Sylvana, it can be a problem if you accidentally bring in the Tigro. So they did bring the Bruno, which is actually a pretty good pick coming in from Opie.
Yeah, this is okay. Again, this is very Impunity KH. Let's put it at that. It's the same 3 bruisers or 3 frontliners and then 2 damage sources. They previously did it with, instead of a Bruno, they did a Brody. But this time, I think because of the way Wave of the World works, it might be a better go. Again, you said it right. Third time the charm, possibly.
Yeah, and hopefully he does score a hat-trick in this one. But, you know, Bruno, very popular in the past couple of patches. We've seen less of him in the recent couple of runs, but it does not mean that he's not viable. Just that, hey, he's probably one of the best possible picks out there with this current bans being set up. So, final pick from Heath. What do you think of this? Because we've seen some interesting play, and this Hilda possibly will be punishing them. Times.
No, I think this is just his alternative to the Jawhead. It's gonna do the same thing, man. It's gonna do the same jungle bothersome thing. Is he's gonna go ahead and scout out the purple, scout out the orange, stop OP from just scaling, and the rest is gonna be history. It's just gonna be the same game plan for Omega. I wonder if Impunity KH found the sweet spot.
Well, I really do wonder if they have finally found that formula and they are sticking to the same sort of trick that they have done time and time again. So I believe that they are confident enough to perhaps take a game. But, you know, Omega, we saw one of the quickest games possible coming from them in the very first game of the day. So just having that thought of, hey, that could happen again to a team like Todak. Should Impunity be worried about this?
Logically speaking, Todak beat Impunity. Omega beat Todak, so Omega should beat Impunity, right? It's just rhetoric. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. It's time for game number 1 in this best of 3, Impunity KH versus Omega Esports. And check out what Heath is up to. He is going straight for the opponent's purple, and Boom is doing the same thing, but Yelly Hayes was going to beat him to the punch. Hold up, look at Boom. Look at Boom, he's in trouble.
He's soaking way too much. I'm not too sure if he can make it out, but he does flicker away. He chases right in. He might just be able to flush with this one, but it will be a perfect flame shot from Yelly Hayes to secure that kill.
Yep, so Omega Esports, they were setting up their battle spells for lethality. They understood that they had to be this aggressive, and now Heath, not even blinking, not even thinking twice, going for the Cyclone Eye. I'm out. Let me get a shield from the bush here, and down bottom, it's Seo Baby. Getting some stacks for the shot energy, and now there you go, a nice knockup onto Heath. He's looking dangerously low, and he might have to concede this. Hold up, he's still surviving. There you go, running out of the bush, and he gets away.
Wait a minute, Heath. Man, this guy is absolutely a legend. You know, like, if it were to be any other player, they would have been panicking and they just give up. But he managed to just run away scot-free.
You know what? He does that one more time. He's just not going to be Mr. Fundamental. He's going to be Mr. Mental. He's going crazy up in here.
Mr. Heath better have some ledgers too, because this guy might just be winning some awards. But, of course, this guy's still going to be around. But with Heath doing Heath things once again, still causing a lot of problems. But Impunity, they're still adamant on taking the buff. But Yelly Hayes is here.
What? Did they steal it? He has the orange! He has the orange! This Matilda deals true damage. It's not a lie.
So dirty. This guy shouldn't be allowed in anywhere in the jungle, but it's a heal that there's nothing much you can do about it.
I love it. I love it. Community KH, they have so many things on their plate right now, and not the least of them is making sure OP scales, and he's looking for a safe haven. He's looking for a place to actually get gold in EXP, and even his own jungle. 2 minutes in, not safe already.
Oh yeah, and Kenji up to something right here. It's a 1 versus 3 potentially, but there's still more coming in.
There's the Puissance already popped in. Seo Baby forced to go for the Black Dragon form. He's looking low, but he does have a Bakshas mark on him. He's not regenerating as fast, and he still survives, able to regenerate under his own turret. We go back here in the mid lane towards the jungle. what's Hakurai up to? He's just staying underneath the turret. I mean, given the recent update on the turrets in the early game wherein you get a damage reduction, this is very smart for Vale, but I'm not sure if he's making the most of the damage output this glass cannon has.
Yeah, honestly, of course, he needs a whole lot more. Oh, what a snipe coming from the Abyssal Arrow. This might just be the perfect setup right here. Heath did not pursue much further, but boom. He suffered all too much. He has to back away.
Wow. 3 minutes in, Omega Esports is pushing Impunity KH out even of their own jungle and their own lane. Oh my, they caught Hakurai not having a chance to get away. That was what? Heath and Yelly Haze.
Yeah, and these guys, they definitely work very well in tandem. And he's just going to be camping up here for a very long time. He's freely walking through the mid lane.
Excuse me. Let me check in on his jungle. It's slowly looking like his jungle right now. But hold up, there's so much damage being laid down here by Boom, Hakurai, and OP. And there you go. I think OP will at least get his purple. And so far, so good. He hasn't died. That's one thing to note.
Yeah, I really feel like he should be punished for all his actions, but Impunity KH, they kind of let him do whatever he wants at this point. They are trying hard not to be affected by this sort of invasion where if you get too focused... Oh, something's happening here.
Revitalize dropped in here by Naker. He goes for the Avatar of the Guardian. Curtizi retreats underneath the bush. That's going to be a knockup on to ya boy Heath. And he finally is taken down by this 4-man coalition from Impunity KH. Naker's still alive. He gets away, but Yellyhaze takes him down. That's going to be a 2-for-1 as Boom suffers another death. That's going to be Curtizi responsible for it now. Oh, Hajizi coming in from the back, charging up the arrow. He takes down one. He gets another. That's a double kill for the Yu Sin Shin. It's a 4-for-1 overall, and Seo Baby, too late to the party. He says, you know what? I'm halfway through, but I'm going to go back to the bottom lane.
Wow, just look at the coordination out of Omega. I wish I could check that out again because they really press the attack all the way through. There's no other way to escape. They're either stuck on the turret or they have to give themselves away. That double kill on that Ishin Shin, definitely big news. But Seo Baby, 2 versus 1.
Black Dragon form with a full bar of energy, and now Kenji tries to lock him in. Yellyhaze hasn't gone in for the arrow. Can he get this one? Abyssal Arrow misses, and Seo Baby goes for the Cyclone Eye. And he's just drawing a line between the second-tier turret and the rest of the lane. So I think that was a success. That was a win for Seo Baby.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a win in the sort of sense, but, well, he getting chased out, but Kenji is joining along the fray as well. It's going to be Seo Baby that commits towards Kenji, but Omega, they're trying to respond, and they will be able to eventually take down Boom, but he gets a little bit of that safety net all the way towards the back.
Yellyhaze misses the flame shot by an inch. Nay, a millimeter. Actually, no, it was closer to 1 inch. It was pretty big. Nice use of the dash by Boom. He survives to live another day. I think this is exactly what Impunity KH should do. Like, play as defensively as possible and make Omega work for those kills. Because if they keep letting this lead grow, man, they're slowly approaching no man's land. Actually, I think we're pretty much there. This is a 5k gold lead in under 10 minutes now. That's going to be Heath knocked up, going out for the dash, hiding in the bush. It's a false engage.
Yeah, and I feel like if this keeps going on, it's going to be pretty bad. And Omega, they're crushing right in. And oh, they get punished for it. Something that way too deep for the dive.
I think Yellyhaze may have been way above his measure, given that it was an implosion, it was a full combo by Hakurai, and there were 4 members in there. OP almost goes though. Hold up, nice, underneath the turret. That's gonna be a flicker by Boom. Hakurai backs out just in time. Kenji has lethal intent here. He goes in, rolls out, jumps on the folks, gets the Poissons, but I think it's worth it because they're going for bushes.
Yeah, and look at this, because Impunity is being forced to back away. This is a free turtle. They could get perhaps a turret added too, with Kenji just distracting 2 of these members. They're losing pressure all across the map, and well, it's even worth it even if Kenji drops right here.
There's an implosion, and they're just spending everything, throwing everything but the kitchen sink into this to get 1 kill. And so far, so good at the cost of what? A turret up top by Curtizi, who, by the way, has not yet fallen. So if we're talking about scaling, Curtizi's having a grand time.
I'm pretty sure he is. And look at the fact that they are so up ahead in terms of the goal lead in the span of 7 minutes and a half.
7K.
Yeah, 7K for the boys of Omega, and they're trying to yoink this buff away. Boom, though, he tries to run away from this situation. He gets it out alive, but Mlbb in danger now.
Oh, Curtizi goes for the crossbow of Tang, hits Naker, and it's not enough. So that's, how do we say, a silver lining in this whole story for Impunity KH. He knows that he can still somewhat duel Curtizi, who, by the way, stole the purple away from Impunity KH. And, yeah, yoinking. Speaking of yoinking, Hajizi has 2 oranges. It's that bad. He has 2 oranges.
Well, I guess he might be able to collect some mandarins for Chinese New Year soon, but...
Yum, yum.
Impunity, you gotta do something about this, though. This is definitely gonna be them getting pincer on. Even though they are trying to turtle in towards the inhibitor side, they have to find a way to catch one of these units. And how do you even get to Curtizi at this point?
Yep, again, this is heaven, or this is exactly what a 1-1 wants. 3 heroes that you can easily kite and trigger the crossbow of Tang off of. And right now, Impunity KH, they have the right idea, right? Stay in, play defensively, and get the kills that are worth it. But I think Omega is just responding favorably as well. Okay, you don't want fights? Fine. We'll lock you into your base and start taking all the resources. And I think the biggest resource is coming up next. That's Lord, 5 seconds from now.
That's right, and this Lord might just be that's saving grace for Impunity if they could possibly go in for steal. Endless battle coming in for Hajizi as well, but at this moment, I don't think that we can possibly enter the jungle without having members being part of the casualty.
Pay the toll, if you will. Pay the toll, and right now Kenji goes for the puissance, making sure that Seo, Baby don't know what's going on because already Hajizi started the Lord with the Mountain Shocker, takes down 1. Hakurai is destroyed as well as the Lord take first Lord in under 9 minutes 40 seconds. All siege minions have been enhanced for Omega Esports, so this passive push that they've been doing so far is just going to be amplified. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, they're going to be slowly punishing the side of Impunity step by step, and it might just be inevitable here. Like you saw Boom, he tries to go in towards so many of these scenarios. He always walks out alive, but only with their health. Once again, this time though, it's going to be Yelly Haze that secures it.
And if anything, that crossbow of Tang could have been lethal for anyone but these frontliners. If it was Hakurai or Oppi, it would have been over. But right now, wow, Lord ain't wasting any time, man. Usually we'd have to wait a few seconds, but here he is. He's not wasting any time himself. He seems to be going somewhere. He's a busy man, and right now, that's going to be mid lane pushed in. We're waiting for a wave up top. Actually, top's already penetrated as well. Bottom lane, the only turret left for Impunity KH. Omega Esports, they're not even short any people. I think it's going to be over in a few moments. Hakurai destroyed here. Black Dragon formed by Seo, baby. As Curtizi goes ahead and puts a few beads on him. Curtizi's still shooting. Curtizi's still shooting. Hajizi's the one who takes him down. Kenji's still alive. Kenji's going to survive. That's going to be a wipeout. Boom goes down. It's a maniac for Hajizi, and the base follows through. Omega Esports takes game 1.
13-3. What a statement that came out of the team that goes undefeated so far. Omega definitely flying the flags up high for the Philippines. And oh boy, if this is the second seed of the Philippines, I can't wait to see what Brand Esports have for tomorrow. But, you know, we can definitely argue that, hey, have they been able to just amp up the volume to perhaps be crowned as the title contenders here in the M2 World Championship?
Yeah, I actually like how you said that, hey, if this is the Philippines' second best, what more the biggest, right? But I would care to argue, in a lot of the discussions leading up to M2, I've always been on the underdog side. I've always been for Omega, right? But right now, it seems like they're proving all their fans right. They're saying, hey, we've been training, quarantine has been good to us, and right now in our group, we are reaping the benefits. We are just enjoying the product of our hard work. And man, Q4 2020, get out of here. 2021 is all about Omega, and they're 1 game away from securing a dominant upper bracket finish. It's crazy. Contra, I don't know what Game 2 is looking like, especially if Impunity KH don't pick up. They have to figure out that this 3-2 situation, it's got to change.
Yeah, I definitely think that there has to be a major sort of swap coming in from the side of Impunity KH if they were to stand a chance for the next game coming up next. But of course, we're going to be having a lot more to talk about with LaFell after this.
But before that, we would also like to thank Tumi for being the partner or sponsor in M2 as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
That's right. And of course, all of us are currently right here in the Shangri-La Hotel. And to keep all the players safe and protected, M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that kills germs 24/7, 180 days. So you definitely know that we are very safe here in the hotel. So make sure you just visit sdst.com to find out a whole lot more about what the SUTL Envirotech can offer to you.
And for the fans at home, I know your bodies might be ready for the matches, and there's just a couple more left, so hang in there. But the question is, are you ready for more? Throughout the tournament, we'll be announcing various giveaways from Razer, M2's official gaming gear partner. So, if I were you, I'd keep my eyes and ears peeled. But for now, I think it's time for us to break down and analyze exactly what went down in this game one of the best of three. Impunity KH versus Omega Esports. LaFell, tell us what exactly happened.
Hello everyone, and yeah, let me just say this before we even move forward. Today, Heath is putting on a clinic. He's flexing to everyone how exactly you carry as a tank player, because I'm just gonna say it, he made it very, very unfair. But anyways, my name is LaFell. I will be analyzing this game where, to be fair, in this series, in the first match, Impunity has showed a better performance coming from the game Todak, where right now I can see that they're taking better matches. But as we can see later on in the itemization builds, the kills are actually very, very minimal, and this shows textbook Mobile Legends by Team Omega Esports, where they only take the fights that is really, really necessary, and for those that aren't, they don't even bother. They're just gonna be taking the objectives, either be a turtle or a tower or a turret, and then eventually ending the game. And honestly, most of this game is won by Heath, where he controlled 60 to 70% of the map, where he pushed their advantage from the mid river all the way to the purple and the orange buff, and at times pushing a little bit more further, forcing Team Impunity KH to avoid their own jungle, or even having 3 to 4 people, forcing Heath to get out. But even with that, they didn't win much. But right now, let's look at itemization by both teams to see if there's anything special in their equipment. And as we can see over here, Kenji playing the offline Baxia, just, you know, in early game, having the Molten Essence helps him with some of those early trades, as well as clear the minions. And then he just has an Athena shield as well as an anti-cuirass to sustain himself in the enemy's jungle. He didn't even have an Oracle. If he had an Oracle, I'm pretty sure there's no way that he's gonna die. Looking at Impunity KH, unfortunately, you guys can see that they're like the Bruno, OP. He only has the Raptor Machete. He is on his way to complete his endless battle, but he cannot, just because there's no resources given to him. And this is what Omega does. They win the early game through the jungle. And then, because they're such a textbook team, they have very, very good discipline. They make sure that they don't mess up, not going for unnecessary kills, and then just slowly picking up every single thing that has been given to them by Impunity involuntarily. And right now we can see the MVP is Heath with his Hilda, where earlier on we see him performing very well with the Jawhead, and Hilda is a different beast altogether, but he shows how expertly he uses this hero with the KDA of 115 and the itemization he just completes his Athena shield as well as anti-cuirass to make sure that he can sustain the magic damage as well as the physical damage. And then whenever he is a little bit low, he can just run away, and all the while going through bushes to make sure that he regens, and at times having that big shield to make sure that he cannot be bursted out. And to be fair, no one can be bursted out by Impunity KH by that point of the game, just because they have been choked out of so many resources where it's good. When they were choked in the mid lane, they made it into a situation where they don't give free kills to Omega, but still, it wasn't enough. So Impunity, this potentially could be their last game of the day. Whether they can pick up a point or not, we really have to see. But the way that Omega has been playing, I would say it will be very difficult, especially if right now almost makes it into a situation where his team is having the easiest of times. He can set up for his team. He can push the enemy away from their own resources, from their own jungle, from their own turrets. So right now, definitely Impunity has been pressured to a very uncomfortable situation. And Omega, even though they're the second seed, just like what our casters have been saying, kind of slightly afraid with Brandon Sport how they can be. But either way, this is just the first match of the series. We will be going to the second match with our casters. So casters, take it away.
And away we shall go. Thank you so much, LaFell. Contra and Leo back at it again for another matchup. Game 2 coming at you real soon. But first, we would like to thank our sponsor, Secret Lab, for their award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
And you know, we've been talking about a lot of secrets, right? You know, what's the secret to be playing Mobile Legends without any sort of lag?
Tell me.
Well, you gotta thank our sponsors right here, Singtel, as our partners in esports to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming. And of course, they have been able to just unlock all the potential for our pro players with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need for your road to Mythic in Mlbb with Singtel. So with that, of course, they are the ones that provide the best and fastest 5G network.
Yep, I have been playing Mobile Legends in the Singapore server, or with folks from around here, right? And I have a Singtel SIM since coming into town, and I can tell you, man, the rise through the ranks has been easy, right? But you know who isn't having an easy go is, of course, Impunity KH. I think, again, we did mention their 3-2 situation with their draft, with, of course, Naker on the Gator. Hasn't been working out, man. There's so much that they need to do. There's so much that they need to fix. And I think their third game of all day so far, game number 1 against Omega, was just more of a progression. They've been learning slowly. As LaFell did put, they haven't been giving free kills. They have been making Omega work for these kills. But so far, I think the draft needs to follow through. The draft needs to follow through. And I don't know if it's a problem in preparation, but maybe, just maybe, Naker, play something else.
Yeah, like at this point of time, there's nothing else to lose but this match here, because if they drop this match, it'll be a 0-4 record so far against both Todak as well as, you know, potentially Omega right here. So if they were to drop this point, you know, they'll be sent down towards the lowest of the groups, and that's not a good sign, because you don't want to be there on phase 2 to be facing a bigger team that's placed in the second place of whichever group they're playing.
Yep, that's going to happen in the second phase of the groups. But for now, we are very pleased to announce that the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer, the new adventure, will officially begin on January 30th. I actually can't wait. There will be a new upgrading system called Blessing. There will be a new little commander and a map. All synergies will be revamped, and there will be a free trial of advanced skins waiting for you. But once more, this is happening on January 30th. This is going to be called Battle Night, and if you log in, you get a free permanent skin.
Yep, what's not to like? You guys want free stuff? You guys have been asking in the chat. We know. We're giving it to you. Just make sure you log in on the 30th of January and set an alarm if you need to.
Here we go. We are 15 seconds away. Actually, 11, 10. There you go. I can see the clock above from this game 2 draft, and I do hope Impunity actually figures out something. This, light bulb moment. You know what? Maybe we can skip on the Gatot. Nobody's picking Gatot in this metagame so far, and so far, he's been great. He's been catching crossbows with tanks left and right, but maybe save him for the last spot. Maybe just let Omega Esports do their thing and see if actually Gatot is worth it.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, they just have to go very aggressive. We expect them to turtle in. We expect them to hold the shields to defend against any sort of the opposing sort of threat, but nobody has ever seen Impunity really going hard on towards catching people off, going to actually set up some of these dives on towards either the side lanes. So this is what champions are supposed to look like. They have to work it out to look somewhere close to a champion.
Yep, and of all the folks in Cambodia this year, it's actually Impunity KH who were chosen to represent, right? They are the champions of their nation. So right now, representing at M2, we have high hopes, and that's why I'm putting so much pressure on them. That's why I'm saying what I'm thinking, is because this is what they gotta do to give Omega a run for their money. And right now, it's looking like they are reacting hard. On the play, Omega Esports ban out Natalia and Luo Yi, while Impunity KH responding. Oh, are they responding to Heath alone? They take out the Jawhead, they take out the Hilda. What else do you do?
I don't know, but I am interested to see what Heath's going to be picking up here, because now all 3 bans are set. No 1-1, no Yishin Shin. I guess it's pretty fair, which actually leaves a lot of things open for Omega. And my first call here, I'm looking for a Brody. Are they going to pick up Brody right here?
Brody, Benedetta, and if you really just want to show what Heath can do, you pick up the Baksha. He still has a Cho too, by the way. So there's just not many blank spots for Omega right now. Something's telling me, that Esmeralda's open. Esmeralda is open.
Yes, indeed. And maybe this is actually going to be beneficial for Impunity KH as well, because they're going to be on the red side. So that's a double pick, and this is the pick that I did expect coming from Hajizi.
Yep, you called it, partner. You called it. That's going to be the Brody. And most likely going to be played by Hajizi out of the jungle, while Impunity KH, let's see what they prioritize. Again, there's so many out there. There's the Benedetta, there you go. The Esmeralda out as well if they want to go for a 1-3-1. I'm guessing they also might want to give something to Naker or even Boom, like a solid tank.
Well, if we're going to be looking at this, I believe that they will probably go in for a tank right here, but I would suggest Esmeralda to be locked in, and yes, they do. Rookie finally unlocks what they needed here. This is what we've been talking about. Something that's a little bit more aggressive and still offers the tankiness.
Yes, already right here, just off of OP and Rookie, that's a lot of damage, right? The Benedetta and the Esmeralda able to scale throughout the mid and the late game. Looking at Omega Esports, the zoom pan came from Kenji, and he's like, oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted the Esmeralda, I wanted the Benedetta, and Impunity KH may now be picking up. They may now have gotten the memo, and they might get into gear. Now, Omega Esports, they're picking up a Tigreal. Oh, Heath now gonna flex, show us a Tigreal, and say, boom, check this out, I can do that too. While going for a Matilda is Yali Hayes.
Interesting, because we saw some Tigreals over onto its Impunity. We definitely seen the results. I guess Boom could have offered something that is still within the lines. Well, there's no Hilda. I don't even know if Lolita's a thing right now, but we've seen the Kai for today. Honestly, not too bad, but haven't been that great.
Oh yeah, this is the first time I believe Boom is going to be forced to play a tank other than Tigreal, and now it looks like there is a discussion in the camp. So I think they'll hold out on Boom's hero for now, and they go for Hakurai's Kagura. All right, I like this.
Yeah,
so far,
much better.
He's been playing, Valiers, glass cannons. This one, a little more mobile, a little more useful across different stages of the game. Now going into the second phase of bans, that's going to be the Yuzhong, taken out by Impunity KH. Who can Omega choke out, though? Tanks. They can just go all in on the tanks.
Yeah, and actually, they could have actually gone for the Yuzhong for themselves, but of course, opting for the Kagura is going to be really interesting because they might have actually have something out. Remember, there was a really great play coming in from the members of Todak where they brought in the Atlas. So Atlas alongside with the Kagura worked in tandem in such a way that you use the Fatal Links into the Yin Yang Overturn to be able to set up some of the craziest wombo combos out there.
You're right. And again, Atlas is still open, by the way. We're waiting on Omega Esports' 4th ban to show up, so that should be coming up soon. While Impunity KH waiting for their last here, I believe they can still choke out an EXP laner and even a gold laner. These are both heroes that Kenji and Curtizi need. Yeah, what are they trying to protect here? Possibly get rid of the Baksha. Side lane Baksha would be a nightmare for Esmeralda.
And this is where they have to pick the poison. Like, if you don't do that, you possibly will be having a different threat, and they ban out a Harith. Okay.
Side lane Harith, gold lane Harith, possibly?
I guess they are just eliminating some of these doubts, so we give them also a benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Since they've already got the Brody on the side of Omega Esports, it shouldn't be too much of a concern. They could easily just change their plans, you know? Like, if they're actually going that route, they kind of saw the Atlas. Like, just when I actually speak of it, like, they're hearing me somehow.
Yep, that's them choking out the tanks. And here now, wow, interesting.
Okay.
If this is indeed Boom's hero, is this going to be a mid-tank Thames?
I'm a roaming Tamas?
Right? Yeah, because Kagura is pretty self-sustaining. She can get herself out of certain danger. You know, there's a Purify involved in her kit. She does swap around with the umbrella. So yeah, maybe a roaming Thames that acts as a tank could work out in quotations.
Yeah. And is that a Uranus that we're seeing there?
Yes, it's a Uranus and a Lapu-Lapu. Welcome back.
Oh man, it's been a while since we ever seen Uranus. Back then he was impenetrable in every sort of stance, and he offers so much damage where it's just very hard to play against. So now after nerfs and stuff, he's still reliable, but the regens are not as high as before, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I think he is now a little less immortal, right? Like he can face down folks, but not the same 4v1, 5v1 situation. But you're right, I have to agree, man. Ionic Edge still hurts. Ionic Edge is still something most people will regret underestimating. And yeah, you're right. In the past, he was omnipresent, but right now we welcome him to the World Championships. While Impunity KH finish up their lineup with a show on Naker. As I said, and I kept repeating, this is what they needed. They needed a shift in their draft, and I do hope this does well for them. And whether it be in the form of a well-thought-out fight, whether it be a 2-0 for Omega or they force a Game 3, I'm liking what Impunity has done already. I will commend them for this adjustment.
Yes, indeed. And when you look at this sort of adjustment, it definitely looks exciting because Impunity KH side is finally displaying some complexity in their draft. And in this draft itself, all the heroes that they pick is definitely not easy to master. It's something that they must have actually practiced, and finally they bring out the secret weapon.
Yep, and that's what I was going to bring up is this a knee-jerk reaction? Is this just them shifting gears for the sake of shifting gears? Or was it always in the plan? Let's do a roaming tank. Let's have you play Kagura Hakurai, and as soon as we can, Rookie, get a Benedetta. I'm not sure, but I'm hoping that this is for the better. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the land of Dawn. This is do or die for Impunity KH in their group, all right? In their group, because if Omega does finish this 2-0, then they have a straight road for the playoffs. They're going to go making it into the upper bracket. Game number 2, Omega Esports versus Impunity KH.
I just love this. Like, we definitely know everybody in the M2 does not want to walk away with 0 wins. They travel all the way to Singapore. They have their pride at stake, and boom, challenging in the case. He's in a really awkward position, but you know, the umbrella is going to be choking a little bit of these spots. Yelly pretty low. He's being forced to back away.
Yep. Oh, there you go. This makes much more sense. Okay, I kind of tunnel visioned on Boom picking up the Tams, but yeah, this is better. It's a Tank Cho, Naker on the Tams, on the side lanes, and the OP as well. But here's something we didn't expect. It's actually OP now in the EXP lane, while Rookie actually is core. Rookie is the jungler, but now there's a fight here.
Oh boy.
Kenji looks low. First blood goes over to OP, and here's a new tune by Impunity.
That's right, just showing you the styles of play, and boom, will be able to pick up another one in the form of Heath, but he's being forced to flicker away. He just survives in a pretty tough sort of scenario. Now, back towards the side of Naker. He's looking to perhaps get a little bit more of that pressure in, but is this going to be right for him?
Oh, he already pops the Vengeance, just able to cross. He says, excuse me, and now Yali Hayes puts a few beads onto Boom. Those Wisps deal quite a lot of damage, even in the early game, especially if you get a lot of marks on your opponents. And right now, he's back in mid. Let's see. Oh, gets pushed out. Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage onto Boom. He does not get any Cyclone Knight's not there. Curtizi gets him.
It's a 1-1 for the moment. Still early game, so don't count your eggs just yet. Yelly Hayes chips in the damage, and OP will eventually go down, but dance as he might, but the Benedetta will fall.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do with Benedetta's kit. I mean, yes, she is known for these death-defying feats of surviving fight, but right now, oh, Naker seems to be beyond himself. He picks a fight against 2 Hajizi, has the orange here, and Hajizi might go down, not without Rookie, though. Curtizi slays him. Hajizi going home, recall, while Boom a little too deep. I wonder if Yali Hayes can catch him. Here we go, puts a few marks on him, trying to go Shunpo out. That's a knockup by Heath, and that's gonna be the Electo final blow, saving his ally, and Boom able to walk away. Could he? Yes.
He does get it. He takes down the Matilda. Oh my, quite a turnaround, but they kind of a bit too much more than they could chew by just overcommitting in towards the top side. And I felt that that's definitely not them in the prime position to be able to go in for the challenge, and Omega definitely set in stone to be able to just reap the rewards out of that. Naker though, oh boy.
Ooh, there's a few marks popping the Contrant Inferno, and he's going for the 3v1 a little too soon. Maybe a little later if he could have gotten maybe 2 or 3 items on, and off camera, wow, Curtizi, we caught the tail end of that duel.
I feel like right now they're just being aggressive for the sake of being aggressive. They don't really seem to have a clear plan other than taking this turtle at the moment, but he knows what's up. He wants to get deeper in towards the combat, getting pushed around by members of Fury, having Boom in the front lines. But oh boy, it's dangerous.
Oh, nice flicker in with the implosion, and that's going to be the turtle taken here by Rookie, making great use of the retribution. That's going to be, I think, the first turtle going over to Impunity KH, and that's already a change. They are showing signs of life here.
Indeed, and that's definitely a big turtle out there, just making sure that they get a little bit more goal out of this sort of scenario with Curtizi. Still going on that 1v1. Oh, there we go.
Oh, Electo final blow starting up the fight. OP caught up, and that's going to be another kill for Curtizi. 4-0-1. Can you imagine the stacks on the Festival of Blood?
Oh yeah, I was just looking at it, and even though he uses Electo, he should have actually seen like the other parts of the map. It wasn't really all too lighted up.
Yep.
So
folks are missing.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure there is a little bit of miscommunication going on somewhere in between.
Yep, we are 30 seconds away from these energy shields going down, so I best believe these 2 teams are gonna go for these turret hits to get extra gold. Now Hajizi just goes on to clear his side of the jungle, and Kenji goes in, tries to invade the purple, and oh no! Boom goes down. He makes him pay tank on tank violence, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be a few marks laid down here by Kenji from the back. Electo final blow already used in here by Rookie. I'm sorry, OP actually gets the kill. Hajizi goes down. The machine has been shut down, and Naker looks low. Can they actually get him? Curtizi and Kenji on his tail. Yelly Hayes as well. No dash has been laid down for this Matilda. Oh, I think Impunity KH is just happy to get that kill on the core.
Yeah, and you just look at the goal difference. Although there's so much chaos going on, Impunity KH, they're honestly not too far behind. Obi tries to make a run for his life. And, yep, he can dash as much as he please out there. Yelly Haze now. With so much pressure going on towards the mid side, will he be forced to let it go? But, oh, Kenji.
This is a duel right here that OP is all the more confident to make. He knows this is good communication coming in from Impunity KH. But hold up, off camera, we just saw the end of a fight as the low members of Impunity KH get taken out by Hajizi. It's 2-4-0 so far. Naker and Hakurai. I'm looking at Naker, man, and I can only imagine how tough it is for the Stams.
Yeah, it's just getting rougher and rougher as we go. And at this sort of moment, of course, there's still going to be the question whether or not will they be going for that sort of contest for objectives. And this turret definitely goes down, but there's still a turtle around, which they haven't given much of a priority other than the very first turtle out there, which they managed to just use the retribution to get away.
Yep, it's a 1-for-1 now. Hajizi gets the second, and Yelly Hayes trying to put some marks on OP. I wonder if they're going to get this done. Oh, from the back, Kenji says hello. Fails to put Ionic Edge marks on OP. This is the best thing. Oh, Circling Eagle. Put in by Yelly Hayes, and OP does amazing Benedetta things, but in the face of 4 members, it's too much to ask to survive.
Way too much, but here comes the rest of Impunity. They're chasing into its Hajizi, but look at how much damage he's soaked in just to take out that member of the side of Omega, and the replies coming in towards the mid lane.
Ooh, implosion from underneath the turret, and boom, able to dash away with just a sliver of health. Man, I gotta go back. What was Hajizi doing in the middle of 4 members of Impunity?
He's just having too much confidence, but you know, maybe he's just testing his strength. Like, what's my firepower like at this moment? Is it over 9,000 yet? Not just yet.
Not exactly, no. The Vegeta to Carl Tizzi's Goku, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Brainy Sports, it's so hard to not compare these two teams, but that's for tomorrow. But right now, right here, Kenji is pressuring mid lane. Let's talk about Rookie. He has double buffs, orange and purple, and so far sitting at 0, 1, and 2. Especially with Mystery Shop, I think it's just a matter of time. Hold up! There's a nice implosion in mid. That's going to be boom, taken out. Circling Eagle by Yelly Hayes. He gets one. Naker going to be backing out. Has neither his Vengeance, but I do think Contra Inferno is up, but they don't want to pick this fight.
Yeah, and it's way too much to swallow. OP already used the Electo, so this is going to be a little bit hard for him to still going for the contest 1v1 against Lapu Lapu. This is why he is currently the top tier pick. Oh, great push coming from Heap, and this might just be Hakurai going down as Yelly Hayes and Hajizi working in tandem.
Oh!
They're pushing it back in!
What a combo! Implosion and Circling Eagle. Rookie could not even get some shields up. Neither put in damage. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a 2-for-none trade, and I believe the last turtle of the game will still make it under Omega Esports' belt. Hajizi clicks the retribution to take that turtle, and OP seems to be in danger. That's 2 members here, Kurtizi and Hajizi. Hello, says the machine.
Say goodbye, say goodnight. Oh, yeah, pretty much the answer. Really good attempt whatsoever, and I just felt like OP needs to have a little bit more of a map sense. Like, he's extending in places where he shouldn't be at, but oh, Kelly Hayes with a setup.
Oh, boom, able to read the implosion right there. Great reflexes by the Cho, and it looks like Omega is going for the Choki special. They're starting to get the confidence to say, hey, even your jungle belongs to us.
Oh, they're soaking all the minions right now. They're actually eliminating all these sort of pressure coming in.
Ooh, from the inside.
Yeah, like Kenji, he's just taking every single hit. And this is what Uranus does. He just brings everybody for a party.
Oh, this is what Kenji does specifically. It's not odd to see Kenji inside your opponent's base. And ladies and gentlemen, he gets away with it.
Yeah.
He just survives.
He's still around.
The consecration and survives. And he wants to go for more.
Yeah.
He's still going in
He's
for more.
He's just cutting every single one of these waves. And this forces Impunity to respond to this Uranus. And he's doing same old. He's going to regen, and Kenji, this is just too much.
Kenji, my guy, you know what? By doing exactly that, you know, by coming in at that exact angle, he's able to cut from within, not just one, but 2 lanes. 2 lanes, 2 waves of minions, so that, yeah, down bottom, it could be a push by by Curtizi, and then in mid, it's Heat and Hachizi. Nice flicker and implosion, but no kills are gonna happen, but we get the turret anyways. That's a good go. Now another circling eagle. OP pushed in, and Curtizi misses the slash down there, and OP tries to go for this push, able to get it, and I think he's gonna get away. Hold up, can Hachizi spot him out? Cyclone Eye into the purple. Oh, he's going for this run, man.
Oh,
he's gonna get away!
He's making a home run. He's actually circling the entirety of the map.
Run, OP, run!
And Omega Esports, they've given up. OP is on the clear.
But at what cost, man? At what cost? It's a turn up top.
Yeah, like, it takes a lot of maneuver, not gonna lie. Omega Esports, yeah, got distracted for a little bit, but he's just trying to delay the inevitable, just trying to cut every single wave that he can. That's the only job that OP's going in, alongside with this backdoor action all the way through, and he's aiming for inhibitor, but this is going to be the Lord attempt coming in from Omega Esports.
Yep, and it's only Boom and Rookie able to respond with Naker maybe a few seconds away. Oh, hold up. OP, is he going to go for the penetrate? No, not just yet. He misses a wave, and I think that's going to be the Circling Eagle, and he wins the duel. Yelly Haze knocks the Benedetta up into the wall and takes the minion, saving that turret.
Oh, what can I say? This is just an overstay, but you know who overstayed the welcome? It's Kenji. Like,
he's doing it to the other lane too, man.
Yeah, at the very least he could possibly regen, but once again, on towards the Lord! And Omega Esports will secure it.
Oh no, Falling Star Moon here, wasted by Roki as he's destroyed by an implosion and a full combo from Curtizi, who by the way sits now at 7-0 and 2, maxing out that Festival of Blood. And right now Kenji, continuing his job, gets knocked up and says, "You're welcome, sir, can I have more?" As they penetrate down mid. They're missing one defender. Impunity KH is going to have to help Boom, but he's not going to survive. Now they're down to 3 defenders. In mid, OP takes quite a bit of damage. Circling Eagle, pushes him out of the base radius, and that's going to be one more Naker down. OP is the only survivor left. Can he defend? Contra, can he defend?
I don't think he could, and I guess it might just end in a bang. Omega Esports looking for that wipeout. There's still a Rookie left. Can they secure that wipeout? They will just end the game. This is all matches secured by the likes of Omega Esports, as they will be your winners of Group B.
OMG indeed! What a performance by all members of Omega, and kudos where kudos must be delivered. Impunity KH, they did their best to adjust. They changed up their game plan from their first series up to this one. I'm just disappointed that it took a game 1 loss.
Yeah, I definitely think that they look slightly better on this sort of aggression, but at some point in the game where they were matched with an even more aggressive side, and that's where they start to lose track on the objectives. They start to lose track on some of all these key focus areas, such as the side lanes. And you just look at OP, you know, like he just did what he had to. Like, he's trying to split push as much as he can, and just actually trading his life a couple of times just to, you know, make this sort of thing happen. But hey, the best he got is just to penetrate all the way towards the hip turret until Matilda catches him out.
Yep, it's nice to see Matilda perform, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go ahead and throw it over to LaFell to wrap up this series and figure out exactly what Omega did to win 2-0, we're reminding you guys to catch the live streaming of the mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th to the 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including Singapore's very own RSG and EVOS SG, are competing for a total grand cash pool of $300,000 US. Show some support for the Singaporean teams if you're a local, and make sure to tell people that M2 is happening right now. Contra and Leo signing off for today. We're going to be sending it over to LaFell, our analyst, to tell us exactly what went down.
Hello everyone, and looks like Impunity KH, they threw caution to the wind. They changed up their draft almost drastically to try to make something of their play against Omega Esports. And I definitely, personally for me, I like that they took the chancing, and you know what, it's all or nothing. We gotta show something for it. And honestly, I think they really showed up. However, I will demonstrate a few key points to show that perhaps they're not really trained in this kind of way, where certain players look super inexperienced with their own heroes, or maybe just a different role. But again, I'll show that a little bit later. Omega Esports, no matter what, they show up really strong, especially in the side lanes. Curtizi with the Lapu Lapu looks amazing, at a point where when he got those 4 kills with the stack of Festival of Blood, he is pretty much unkillable. He can go in at any point of the game, but because he is very disciplined, he usually goes in with his teams to make sure that whenever he goes in, he doesn't die and he can deal as much damage as he can. And again, the Brody is super strong. But right now, let's look at the highlights to see what really went on in the game. Now, pay attention over here. We can definitely see that OP got the first blood. He played really well. But in certain situations of this game where I want to pause it right here, yes, we can pause it right here. Everyone pay attention to Rookie as well as Hakurai, because unfortunately in this series, not much has been done by the Esmeralda or the Kagura. Either they're not really that comfortable working together in the mid lane, because as we can see, OP usually takes the jungler role, but using the Benedetta, he will be on the side lanes, and Rookie using the Esmeralda jungler trying to take that carry role, but it didn't really seem to be working that well for him. And I could not see much coming out from Rookie and Hakurai. It's mostly from Boom, Niker, as well as OP. So let's continue with this clip. As you guys can see, that even though they tried something new, it's not really working out that much, because it doesn't seem like they're that comfortable either with the hero or the role that they've been given. And okay, pause it right here as well. We can see the caster's question why Hajizi was here. He basically tried to flank to the side in case if Benedetta just does Benedetta things and able to run away, but you know, he did not notice that the side of Impunity KH, they were all already in that area trying to punish him. But yeah, let's just continue with the clip. So the logic is there. He just wanted to catch Benedetta in case if she was able to run away. However, Team Impunity was there a little bit faster, so he's also throwing caution away. He's like, you know what, I'm pretty big, I'm pretty huge, I can do whatever I want. And the split pushing situation, I kind of wish that Thamus just followed Benedetta and tried to at least get the inhibitor turret so that they can pose a threat for a backdoor situation, but they didn't. But either way, Omega Esports looked like they were gonna win either way, just because of how dominating Curtizi played the Lapu Lapu, where it doesn't matter. They could permanently put someone in the side lane to make sure that no one gives any backdoor situation, and then the Lapu Lapu could be just like, it's okay, we have a numbers disadvantage, is completely fine for me. But right now, let's look at the itemization of both of these teams to see what they built during the game. Let's look at Lapu Lapu, where of course we have the Bloodless Axe as well as the Blade of Despair, but he also has an anti-heal item to go against Rookie as well as the Tamus, because these heroes are known to have a lot of spell vamp, lifesteal. Unfortunately, as we can see, their KDA is not that good. They didn't do much in the lane or in the team fights. OP did as much as he can. He played as aggressively as he can. Almost looked like he was slightly tilted. He was just like, you know, I don't care, I'm just gonna go in. If things happen, great. If it doesn't, then so be it. At least I'm doing something productive. And Team Omega Esports, we can see that Brody, he has the Blade of Despair on the way on the Berserker Fury just to have a little bit more critical. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, and it's gonna go over to Curtizi with the Lapu Lapu with a KDA of 706, doing super well in his lane, as well as all of the team fights following up to it. This is the itemization for him, and he has been using the Benedetta and the 1-1 as well, where the 1-1 was banned out, and Curtizi has been so good in all of these heroes, and he always makes sure that he will able either to survive a bully poke out or just straight up win a 1v1 in his lane and then try to catch him during the team fights, because it's going to be almost impossible, and even if you do, he's not going to die. Either way, Courtesy showed such a good performance the entire day against Todak, as well as we saw just now against Impunity KH. So congratulations to Team Omega Esports, where they be going to the upper bracket and they will be able to comfortably watch all the other games proceeding forward to see what the other teams are bringing on the table. But that is it for me. But don't go anywhere, because we have more games after this. Thank you, Razor, and to me. Honestly, this Hammerhead is looking really good. I hope I get one of those. But either way, that is for me. We will be going to a short break, but after that, we're going back to the casters for the other game. So I will see you guys in a bit.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are going to showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about his hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls. However, those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In champ stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's knockout strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the team from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito Challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Is today just another day? Where we are uncertain of our present and future.
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases.
Despite all the chaos, there is always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the M world. And the saga begins. Welcome to M World. Tune in to M2.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
Is today just another day? Where we are uncertain of our present and future.
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases.
Despite all the chaos, there is always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the M world. And the saga begins. Welcome to M World. Tune in to M2.
Good to catch you guys back at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020, powered by Moonton and supported by Singapore Tourism Board and Skoga. We would like to thank our partners in esports, IMDA, for making this possible, and that includes you. So don't forget to like and share the stream as much as possible. Let people know that M2 is happening right now.
Let them know that M2 is happening, but going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore, and don't forget the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories in Singapore.
You know, speaking of fondest memories, already in day one, we're having a lot of interesting things being happen, from the gameplay to the memes, all being smushed together.
And somebody stop us. Somebody stop us.
Somebody stop us. Man, I didn't expect that to blow up like so quickly, but even so, a lot of great things have been happening here. On the first day itself, I would have expected this to kind of, slowly roll out towards like, maybe even playoffs even, but day one looking real good.
And this is how the community goes. Mlbb community is strong as ever.
Yeah.
And they find something funny, you become a meme.
Just like the game, real short, real fast. They get onto it real quick. But let's have a look at Group A. This is going to be Burmese Ghouls versus RSG. And this is the matchup that we've all been waiting for, because these are two very prominent names. Burmese Ghouls, as you mentioned, biggest dark horses coming in from this group, and RSG themselves, a really consistent team. But, after their performance against Unique DeVu, I don't know.
You know what? I think RSG just, stuck by the cheese setups.
The cheese setups?
Yeah. Those are very cheesy. I mean, the Hanzo, the Alucard that obviously didn't work.
Okay, is it really that cheesy when, Unique themselves decided, you know what? Game 3, I'll pick the Hanzo this time.
Well, it is in a sense, because it might be, in a way, that they saw the strategy and they tried to copy it.
Potentially. I like that idea. I like that idea, but we don't have too much information to go off just yet.
Yeah,
maybe
who knows? Who knows?
We'll have to wait and see, later on they might whip out the Hanzo again, and if they do, that'll be a bit of a tell.
Or there could be somewhat like maybe their player is a really good Hanzo player. Oh, that could be a thing as well. So who knows? Who knows?
I'm actually excited to see if they're gonna decide to bring in their sub maybe once in a while. War Barbie still hasn't shown up just yet, but we're getting off topic here. We need to focus on Burmese Ghouls versus Resurgence, and I mean Burmese Ghouls are looking really, really good in the group so far. They have just been absolutely crushing it, and right now the biggest competition is going to be RSG.
And for the side of Burmese Ghouls, you would know that they're very consistent at what they play. They know what they want. They bring out the big guns as early as game number 1. They don't try to experiment as much, and their coach did say in one interview that they didn't really like the dual marksman setup. So those are the things that you really have to consider. Now, I'm thinking maybe, just maybe Burmese Ghouls, adapted in a way. Maybe they didn't like it back then, but for M2, they were forced to adjust.
Well, I think forced to adjust is a really good term, because it kind of encompasses what they've been trying to do for a very long time, especially coming out of a relatively small MPL region, and they have just been consistently crushing it in locally, and now they just want to get that international title to solidify that yes, our region is valid.
Yeah, and a lot of teams here are just giving a twist of their own to the strategies that are available right now, the meta or the most efficient tactic available. So it's more on just putting a twist and how you give life to these certain strategies in your own way. Like let's say Unique DeVu, they have their Grok picks. For RSG, they have their Alucard picks.
Okay. I wouldn't say that's like I mean, it is a unique pick, but I wouldn't say that's like a signature, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they tried it. It didn't work.
Fair enough.
It just didn't work. But I think they had a plan. It just didn't work.
Well, speaking of plans, let's have a look at the current standings so that you guys can start formulating your own opinions and plans of the current groups. Let's have a look at it right now. This is going to be the standings for Group B, and it's going to be Omega with a 4-0, 0 losses, 100% win rate, and 4 aggregational points. While Todak managing to go 1-1, 50%, 2-2, 50% game win rate, and 0 points. While Impunity haven't been able to win any of their best of 3s so far.
But anyway, there is still a chance for them. Take this, charge this experience, the group stages. You can still make it out alive to the playoffs on the lower brackets in day number 3. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they might figure something out and they just surprise us.
Yeah, I think this is really important for a lot of the teams who are thinking if they're coming into the tournament feeling like, oh man, I'm so hot, like there's no way I'm gonna be dropping games to these guys. It kind of brings you back down to earth.
Yeah, and you really have to look at how these teams, should never underestimate anyone here, because these are the best teams in the world. So let us show the player lineups, and so that we know who are going to play in their respective teams.
This is going to be, starting off with the Burmese Ghouls, it's going to be Ruby, DD, maybe Kid, Ace, and D. I mean, these guys have been absolutely just really, really great players overall. The synergy between them, really solid as well. Their drafting can get a little bit interesting, but overall has an overarching strategy.
And they have this killer instinct to go for the clutch time, ultimates, and they did show us that earlier. They've won the game with a Tigreal Implosion clutch, and we're excited to see more.
Yep. Now, with Resurgence, it's going to be LY4, Sync, Jason, Sana, and KZP as the main lineup coming into this. And hopefully this time, I mean, if there's like a clutch time to make sure they can to secure their points, it's now. They do not want to be dropping a game against the Burmese Ghouls.
And these guys really love to dominate the other team.
Yeah.
Whoever they're facing against, they love the feeling of just, taking them down, pressuring them, hitting them where it hurts. They want to see the team in scrambles.
Yeah.
The other team, not theirs.
I mean, of course, and like it's very prominent because they don't usually press their advantages too hard. They just like controlling the map, playing a game where your opponents are basically falling into whatever you plan for them, and it doesn't matter how far ahead of you are in the game, or at the very least, if you're going 50-50, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of RSG, you would know that they should have a lot of these, backup plans if ever the pressure strategy doesn't really work for their side. Like, I know these guys are very talented, but sometimes, fate doesn't really allow you to pressure people.
Agreed.
And sometimes these kinds of big tournaments, even though you have strategy, even though you have the mechanics, sometimes you need a bit of luck.
Well, I wouldn't say luck in this case because RSG, they depended all on LY4. And he is just, you give him enough time, give him enough farm, he will make it through.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And speaking of which, I'm curious to know whether LY4 is actually playing Clint, because our M2 exclusive skin is available right now, and it's a beautiful, absolutely phenomenal Clint skin that you guys could earn right in the game itself. Make sure you're getting your predictions down right here, right now, if you haven't done it yet.
And that's for $8.99, and it's available up until the 24th. It includes the M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, the Clint, the Shadow Omen skin, M2 battle emote, and M2 sacred statue. Only for $8.99. What are you waiting for, Gideon? Buy one now.
Oh, I can't help myself. I don't know. We'll have to see right after this. I might be coming back with a shiny new skin. Woohoo! All right, but speaking of which, I mean, Clint. Speaking of Clint, it's interesting that M2 has decided to go with Clint here because quite a number of changes have been done to Clint itself. So I'm waiting for the moment someone is willing to experiment it here on the big stage where the stakes are really, really high.
Then again, who knows? Maybe they are just waiting for the right time to show it off. It might be the next big thing, but you know what? The next big thing that we're gonna do is the draft for our possible final series of the day. This is RSG versus Burmese Ghouls. This is a best of 3. And whoever wins this has a better chance of securing the upper bracket slot.
Yep, getting those upper bracket slots is a huge advantage. Now, looking at RSG on the blue side there, banning out the Benedetta as well as Esmeralda. Burmese Ghouls taking out the Matilda as well as the Brody.
You know what? RSG here, right now, these bans are templated. They just went straight for, the Esmeralda and the Benedetta. And I think for the side of RSG, they just study the team so well. So that what they do is, they try to find their 3 best heroes probably and just try to ban it out.
Well, I mean, looking at the other games that we Aaron and Leo are casting, a lot of similarities in these bans. It looks like everybody has the general idea of which way to go. Esmeralda 100% pick and ban so far. Brody 100% pick and ban. Matilda 100% pick and ban. They have never been able to slip through the cracks. Yuzong and Benedetta for sure a lot more popular, but Yuzong here and there has been switched out depending on that situation.
It's not really the highest ranking hero in terms of the win rate.
Yeah, absolutely.
The win rate, but you know what, Yuzhong, if you give him time to just get a bit of items, then just let him do his thing, and he's successful with it, he's gonna get away with it time and again.
Yep, time and again. Oh, Selena, once more, the Burmese Ghouls prioritizing it, and it instantaneously allows Natalia to slip through the cracks. Burmese Ghouls, they are very aware of this, so really nicely done for the side of RSG to really narrow down on those optional, not situational, optional fighters for the offlane to force it out of the Burmese Ghouls.
And Burmese Ghouls really likes this season, Shin. We did see them use this earlier, and you know what, this is probably one of their most consistent heroes in terms of just getting the farm. It may not be 100% win rate, but you know that when Burmese Ghouls get a hold of this season, Shin, it's going to be great.
Absolutely, and I think it's good that Burmese Ghouls do it on first rotation. That Mountain Tracker allows you to spot out where Natalia is on the map instantaneously, giving you a little bit of an edge when you are trying to make that decision over objectives. Lapu Lapu, only natural that Burmese Ghouls are going to whip it out.
And Lapu Lapu, we did see his capability with the past few games, and you know what? He's been winning a lot of those lanes. He might not win the game, but as you can see, in terms of trading, Lapu Lapu always comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to how much pressure can you create in that lane. The more pressure you have, the more it allows your team to kind of breathe on that side of the map, whether top or bottom, EXP or gold. But now, coming for the last 8 seconds here, RSG need to make a decision on what they want to do to deal with their opponents. And it's going to be the Claude as well as the Cho. Cho easily flexible into the off lane, but right now, I'm just going to assume it's a support. Then we have the Claude. Absolutely reliable marksman.
I'm actually thinking that Cho will be the tank here for the side of RSG. I'm not really seeing, Lapu versus Cho going good for the side of RSG.
I think, who wins that matchup? I think it's almost 50-50, almost 50-50 if you put it, if you really, play the lane correctly, but it's still a little bit more favored in towards Lapu because he does have a higher damage output much earlier on into the lane. So level 1 to 2 is really important for Cho to try and punish those mistakes.
Sylvana will be the pick, and as you can see, it can catch out the Claude, it can catch out the Natalia. So this is a good pick. I'm not really sure if this Cho is going to be the side lane, or is it going to be the tanks?
I mean, maybe we'll get a better idea.
We'll get a better idea,
yeah. Once we check out the second part of the ban phase, because Burmese Ghouls, they've done their homework. They're getting rid of the Lo Yi, because again, we've seen some really nasty plays come out of Sana here, who was able to get his hands on Lo Yi and just, teleport them right into brushes, catching their opponents off guard in very awkward angles.
Man, think about it. The diversion to a Blazing Duet.
Oh boy.
That's the school bus entering your neighborhood, then just taking everything down in their path.
Oh boy, that's more like a monster truck, more than it is a school bus at that point. But let's have a look. It looks like it's going to be the Kaja for the side of RSG. They want some extra reassurance that that if they try to go with those picks, with the Natalia, that finisher, that she doesn't get locked down, and also the Claude as well, so he can't take his battle mirror image back.
And right now, Ruby DD, they're looking into their last ban. And I'm thinking maybe they're planning to ban out side laners or an off laner right here. I kind of think, I'm actually wondering why Burmese Ghouls went for the Louis ban.
Well, I mean,
the slot was, filled already by Natalia, or are they thinking that this might be a side lane Natalia?
Potentially. It's not like we've seen some pretty weird builds on Natalia.
Sure.
Yeah, some really weird builds. Some of them rather interesting, where you're trying to abuse the passive as much as you can, and then after that you just build tank items, which is I don't personally like, but it doesn't. I don't want to throw it out of the window just yet.
Yeah, of course. Burmese Ghouls banning out that Farsa. You know what? I like the ban. At least they cannot, turtle in their own turrets if they have to. So right now, if they want to clear the waves, they have to use the Blazing Duet, or they can get another hero that has good wave clear.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Jawhead wasn't picked up earlier into this matchup. It was wide open, anybody could have taken it, and nobody touched it. They just left it open, they took the Sylvana, they took the Natalia only naturally, and then they decided to go for the Labu Labu. So I find it rather interesting overall. Looks like RSG isn't going to take their last ban here, which is going to mean that the Burmese Ghouls are going to have some open options here. They're only going to get one pick, so RSG are trying to take full advantage of the fact, hey, we don't need to ban the last thing, there's nothing else a priority, and you're only allowed one pick. So this opens up more options for us when we get our double pick in the second phase.
Yeah, and that is another no ban for the side of RSG. Is this a legit strategy now? Kinda got me thinking.
I mean, I'm trying to justify it, and that's the closest way I can justify this strategy to work.
Right now, RSG is gonna go for a Harley and a Khalid. So this might be, guessing from their past performances, I think that Khalid will be the XP laner.
Most likely.
Sana,
it does have it locked under him, so I would assume, yes, EXP laner. Sync probably going to go into the offlane. Could be going into the offlane, could be going to the support position. That's going to be a little bit tough. But Jason,
Oh, their missing ban is Saber.
Okay. So Saber, definitely a little bit more understandable here. Definitely want to get rid of something that just completely locks you down. Some hard CC, point and click, go in, 3 sweeps, boom, you're either dead or you're about to die.
And this might be the weirdest Jawhead pickup ever. It was done at the last pick.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, but you know, the mind games are coming in here because the Natalia was first picked, and the Burmese Ghouls had to reply with the Yi Shin, and they had to pick up an offlaner because Benedetta and as well as Yuzong were taken off. So very telegraphed, very interesting draft overall. I love it though. It's about 50-50, but I will say that the Burmese Ghouls look a lot more standard, a lot more solid in terms of their composition.
And right now, we are heading into the game. The compositions are locked in. You would get the Saber ban, because if you're planning to go Harley, the 100% you need to ban out the Saber.
Oh, for
if
sure.
If they had that option, they would go for it.
I mean, it's so versatile. It's like a divine judgment. It's like an imperial justice. You get the lockdown, your whole team is going to collapse on them. That's all you wanted to do. Every other ability, like, sure, it does damage. It's a bonus. It's a plus. But, man, those ultimates are just such powerful abilities in itself.
And right now, the power level of skills is just way too high if you get caught out by that triple sweep. Most likely, you're not going to have a good time, or you cannot contribute anymore just because you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't exist on the map, then, well, it's hard to contribute. But welcome to the Land of Dawn in our final best of 3 of today. It's going to be RSG versus Burmese Ghouls. Let's see who comes up on top.
And as you can see right here, Sana is going to be the tank Khalid with the Festival of Blood.
Tank Khalid, I guess, maybe going to get the ejector onto Jason here, but that doesn't mean that he's going to die, especially when it comes to the strikes coming out of Sana. He chunks him out, but Sana in trouble. KZP looking for the opportunity to get the trade kill, and they trade 1 for 1 at the end of the day. However, that recall might cost them as the next wave is about to collapse.
You know what? That was a great play coming out from Maybe, because he knew that Jason was at level 1, and he got the idea that it's going to be the first kill rather than the hat trick. So it's more likely that he cannot escape that since he doesn't have the flicker as well. But Sana here, just going in, trying to protect his buddy.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing an okay job. Sync again, melee into ranged matchup. Not exactly the most ideal, but he is a Cho, and he has a lot of kill pressure at 4. He goes in and flickers out with the third hit of Jikundo. RubyDD suspects something is up, and he's able to flicker out in time, as he does notice the exclamation mark only shown by Natalia.
Flicker for flicker, that is a good trade. And right now, after that, you can see Natalia. He's gonna go all out on this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's already on the back lines.
They're going for the full dive. BDD takes a lot of damage, allowing Jason to easily pick it off. Maybe looking for an ejector, looking for an opportunity. Throws Jason under the turret. Sync unable to catch him with the third hit of Jikundo in time to cancel the ability. They trade 1 for 1 again.
Maybe is punishing Jason way too hard right now.
Yeah.
Every attempt that he goes for the kill, it's gonna be, it's gonna be turnaround or it's gonna be a trade.
Yeah, it's not looking the best for oh no, Sana's gonna get caught off. D, he was able to wait in the brush just in time, but now the Sandstorm Guardian trying to protect himself. Sana gonna get a little bit of damage on through, and yes, he makes it through. 1 for 1. D now under the microscope of LY4. KZP is nearby, but he doesn't want to get executed. Ooh boy, both of these teams, really going at it. It's a 2 for 1 trade in favor of the Burmese Ghouls.
Energy shields going down here bit by bit, and they even bring Ace, so this might be the first turret down for the game. Look at this, all the damage output that's coming out from these players. It only takes them to 1/4 HP, and they're probably planning to just break it right now.
And once again, they're making the play down on mid side. However, bottom side is getting dove, and that's going to be Sync, who's taking... No, was it Sync? No, he manages to get out without losing too much. However, the rest of the team of the Burmese Ghouls net themselves the first turret of the game.
And maybe here...
He gets hit by the weight of the dragon, but he's able to flicker on out. Ace still on the chase. Sana gets hit by literally everything. Oh no, when you don't have that much mobility, there's only so much you can do.
Ace on the chase, I love it. It rhymes.
It's got a good ring.
It's kind of a good ring, but you know what? Just seeing the Burmese Ghouls play like this, I mean, they're using all their ultimates to escape. They're not really letting letting their guard down.
Absolutely.
They just want to survive as long as possible, so that they can keep the pressure on the heroes here onto the side of RSG. But LY4 getting caught up by the Imperial Justice, but there is a Purify, and here comes D with a Lapu Lapu. One more hit, KPZ actually survives.
Yeah, KZP manages to survive after all of that, and it looks like D just, the senses in him just told him, yeah, I could trade 1 for 1, but instead, I'm just gonna, Brave Warrior out of there, don't need to do this. RubyDD has got a great push down on bot side. Mid lane needs to be cleared. It's too much of a risk.
You know what? A lot of TCs are happening in the Philippines. I just called him KPZ.
Yeah.
For me, like, it's more natural. From all the PZs in the Philippines.
Oh, hold on here. Sync is going to get locked down by the Imperial Justice with a bait coming in from RubyDD, while D as well as Ace on towards the top side here, getting pretty hard chunked out. Sana missing the huge ult there. It would have landed, but the flicker was necessary coming out of D.
And nice usage there of the flicker. Didn't really hold back on it. He knew that if he got caught, he would go down.
Yeah, it's just making sure that you're utilizing your battle spells. But D is doing a really good job, really showcasing what Lapu Lapu is made out of. He can do so much in a lane, and his scaling has just been so good.
Ace here, having the best time, 1-0-2. Nobody has ever touched him yet or took him down in any sense. But for the side of RSG, even Sync is forced to use the flicker, and they're really going at it on these turrets.
Yeah, I mean, just the objective gameplay coming out of the Burmese Ghouls is looking really clean. They're 3k ahead. RubyDD takes quite a bit of damage from the Blazing Duet. Oh no, forces the flicker, and the Deadly Magic is going to secure that kill. Jason comes out ahead. However, they still aren't evening out on that score. Sana gets ejected up and gets hit by the Unstoppable Force, but it's not really going to pressure anything other than zone him out from mid-tier 1.
Yeah, Burmese Ghouls here. They're not really contesting the farm here of LY4 directly. They're trying to deal with it indirectly. What they're trying to do right now is to just make his map smaller. But Sync here getting caught out, and that is it for him. Lapu Silvana, where do you go to?
Yeah, especially when you don't have it. Oh, Sensum coming out of Sana. You see Abel with the Festival of Blood as well. Ooh, manages to survive and get that kill onto Ace. They are trading 1 for 1 again. KZB looking for the execute, but maybe he had his finger on the ejector, ready to throw KZB over under towards Kid's side.
This game is action-packed, ladies and gentlemen. As you've noticed, we were still explaining stuff, and one fight was happening onto the mid lane already. That's how aggressive these teams are.
Yeah, they are just looking to trade left, right, and center, from towers to from objectives to kills.
Now, looking at it, going back to what I was saying earlier, it seems to me that they're not really, contesting the farm of the Claude directly. They're doing it indirectly. They're trying to make his map smaller, but he still gets caught out by that Unstoppable, of course. Although no ejector.
Yeah, no ejector there, mainly because he did use it. Because he uses Purify in time. Oh, but now Wi-Fi comes in hard with the blazing duet. He takes one with him, but 3 members are already down from the side of RSG. Jason is incapable of doing anything. Ruby DD gets a fat stun there onto 2 members on the side of RSG. What a play!
Burmese Ghouls not holding back on their punches. They're making them suffer here. And Sync, where are you going? That is going to be Imperial Justice, and you cannot Shunpo out of that.
No, you cannot, but he did use the Way of the Dragon just a little bit too late. The amount of CC coming out of the Burmese Ghouls is kind of ridiculous. It's hard to move around.
And as you can see here, Ruby, DD, and Kid going for the push. These are 2 mages, mind you. They're not really the best heroes to push with, but they made it happen there. ZP actually is gonna go and try to initiate, but you know what? He doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, he chunks him out and maybe does go down, but at the end of the day, you are losing a lot of that gold. You are making your net worth get reduced every single time you die. And you can see in the gold differential, it is a 6k gold differential in favor of the Burmese Ghouls.
Now, Burmese Ghouls, they need to make the most out of this. They should be mindful of what the Claude is doing right now. The Claude has only 1 death on his belt. So that means he's been farming for quite a good amount of time now.
For a large amount of time. And not to mention that he did take the Avarice as well, which I found pretty interesting, especially since he went towards the offlane side and was just looking to get as much gold as possible off those free hits in that melee to ranged matchup.
Right now, as you can see, RSG, they're actually converging onto the mid lane, and they are trying to make sense of this game. What can you do to stop the snowball that Burmese Ghouls are running them with over right now?
Oh, I don't know, because Sync, he is on the run. Oh, Imperial Justice does not land. He is looking for an option. He flickers forward as well and gets the execute. Holy! They found an option, but KZP once again moving forward. D finding a huge pick off there. That was so good. It's a triple kill coming in for Ace. Make it a quadra. Maniac coming out by big boy Ace. And now they are looking to try and break into the inhibitor turrets and end this game. KZP can only do so much.
KZP and his gang, this is the 30-second rule. There are 30 seconds on the timers on 4 people here. Can they defend this? That is the question. Can they contest the minions? And yes, they will. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, RSG does have good wave clear mechanics.
Honestly, it was really, if Burmese Ghouls really wanted to rush for it, there was a chance. However, they don't want to take the risk. You might as well pull back. It's 10 minutes. The score is 9-18. They are so far ahead in this game. It is ridiculous. I don't think RSG can really force a play onto the Burmese Ghouls.
When you rush stuff, you make more mistakes. So right now, D gets caught out. And this is what I'm saying about when you rush stuff. because he was there on the enemy lines. LY4 is the main target, but he doesn't have any more HP. Joy goes down. Imperial Justice on the backlines. Ladies and gentlemen, they all go down except for the Claude. And this is going to be LY4's defense. Can he clear this up? Does he have the Blazing Duet?
No.
He doesn't have it right now. They go in. They try to take him down. BMI out, and that is going to be those are two mages into the middle lane. They're trying to end this right now. Blazing Duet trying to go for a Kid. Kid goes down. Ruby Didi. Oh my goodness, LY4 just saved the day right there.
Yeah, he is just holding on to the reins here, and unfortunately, he needs to take out this Lord. But the rest of the Burmese Ghouls, they won't be able to get there in time as the rest of RSG respawn to defend one more time. It looks like Singapore is still in it to win it.
It is only game number 1, but the fight is hot, and make sure you guys join the fight, you know, just putting it out there. I mean, it rhymes.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there, like a little too late.
It has a good ring.
It does. It does. It has a really good ring to it, as a matter of fact. But now, the Burmese Ghouls, okay, Lord, out of the question now. What are we going to have to do? It looks like they're... I mean, for now, RSG has some breathing room, but they can't afford to make a mistake here. If somebody gets picked off, it's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, other than the fact that the Burmese Ghouls are going to muscle their way into their base. Now, Sing, he gets caught out, and this was what I was talking about. He gets all 3 hits of the Jeet Kune Do. Sing doesn't take the second part of the way of the Dragon. He's looking to Shunpo away, but that doesn't mean anything when you have nowhere to turn.
All of the Burmese Ghouls lanes right now, or all the lanes are actually in favor of Burmese Ghouls right now. Like, everything is pushing to their side. The only reason why the top is pushing for the side of RSG is because Natalia is there trying to cut the minions. But will he make it in time? That is the question. Burmese Ghouls just ended it right there. They knew that the Natalia was up top. They punished that well.
Yeah, it was a checkmate. It was a no-go-back situation, especially after that pick on to Sync. They were a man down. They just knew they had to muscle on in, try to clear the wave. We'll pick off another guy, wait for the next one. We'll pick off another guy, and there wouldn't be enough time to protect the base at that point in time.
Yeah, and Jason right here talking to his teammates, just, you know, trying to re-strategize, trying to get themselves back up. And for these kinds of tournaments, you cannot really tilt in any way.
You can't. You can't afford to do that.
You can't afford to do that because when you tilt, you make you know, decisions that won't benefit the team. So if you're here, you should just recompose yourselves and try to go for a reset.
Yeah, honestly, speaking of reset here and just tilt in general, when I was making my way from Malaysia all the way to Singapore, the things that I was worried about was my tech being absolutely destroyed, and that would have like tilted me beyond anything. So we would like to thank our sponsor Toomey for being our partner sponsor in M2, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Toomey luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you, and you can safely without worrying at all. I mean, I don't really have to worry too much, but hey, I'm just saying. But check out Toomey.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
And you know what? The luggage, the players, everything is protected because M2 has partnered with SUTL to ensure that the event venue has been coated with SD Pro, an antimicrobial self-disinfecting coating that eliminates bacteria and viruses 24/7 for 180 days. To find out more about what SUTL EnvironTech offers, visit sdsd.com.
Now, I know some of you have been thinking, oh, I know what's coming up next, but of course you got to keep your eyes and ears open because as the streams are going for the rest of these days, Razer, our official gaming gear partners, are going to have plenty of stuff to give to you guys, and you just have to be attentive. You just have to, you know, if you got to go to the bathroom, ask somebody else to sit in for you to watch to get you part of these big giveaways, because we'll be announcing various amounts of these giveaways thanks to Razer, so keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, so that could have gone worse, but yeah, I kind of get your point. I was expecting something else, but you know what, guys? Let's throw it back to Wolf, the pack leader. Wolf, howl for us.
I think this is a masterclass on how you make your jungler or your carry shine. For the third game in a row, at least for the third match, the third game, that Burmese Ghouls play, they have made Ace shine, and I love it. My name is Wolf, your analyst for today. Thank you so much, by the way, to my co-casters, Gideon and Butters. They're having fun. But you know what? Who else is having fun? It's Ace, definitely. I think that the draft worked perfectly for him. And also, I think that this is how you actually execute with the Yi Sun-shin. Yi Sun-shin is a hero that I would say is kind of under the category of those heroes that are dependent on snowballing. And if it snowballs, it looks good. If it fails, it really looks so weak. But in this particular game, it looks very strong. Now, key things you have to take note, this is, I would say, a draft issue for Resurgence, for RSG. A draft issue in a way that they kind of shot themselves in the foot with their choice of heroes. I think that they went in for this Khalid semi-tank in a way, go in with this Natalia, because I know that Natalia will be played as a quote-unquote tank, or you know, a tanky hero in a way, or at least whoever feels that tank role. And then you combo it up with another mage in the mid lane, where in this moment Sana went in for the Khalid. It kind of made sense to me when it comes to like just supplying the wave clear that you needed. But in a way, you need that burst of magic in the early stages. I'm sure that RSG is thinking maybe the Harley will suffice, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Now, that's the first issue. Now, it also affected the mid-game potential of RSG. Now, how do you defend against the push of Burmese Ghouls? You don't have the best wave clear. Technically speaking, you do have it. Like, of course, the attacks of the Khalid, you have the AoE of the Blazing Duet, but the thing is, you still need to get up close and personal. That's the biggest problem. Yes, you do have the wave clear, but you don't have the long-range wave clear to kind of stop the snowball of the opponents. Now, let's talk about the MVP of the match. It's Ace. And I would say that he will not be the MVP if not for his teammates. And that's so cliche, right? But I think that in the past 3 games that the Burmese Ghouls played, they work around their jungler, their carry, in a way that they help him out when it comes to farming, or sometimes they become offensive wherein they use the Joyd and Sylvana, they just continuously be aggressive against their opponents so that they make the space for the Yi Sun-shin. And you also have your side laners who also make the play for Burmese Ghouls so that it's gonna be just the Yi Sun-shin just snowballing out of control, getting all of the kills. There was a time where he got the Maniac even. That's how strong he was, and all he needed to do was just to get what was supplied to him. And I want to say though that this guy, he knows when and where he needs to get into the fray. This was also evident in the first series that Burmese Ghouls played, wherein Ace was able to time perfectly well when he needs to get into the fights or when he should be choosing to just farm, especially when those lineups that Burmese Ghouls sported was in a late game kind of scenario. Like, maybe in this game it is quite considered as a late game composition since you have the Yi Sun-shin as well as the Alice, but it's more like a timing based lineup. And now there was a breaking point that Burmese Ghouls was able to just reach. Breaking point for their opponents, for RSG, wherein there's just really nothing that they can do against the lineup of Burmese Ghouls. Surely they will have the Claude as a late game scaling kind of hero when the AoE will be there. But unfortunately, there isn't any glue, there isn't any bridge coming out from the side of RSG to reach to that point where they are strong enough against this Alice and this Yi Sun-shin. Perhaps if this wasn't like a double semi-tank setup, it's not even a double tank setup, they both are just semi-tanks. Even the pseudo tanks coming out from side of RSG. Again, I'm telling you, a pseudo tank can work, but only if it is paired up with a mid lane mage that can either supply the poke damage or supply the wave clear. But unfortunately, both of those kind of heroes weren't available for RSG to use. That's why the draft was out. It was really Burmese Ghouls out-drafting them, but more like them out-drafting themselves by shooting themselves in the foot, choosing this Khalid as well as Natalia as the pseudo tanks. That is my analysis of game number 1. Let's head it back to the cast.
Oh, welcome back
back, everybody, to Game 2, and we gotta give a special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab. I mean, these guys have been making sure that my sweet little tush in background always on just a great sense of feeling, great leather chairs. Oh, it's so good. If you want the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form, as you can see, my form's been looking pretty good. We'll be announcing. It will be available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or you could visit secretlab.co.
And we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
And not to mention, did you know that for a lot of you Singaporeans out there, you could be going to a little place called the Cathay Cineplex to be checking out this cool and awesome event? Did you know that the M2 is being officially live screened right in Singapore at the Cathay Cinelestial Orchard? It's called the MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big cinema screen. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and the lucky draws. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at Cathay Cineplex website, or you can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP itself.
You get the chance to watch good games, chance to win prizes, chance to join the activities. Man, I want to go there now. Let's go.
Honestly, what are we doing here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're casting.
All right, no. Next time when Aaron and Leo come in. Next time. We've got plans now. We've got plans. But yes, coming up to this game too, as Wolf said, I have to agree. RSG definitely in a pretty peculiar situation when they're going up against the Burmese Ghouls. And I mean, Burmese Ghouls, they're happy. They've got that one game up. They've got that momentum moving with them.
You know what? Burmese Ghouls, they're really good with the Yisun Shin pick. They really know how to push the buttons of the enemy team. And as Wolf said, the certain draft that RSG didn't really work well for their side because a lot of the requirements to make it run weren't there.
Yeah, and as Wolf said as well, I mean, Burmese Ghouls, they played Yisun Shin and made him look like super sick. Like that was a highlight reel in itself. Like just put the big clickbait title, Yisun Shin absolutely destroys pro plays, so on and so forth. Like that's what I would expect to see in the video because Ace did a phenomenal job.
And when Ace gets hold of this hero, it's just, he takes it to a whole new level. And it's his comfort pick.
Yeah, it really is. But now moving from that, right? What's the adaptation coming in from RSG?
I mean, for RSG, they should be looking at, revamping whatever strategy that they wanted to try at that point on. Like, Sana was okay with a Khalid. I just feel that he had more potential if he went for a mage.
Ooh, that's true. That's true.
I mean, they've been not messing around. They've been experimenting. I think that's the right word. They've been experimenting with their strategies, with their drafts. But right now, it doesn't really hurt to go back to a traditional setup.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. And I think, group stages is a way to definitely experiment. But I think at this point, now that they have dropped a game, if my math serves me right, I think it wouldn't matter if they it wouldn't have mattered because the standings are pretty much set in stone, and the Burmese Ghouls would still be at the top spot even if they drop this game, if my math serves me right.
But you know what, at this point of the game, or this point of the groups, RSG, they should be aiming to get the series.
Absolutely. They really should.
They should be. I mean, for the side of RSG, they have the potential to do it. It's just that BG is going for their comfort picks.
I mean, you never know. You never know.
You never know. I mean, for the side of RSG, when is the time when RSG goes back to the traditional setup? If they can make these cheese strategies work, what more if they go for the traditional strategy that everyone goes to?
Well, I do think that they kind of want to break out of that standard, that standardization. And I do agree that if they do play, they'll get better results if they started to play a little bit more traditional. However, I will say that I think they are trying to just kind of scope out the competition to see what is there to be had before really starting to pop off and get those gears rolling.
But you know what? I'm just expecting a lot from RSG right now. They should just, come back from this, come back from this slump, and just win a game. Probably focus on that.
It could be a bad day, but not for you guys here because it's going to be Battle Night with the Blazing Hammer event. Log in on January the 30th to claim your free permanent skin.
January 30th, free permanent skin. You heard that right. Not a trial card, a permanent skin.
Yeah, it's looking real good. And that's not all. I've been hyping out the permanent skin because personally, it's my personal bias that the skin is way more important. But there are also other things. There's the new upgrading system, the blessings, the new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and the free trial, so on and so forth. And the advancement skins awaits you. I mean, these are the other things where I'm like, sure, it's like the supplemental prizes, but that permanent skin.
That permanent
just give it
skin.
to me. Just save me the effort.
I mean, yeah, in the Philippines, we all love our free skins. How about in Malaysia?
Yeah,
I mean, it's free.
you should check out the Malaysian chat. That's all we ask for. That's literally like, was that a sick
it's
play?
the
It's
same.
like, nah, it's like skin, please.
Skin, please. Well, your wish is their command, not ours. It's theirs. It's theirs. Would you claim it?
No, I was sweating there. It's like, don't say us. I'm gonna get some very angry messages later.
I'm gonna be very safe with this. Don't you worry, I got you.
But yeah, coming up into these games, Burmese Ghouls looking really, really good. Nothing much I can say about them, but RSG definitely a little disappointing since it is day one, but there's still plenty more days to go. It's time to jump into the ban pick. Maybe this is their moment to turn it over. Let's jump right into the draft.
And right now, these Burmese Ghouls, they started off with a Lu Yi. They do not want Sana to get his hands on that hero. RSG, Natalia?
I suppose. I do suppose. I mean, they're changing up the priorities here. It looks like they're holding up the Esmeralda hostage. They're holding up the Benedetta hostage as well. And Burmese Ghouls, if they get rid of something like the Lo Yi, they know for a fact that RSG does have the capabilities to play it, so no big deal. Get rid of a secondary priority. That's Selena. Burmese Ghouls have never failed to ban out Selena in any of their games.
Burmese Ghouls just want to play a safe game of Mlbb. No lucky arrows. No vision game from you guys. We just want the vision games for ourselves. Since we pick a lot of Yi Sun Shin, will this be another first pick Yi Sun Shin for the side of Burmese Ghouls?
This could be, but let's see what RSG decides to ban out first. I think, again, a lot of it is situational, and other times where it's like, hey, I mean, if Esmeralda is up, it's like, why not?
Yeah, but I mean, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they know what they bring. They know what they brought here in Singapore. And it's like RSG doesn't want Esmeralda to go into the hands of Burmese Ghouls, so they just ban it out. Burmese Ghouls, they ban out a Matilda.
Okay, they're expecting RSG to ban out the Brody, which means Benedetta and as well Benedetta, Yusong, and Jawhead is going to be wide out in the open. I feel like I'm missing somebody here. Am I missing somebody here? Selena, Matilda, Esmeralda, Benedetta, Brody, Natalia. Something feels off. Something feels off.
A Jawhead?
I mean, Jawhead has been flexible throughout, but I feel like I'm missing like another priority pick. Never mind, it'll eventually come back to me.
Yeah, once it gets picked.
Once it gets picked, then it's like, oh, of course I remember that now.
It gets banned or it gets picked. It will come out.
Yeah, and here
that's going to be the Jawhead, yeah.
So RSG has opted to decide, okay, instead of getting priority picks, we're going to open the entire floor. What do you want? Do you want to pick up the Brody for yourself? Fine. We're going to pick up Vendetta for ourselves. We're going to be able to pick up everything else that has been left on the table.
They do not want the Yi Sun Shin as long as the Brody is there. So this is somewhat a change of pace for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
For sure. But I don't know. Brody, I mean, RSG, it looks like RSG has the confidence to say, hey, no matter if you pick Benedetta or Brody first, we're comfortable with either. And if you do decide to go for Brody, at least we'll have the strongest off lanes in the meta.
I think for RSG right now, they just set up a very strong side lane duo.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great, but again, Lapu Lapu is still on the table
Lapu
and
was
can
there.
go against either Benedetta or Yu Zhong. Both still pretty good.
I mean, Yu Zhong with the black dragon form, he can reach the Brody as much as possible. I mean, Brody has the stun, but if ever he catches Brody without the dash, that's going to mean Brody is going down.
Yeah, and oh, this is interesting. It looks like my guess is that this is going to be an off lane Harith here. It's good to flex it because it is going to be the final pick of the first ban phase. But as we move into the second, let's see how this thins out.
Now, seeing how RSG formulates their draft, I think they would go for a tank right now.
What? A tank right now?
Yeah, I think in a way a tank would be good. For these teams, I haven't really seen them play Anakai, but they get the Yi Sun-shin. So they go for a 3-core setup at the first phase of pickings. Isn't that a bit too greedy?
I feel like this shows quite a lot, and that means it's going to be a much easier time for the Burmese Ghouls to punish this, because again, RSG isn't on the blue side, they are on the red side. They're going to have that first pick, and again, as you mentioned, Akai has been a staple pick for KZP many ages ago. He whips it out once in a while, and when he does, he's still good on it. So Burmese Ghouls have a couple of considerations here.
RSG, who are they going to ban? This is the second phase of banning for this drafting phase.
Claude?
Yes, 5 seconds. I think a
Ling? Claude?
Probably a tank, a side laner, a Cho tank. Yeah, that could be something that Burmese Ghouls is looking to go for.
Okay. Looks like RSG really trying to formulate the draft, trying to hit those very important flexible picks for the side of Burmese Ghouls, high mechanical ones as well.
And if you get the Bismarck, especially with the Way of the Dragon, you should just drop the phone first. Just pick it up when you respond.
It's like, oh, whoops. Okay.
Okay. I still have time to think.
All right.
Okay, I'm back alive.
Yeah. Dust it off a little bit real quick and get back into the game. As we go into the next one, who is it going to be? It's going to be the Atlas, or as KZP pronounces it, Altas. I don't personally like the Atlas ban, which I think is okay. I do think the Akai is going to be significantly better in a lot of these situations. RSG decide to get rid of the Kagura, which kind of hurts themselves as well, because again, they are also lacking that mage.
Yeah. Every time, like every single time that a Brody gets picked, an Atlas gets banned. And is it in a way a direct counter to the Brody?
Well, I mean, it's a because Brody doesn't exactly have a lot of mobility options. Yeah. He does have a way to kind of create space for himself, but when you have something like the perfect match, you just kind of run at him. Even if you bounce back, he's still running at you. So
running at you.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of options there. But RSG saying, you know what? Whatever. If you don't want us to engage on you, we'll play from afar. We'll allow our Yuzong to do a lot of the work. The Benedetta will catch up, and if you're still alive, we will blow you out with the Farsa.
So right now, Burmese Ghouls got one of the most contested picks in the M2 group stage. Day number 1 is going to be Brody, but who will they pair him up with?
No, it looks like I hear
that
it's
Lancelot.
Yep, he's going to be going into the side lane to deal with either Benedetta or Yu Zhong, both of which is going to be fine. And the denial pick here coming in from Burmese Ghouls, knowing that they want to get to the back line. Hurricane Dance, a great tool to disengage from those fights.
I'm thinking maybe, well, not maybe, but Brody's going to go to the side lane, gold lane. Of course, Lancelot is going to be played by the jungler.
Yes.
I mean, if you put the Lancelot on the side lane, you're just wasting his mobility, I think.
Well, okay. We could... because they need the wave clear. Inevitably, the wave clear for the mid lane is not going to look too great. So I would agree with you that the Brody is most likely going to go in the off lane. But if he does decide to go into the mid lane, I just want to see how that works out. But both sides, very interesting. I want to see what their lane assignments are at the end of the day. But till then, we're just going to have to wait until we hit the Land of Dawn.
And Burmese Ghouls one game away from getting that coveted 2-0.
That perfect score.
Still not the trophy, just because, you know, the trophy is for the playoffs. Right now, every point counts.
Yes, it does. And they want to, I mean, coming out of the group stages, it's just the perfect score. And when you come up with a perfect score, you have that momentum built up and expectations and the extra life in the upper brackets. It's just advantage after ego boost after advantage.
Yeah, man, you know, if you make it to the upper bracket, you have the easier path to the grand finals.
All right, it's time. Welcome to the land of dawn, potentially the final time. Can RSG bring it back, or the Burmese Ghouls walk out of this group with a perfect score? Let's find out.
Maybe here with the Akai. He was denied of the Jawhead though, but the Hilda is back.
Oh, he is, and that's really interesting. Kid decides to take the lunge first, and he just dashes right through everybody to get some significant damage here. But again, RSG with the early game composition, they've got the Hilda, they've got Jason, and Sync. Oh boy, he is getting low.
And Sync here tried to push his luck there. And you know what? As long as the Harriet is hugging the, you know, the turret, he will be fine.
Yep, he will be okay. And RubyDD, he is very, very healthy. But yes, coming back to the main topic we wanted to get to, the lane assignments. It looks like Brody did decide to go into the mid lane with the traditional Akai support. Ooh, Sana stealing away the river crab there. He's gonna get a good trade, especially when he pops that passive against D for now. But yeah, it's gonna be Harith into the off lane.
So Kid here is a mid lane Lance, but that is going to be a pick-off onto that Lancelot.
Yeah, not exactly the best here, but again, Lancelot isn't too strong in the early game, especially when he's up against some really strong early game heroes like the Farsa, like the Hilda, so it's expected, but I really hoped he didn't die there.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Burmese Ghouls have this, you know, strategy where Lancelot is actually the mid laner. That this is a new take on the hero.
I mean, that's what they used to do with him in ages long gone.
Yeah.
Oh, RubyDD! Can he survive? No, he does not. Jason ensures that he lands the feathered airstrikes really, really nicely. Kid just looking to just push that wave. Sana on the top side. He's getting a lot of pressure off of Ace here. Ace taking a really bad trade overall, but was able to get his ult at the very end just to even up the score.
And right now, you can see Kid and the others. KZP using the concussive blast to his advantage. Maybe it's just way too tanky, but look at this RSG. They might be at a very bad spot right now.
Yeah, they are, and Sana's just building up charge, and the rest of the team, they're kind of low here, but Jason going to be using that feather airstrike to make things work. Kid looking for an opportunity to take him out, but Yishin Shin takes him out instead. Sana so very, very low.
And without the Lancelot getting, you know, the buffs, the orange and the purple, there is a significant lack of damage in terms of, you know, the burst that the Torrent Rose, Puncture, and the Phantom Execution can do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it didn't work out, but you know, it's fine. Burmese Ghouls, they fall behind a little bit. RSG is just slightly ahead. If they can pull through towards mid game, I think it lightens up.
It gets better in time, but that's the key word there. You need time. You need to stall the game for a bit. Try to give Kid time to get you know, gold. And probably an endless battle, you know, a Heptasis.
Yeah, those would be some great items here. Oh, KZP playing with fire, but he is just making sure that he is doing as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, he's going to be giving another free kill over to Kid.
And Hilda went over the limit there, overstepping his boundaries, and he gets punished for it. Kid at level 5, and as you can see, Ace here, he really likes to go for these marksman-ish junglers. Well, not-ish, marksman junglers.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just look at the amount of damage he's doing. Who doesn't want to play these type of junglers, right? And now Ace, he's going to be rotating down towards bot side here. Sync is just, he's holding his ground. He doesn't really want to show face too much, but Sana is going to take a little bit of damage here. LY4 dropping down the mountain shocker, and they realize Benedetta sees what's happening as they dive top side, while on bottom side, they dive instead, mirroring each other absolutely perfectly.
Who's gonna get the turret though? That is going to be the question. Will it be an equal trade, or will someone get the turret just to make it a bit better for their side.
Oh, God, yeah, it looks like it's going to be an equal trade. The flame shot isn't going to connect and lands onto maybe instead. Jason taking a little bit of damage here. He's going to get some damage on towards Ace's side. He's going to do as much as he can before he goes. And Ace on the run. KZP can't really do too much. He only took the concussive blast. If he had something else like the high and dry, he could have done so much more damage, but he knows his limits.
You know what? While everything was was happening onto the mid lane, top lane turret goes down into the hands of RSG, so they have a 1 turret advantage versus Burmese Ghouls. RSG, they're trying to, you know, divide themselves, scatter themselves onto the map, trying to get that much needed information for them to fight.
Looks like the Feather Airstrike lands on literally no one on that side on that time, but then the Mountain Chakra comes in pretty good. KZP able to flicker on out of there. Sana trying to buy some time, but doesn't manage to go through. Now Ace, he gets hit by the final blow. Sync finally getting some retribution over a terrible laning phase, and he makes it through 3 for 1 in favor of RSG, but that's not all. Harris is coming in with the Salmon Force to try and turn things around. KZP with a single sliver of health. RubyDD has done all he can do.
Nice backup there coming up from RubyDD. What he did was he didn't really want to go for the kills. He just wanted to protect the turrets. If he got a kill there, that should have been a bonus. But for the side here of RSG, they got the turtle, and LY4 is going to be protected for some time.
Yeah, LY4, he's going to slowly scale into this game, and he's taking killing spree as well, so he is going to be looking mighty fine if he chains those kills together. However, on the bottom side here, it looks like the Hurricane Dance has been popped and locking down. It's going to be Sana. He can't get out of this. He doesn't have any more options. KZP just buying some time, but this could be a potential dive angle. It looks like they're just going to back away. There are no other objectives to take on the map.
Ace just having a good time at the bottom lane, just trying to get the crab coin. Nothing much happening into the laning right now. Well, not the laning, but in terms of the fighting right now. But look at Jason. He is using the Farsa, and I have yet to see how aggressive he is.
Well, I mean, he hasn't gotten too far ahead into the game, but so far his mechanics have been, you have to admit, on point. It's some of the fastest feathered airstrikes I've ever seen in my life. The transformation, he needs just add it. But now RubyDD getting some good amount of damage, especially on that Salmon Force. The Chrono dashes, he feels nothing. Jason gets a good chunk on him. However, D on the right flank forces him out of position. Looks like that feather airstrike not going through, and KZP has to pay the price.
It seems to me that Burmese Ghouls, their chemistry, their synergy, and their communication is just on point.
It's crisp. It's like really, really crisp.
Yeah, it's steady. It doesn't really, you know, I don't think there is anything trivial when they talk. It's just like always on point.
They're
like,
just spitting
come
facts
here,
at each other.
Come here. Lapu, come here. D, come here. We need you. That's it.
Or better yet, they're just saying names like Lapu, got it. They don't even need directions, they just know. And maybe he goes on top of Sing. Sing might be taking a little bit more damage than he should. However, Kid gets caught out of position, nowhere to turn. But going forward, tries to run away through the tower, but gets punished instead.
Almost got out, but the feathered airstrike was there. And you know what? D here is trying to, you know, just help his allies secure this turtle.
Oh no, maybe finding a great pick. He uses the flicker and the Hurricane Dance. Jason now in a lot of trouble, maybe on the back line, getting hit by Sing Benedetta with the final blow, cuts him down.
RubyDD just staying here in the brush. He's trying to see if Jason will come his way. He's going for the recall. RubyDD shows himself.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind. Jason's gonna still. Oh, did he land the stun? No, he didn't. Yeah, oh, he gets it again. And even Sana, just to ensure that he cleans up house, he's gonna look for one more. Finds the kill onto Ace, using his execute as well. Kid manages to survive.
He's never scared of pulling out that feathered airstrike.
Oh,
even if there's a Harriet near, he would opt to go and kill the Harriet rather than just going back safely.
He has no fear of death. It's just, oh, I'm gonna die? Okay, I'm just gonna maximize my value with this little bit of health.
So that is one of the things that you really have to look at a very talented, a very brave player.
Yeah.
Such as Jason and LY4. They have the Blade of Despair on their pockets right now. Burmese Ghouls. It seems to me that their change of pace from the Yisonshin to the Brody isn't really working as well as the time that they picked up the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is a different pace for RSG. They're playing again on their comfort pick. Sana is in the role. Sana is in a comfortable role on a hero where he can do a lot of work. Sync, very mechanically talented player, finally gets to go back into the offlane with the Benedetta, which he's been playing a lot as well. Look at that, just ooh, sweetie swoot, I am out of here.
And the passive is just, you know, I think in a way it's kind of a bit broken that you get caught out by the Hurricane Dance. But then again, you can still dash out. But Sync here, eye for an eye, dodging a lot of damage procs there. That could have took him down. But eye for an eye is eye for an eye.
Oh my goodness, was that just the... What? That was literally just the flame shot. That was just the flame shot and he lost half of his health. Oh my goodness.
Man.
Can we see the items?
Man, Jason is at an 8-1-2 record. That is his KDA. And if you would look at the items, it's the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, and I think he's gonna go for the Holy Crystal next.
Yeah, I didn't expect with just those two items. Wait, let's look over the kid's side here because he only has a Blade of Heptasis, so only naturally he is going to be a little bit behind compared to the rest of the core members on his team. So, okay, things are starting to add up a little bit more.
And KZP, just getting that immortality on his side, he doesn't really have those solid defense items, but look at this, Ruby Didi going straight for that Farsa. Brody goes down. Look at Benedetta and the others. Kid can't do much. Thorncrows doesn't really hit as much as your jungler Lancelot, but Sana here will be the next target.
Oh, they're struggling.
And that is going to be the knock-up onto Akai goes down. D here is the next target. Ruby Didi trying his best. He doesn't have the Salmon Force anymore, and RSG will just back out, and that was totally a win for their side.
Absolutely, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of RSG. 8-15 on the kill scores. Ruby DD wants to go forward, sees an opportunity, takes the opportunity, drops down the Salmon Force. 1v3, final blow doesn't connect. Ruby DD gets on out of there, but Sync ain't gonna let him go that easily. Execute finally being brought down on him.
That's the thing. I mean, if you have Electo final blow and you line it up with the Zaman Force, you automatically force out the Harriet from the Zaman Force. Now, if Harriet wasn't forced out, it could be a lot of shield procs going to his side, and he might survive that. But the fast thinking of Sync here is put the Electo final blow on that certain area, force him out so that he doesn't have the low cooldown of the Chrono Dash.
Oh yeah, and now Kid, he goes down almost straight away. Maybe doesn't get there in time. Ace, he's holding his ground. He is scared of going back into this fight. He's going to have to kite on backwards, but if he walks up any further than this, he's going to get caught in the crossfire. Another 2 picks going on for the Burmese Ghouls. It looks like RSG are taking this game seriously now, as Ruby DD going to be struggling to pick up Sync here, who is on the run, but Ace, he wants this. He's got the orange buff, but Sync, he refuses to get caught out of here. He doesn't have the final blow this time. He is still on the run while the rest of his team have been able to net themselves another turtle under their bank.
It's just way too annoying. RSG here playing a masterful showing on how to run this kinds of lineup, and Jason got what he wanted. He wanted to give pressure, and right now he's at 9-2-2.
I said turtle, didn't I?
You did.
I meant Lord.
It's fine.
Oh, man.
It's fine.
That was definitely one of those brain fart moments. Just like, wait a minute.
That was the Lord.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
But it's fine.
I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old.
Well, aren't we all?
Aren't we all? That is truth. That is truth. But now, with Lord crashing down into it, this... Oh, wait. No, this is going to be the siege of a lifetime. RSG are in prime position. Luminous Lord as well. Sana goes in for the full engage. Manages to cancel out the Phantom Execution. This is it. It's going to be RSG trying to pull this over to a game 3. But not if BG are going to have anything to say about it. A huge ult coming out of Kid from D as well. Getting for the big stun. RSG forced to pull on backwards.
Burmese Ghouls refuse to back down. They will fight for their lives. It's the only thing that I can think of. Sorry.
It's a really catchy song.
It's a really catchy song.
It's not my fault.
Oh boy. But yes, the Burmese Ghouls are pulling it back, but they do only lose an inhibitor turret here. RSG are in a very, very prime position to steal this game away and force it to a game 3.
But at least, good news for Burmese Ghouls fans out there. At least now Ace got hold of the buff.
Yeah, he did. He finally did actually get the buff. And Sync, look at him. Look at the amount of pressure he provides. He is just clearing these waves like they're absolutely nothing and then pulling attention to himself.
And it's not like they can take him down without the Hurricane Dance. And automatically, if he gets caught by the Hurricane Dance, it is going to be go time for the side of RSG. And look at this. Harith goes down. Maybe he's gonna survive. Maybe he's not.
They're gonna go for the full-on dive here. Sana already under the tower as well. They look for a little bit more. KZB runs up as soon as possible. He is max stacked out, so his ult will hurt.
Spicy movement coming out from RSG. They're just taking the fight straight to the Burmese School side. Look at this D with the Lapu. Look at the damage output. Wow.
Yeah, it's looking good. And right now it's a 3v5 situation. And Ace has to make the best of this situation as well. He's looking for any opportunity to try and get a pick off here. Mountain Shocker is going to be dropped down. Everybody dashes around. But unfortunately, they walk over each other. And Kid gets hit by the overlap. He wants to go for a little bit more. But better not. Takes the wave back to safety.
Burmese Ghouls right now, if they make another error like that and they lose 2 people or lose 2 heroes on their side, that might be the game. But then again, we have to look at the timers right now. Looking at the Lord, no one can die at this fight.
No, not if they start the fight like this. I mean, maybe already using his Hurricane Dance to try and look for the pickups off of that purple buff. But again, RSG just seemed to be a little healthy here with Kid dying so quickly to the amount of burst that RSG has. But that's not all. D still caught in the middle of this situation. He is going to be able to get out. No, he does not. He gets caught out in the end by Sana and another Mountain Chucker. And this was a 4v5 situation. Sync didn't really have to participate in that fight.
Sync there just being very annoying for the team, and he was part of the fight actually.
Well,
he was just stuck in a 1v1 with Brody.
Well, I mean that's one of those situations where it's like, didn't catch you. Okay, I'm gonna immediately look to play hyper efficient and go down to bot side.
And Sync. They got the Farsa, step in the right direction.
All right, it's looking good.
Ace.
Final blow, Sync. Can he pick up on Ace? Yes, he does. He picks him up, and now Sana is going to be right in the middle of that fight to get a mega kill. And this is going to be Ace. He's already down, and the rest of the team are scrambling to get back in. They need to play for that defense. Sync down on bot side to get the wave pushing. Maybe is the next to fall. He's going to come back up with the immortality. They don't pick him up again. All right, but it's going to be another inhibitor tower going over to RSG side. They have an endgame position here. Can Burmese Ghouls hold out?
RSG just doing a great job, just taking the fight to the side of Burmese Ghouls, and right now they are collecting every buff, every objective onto the map, and the Lord is marching down onto the bottom lane. And for me, LOY4, he is trying to just get more monsters. It's probably for the potion. Trying to get the potion on his side.
Yeah, I mean, with the next Lord coming out, this could be it. This could be the game that pushes that RSG was to come back from Phantom. The execution coming onto the back where I can't seem to get rid of LY4, who is gigantic here. But Sync in the front line. Nobody can stop him no more as they look to break that crystal with the help of Lord. And there you have it. RSG bring it over to a game 3, 1-1.
And the day just won't end that easily as we head on to another game 3. And when it's game 3, it's the 2 of us casting.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely. And I mean, if RSG, if they are able to take this up, they can force, I think they can force a tiebreaker here. That'll be super interesting.
Yeah.
It'd be 2-1, and then they oh no, they won't, because they lost the game over to
Unique DeVu.
Unique DeVu as well. So the tiebreaker wouldn't even occur even if they did. But at least they're, the score is going to look a lot better.
I kind of wanted one tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
I'm not going to tell you the reason. I'm not going to tell you the reason. But,
so cruel.
It is what it is. We just have to find out who's gonna make it to the upper bracket, and as long as Burmese Ghouls, they have the chance. RSG, they still have the chance.
Yeah.
They are going to play this.
They are going to play this out till the very end. And that, honestly, that was a really, really sick game to watch, especially seeing RSG looking a little bit more to form, something that we're more familiar of seeing in the MPL MYSG for me personally. But, you know, Burmese Ghouls, at least we can see they are still human. They aren't impossible to take over.
And I think the change of pace that they went for this game hurt them more than it did them good.
Yeah, it kind of did. But, you know, on that note, we have to, you know, we got to give it up for RSG here. And we also have to tell you guys to catch the live stream of the mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020, held in Singapore, Shangri-La, and for free on MeWatch from 18th to the 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including what you just witnessed, RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. So if you are from RSG fans or just the Singaporean fan in general, let's go Team SG, as we're going to be throwing it over to our lone wolf for analysis. Wolf.
Thanks so much, Butters and Gideon. Let's talk about that game where Burmese Ghouls showed that they are indeed human at this point. Losing that match against RSG, a specific game, while RSG, they kind of changed it up a bit. So both of the teams changed up their play styles, and I will explain that later. Now, it really benefited the RSG so well, and it backfired heavily on the Burmese Ghouls. Now, you do have to take note, this is probably the first game in a time, at least today, that we get to see Jason kind of stepping it back, now playing the mid laner, LY4 back in the jungler role, and then Sana playing onto the side lanes, which really benefited the RSG. I think that their own playstyles, their own signature and unique playstyles really did them good, at least for RSG. Now, for Burmese Ghouls, they did not change their roles or their positions come their 4th game today, but they kind of changed how they played. Now, they went in still for Ace on this Brody in the jungling role, but then Kid, instead of getting something like a mid-mage for the team, they went for the Lancelot. I honestly thought that after the draft that they will go for a jungling Lancelot, a side laning Brody, and a mid-support Harith. And that happened before. That kind of greedy lineup happened before, and it was really successful in its own right. And that was my first guess on what Burmese Ghouls will want to do, because it makes a lot of sense. The Harith will get a lot of farm, the Lancelot will be on his usual damage dealing frenzy, and the Brody will be able to win his lane no matter what happens in the bottom lane. Even if it's just like Benedetta that he'll be able to face, he will win that matchup. So right. But unfortunately, Burmese Ghouls, they decided the most difficult laning stage for them. I mean, of course, probably the most difficult one was an Akai jungler, but that worked before. But this particular decision for Burmese Ghouls really allowed for RSG to just dominate. Now, RSG, Sana on this Yuzong, the MVP of the match, stopped the progression of Burmese Ghouls so much, not only by winning his own lane, but also participating into the team fights. So many times he cancelled the Phantom Execution with his ultimate Dragon form, because that does have a little bit of a knockback to it. It kind of stops the animation of the Phantom Execution. Not only that, he was able to pierce to the backlines. And that was very important. I think that maybe put his heart out in this particular game. I think he landed so many good placed Hurricane Dances, but unfortunately his teammates wasn't ready for it. Maybe they're not in the best position to do it. Like the Lancelot with the execute on the mid lane really won't work. It was just really free gold for the side of RSG. They did the best they could. They played well, but unfortunately all the players from RSG were given the best that they can have in that particular match. Also take note though, Jason on the far side, I didn't think that it will work so well, but in this particular game, he showed up. His Feathered Airstrike was on point, his flame shots even were on point. I would like to take note that clash that happened in the mid lane where he outsmarted the the Harith. The Harith went first for him, he outplayed him, and then he was able to set up for another kill, baiting out that Harith around the turtle area. So many outplays that happened, and I think that Jason is more comfortable in this position. Sana on the Yuzong, well done as well. This was a perfect game for RSG, and this is their road to recovery if they do want to win this series. Let's find out after this break, however, what happens in game number 3, and I'll see you after this.
Is today just another day? Where we are uncertain of our present and future.
The ministry has concerns about the rising cases.
Despite all the chaos, there is always hope. A spark of passion in you and me that would flare up and lead us to the M world. And the saga begins. Welcome to M World. Tune in to M2.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
It's great to catch you guys back here at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 with me, Gideon Q, as well as Butters, as we are moving on to our very final game of today between RSG and the Burmese Ghouls. It is 1-1 and neck.
And yeah, just seeing the performance, I kind of dropped my mic there for a bit. Seeing the performance here of these two teams, they have enough firepower to take each other down.
Yeah, they do.
Now, for Burmese Ghouls and RSG, I think it all depends on who researched who better. Like,
okay.
Like if Burmese Ghouls did their homework and just knew what to expect for game number 3, because usually for these kinds of best of 3s, you kind of want to bring 2 strategies or to 3 strategies to work on so that they're different every game. Or if you're super effective, you can only just go for 1, but that's not recommended. So yeah, I mean, whoever brought out or whoever reads what the other team's gonna do for game number 3, I really think that is a big part of whatever is gonna happen in this game number 3.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a large majority of this of these situations are going to come down to the draft itself.
Yeah.
Because again, you don't see a lot of teams deciding, hey, let's just go let Brody go. Let Brody go. Most teams will clasp on it, bait or not. It is just a generally good pick, but these are one of the few situations that Brody has actually dropped a game.
Yeah, and to be honest, if you would look at it, the other team, Burmese Ghouls, show that they can win with these certain heroes.
Yes.
After that, RSG won with certain heroes. So I think in a way, could we say that Yi Sun-shin wins games for this series?
Well, I would say that traditional marksmen,
yeah.
especially for LY4, that's his comfort zone. That's where he knows what he wants to do. He doesn't want none of that hybrid stuff. Just give me a hardcore marksman. It wants to stay from afar, it wants to farm, it wants to get a couple of items, and then it pops off. That's what he wants to do. But you have to give it to the rest of the RSG members. The moment they are on something they're a little bit more comfortable with, there is a significant power spike.
Yeah, but clearly we're having let's say, kind of a crossroads here on what they're supposed to bring. Like, this is probably the hottest match right now for this day, and it's only fitting that we head on to a game number 3 for the group stages of day number 1. And remember, guys, we still have group stage for group C and D tomorrow, so don't miss out on that.
Yeah, so now coming into the drafting phase, RSG on the blue side with Burmese Ghouls on the red. It looks like the Yi Sun-shin first ban straight away, but Burmese Ghouls are like, nah. We know what you're trying to do here. Let's cut out that Brody almost straight away. RSG looks like they're trying to open up the pick so that they get a prio for themselves.
And they had the chance to go for Ace Jungle Lancelot earlier. But they didn't go for it.
Yeah.
They gave it to Kid.
It's a little bit wasted, but you know, it's totally fine. You know, this is one of those situations where Burmese Ghouls are saying, you know what, we drop a game, that's still fine. It's not like we're racing for anything. We just need to pick it up on the next game.
But isn't it, like, you know, suggesting that Ace doesn't really play those heroes?
Well, I mean, it could just be a proving ground. We don't know the internal affairs of this team, whether it's like, you know what, we might as well try it out now, or other times where it's like, you know what, this is a comfortable moment where we can allow things like this to happen.
That's true. Now, Burmese Ghouls, will they surprise us with something right now? I don't know, but this squad has been tearing it up, and expect the unexpected from them this game number 3. RSG batting out the Selena.
Yeah, I would have expected RSG to kind of go for something else and force Burmese Ghouls to naturally prioritize the Selena over everything else, but it looks like, you know, RSG wants to give the decision to the Burmese Ghouls. What do you want to give away? Natalia, Benedetta, which one is it gonna be?
Jawhead is still there, actually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jawhead is still there, and it is a comfortable flex pick. But when you have the likes of Natalia just chilling around, I'm not so sure. Ooh, Burmese Ghouls decide to open up the draft. They did the exact same thing that RSG did in the previous game. Good read on the Burmese Ghouls. Now, RSG are forced to make a decision. Do we flex pick or do we just snag up that priority picks?
You know what? For their side, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they're pretty happy right now. Even if RSG gets a good hero, they get 2.
Yep, and this is good because it's a much better adaptation of what RSG tried to do in Game 1 here. Because again, they focused on getting rid of the Yi Shin, knowing, okay, at the end of the day, we're either going to get a Vendetta or we're going to get an Italia.
And it's going to be a Lu Yi.
Ooh,
and that's the 1-2 punch for side of Burmese Ghouls. Now it's time for RSG to answer with their own pieces on the board.
Kind of spicy here, kind of spicy. Burmese Ghouls picking up the low Yi for themselves. That's going to be a lot of mid-priority going over to the Burmese Ghouls. But RSG, they pick up the Khalid again. Are they trying to pull off that composition that they did in Game 1 again? This will be interesting if they are.
I mean, it is a possibility, but right now I'm just leaning towards, you know, RSG picking that up just because they can put it as tank or as offlane.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, they take the Harith, and LY4 has been locking that in. So the Burmese Ghouls, what do they go for at this point in time? They could look to go for the lockdown. They could look for things that can, you know, instantly pop down the right heroes. But instead, they go for the Lapu Lapu, securing that offlane so it doesn't get banned out in the second phase.
RSG, they're not really going for those Lapu Lapu picks. I mean, of course, Khalid is more flexible. But you know what? If you want stability on your lane,
I don't know.
You should go for the Lapu.
I definitely think that the Lapu might have been a little bit better there, but I think they... But again, I am just suspecting and just, you know, based off of patterns here, that this is going to be a very similar composition that we saw in Game 1.
That is true.
Farsa, going to be the ban coming out from the Burmese Ghouls. RSG looking to try and respond to this.
Let me say that, you know, they could go for their gold lane right now, or the Harith could be the gold lane.
Yeah, the Harith could be a gold lane. I mean, it is an extremely flexible pick here, and it looks like, yep, they're getting rid of Jawhead as well to ensure that they don't have a hard lockdown on in the composition of the Burmese Ghouls.
And if you are a Natalia, you wouldn't want that as well. You can get forced out of your own circle.
Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. Burmese Ghouls probably going to get rid of the Kagura as well at this point in time. I mean, they are... It's tough. It's tough to say, but I would expect something with a lot of wave clear. So it could be the Veil, it could be the Valir, it's most likely going to be the Kagura, I would say, because based off of patterns we've seen Burmese Ghouls ban out the Kagura more times than not. But we're just gonna have to wait and see. Last couple of seconds, last 10 seconds here, and the pick is going to be... It's going to be the Hilda. Oh, a little bit of change of pace. It looks like they still are trying to get over, reminiscing the amount of aggression that KZP was exerting with the Hilda.
I mean, with the Khalid over on the side of RSG, giving them the Hilda, although Hilda is not as strong as the previous patch, it's still a threat. And when you put it with a mixture of Natalia and the Khalid, you're going to have a good time in invading.
Yeah, quite a good time, in fact. And the next ban coming out, I'm assuming this is the same situation as last time. I'm gonna assume that's going to be Saber at the very last pick. We'll wait for production to give us a double confirmation on that. But Burmese Ghouls, now since they are on the red side, let's have a look at what their first pick is going to be for this second phase.
Now, Burmese Ghouls, they are lacking a tank and a jungler. And they go for a backshot.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so we have confirmation. So once again, it looks like the last ban for RSG is going to be the Saber. Burmese Ghouls, they opted to take the Baxia here. Wow, that took me way too long to say his name. Just to make sure that anti-healing is going to be a really powerful tool, especially when you're up against something like Khalid, so he doesn't just clutch Sandstorm Guardian. That can be very, very annoying.
That is true. And you can also force out Harith of his own Salmon Force. So it's multi-purpose, and it fights the Chango as well. And they actually place themselves in a very bad spot here. RSG, the Chango pick Against the Baksha?
Including the Thamos as well. I don't know. Ooh.
That's...
Ooh.
I don't know, man.
That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, they kind of played themselves
it's like
here.
You could have swerved into another road, but you just faced the wall head on.
Yeah, you just ran straight into the van that was coming at you. So let's see how this plays out. I wouldn't say that RSG doesn't know, as we've seen before against Unique, that they were kind of out macro them in those bigger team fights, and I think they feel the same way when they're going up against these against the Burmese Ghouls. It's going to be the Hayabusa as the final pick for the side of Burmese Ghouls. That's definitely extremely interesting here, because now we know that Burmese Ghouls, it's going to take a while, a really long time for Hayabusa to get to that critical mass.
Yeah, and right now Baksha is there, but for the side of RSG, this might not be their best draft ever. But you know what? Trust the process.
I would say that Burmese Ghouls with the Hayabusa pick definitely lowers down the power level. The power level for sure. I would have expected something like a Claude, or arguably even a Roger even wouldn't have been that bad. But you know what? I mean, the Burmese Ghouls, they want to bring out that Hayabusa. They want to show us how to flex with that assassin. By all means, I am ready for it.
And Hayabusa right now is probably one of the top picks, or not really a top pick, but you know, one of the, let's say, higher ranked assassins in a tier list. So let's see.
Let's see how this plays out again. Welcome back to our final game of today. It's going to be the Burmese Ghouls versus RSG. Welcome to the land done, and let's get this battle on its way.
KZP here going straight for that jungle. Ruby DD is ready. And as you can see, the silence is there. Look at the damage output, and RSG starting this off with a poke, with a harass on Ruby DD.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because they didn't really need to do that. They didn't need to go for this harass. They just needed to kind of push the waves as hard as they can, and unfortunately, that's going to force the reset onto Ruby DD. And oh my goodness, KZP is going to force something out of Ruby DD. They're not letting him hit that level 2. They're forcing him out of the lane. He can't walk back in. He needs the help of the rest of his team to do something. He's already missed an entire wave on the EXP lane.
They weren't even planning to go for the invade. What they wanted to do was, in fact, just shove the Benedetta out of the lane.
Yeah, and they've done a phenomenal job at just that. KZP rotates back. He wants to get maybe this time around, but looks like it's going to be A-OK. Ooh, Kid getting chunked down really, really low. RSG, and again, Sync just he goes for the dive. He successfully kills Ruby DD. Ruby DD is completely out of this game. He is just gone.
Look at this, RSG. This might not have favored them in the draft in theory, but in terms of execution and application, man, they're just acing it right now.
They are punishing the Burmese Ghouls. Like, what in the world? Like, it's such a minute detail, but the fact that you missed out an entire wave on the EXP lane, Ruby DD is not coming back anytime soon. Thamos will abuse them, and maybe he's trying to buy some time here, but even Sana himself gets a little too hectic here. He thought he could hold on with the Vengeance, but it's still not exactly the most powerful battle spell. It's good, don't get me wrong, but not strong enough to hold his ground.
You know what? Khaled, as a side laner, as an off laner, isn't that strong as he used to be. But if you give him like a lead, like, you know, level 3, level 4 like this,
yeah,
it doesn't even matter.
They're just
you just got certain items that your enemy team doesn't.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep abusing him time and time again. This has to feel so bad for Ruby DD while the rest of his team is getting ahead to level 5. He hasn't even hit level 4 in comparison to Sync, who hits level 5 with no problems whatsoever, and he is running out of time to catch up in that EXP lane.
So right now, a lot of let's say a lot of responsibility has been put into D, and Sana here almost going down. Shadow kill plus the ultimate coming out from D.
I'm not entirely sure Sana's thought process there, but I think he couldn't decide on completely retreating or picking up the Molten Size to go for a little bit more damage. Yeah. And I think it was a tough one there, but I don't know if Hayabusa's Shadow made contact with him and Hayabusa hadn't taken it back. So, well, hopefully Wolf will cover that in his analysis.
And Ruby DD here trying to get the scraps of war. He doesn't have his turret anymore, obviously. But right now, this is going to be a good time for him to show the lanes and just get farm.
Yeah, and let's see how that works out for. Let's see how that works out for him, because right now Burmese Ghouls on the back foot. They're still maintaining gold pretty well. Rubididi, unfortunately, has absolutely lost his lane. It's unfortunate to say the least, but he's not completely out of it. He has caught back up, managing to get 2 waves for himself in the EXP lane, pushing him back up to 5 at least.
And this is what we meant about RSG, knowing where to hit and when to hit it.
Yeah.
And these are the pressure points that you don't see right now, but in time, you are going to expect them to, you know, have a bit of a shortage in terms of damage just because the Benedetta had a late start.
Yeah, but again, Burmese Ghouls, they did get the turtle, and that's going to be super helpful to catch them back up. So the early game essentially has been nullified. The only real difference is less pressure on the top side without that tier 1.
Would you agree with me if I told you that someone said that to make someone in lane, you know, come back from a deficit, you should just leave him be?
Yes and no, because again, he got abused a couple of times. 2 times, in a matter of fact. But hold on, hold that thought. His turtle has been taken away. BG looking for an optimal play, trying to force something out. KZP just hiding in, gets a lot of damage, but again, wasn't able to get back with the rest of his team and gets punished hard with the OK Shadow kill.
Ace and the others, they're making this lineup work for them right now, and LY4 getting caught out. Burmese Ghouls, they have been awakened here.
Yeah.
And they're just going at it. I mean, RSG got the early head start, but right now it doesn't even matter. Burmese Ghouls is finding their way back into this game.
Yeah, I mean the mid game has been looking so good for them, and Ace and being able to find those kills as well with the help of Maybe has been so beneficial. Sync getting some good damage, but it's a 3v1 situation. Is able to ult on out there, gets hit by the stun, and unfortunately not gonna be enough to save the day. Even Jason looking for the return kill, unable to find it with a meteor shower.
He really just wanted to get that turret, and he will get it at the cost of his, you know, at the cost of his, you know, ultimate. But then again, looking at it, D here, it's not getting the kills, but you know what? He's been contributing a lot to these skirmishes or the fights that Burmese Ghouls are winning.
Yeah, I mean, the Benedetta pick, it has come back, and it was able to kind of just slowly take over this game. And D especially putting a lot of that work in on himself to make it happen. Oh, Rubididi now in trouble. Ooh, manages to get out of the way, but unfortunately that side has been covered by KZP as well, sending 3 members down for that dive. But look on top side, they're mirroring the exact same thing. Sana has to hold out. He has the vengeance. He needs to clear this wave, and he's gonna start popping it now. I'll take all the damage that you can throw at me, because that vengeance is a great spell against the Hayabusa with the help of Chang'e and the meteor shower to deter them from pushing any further.
Great move coming out there from Sana, just trying to, well, he did go and just clear the minions, you know, just to stop the push. Turret lives for another day, and let's see, Ace here, they're really trying to, you know, get as much gold as possible. They want to make Ace big as possible so that they can fight early as well. Hayabusa is one of those heroes that he has a mid-game power spike.
Oh, that's nasty. That is so nasty. LY4 gets caught out. Sync using the Sandstorm Guardian. Tries to chunk out as many people before going out, but it's going to be a mega kill. What a Loi ultimate. What a fast rotation. Just catching RSG off guard. They weren't ready for that trick to be used on them.
And they, Burmese Ghouls just goes, you thought you were the only ones who used the Louis? Let me show you how we do it. This is how we do it in Myanmar.
This is how we do it in Myanmar. KZP finding the cleanup on the back line. Can he get Kid as well? Oh no, Kid. He flickered the wrong way, but he's able to get the good stun onto Natalia, buying him just enough time to make it on out of there. Oh boy, that's a scary situation to be in.
Brute Force Breastplate was picked up by Rubididi. That will give him the extra tankiness that he needs to fight against Khalid.
Khaled?
Khaled,
I don't think he really needs to win the matchup at this point. He just needs to push the lane and
probably, you know, against Natalia as well. Just, you know,
yeah. In general,
the
stats are always going to be good. And D, he can naturally handle sync all by himself. He is absolutely fine. He's going to be transforming as quickly as possible. And he comes in really, really hard. Brave strikes as well. Oh, such a
always
clean...
remember the bane to his existence.
Yeah, it is not great. And just to rub more salt into the wound, they even brought Mlbb to come on over as well to ensure, Sandstorm Guardian, Quicksand Guard, big deal.
It's as if, you know, he needed help, but just to be safe, maybe just went for his passive, and you know, no more healing for you. Anti-healing on point. Maybe here, they're trying to assist the Hayabusa. Hayabusa goes down in the process. Vengeance is up. Spell is there. Chango trying to help his ally here. Sana really wanting to fight. And look at Sana, he's just way too tanky. And here comes the cleanup crew. Harith goes in, but he gets magneted onto that ball, and LY4 almost taking down Mlbb.
Yeah, very, very close. This is becoming quite the game. Burmese Ghouls really finding their stride, and the snowball is pretty much rolling, but a lot of these kills are going. Oh, Discord getting go up. Oh, he makes it just in time. Oh, too close for comfort. D, he's just gonna let him go. It's like, yeah, stay back. Don't come anywhere near my jungle.
Yeah, and you know what? It's because of his attack animation or skill cast animation that really costed them that, you know, kill. But all in all, I think it was a great move coming out from Kid, just being defensive and aggressive and knowing the timing of when to use his skills.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job, and KZP is going to go invisible once again. Start putting the hurt in random people and scouting out for information. RSG definitely are taking it back just a little bit. Burmese Ghouls, they are also playing very precautiously. They're not playing as reactory as we did see them in games 1 and 2. They have taken a much slower approach against RSG.
They have their eyes set on Sana once again. Ace here will try to go for the shadow kill, and they try to burst him down, but D on the other side of the map, he gets a meteor shower in the face. KZP is the next casualty here for the side of RSG, and as you can see, Mlbb going in, and Sink gets his revenge, but Jason got the kill.
Okay. Jason able to get that kill. He's 3-1-3. Let's have a look at the items to see the current status of these players here. 2K ahead. I wouldn't even say 2K. About 1.5K ahead for the side of the Burmese Ghouls, and they're in a comfortable spot. Let's have a look. It's going to be the Ice Queen's Wand and the Glowing Wand coming in from Jason. Sana got Brufa's breastplate, and he opted to go for the Demon Hunter's sword. Okay, fair enough. LY4, Calamity Reaper, Feather, Leviathan, Sink did get the Bloodlust Axe, Blade of Heptaseas, KZP going naturally. Blade of Heptaseas looking to go into Blade of Despair, and on the Burmese Ghouls side, it looks like it's almost pretty much about the same. However, Ace, he is significantly ahead in gold.
Ace here, he is having a bit of a, you know, field day in terms of just getting those items. It's not as fast as it looks, to be honest. At 12 minutes in, you have the Despair, the Machete, and the Endless Battle. It could have... I think he needs one more item to just go online.
Yeah.
He needs one more item.
He just needs a little bit more. And I don't know, because they're going to hit their item power spikes at about the same times, and then it's still a 50-50. So Burmese Ghouls really need to start timing it well. Luminous Lord is up and about, but again, the macro play, you can definitely see both RSG and Burmese Ghouls, they're waiting for the person to throw the first nuke.
Burmese Ghouls just riding on the fact that they can keep on getting the kills on the Khalid just because they have the Baksha. And Baksha here, I think he always has his eyes set to wherever Khalid is. Because whenever he's there, everyone just gets the capability to
take down the Khalid.
Take down the Khalidi. Going to be the first person to jump on, but that spell map is keeping him a lot more alive than he should have, but that's not going to be it. They trade 1 for 1. It's not looking good as the rest of the team is coming in. The Diamond Force has already been popped at Ace. He has finally come here to join the fight. He's going to be able to get another one, a 2 for 1 trade. Looking real nice, and Ace on the chase. LY4 waiting to get the Diamond Force, but it's just a little too late. Sync unable to get his ult over the wall. Ace is just cleaning up shop. It's going to be 4 for 1 in favor of the Burmese Ghouls.
That was a lucky bounce for that shadow kill. It went straight for Jason. Jason was forced to use the flicker, and the timing was perfect for the quad shadow to come out. He went straight for the kill, got the shurikens out, and that's going to be a triple kill for him. Talk about perfect timing for that Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, he was at the right place at the right time, and he took full advantage of that situation. And now RSG just 5k behind here. Not the best position to be in, but their next upcoming power spike is soon. They can't fight from here on out as Burmese Ghouls just hit their own power spike, so it's something to keep in mind.
Now, Sync and the others, they need to be very careful. Nobody can die on their side because the Lord is coming out in just a bit, and it's going to the bottom lane. And let's see, how will Burmese Ghouls push? Will they push with the Lord, or will they push another lane?
I think it's going to... I think they're just going to let it be, because as of right now, the waves are kind of crashing simultaneously, and they quickly teleport in towards the jungle using Loi's ult to try and make something happen here. As they make that rotation, you know, RSG expecting them to be a little bit further away. Okay, they just got here a little bit sooner. No big deal, no big loss. Still, net worth exactly the same.
And as you can see, the Lord is here. This is the Luminous Lord, so the charge is up.
KZP in the backline. He's come on towards Kim. However, he gets stunned in the process. He gets taken out, but the rest of the squad can't seem to make this happen. Even Sync himself using his ultimate was not enough. Quicksand Guard trying to block as much of that damage. LY4, he manages to pull through. He finds one. Can he get another? But Lord is knocking on the door, and Jason unable to join the fight. Ruby DD is going to keep up that push. 4 for nothing again. Jason trying to just hold out, but instead they needed his damage to finish them off, and there we have it. Burmese Ghouls take it away 2-1 against RSG. GG, well played.
KZP, he dealt a lot of damage to the side of Burmese Ghouls by the dashes, but it wasn't enough. They weren't ready to take that fight, and Burmese Ghouls saw that as the ray of hope so that they can just end that game. Jason was there to try and trickle down the Lord a bit, but you know what? It was just way too much damage, and a lot of the members here from the Burmese Schools, well, RSG just went down.
Yeah, that was, woo boy, that was a really rough matchup here. I mean, it really was a back and forth, but RSG just couldn't find that snowball to generate, or at least to staunch the bleeding here coming out from this huge, massive snowball known as Ace on that Hayabusa. He made it look so good.
And there is a lot of things that he's been lucky with, the bounces of the shadow kill, but let's give it to Wolf so that he can talk about it more. So Wolf, what do you got for us? Take it away.
Man. This is, I mean, Mobile Legends just looks good if everybody just follows the meta, right? It just looks so fun. It's so action-packed, and it's just so standard in a way. Let's actually look at the highlights of that last game. But you know what? Honestly, this will boil down to just a draft, at least for me. In a way that this is Burmese Ghouls just really showing up their drafting prowess, them knowing the counters to any other heroes like them, for example. And in the highlights, we will see how strong the lineup is of Burmese Ghouls. The Baksha just counters the Changus so much, and I love that he went in for the Execute. Just deals so much more damage, and by the way, his rotations were perfect. Positioning coming out from Ruby DD was also immaculate coming out from this Benedetta, and made a lot of sense against the Harith. This Harith is really struggling this game, especially because he's donning the Retribution. He's the jungling Harith, and he did not have enough. I mean, he tried his best, But against the Hayabusa, against a Benedetta, there's really not much. I also mentioned before that the backshot was great against this Chango, but it also worked wonders against the sustain lineups, the sustain-based lineup of RSG. Like, even if you're looking at this clash, the ultimate coming out from the backshot as well as that anti-sustain mechanic that they do have in combination with 2 executes. Of course, so much damage coming out from their core heroes. There's just really not much that RSG could have done in that particular game. I want to also take note, this is probably a good draft against a Natalia. It seems like Burmese Ghouls have braced themselves against a potential Natalia draft that's coming from RSG. They were outclassed in this because if you're looking at the 4 heroes of Burmese Ghouls, all of them cannot be solo killed by KZP. He might have done so much damage to their stage. Maybe it's a nuisance for Burmese Ghouls at a certain point, but there will come a time where the side laners, Benedetta and Lapu-Lapu, will not be pressured by this Natalia. And imagine, like, are you gonna be able to force out the Busa as well as this Baksha? Obviously not, and that was a big problem for RSG. They may have gotten away by picking up the Natalia, but Burmese Ghouls, they held their ground. They know how to draft against this, and this was just a masterclass on how you counter your opponents. And Burmese Ghouls, they also had this Louis, probably the only hero that might have a problem against the Natalia, but because of how the Baksha rotated around the map, the MVP of the match may be on this Baksha. So good. He went in for the Courage Massive as well, which was also one thing that I really love about this build. Is just he amplifies his teammates so much and the tempo is just increased. You also have to take note so many defensive items out there. The tough boots is probably one of the better ones because there's really not much when it comes to the lockdown coming out from RSG. And if you just mitigate all of that, that was just so easy for Burmese Ghouls to end this game. 2-1 victory coming out from Burmese Ghouls was off of them just outclassing RSG in that Game 3 draft. Obviously, it's not like an out draft, but for me, just looking at it, it just makes a lot of sense to me why they picked these heroes in their particular order. That's why I feel like Burmese Ghouls, they have so much in their tank for sure. And we have only seen them in 2 series today, but I'm sure that come the playoffs where they go to the upper bracket, for sure they will have so much more. That has been my analysis of this 3-game series. I'm gonna head it back now to all of our bosses out there. The casters, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Will, for the amazing analysis. He may be by himself, but don't worry. He's got brains bigger than an entire pack of wolves himself in one man. But welcome back, everybody, here. We are going to be trying... We're going to take... Did I break you already? Did I break you already, man? All right, let's have a look at the standings for Group A and start pushing on through just to keep you guys up to date. Let's pull it up right now here. This is going to be the standings currently as of Group A, and it's going to be Burmese Ghouls sitting up on top, 4 wins, 1 loss for an aggregate points of 3 and a game win rate of 80%. RSG just below them 3-3 with a 50%, and unique DeVu, Devault with 20% with -3 aggregate points.
Now we could say that Burmese Ghouls are the ones on top of their leaderboards for RSG, and unique just will they really need to look at what they should bring when it comes to day number 3 of our group stages.
Absolutely, but we got to congratulate. It is going to be BG. If you don't know who they are, it's Burmese Ghouls and OMG Omega coming in from Philippines. I mean, everybody has to rejoice. They are the first people to be making it up into the upper bracket. So congratulations to them and good luck for the rest of the teams.
When do you make it on top of the when you make it to the upper bracket, you get to live. So that means that is your advantage, and congratulations for getting that advantage.
Now, let's check out tomorrow's schedule. This is going to be a real spicy one between C and D. We're going to have Alter Ego versus 10 Second Gaming Frost, Evos SG versus Dream Max from Brazil. It's going to be Bren versus 10 Second Gaming, RRQ versus Dream Max again, Bren versus Alter Ego, and RRQ versus Evos SG. Good luck for all these teams tomorrow.
tomorrow.
And tomorrow is going to be hot. Hot. And you know what? A lot of these teams, well, one Filipino is here at this Group C, Group B.
Hey!
And two Indonesian teams. The two Indonesian teams, Alter Ego and RRQ, are playing for day number 2 of our group stages.
Yeah, and that's going to be some really, really exciting stuff. So I can't wait to see how that's going to end up at the very end of today. But it looks like, you know, with all in all things coming towards an end here, we got to tell and thank all of our sponsors one more time. Let's start right from the top. We have to thank this entire competition. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020 is powered by Muntun and supported by the Singaporean Tourism Board, as well as Skoga, as well as the IMDA, in our partners in esports, Secret Lab, Toomey, SUTL, Singtel, MeWatch, and also our official gaming gear, Razer, and not to mention the Cathay Cinema for making it so amazing for SG viewers watching it right at their Cineplexes. Thank you to all the sponsors for making this happen. I cannot thank you enough. With that being said, Butters, any last words?
I mean, group stages, day number 1 was hot, and let's make day number 2 hotter.
With that, hotter. Oh, Butters. Oh, boy. Well, with that being said, let's sign off here. My name is Guinea Q. This is Butters signing off for the first day of the M2. Please stick around for tomorrow for more action-packed. Oh, boy. What a day this has been. Good night and goodbye.
We're out.
Why you gotta add an extra 5 seconds?
Dawn of the day, I hear you call. Face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive. For honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, we're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now they'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the strap for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We'll fight in the names while victory awaits. We're invincible, let's take on the world. Fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the strap for what you believe in is right. Immortal hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero, immortal hero. We're all invincible. Winning isn't viable.